The Memoirs of Marshal Foch, translated by Carl T. Bentley Mott. Foreword. In the course of the recent war, I was appointed successively to various posts in the French army. First, as commander of the Roman 20 Corps, I took part in the operations in Lorraine up to the end of August 1914. I then commanded the 9th Army during the Battle of the Marne. Subsequently, as assistant to the commander-in-chief, I was entrusted with the task of coordinating the action of French troops with that of our allies, British and Belgian, in the north of France. This period comprised the battles of the Ussur and of Ypres, the Artois attacks, and the Battle of the Somme. This brings us up to the end of 1916. In 1917, as Chief of the General Staff, I performed the duties of military advisor to the French government, for the government had decided to participate in the conduct of the war. Among other tasks entrusted to me at this time was that of French cooperation in Italy, beginning in the month of April. I personally directed this work during the last part of October and all of November. Finally, I assisted in establishing the American Army in France. In 1918, first as president of the Versailles Military Executive Committee, and afterwards as commander-in-chief of the Allied armies, I prepared and led the Allied forces on the Western Front. I am now, in all sincerity, writing my memoirs. They do not form a history of the war. They merely give the story of the events in which I took part. From what has just been said, it follows that only during the last year of the conflict will this narration bear upon the operations on the Western Front taken as a whole. What I have written is based upon the impressions felt at the moment of action, and also upon the information we had or the hypotheses we made concerning the enemy. These at the time were necessarily full of uncertainty. To enable the reader better to understand the way I saw and interpreted the events to be described, it may be useful to turn back to the past and tell something of the person who is writing. Indeed, the way a man of middle age looks upon events and what he does under their influence depend upon how his intellect and character have been formed. When this is known, his reactions are easily understood. They are also the resultant of certain special circumstances which have so stamped themselves upon his life as to have guided its course and constantly fixed its conduct. I was born at Tarbes, at the foot of the Pyrenees, in October 1851, of a family coming entirely from that region. I went to school successively at Tarbes, at Rodez, at the little seminary of Polignan in the department of the Haute-Garonne, and then at the College of the Jesuits of Saint Michael at Saint-Étienne. My father was a civil servant of the government, and his duties successively led him, and with him his family, to these places. My preparatory studies for the degree of Bachelor of Arts were concluded at Saint-Étienne, where one of my schoolmates was the future Marshal Foch. Although I had early conceived the idea of going to the Polytechnic, as had my illustrious fellow student whom I have just mentioned, our families and our masters did not think it advisable for us to omit these literary studies, in spite of the fact that they were bound to delay our preparation for that school. Thus it was that after the course in philosophy, we took our degree of B.A. before commencing our scientific studies. If the object of the latter, and of mathematics especially, is to accustom the mind to consider objects and forms as materially defined, fix with precision one's ideas upon those subjects, link them up by inexorable processes, and so mold the brain to a method of the strictest reasoning, it is the essential of letters, philosophy, and history above all of history, to quit the domain of abstract observation and direct our thoughts towards the world in which we live. This supples and broadens the intelligence, keeps it awake, active, and creative in the presence of that land of the indefinite which life opens up to us. Standing in the midst of this vast horizon, which, indeed, is a reality, one must, in order to advance, first attentively survey the whole. Then, choosing a goal, march resolutely towards it, seizing each point of vantage, surmounting or turning every difficulty. It is at this moment that the dual preparation furnished by general knowledge and special studies brings its aid to those who wish not only to learn a trade, but also, if need be, to develop and apply it successively to new purposes. In what concerns especially the army officer, the future probably will merely accentuate this need of general culture combined with professional knowledge. As the sphere of war extends, so should the minds of those waging it broaden out. An officer of first-rate ability can no longer be satisfied with mere professional attainments, such as the technique of leading troops and supplying their material wants, nor must he be content to live in a little world of his own. Soldiers in time of peace form the young and manly element of the country. In time of war, they constitute the nation in arms. How, then, can an officer who is not in constant touch with the spirit of his people hope to turn such resources to good account? How can he comprehend and direct the social phenomena which characterize great national wars unless he has some acquaintance with moral and political sciences, and possesses that knowledge of history which alone can explain to him the life of nations in the past and in the present? Here again, technical acquirements are no longer sufficient. He must complete them with a large addition furnished by other faculties. Moreover, as any officer can readily perceive, his mind and character will be far better prepared for coming war, and even his career will be advanced in time of peace if he keeps himself, always with a loyal sense of discipline, constantly abreast of the events and problems of his time, instead of confining his interest solely to garrison life. Obsessed by thoughts of promotion and careless of developing his higher capacities. Without this conception, the regular officer, when war arrives, runs the risk of seeing himself outdistanced by the reserve officer, who can bring to his work, in addition to an indispensable military equipment, faculties and knowledge which a wider life has maintained in fruitful activity. In 1869, having completed my literary studies at St. Michael's College, I went to St. Clement's at Metz, where I continued my preparation for the Polytechnic School. St. Clement's was a very well-managed college, then at the height of its development. Its students came mainly from Alsace and Lorraine, and many of them took advantage of its excellent courses to prepare themselves for state schools such as the Polytechnic, St. Cyr, and the School of Forestry. Two of the professors stood out most prominently by reason of their ability and their wholehearted devotion to the instruction of their pupils, Father Saucier and Father Corson. Living on the borders of that ever-threatened eastern frontier, their patriotism was constantly stimulated to a burning glow, and they easily communicated this sentiment to their disciples, receiving in return a lively satisfaction from the successes obtained by the latter in the competitive examinations for admission to the state schools. It was while engaged in this absorbing work that the events of 1870 found us. They were to leave us with imperishable memories. In July of that year, a large part of the French army was assembled around Metz. Its spirit was excellent, but organization was almost wholly lacking. Late one evening, we saw the Emperor Napoleon Roman III arrive to assume his duties as commander-in-chief. As he drove up the Rue Serpenoise in an open carriage, accompanied by the Prince Imperial gazing about him curiously and uneasily, he produced the impression of a man utterly worn out. The magnificent, sent guards escorted them through a crowd of anxious townspeople who were in no way reassured by this picture of lassitude. The emperor's headquarters were established in the prefecture, and here we caught glimpses of magnificent uniforms and the bearers of many great names. Then came the decisive days of August 4th, 5th, and 6th, and while France was tottering to her ruin on the battlefield, we were busy with our examinations for entrance into the Polytechnic School. The windows of the High School of Metz were open wide, and we wrote to the sound of the distant cannon. The last paper was on French composition, and the prophetic nature of its title might have given the candidates pause. It was, "Develop this thought of Kleber's. It is essential that the young train their faculties." On the morning of August 7th, the emperor intended to go by rail to Forbach. He arrived at the station of Metz, only to be told by the station master that, following the loss of a battle, Forbach had been evacuated the night before, and that trains no longer went to that place. The emperor returned to the prefecture, which was immediately closed, taking on the aspect of a headquarters overwhelmed by disaster. The Metz population now became excited, saw spies on every corner, and wanted to fling them into the Moselle. Then came the emperor's first proclamation, telling France of her defeat in 3 battles. Even here the truth was distorted by his punctuation. Marshal Mac Mahon telegraphs me that he has lost a big battle on the Saar. Frossard attacked by superior numbers, etc. Instead of, Marshal Mac Mahon telegraphs me that he has lost a big battle on the Saar. Frossard attacked by superior numbers, etc. Dismay was everywhere. During the afternoon, the inhabitants of the invaded and threatened districts flocked towards the town, giving us our first vision of the consequences of defeat, with its sorrowful exodus of families driven from their homes and marching wearily into the unknown. Old men, women, and children carrying off some few belongings, cattle, or furniture. Despair in their hearts and misery staring them in the face. The students of St. Clement's left Metz a few days later to rejoin their families. All along the line to Paris, we saw troop trains moving in every direction. These were carrying the VI Corps, which had been started from Chalons for Metz, only to be returned to the place of departure because it was feared that the railway line had been cut near the latter place. On the outskirts of Paris, we passed the troops of the Roman 7 Corps, which had been recalled from Belfort, then those of the I Corps, brought up from Charmes after Froschwiller and directed on the entrenched camp of Chalons. Later, we met trainloads of village firemen wearing their traditional helmets and armed with flintlock muskets. These had been called by the government to the defense of the capital, but their ill-assorted and antiquated organization soon convinced the authorities of their unsuitability for the task in view, and these willing citizens, in no way prepared for war, were sent back to their villages. Everywhere there reigned that spirit of error and confusion, dire precursor of the fall of kings. The state was crumbling, for its government, having lulled the country to sleep during a long period of peace, prosperity, and luxury, which diverted the eyes of all from the approaching danger, had not only itself neglected to take the elementary precautions suggested by the situation, but had also failed to ensure the moral and material efficiency of its army. Had this force been carefully and intelligently administered, it might at least have delayed and diminished the disaster. This journey to Paris, through such evidences of a general breakdown, following as it did upon the spectacle of the first effects of defeat, naturally made an indelible impression upon our youthful minds. Shortly afterwards, I enlisted in the 4th Infantry for the duration of the war, but before I could take any active part in it, the struggle came to an end. Mustered out of service in March 1871, I returned to Metz for the purpose of resuming with my old professor, Father Saucier, my interrupted course in higher mathematics. For in spite of the fact that the normal period of study had been so seriously shortened, I had determined to try for the Polytechnic that same year. At St. Clement's, we had to share quarters with German troops en route through Metz, and also with a battalion of the 37th Pomeranian Regiment that was permanently garrisoned in the college buildings. From this propinquity, many incidents inevitably resulted, for the Germans were quite determined to make us feel the weight of their victory. By violence and brutality, on or even without the smallest pretext, they showed us that they considered it as giving them the right to do whatever they pleased. In the summer of 1871, I went to Nancy 3 times to stand my qualifying examinations for the Polytechnic. First came the ones in writing, and then the final oral tests for admission. General von Manteuffel was the governor of Lorraine and commanded the army of occupation of that province. He resided in the government palace on the Place Carrière, the very house where the year 1914 found me in command of the Roman 20 Army Corps. Many distinguished German princes, generals, and high officials were received there while on their way through Nancy. Each arrival was greeted by the same noisy outbursts of enthusiasm, the same military parades and ceremonies in honor of generals who had led the German armies to victory or of statesmen who, in spite of the unanimous protests of the populations concerned, had torn Alsace and Lorraine from France. Many a time did I witness these scenes, and it was with the memory of all they meant fresh in my mind that I left Nancy in October 1871 to enter the Polytechnic School in a Paris whose ruins were still smoking from the fires set by the Commune. Here, indeed, there was rebuilding to be done. When the question of my going to the Polytechnic had first been discussed, my family had in view my adoption of one of the civil careers to which this school gives access. The disastrous war from which we had just emerged, however, imposed upon all of us, and especially upon the youth of the nation, the sacred task of building up our country, now dismembered and constantly menaced with complete destruction. Accordingly, without hesitation, I joined those students who were volunteering for the artillery, known by the sobriquet of the Little Hats. After spending 15 months at the Polytechnic, we entered the School of Application at Fontainebleau, from which, in September 1874, we proceeded to join our regiments as officers. Following her defeat, and as a result of the compulsory surrender of her war material, France had found herself completely disarmed. Nevertheless, in spite of the large indemnity she had to pay, she succeeded in not only rapidly reforming her military institutions, but also replenishing her armament. She made haste to put herself in a position to resist, if need should arise, the constant threats of an adversary who was strangely surprised to see this quick recovery, and who, more than once, notably in 1875, was on the point of reopening the war in order to consummate his rival's destruction. It was during this period of hasty reorganization, with gravely insufficient means, that I began my career in the 24th Regiment of Artillery at Tarbes. Fortunately, everybody was imbued with a wonderful spirit of enthusiasm and activity. No praise can ever be too high for the noble work of the vanquished officers of 1870 and their successors in recreating our army and preparing it for war. They have this merit also, that they set themselves the task of studying and comprehending the great operations of war on a continental scale, the notion of which had been completely lost by the army of the Second Empire, absorbed as it had been by small expeditions outside of Europe, and an easy campaign in Italy, having limited objectives and pursued with very restricted means of action. At each of the military schools which I attended, the Polytechnic, the Artillery School of Application, and the Cavalry School, we were given an excellent instruction. Our faculties were developed logically, and we were furnished with real food for reflection. But the War College, which I entered in 1885, was an absolute revelation to me. The natural gifts and knowledge already possessed by an officer of average capacity were here improved by a more or less theoretical instruction based on the lessons of history, while his mind was trained to approach the problems of war on a great scale, to study and discuss them, and to search intelligently for their solution. A remarkable body of instructors constituted the staff of the school at this time. Men such as Cardot, Maillard, Millet, Langlois, and Cherfils, all characterized by wide experience, sound judgment, and an impassioned conscientiousness. Their painstaking studies in history had enabled them to comprehend and define war's far-reaching moral aspects, and by deduction, to arrive at the material factors upon which its success depended. In this way, they not only gave us solid instruction along normal lines, but they showed us how we ourselves should approach the problems of the future. One of these instructors, Major Millet, was good enough to take a special interest in my work and to continue that interest throughout my career. He was subsequently called to some of the highest posts in our service, commanding first a corps and then an army, and I served him in both of these positions as Chief of Staff. He continually expounded to me the conclusions he had drawn from his experience during the War of 1870 and from his unremitting study of the methods applicable to the conduct of military operations in the future. In this way, he had a marked influence upon the ideas I formed regarding the approaching struggle. In his opinion, firepower had become, since 1870, the dominating factor on the field of battle, and this to such a degree that the advance of any body of troops not possessing an unquestionable superiority of fire would be paralyzed. He held that fire action, by reason of the improvement in arms, would assume even greater importance in the next war, and that it was essential for us to study this question with the double purpose of increasing, by the use of more powerful weapons, the effect of our own fire, and of securing better protection from that of the enemy. The means we were then using, such as the formations prescribed for infantry, were notoriously insufficient and could not fail to result in severe losses for the troops. Once fire superiority had been established, it must, of course, be followed by an assault, which alone could drive the enemy from his position. But that was only one phase of the battle. Forcing back the enemy at a single point might be a costly operation and very limited in effect. If it was not to remain sterile, a new attack must be made rapidly and in considerable force. This operation ought to be prepared beforehand and launched at the exact moment that would complete the confusion already produced in the enemy's formations and bring about his destruction. Only in this way could all the advantages of the previously successful but costly effort be reaped. This meant that when the commander of any considerable body of troops organized an attack, he must not content himself with making the dispositions necessary for the immediate tactical success he had in view, but he should, in his preliminary plans, study the probable development of the action and make preparations for moving forward the forces necessary to follow it up. The effect of the initial thrust must be succeeded by fresh attacks, the value of which would lie not so much in their number and violence as in their rapidity and precision. Modern armament rendered it comparatively easy for an adversary to recover from a first onset. The means of preventing it consisted in exploiting that partial success by repeated blows. This required that a second operation, carefully organized beforehand, be held ready to be put into immediate effect. In this way, only could an initial success be consolidated and extended sufficiently to create widespread disorganization in the enemy's ranks and thereby lead to victory. The 3 years that I spent in the Operations Bureau of the General Staff, of which General de Mirabel was the head, gave me a knowledge of the plans which had been drawn up for the mobilization, concentration, and supply of the French armies in time of war, as well as the ideas which then constituted our war doctrine. The German army was superior to ours in numbers, in training, and in equipment. General de Mirabel, consequently, made a complete study of the terrain on our eastern frontier, with the object of selecting broad defensive positions against which the flood of the wide invasion he anticipated would spend itself. He brought great energy and undoubted ability to this task, but as is the case in all solely defensive strategy, this employment of the terrain for parrying or delaying enemy attacks did not include any provision for counter-strokes. Moreover, during this period our army was proceeding on the theory that the choice of the time and place for launching a counter-offensive was the function of the commander-in-chief of the French armies. As if changing in the face of the enemy from the defensive to the offensive was not one of the most delicate of all decisions, presenting, in view of the vast effectives of modern armies, a most exceptional difficulty of execution. Such a change, if it is to be successfully initiated and then followed by that forward movement without which there can be no victory, requires minute preparation. Before he reached the problem of the counter-offensive and the best method of employing the troops which such action involved, General de Mirabel died. It was at this very moment, it may be remarked in passing, that the German General Staff was strengthening its field armies by the addition of a heavy artillery which, up to that time, had been used solely in siege warfare. Towards the end of 1895, I was assigned to duty at the War College as instructor in general tactics, for which work my chief equipment consisted of the fundamental ideas taught me by General Millet. During 6 years of intense labor, I strove to extend my comprehension of them and to complete their application. Nothing could be more stimulating to a man who has consecrated himself to the search for the essential truth of war than this task of instructing those who will be called upon to apply it on the battlefield, where the lives of their soldiers and the fate of their country are at stake. But if, when found, he expects to instill that truth into minds, open indeed, but which the influences of practical military life have rendered somewhat skeptical towards school studies, The search must never be relaxed until at last he has seized it and made it his very own. The obligation placed upon a man through having to instruct officers in the higher precepts of military science leads him to ask himself many questions concerning war, its causes as well as its purposes, and to examine the phenomena which accompany all great conflicts. In this way, with his mind no longer limited to the domain of mere military pedagogy, he is free to study the philosophy of war, seek what wants it fulfills, and to what hopes it corresponds in the life of a nation, and estimate the sacrifices it will entail. The development of civilization in times of peace, notably in the domain of education and of industry, places ever new resources at the command of a nation making war, and it is the essential function of a professor to estimate at their true value the profound transformations which these may induce in the practice of the military art. Napoleon declared that an army should alter its tactics every 10 years. How important, then, were the changes to be anticipated 30 or 40 years after 1870, on the part of an adversary who, since the days of Frederick Roman II, had never ceased his search for more efficient methods of conducting war. During this period, Germany's industrial development had been altogether extraordinary, while the national pride of her people had been raised to the highest pitch. Her military writers, notably Falkenhorsen and Bernhardi, to mention only two, had left no doubts as to the huge proportions which her newly modeled military organizations would attain, or the wide interpretation which she would give to the laws of war as applied to hostile populations, that is to say, the law of the strongest. In the face of this disquieting outlook, it is not surprising that our War College, where the dangers threatening our country were studied in all their aspects, should have furnished from among its professors, selected from every arm and already tested, such a large number of the leaders who achieved high distinction in the Great War. To say nothing of the remarkable body of staff officers it produced. Such were Pétain, Fayolle, Meester, Debeny, de Mordheim. The years I spent at the War College had already left an indelible mark on my mind when I was relieved and sent to a regiment. This was done in pursuance of a plan inspired by party politics, and which had for its avowed purpose the advancement of officers whose opinions were supposed to coincide with those of the cabinet in power, and one of whose unfortunate results was to divide France into two distinct camps. At the War College, however, I had learned to look the problems of the coming struggle squarely in the face, examine them dispassionately, and seek for their solution. I put in the next 4 years as a regimental officer, first as lieutenant colonel of the 29th Artillery, under a particularly painstaking colonel, and subsequently as colonel commanding the 35th Artillery. During this service with my regiment, I was continually confronted with the difficulties which attend the practical execution of any plan, however satisfactory it seems to be in theory. To command troops is certainly the greatest pleasure of military life, but above all is this the case when one is a captain or a colonel. For the captain, by reason of his immediate contact with the rank and file, which in the French army is intelligent, active, and devoted. For the colonel, because of the influence he exerts on a body of officers imbued with the noblest sentiments, competent in their trade, and of proved devotion. It is through his officers that a colonel molds his regiment so that it becomes in time the very image of its commander. But a colonel must also give his officers a clear picture of the tasks which will confront them in action, their duty towards subordinates, equals, and superiors, at the moment when communication between all ranks becomes more and more difficult, and decisions are hampered by the fog of battle. In modern war, all ranks have their allotted parts to play, for which something more than bravery and discipline is required. Leaders must not only know their business thoroughly, they must be capable of exercising initiative. These years in command of a regiment left me with the feeling that our young army was capable of any effort, and that it would be victorious if properly directed and adequately armed. This was the affair of the High Command, a matter of organization. Since 1890, our neighbors beyond the Rhine had been increasing in a marked degree the number and calibers of the guns they destined for field operations, and they were working diligently to improve their instruments of communication and observation. There was danger of our finding ourselves left behind. It was during this period of my career that I served as Chief of Staff of an Army Corps and later as Commander of the artillery of this same corps. Here the ideas I had pondered so deeply at the War College continued with little change to guide my conceptions of what the next war would hold in store. In 1908, I was appointed to the command of the War College. My own experience as a student in this school had fortified my opinion that, in view of the great extension taken by the art of war, 2 years were not sufficient for a comprehensive study of military science, and I suggested that a third year be added for certain officers. In 1911, I was placed at the head of the 13th Division which, composed of most excellent material, was designated as part of the covering troops for the concentration which precedes active operations. In 1912, I was given command of the Roman 8 Army Corps and in August 1913, that of the Roman 20 Corps at Nancy. At that time, a corps commander had under him not only the fighting troops, but also the administrative services and military establishments of the Army Corps region. It can be seen that the duties were heavy and required the display of a constant activity. I had hardly taken over the Roman 8 Corps when I was transferred to the 20th, consisting of 2 infantry divisions and 1 cavalry division. The strength of all 3 of these divisions had been reinforced in order that they could be rapidly placed on a war footing. At the moment of my arrival, the law extending military service to 3 years was coming into effect, so that all the organizations would soon be composed of 3 classes of conscripts instead of 2. For these increased effectives, barracks had to be built and provision made for additional accommodation in the hospitals and other military services. At the same time, the construction of defensive works around Nancy was begun and pressed forward. It will be seen that my successive changes of station during the years immediately preceding the war imposed upon me the need of an ever-increasing activity if I was to be fully equal to the situation. Not only did the training of troops have to be intensified, but many other matters had to be attended to without delay, for the adversary was becoming each day both more threatening and more powerful. Far from being able to think of taking a rest, though well past my 60th year, I was obliged to redouble all my energies, for war was approaching. While I was in command of the War College, I came into relations with officers of note belonging to several foreign armies. Among the British, the one I knew best was the Commandant of the Staff College at Camberley, a brigadier general who later on was to prove himself one of the most active minds of the Imperial General Staff, and finally become the chief of that staff. This was Field Marshal Sir Henry Wilson. For many a long year, especially during the war, we worked together. His remarkable intelligence, tireless activity, and perfect uprightness destined him to become one of the moving spirits of the British Army and one of the most faithful servants of the common cause. I had also on several occasions received Russian missions sent from the Nicholas Academy, headed by General Tcherbatchev. This fact led to my being invited by the Emperor Nicholas to attend the Russian maneuvers of 1910. Aside from the cordial relations which these visits established between the 2 armies, they afforded me an excellent opportunity to estimate the extent of the support which our future allies might furnish in a war against Germany, supposing that our respective governments were in agreement. At the time of my visit to that country in 1910, Russia was a gigantic empire with a social code still crude, and a government wholly concentrated, even as regarded spiritual matters, in the hands of one man, the Tsar. Disquieting thoughts naturally arose when I viewed at close range this sovereign's task and the extraordinary capacities required of him if he was to keep his people in the path of progress. Such an undertaking would have required a Peter the Great. And if to the natural difficulties resulting from the existing system there should come to be added the shock which a great war always brings to test the solidity of any state, what resistance would such a government be capable of offering? What help could be expected from a people that had been so systematically prevented from sharing in the management of their own affairs, as to be utterly unprepared to take charge of them? Was it not possible that Russia, deprived of the moral and social principles which fortified the nations of Western and Central Europe, would, in the face of a great conflict, crash to earth, a veritable colossus made with feet of clay? In any case, and most happily for us, his French allies, the Emperor Nicholas Roman II was a sovereign of unshakable integrity. There could be no doubt as to the use he would make of the army at his disposal, and fortunately it was very large. Such was the clear impression left in my mind by the numerous conversations I had with him. Throughout the entire period of the maneuvers, he kept me constantly at his side, and as field exercises are always very long for those who, like myself, were only spectators, we had ample opportunity for talk. I could not help being struck by the anxiety with which he regarded the future, conscious, as he seemed to be even then, of the perils which lay in wait for his vast empire. I left Russia feeling that it was only prudent for us to base our calculations upon the things we could be sure of rather than the intentions he affirmed. Preface. Fully launched upon her Weltpolitik, the Germany of 1914 would never have resorted to war if she had properly estimated her own interests. No appeal to arms was necessary. She had only to continue an economic development that already was penetrating every country in the world. Who would have dared to oppose her? The power of her army and navy was acknowledged by all. Her commercial travelers and engineers, supported by a formidable propaganda in their search for business or concessions, were assured of a favorable reception all over the globe, thus opening the way to unusual facilities for penetration and acquisition. Her trade and commerce were moving forward with steady strides that left other nations far behind. In 1914, there was no need for Germany to have recourse to the instrument of war in order to progressively conquer the world. If a day should come when, awaking from their old habits, people sought to measure the diminution of their liberties and all the possibilities which this involved, they would find themselves confronted with men of German origin, established in every country and in every form of activity, remaining always German, thanks to their dual nationality, and taking orders from Berlin. In the face of this German hegemony marching ever onward, no government, above all no democratic government, would have dared to take effective measures of protection, lest it incur the ultimate disaster of domination by its own German population. Before the discussion and the struggle that would have been precipitated with a state as powerfully armed as was Germany, such a government would inevitably have recoiled, dreading lest its actions might provoke hostilities, and appalled by the horrors which a modern conflict between great nations would surely involve. With 20 more years of peace, the world would have found itself Germanized, humanity in shackles. But the Berlin government, drunk with power and driven forward by the blind pan-German party, fully confident, moreover, in the superiority of its army over any other, did not hesitate to have recourse to arms and open an era of perilous adventures leading over mountains of dead, in order to hasten that domination of the world which, to its mind, was Germany's heritage. Indeed, the German people of 1914 rushed to arms in support of their government's vast and crazy aspirations with genuine enthusiasm, never stopping to measure the immensity of the crimes for which they were assuming responsibility before the eyes of a startled humanity. For Germany had become one vast Prussia, home of the junker and cradle of a militarism and of a philosophy both marked by rabid positivism. Prussia, since the earliest times, had cultivated war as a national industry. Directed by a conception of politics especially dear to the Hohenzollerns, this industry had fashioned out of the electorate of Brandenburg the German Empire. After excluding Austria because she represented different ideals and might have opposed her, Prussia united Germany for her own profit. In this amalgamation were to be found many populations which were peaceful by nature and purely Christian in their moral conceptions. But the iron hand of Prussia, working in the spiritual domain as well as in the material, through government officials, school teachers, and army officers, all directed by an administration that was Prussian by necessity when not by conviction, gradually bent these people to her own ideas and institutions. Moreover, the government of Berlin, through its worldwide military prestige, had brought them an economic development and a material prosperity they had never known before. By 1914, all Germany had become completely Prussified, and every German held that might made right. The foundation of the national edifice rested on the army. It had been carefully organized and lavishly supported, while its development had been kept fully abreast of the economic advance of the country. Thus Germany had at her disposal a military force superior to any other in numbers, armament, and instruction, upon which she could count for realizing and justifying that dominant role in the world to which the German race, by reason of its superiority, considered itself entitled. The idea of an appeal to force was also supported by the argument that it would inevitably facilitate the realization of Germany's world hegemony. This plan presented the advantage of hastening the course of events, as well as of extending and consolidating their results. Once Germany had defeated the great powers of Europe, she would be the uncontested mistress of the ancient continent, and strongly established along the coasts of the North Sea and the English Channel, she would hold in her grasp the great naval power of England, and thereby become the ruler of the seas. Who could then set a limit to her power? Would not the future of her Weltpolitik be assured beyond the possibility of doubt? Who dared set against such benefits for Germany the seas of blood which they might entail? It was with blood that Prussia had cemented Germany and widened her boundaries. With blood, therefore, let her still further enlarge this dominion. Such was the philosophy of the conquering Junker, adopted now by every true German. What mattered the rights of other nations or the lives of their citizens? Victory was certain, and victory made all things legitimate. To allow moral considerations to upset the plans of those who had force on their side would be preposterous weakness. And so, driven by the rod of Prussia, a blinded Germany started off to war in the midst of general enthusiasm. Deutschland über alles. The France of 1914, far from desiring war and still farther from seeking it, did everything possible to avoid it. And towards the end of July, when the struggle seemed imminent, the French government made every possible effort to stave it off. But if her allies were attacked, France, resolved to honor her signature, would come to their aid. Such was the policy which the government of the Republic had consistently practiced for more than 40 years. While never forgetting her lost provinces and trying by every means to heal the wounds their amputation had caused her, France had replied with dignity and resignation to the virulent provocations that accompanied the successive incidents of Schnoebel, Tangiers, Agadir, and Savon. She had reduced the term of military service first from 5 to 3 years, then from 3 to 2 years, and it was only in face of the menace presented by the continual reinforcement of the German army and under the empire of most legitimate anxiety and evident danger that she hurriedly returned in 1913 to the 3-year service plan. It was high time. France was fully determined not to resort to force unless her existence and her liberty were put in peril by some German aggression. Nothing short of such a danger could have driven into war a democratic government fully alive to the enormity of the sacrifices and the stupendousness of the cataclysm which a European conflict would bring upon the peoples involved. Although the month of July, 1914, found the Franco-German sky still charged with clouds, France, full of confidence in her sagacity, so little believed a storm to be imminent that the President of the Republic and the Prime Minister, immediately after the national holiday of July 14th, started for a stay of several weeks in Russia. The vacation season for members of Parliament and government officials had begun, and I myself left Nancy on July 18th with the intention of spending a fortnight's leave in Brittany. Suddenly, on July 23rd, Austria's ultimatum to Serbia came like a stroke of lightning in the political sky. In spite of Serbia's acceptance of Austria's demands, subject to 2 unimportant reservations suggesting that the issue be submitted to the judgment of the great powers and of the Hague Tribunal, Austria's representative at Belgrade, declaring the reply unsatisfactory, broke off relations, and quit the capital. This act made evident Austria's clear intention to go to war without more discussion. Furthermore, the close alliance existing between the two Central Empires gave rise to the fear that the action of the faithful second was simply the prelude to the carefully prepared entrance of Germany upon the scene, and that the conflict deliberately precipitated in the East was merely the precursor of one to be pursued in the West. The rapid development of events soon proved that such was the case. On July 28th, Austria declared war against Serbia. On the 29th, she bombarded Belgrade, the Serbian capital. On the 31st, she ordered the general mobilization of her army. In vain, the British government proposed that the quarrel be submitted to the arbitration of four disinterested great powers: France, England, Germany, and Italy. In vain, Russia agreed to this suggestion. Germany refused to support any effort to arrange the difficulty. Already on July 26th, she had menaced Russia with the threat of mobilizing her army, and, added the German ambassador at Petrograd, mobilization means war. Russia, in fact, had replied to the Austrian mobilization of July 31st by a measure of the same order, whereupon the German emperor proclaimed the Kriegsgefahrzustand, which consisted in making the more important dispositions for putting the German army on a war footing. At the same time, he demanded of the French government a declaration of neutrality to be guaranteed by the surrender to German troops for the duration of the war of the fortresses of Toul and Verdun. While on this same day Austria was manifesting some desire to bring about an arrangement, Germany addressed an ultimatum to Russia, and on August 1st, she decreed the remaining measures of mobilization, which were intended to group her forces on the eastern and western fronts. She then declared war on Russia. France replied by ordering the general mobilization of her army. It may here be pointed out that the starting of this conflict by the Central Empires against a Slavonic nation had for its effect the bringing of all the Russian forces into action at the earliest possible moment. Had these powers raised the dispute over some question affecting the West, the Russians might not have acted with such resolution, and the aid which they brought to France might have been appreciably delayed. But the German government did not look at matters too closely when it came to the details of its policy. It felt not the shadow of a doubt as to the triumph of its arms, provided it acted with boldness and dispatch. It had an absolute confidence in its military machine, so vastly superior as it was to anything of the kind ever seen before, by reason of the number of its mobilized units, the degree of their instruction, the power of their armament, the care with which their operations had been prepared, the spirit which animated them, the science which directed them. With no less overwhelming confidence, and in contempt of the most elementary notions of right, an ultimatum was addressed on the 2nd of August to Belgium, demanding free passage across her territory for the German armies. These had already, and with even less formality, violated the neutrality of Luxembourg. Such actions overcame the last lingering hesitations of London and brought into the Allied ranks the armies of Great Britain and Belgium. Whether the Germans had here made a mistake or met with a surprise seemed to make little difference to them. They believed that a wide offensive movement, rapidly executed in accordance with a carefully laid plan, would overcome any resistance that could be offered by a coalition that was only just being organized, and that, besides, was showing itself curiously restrained by sentiments of honor and scruples of conscience. Hampered by such weaknesses, delayed by such niceties, how could it hope to arrest the movement of the most formidable war machine the world had ever seen, and which at that very moment was already launched in full operation? Moreover, in case the Allied governments attempted to resist the designs of Germany, was not her army strong enough to crush the opposition of any invaded people by sowing terror among them on a scale, and by methods which the necessities of the conflict would be invoked to justify? Would not the expression, "we are at war," whether spoken by general or private, serve as the excuse for utterly unnecessary atrocities and the most blatant violations of the rights of humanity? No, in the eyes of the German government, Victory would justify every excess, decide every dispute, and victory was certain to reward an immediate and audacious offensive. No foolish scruples must be allowed to delay it. What difference did it make if the rigors of war were to fall with unheard-of violence upon inoffensive populations? One course alone ensured success, and that was for the German armies to march forward resolutely and rapidly, spreading devastation and terror in front of them. The struggle that was about to begin found the French army animated by the same spirit as that of the entire nation. This army of the Republic had been carefully reconstituted after our disasters of 1870 and was now recruited for the first time under the regime of obligatory military service. It gave many evidences of an extraordinary regeneration. If during the period that followed 1870, our people, by their many sacrifices, had affirmed their determination to survive as a nation and maintain their country's rank among the European powers, the army not less had shown that by an admirable labor it was preparing itself to successfully resist any new aggression on the part of its powerful neighbors. To that end, our officers had been studying, and the army had been diligently trained in military operations on a grand scale, the notion of which had been lost by the army of the Second Empire, as the two incomparable disasters of Metz and Sedan had fully proved. The next step was to make sure that our troops possessed those qualities which form the elements of victory: high morale, physical endurance, and professional knowledge. With these provided, the army could be counted upon for the successful prosecution of a European war. Maneuvers of all sorts, repeated and prolonged under every condition of fatigue, had brought out not only the excellent spirit that animated all ranks, but their ardent desire to learn. The men also displayed an endurance and discipline which the armies of the Second Empire had never known. Large units, such as divisions, army corps, and armies, had been assembled for autumn exercises, and operations had been conducted with perfect order and precision. Certain classes of reservists took part in this training. The ready handling of these forces and of the numerous auxiliary services they involve, combined with a wide utilization of railways, had become familiar to commanders and their staffs, and the ease displayed in their manipulation had spread confidence throughout all ranks. Reservists, momentarily taken from the occupations of civil life, came regularly to resume their places in the regiment and imbibe anew its spirit. Officers, whether complementary or belonging to the reserves or the territorials, were carefully selected and tested, thus ensuring to us the most precious resources for the future. 2. With their eyes turned ever in the direction of the frontier, yet never allowing themselves to become distracted from their patriotic task, our regular officers had passed through the numerous crises which marked our political life, in silent dignity, though not without experiencing serious loss. Periods of diminished patriotism, willful pacifism, or official sectarianism, various forms of a sort of national abdication which were taken advantage of by certain parties for the advancement of personal interests, and not the most legitimate, all these had at times operated to reduce the military value of the officers' corps. But in spite of such vicissitudes, they had preserved to France her army. For those of us especially who had known the military system of the Second Empire, the army of Republican France was seen to have become, through the unremitting work of all, a superior instrument of war, animated by a fine sense of duty, resolved to protect at all costs the life of the nation. Its final test came on the battlefields of 1914. As regards the moral qualities it would there display, no one had any doubts. The existence of the country was in the balance, and to save it, the army recoiled before no effort or sacrifice. From the highest leader to the humblest, there was one continual rivalry of abnegation and devotion, and merit alone opened the way to advancement. Nevertheless, it was fair to ask, would these virtues alone suffice in the face of modern weapons? The army commands, with their staffs and services, had long been methodically organized. At their head were many chiefs of the highest military reputation, aided by subordinates perfectly trained for their functions. In the lesser units, such as army corps, divisions, and brigades, The command still suffered from the part that politics had played under certain ministries in the advancement of officers. The presence at the head of the army since 1911 of a commander-in-chief highly endowed and enjoying the full confidence of the government had made it possible to reduce, but not entirely eliminate, the number of inefficient generals whose political opinions had won them their commands. The harm had not been fully repaired. It may be remarked in passing that the very situation of an officer should prohibit him, whether in time of peace or of war, from mixing up in the struggles and quarrels of politics. His professional value can reveal itself only in the field of action, before men of the same trade, his peers or his superiors. It cannot be estimated by political men. Whenever these find themselves the object of solicitation on the part of soldiers, they have only to display a little discernment and sincerity to be convinced that in the usual case they have before them officers who have utterly failed on the maneuver ground. Such officers flatter those in power, and, discarding the dictates of uprightness and high character, bring forth their quasi-philosophical ideas and their temporary political opinions for the purpose of justifying military ambitions which no military virtues support. Politics bring to the choice of army officers nothing but error and injustice, two causes which more than anything else tend to enfeeble that body of public servants. Taken as a whole, our army of 1914 had the defects of its qualities. Above all, the doctrine of the offensive, through having been so greatly accentuated and generalized, tended to impose an invariable rule, leading too often to tactics that were blind and brutal, and for that very reason dangerous. It also induced a strategy that was bare and uniform, easily sterile, unproductive of results, and costly. A doctrine as restricted as this was sure to bring surprises during the first contacts with the enemy. Our army had emerged from an unbroken peace of 40 years. During that period, the field exercises in which it had taken part had naturally furnished no picture of the rigors of a modern battlefield or the violence of the fire action that sweeps it. A study based especially upon what took place in 1870 and consecrated in field service regulations might have given the army some notion of the destructive power of modern weapons and the consequences to be deduced from it. But, as a matter of fact, the recommendations contained in our service regulations of 1875 were already of ancient date and had been largely lost to view. Many of our officers since then had taken part in colonial wars in which they had never faced any such weapons, wielded by an adversary capable of making full use of them. In this way, there had been deduced from our autumn maneuvers and colonial wars a single formula for success, a single combat doctrine, namely, the decisive power of offensive action undertaken with the resolute determination to march on the enemy, reach and destroy him. To carry out this idea, formations of attack had been devised that would enable fresh men to be constantly fed into the line. Nothing had been so persistently preached to generals and regimental officers, as well as to private soldiers, as the power of morale, and above all, of the will to conquer. And this had been done with a total absence of either qualification or discernment. From this teaching it resulted, when the time of application arrived, that the battle developed rapidly and in force, but often blindly, without sufficient preparation by fire action and notably by the artillery, since the latter took more time to get into position. In this way, too many troops were put into action at once. They were feebly supported by guns, and being preoccupied chiefly with the idea of getting forward quickly and together, they soon found themselves exposed and impotent in the face of a fire being poured upon them from every direction by invisible weapons. In spite of all their efforts, they could not reach the enemy. The attack now had to be recommenced by fire action. This required that the troops, already tired and suffering from severe losses, be halted while the still distant artillery was given time to break down the obstacles or silence the guns that had stopped the infantry. Being well to the front and often too closely grouped, casualties multiplied and finally, checked and powerless, the enterprise came to an end because it was insufficiently prepared. And yet it had been undertaken with ample forces and prosecuted with admirable dash by infantrymen who thought their valor alone could overcome the obstacle which the enemy's cannon and machine guns suddenly erected in front of them. If the idea of offensive action first, last, and all the time might be enough for the private soldier's catechism, it could hardly suffice, as we have seen, for a general leading to battle a considerable body of troops. The moment these are fairly numerous, he must proceed and accompany their advance by every aid and precaution. Without disregarding the indispensable principle of movement, he must be sure to apply it only in the full light of information carefully sought and under the protection of liaisons previously ensured. His forces should be pushed forward and engaged progressively, never reassembling in attack formation until the propitious moment arrives. This only occurs when the objective can be clearly indicated and when artillery fire has broken down the obstacles in the way. If the engagement of more important forces is being considered, turn to our provisional instructions and the subsequent regulations for the conduct of large units, dated 1912 and 1913. These, it will be seen, flatly proclaim the dogma of the offensive as applicable to such cases. The teachings of the past have borne their fruit, we read. The French army, reviving its old traditions, no longer admits for the conduct of operations any other law than that of the offensive. In 1870, our high command perished through its attachment to the defensive, and a passive defensive at that. In 1914, it was destined to meet with useless repulses and cruel losses as a consequence of its exclusive passion for the offensive and its ignorance of all save the methods it comported and which were applied to every situation. What is really essential is that for each case the respective advantages and weaknesses of the offensive and defensive be thoroughly studied and the possibility of their employment decided upon. In the usual case, it is only by judiciously combining and applying the two systems that a powerful offensive can be brought to bear at the desired point. The necessity of making this combination increases with the number of troops engaged. Less than any other must the commanding general of a large unit content himself with being merely a gallant soldier, satisfied with ordering the attack and rigidly following the rules prescribed for lesser organizations. He can prepare an offensive with any chance of reaching the enemy only when the ground is practicable for the action of a strong infantry force and favorable for the use of a powerful artillery. On any ground that does not fulfill these conditions, the terrain itself makes it imperative that demonstration or even the defensive be resorted to. In such a case, a general must reduce the scope of his plans. A division commander, still more a corps commander, and above all a commander-in-chief, must be governed by the terrain in deciding upon the use he is going to make of his forces, the tasks he assigns to each element, and the method of action each ought to employ. He should prescribe the offensive at certain points, demonstration, or the defensive at others, and constantly combine all three, realizing that the spirit of the offensive becomes blind and therefore dangerous when systematically generalized. On many occasions during the war, we suffered from this abuse of a correct idea, that of the offensive, because it was applied without discernment. During the years when our officers were thus absorbed in the study of the offensive, indeed, were getting overexcited about it, and convincing themselves that it dominated every other consideration, forgetting for the moment the prodigious power which fire action had recently developed, they were giving too little attention to the matter of armament. And in this way, it came about that fewer machine guns were assigned to the service of our infantry than was the case in Germany. Our Army Corps had only 120 guns, all of 75 mm caliber, while the German Corps, though less strong in infantry, had 160 pieces, some of them 150 mm, and 105 mm howitzers. The same situation was presented by the heavy artillery allotted to our armies, which, both in number and caliber, was inferior to the German. In spite of all its virtues, our excellent Soixante Quins could not compensate, especially on the offensive, for these deficiencies in number and caliber. Moreover, it was not adapted to high-angle fire. On the defensive, The powerful barrage it was able to lay down rendered us the greatest service by implacably breaking up the formidable attacks of the enemy. But in order to carry out these tactics advantageously, our guns ought to have been furnished with a large supply of ammunition. Unfortunately, there were only 500 rounds per piece, and the manufacture of cartridges had not been prepared for on a sufficient scale. In the matter of aviation, field telephones, and telegraphs, we were notably deficient. The speech made in the summer of 1914 by Mr. Charles Humbert aroused the country to these dangers, but it arrived too late to be followed by any improvement, and it doubtless gave the enemy precious information. In reality, our government was so fully decided on a policy of peace, and was so little impressed by the possibility of having to defend the country, that for years it had refused to appropriate sufficient money for military preparation. In this way, we greatly lacked those material means for successfully carrying on a battle, which had become more and more necessary with the rising importance of armament in modern war. This was another reason why the offensive, as the invariable form of our action, was bound to meet with grave difficulties in execution. Politics and the conduct of war are so closely united that the latter may be said to be only the continuation of the former. However ardent he may be, however anxious to achieve victory by the only route that leads to it, vigorous offensive action, the man who is placed at the head of a nation's army in war is often obliged to begin by the defensive, owing to the situation which politics have created for him. The more his machinery for attack has been reduced, the more his strategy is forced to prescribe a defensive role along a large part of his front, in order that he may concentrate the limited offensive means at his disposal in other places and attack under good conditions. Let us point out once more that the idea, the technique, and the practice of the defensive should all be familiar to every commanding officer. Has it not held true in all wars that in order to get the better of a capable adversary, one must know how to parry as well as to strike? The uniform doctrine of the offensive, which during this war led our soldiers into so many blind and sterile attacks, was no less insufficient as a guiding principle for the high command. It was bound to lead, as we have seen, to an ineffectual strategy unless there were available superior forces strong enough and mobile enough to envelop the enemy on at least one of his wings, after having parried his blows directed elsewhere. The strength of the French army in 1914, even augmented by the British forces, which at the beginning were very small, could not justify any such enterprise. Our war doctrine was thus too summary, limited as it was for all ranks to one magnificent formula, the offensive. To compensate for our doctrinal weakness, we had a first-class general staff whose officers thoroughly understood their business. It comprised, moreover, some men of remarkable intelligence. The War College and the course in higher military studies had developed in our officers a passion for work, while at the same time training and widening their faculties. Those whom nature had endowed with a good mental equipment were destined to prove the extent to which they had profited by what they had learned at these schools, and the degree to which their intelligence had been broadened and suppled there. During the war, they rendered most eminent service in their quick adaptation to circumstances, however new these were. But they had to be commanded and guided, for the majority were young and not yet mentally mature. That is, they lacked experience, which alone can develop judgment, and the habit of authority, which alone can ensure to an officer the calm confidence which leads to wise as well as vigorous decisions. In any case, from the very start, the operations of requisition and mobilization, the transportation of troops and supplies, as well as the enormous expansion of the services behind the war zone, were all carried out with perfect precision. The outbreak of war found me commanding the Roman 20 Corps at Nancy. The inhabitants of this town, like those of all Lorraine, manifested in a particularly high degree the patriotic sentiments which animated everybody in France. During more than 40 years, their hands had been stretched across the frontier to captive Metz and their brothers in annexed Lorraine. And now they asked themselves whether at last the day might not be dawning which would see their destinies once more commingled. The reports that arrived in the town recounting the successive steps which the Germans on the frontier were taking, such as stoppage of all communication, trains and travelers, was received in perfect calm. Then came the announcement of the French government's decisions. Finally, mobilization began, and the requisition of horses and vehicles got underway. There was not a sign of disorder or alarm, but everywhere evidence of a quiet resolution to be ready for any eventuality. In a few days, perhaps, battle would be raging at the city's gates, but no one thought of leaving. All were confident in the justice of their cause and in the valor of their troops. The Roman 20 Corps consisted of the 11th and 39th Infantry Divisions and the 2nd Cavalry Division. Its artillery was a model of excellence. No finer troops could be imagined, and their native ardor had been intensified by service along this eastern frontier that cut like a scar across the breast of their country. This intensity of patriotic sentiment had greatly aided in the training and instruction of the men, and they stood ever impatient for the final trial. Each regiment was fortified by an esprit de corps and stirred by an emulation of its fellows that gave rich promise for the day of battle. Indeed, so strong were the traditions which had been created, and which were maintained throughout all the war's cruel experiences, that in 1918 these regiments were still among the very best in the French army, although they had lost nearly every man that had started out with them in 1914. To command such troops was an intense satisfaction, and our most industrious and energetic officers, especially among the colonels, considered it a high privilege to be assigned to them. It was in this way that the influence of the region and the attractions of the soldier's career combined to give to the officers and men of the Roman 20 Corps an extraordinary professional and moral value. Their passionate eagerness to measure themselves with the enemy was accompanied by such a contempt of danger that my only fear was lest they should rush upon it too inconsiderately. During the period preceding the war, my efforts with the officers had tended solely towards enlightening and calming this magnificent ardor, the fountain of their energy and hence the basis of our hopes. Any effort to stimulate it would have been quite superfluous. However, it was my duty to show them the difficulties of their task, to warn them against precipitation, and to point out the danger that would ensue through any lack of cooperation between the different arms in action. How happy the lot of a general called to be the guide of such determined spirits. Book 1, Part 1, The Roman 20 Army Corps, July 25–August 28, 1914. Chapter I, The Roman 20 Army Corps as part of the covering forces, July 25–August 13, 1914. Early dispositions, July 26–31st, General Mobilization, August 1st. The Roman 20 Army Corps covers the concentration of the 2nd Army, August 1st, 10th. The General commanding 2nd Army assumes command, August 6th. The 2nd Army assembles. The Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps move into line, August 10th. The Roman 9 Corps, August 12th. By July 26th, events had assumed so serious an aspect that I was recalled from leave in Brittany, and on the morning of July 27th, I arrived at my headquarters at Nancy. The same day orders were sent out by the Minister of War directing all officers and men on leave to rejoin their regiments, and the precautionary measures of security affecting the civil population were put into effect. The dispositions prescribed for the surveillance of the frontier came into force on the 28th, and on the 29th we began to construct the field works east of Nancy, which had been planned for its protection. The object of these works was to complete the defenses at La Rochette, the Grand Mont d'Amance, and Rambaton III, which had been begun during the winter of 1913–1914, but which, in July 1914, was still unfinished. The first task which devolved upon the Roman 20 Corps was to establish itself where it could play the part of sentinel and watch the enemy during the period of political tension. The next was to provide a screen in front of the Basse-Meurthe sector, behind which the French Second Army could complete its mobilization and concentration. Should subsequent events require these preliminary dispositions for war to be taken. On the evening of the 30th, the covering troops of the Roman 20 Corps moved out by route march and took up positions intended for guarding against any surprise attack. It was ordered, however, that no patrols were to advance beyond a line running 6 miles inside the frontier. The exact trace of this line had been furnished by the War Department. It can thus be seen that the protective measures prescribed by the government were restricted both in extent and importance, since the advance of our troops was definitely limited to the line laid down, and no reservists were to be called up until further orders. These steps were fully justified by the news coming in which told of the activity reigning on the other side of the frontier. At Nancy, especially, it was known that the entrenched camp of Metz had been partly mobilized and put in a state of defense, and that the forts were heavily occupied. Although none of the classes of German reservists had yet been mobilized, the strength of all units had been increased by the arrival of men called individually to the colors. Measures had been taken to screen the whole frontier of Alsace and Lorraine. All roads crossing it had been closed and were guarded by the military. Troops were detraining north of Metz. A sudden attack in considerable force was therefore to be feared at any moment. The Roman 20 Corps was ready to meet it. In the plan drawn up by our General Staff, the Roman 20 Corps was not expected to employ more than the equivalent of a division for carrying out the measures of protection assigned to it. By bringing up the leading troops of the 39th Division, which would otherwise have remained far in rear, and by forming the advanced line from regiments of this division and of the 11th Division, I would not be exceeding this limit, while at the same time the main body of the 11th Division would continue to garrison Nancy, which would thus retain its normal aspect. The remainder of the 2 divisions would constitute the second line at and to the south of Nancy. This would concentrate the whole corps in the hands of its commander. 4. In order to carry out this plan, the 39th Division left Toul at 5 a.m. on the 31st and took up its quarters the same afternoon south of Nancy. The 11th Division occupied the heights to the north and northeast of the Grand Couronne and began work at once on the defenses which had been studied and sketched out during the preceding days. Political developments soon brought about an extension of these preparatory dispositions. On July 31st, orders were received from Paris to send forward the covering troops, but the requirement that they were not to advance beyond the line laid down in the telegram of the previous day was maintained. When an hour later, these instructions were transmitted to the 11th and 39th Divisions, they were already in position and practically ready to begin operations. All that remained was for their reservists to join and for the commander of the corps to issue his detailed instructions relative to covering operations to these divisions and to the 2nd Cavalry Division, which had been placed under his orders. The order for general mobilization was dispatched from Paris August 1st and arrived at Nancy the same day at 3:55 p.m. Shortly afterwards, I received a telegram from the Minister of War repeating the order not to advance beyond the line fixed on July 30th, except in the case of a definite attack. On July 31st, however, I had already given instructions to the division commanders to push their advanced elements beyond that line, so as to secure positions of the highest importance, such as Mont Damance, Mont Saint-Jean, and the heights of La Rochette, the real keys to Nancy. If we had taken up a line more in rear, we could not have secured these heights, which, undefended, would have been easily seized by the enemy. There could be no question as to that. Therefore, on August 1st, I obtained authority to maintain my troops in the line I had fixed. However, by the afternoon of August 2nd, the frontier had been several times violated by the Germans, and the French government decided to cancel the provision regarding the 6-mile line, thus leaving the commander-in-chief of its armies entire freedom of action. At 5:30 p.m., August 2nd, General Joffre telephoned this news to the commanding generals of covering sectors. He added that for national reasons of a moral nature and for imperious reasons of diplomacy, it was indispensable that the entire responsibility for hostilities should be left to the Germans. Consequently, we were to avoid crossing the frontier at all costs, and we were to limit ourselves to vigorously resisting enemy attacks without in any way provoking them. Shortly after receiving this message, a cipher telegram arrived from the Commander-in-Chief conveying his secret instructions for covering troops. It informed us, among other things, that the Commander-in-Chief does not propose to launch any general offensive movement until all his forces are concentrated. The covering troops, in addition to their task of screening the mobilization and concentration, will conform to what follows. See Roman 20 Army Corps, to press forward the preparation of defenses now in course of organization to the east of Nancy, so as to ensure the passage of the Meuse. General headquarters will be established at Vitry-le-François as from 6 a.m. August 5th. These instructions of the Commander-in-Chief were fully covered by the orders I had already issued. The mobilization of the Roman 20 Corps proceeded rapidly and in excellent order. The frontline troops were working strenuously, and the rain which fell on the afternoon of August 2nd did not succeed in damping their ardor. The efforts of all were directed to ensuring the occupation of the prescribed front with the minimum of forces. The troops were in excellent spirits, full of confidence and eager to advance. Our orders, however, were formal. Moreover, they were repeated at 10:30 a.m. on August 3rd in a telephone message from the Commander-in-Chief. It is of the utmost importance not to cross the frontier. Nevertheless, authority was obtained for the frontline troops to push out reconnaissances a mile in front of their positions. Intelligence reports showed that heavy German concentrations were taking place around and to the north of Metz, and that large numbers of troops were detraining along the Metz-Sarreburg railway. The line of the frontier was occupied in force, and the construction of fieldworks was in active progress. Bodies of enemy cavalry continued their incursions onto French ground, and some of our customs posts were forced to withdraw. These patrols provoked several skirmishes with our cavalry, after which they would retire across the frontier in the evening. On the night of August 3rd, 4th, a more serious alarm occurred in the neighborhood of Normandy. According to one source of information worthy of reliance, an attack was threatened along the whole front. Contact with the enemy was thus becoming closer and closer, and our troops, continually on the alert, getting little sleep, and exposed to frequent downpours of rain, were beginning to feel the strain. It was now learned that the Germans had invaded the Grand Duchy of Luxembourg on August 2nd and had violated Belgian neutrality on the 4th. This last news was received only a short time before that of Germany's declaration of war against France, which was immediately published to the troops of the Roman 20 Corps. On August 5th, the general commanding the 2nd Army 5 informed me from his headquarters at Neufchâteau that he would assume command of his army and of the Basse-Meuse covering sector the following day. Meantime, and until further instructions, I was to keep under my orders all the elements, and especially the 2nd Cavalry Division, which had been detailed to the sector. War being now declared, all restrictions were withdrawn from covering operations, which will be executed in such manner as to best fulfill the mission assigned to the various sectors. The Roman 20 Corps at once took advantage of this freedom of action by sending the cavalry forward to the River Seine and executing air reconnaissances on the line Delmechaude-Salins-Dius. No important concentration was reported, and we gathered that the enemy on the Roman 20 Corps front was waiting upon events, and that only comparatively weak bodies of infantry, widely dispersed, were in the front line facing us. However, on August 6th, I decided to send troops of all arms as far as the Seine. These met with only small detachments of cavalry and cyclists, which they easily drove back. On the contrary, at Vic and Moyenvic, they ran against German infantry and artillery and were obliged to retire. The following day, a false alarm indicated the necessity of reinforcing the flanks of the covering troops. With this object in view, I sent a strong detachment of all arms to the region of Mont Saint-Jean, with instructions to cover the left of the corps, while on the right wing I supported the 2nd Cavalry Division by the 10th, 6th, which had just been placed under my command. Very little activity, however, was manifested on the part of the enemy. Information coming in tended to show that he was occupied in organizing his troops, which, after a hurried mobilization, had been rapidly distributed along the frontier. In order to gain the necessary time for this work, he strengthened his defenses by cutting the dam which held the Lake of Linde, thus flooding the valley of the Say as far as Moyenvik. He did not destroy the bridges over the river, however, as he would need them in case he decided to take the offensive. It looked as though our rapid mobilization and concentration had forestalled him. The troops of the Roman 20 Corps had been continually on the alert for 10 days, when the arrival on August 8th of the Roman 16-7 and Roman 15-8 Army Corps in Lorraine made it possible to give them some rest. The commanding general of the Second Army now ordered the Basse-Meurthe covering sector to be divided into 3 zones, the Roman 20 Corps on the left, the Roman 16 Corps in the center, and the Roman 15 Corps on the right. Then, on August 12th, the Roman 9 Corps 9 began to arrive, enabling a still larger reduction to be made in the front held by the Roman 20 Corps, which now settled down comfortably into its positions. It was in this situation that our period of waiting came to an end. The Roman 20 Corps had covered the assembling of the Second Army. This meant that, until that army was fully formed, we were to prevent any hostile operations on our territory, while at the same time taking care neither to be drawn into an action nor to force one, even for the purpose of gaining intelligence of the enemy's movements. During these 2 weeks, the nearness of 2 opposing masses and frequent contact with hostile detachments created an excitement among the men which might have led to serious and annoying incidents. Any engagement would have been premature and contrary to the intentions of the commander-in-chief. Every effort was therefore made to prevent being taken unawares and to confine all fighting within the strictest limits. These preliminary results obtained, the Roman 20 Corps thenceforward constituted one of the units of the Second Army and operated under its orders on the same footing as the other corps of that army, the Roman 9, Roman 15, Roman 16, and Roman 18. This army was preparing to take the offensive. We will now indicate its objectives. Chapter Roman 2, the Roman 20 Corps in the Lorraine Offensive. Battle of Morhange, August 14-20, 1914. Conditions governing an offensive in Lorraine. Attack of the right wing of the Roman 20 Corps in support of the XV and Roman 16 Corps. The German artillery, August 14th. Extensive German withdrawal, August 16th. Realignment of the Second Army and preparations for an offensive in a northerly direction, August 17th and 18th. The Battle of Morhange, August 19th and 20th. A French offensive on a large scale in Lorraine might be justified as a demonstration having for its object the retention in that region of the important German forces known to be assembled there. The invasion of Belgium and Luxembourg, now in full swing, indicated that by far the strongest portion of the hostile armies would be drawn to and retained in the north. Therefore, an offensive in Lorraine, pursued in a divergent direction and far removed from the principal theater of operations, could not hope to achieve any success important enough seriously to affect the main issue. This would be fought out in a separate and distant region between the bulk of our forces and those of the enemy. Such an enterprise, moreover, would be attended by great difficulties and grave risks. Lorraine, considered as a theater of operations, was isolated and accessible only through one door, while its peculiar physical features had been greatly strengthened by artificial means. In shape, it was a triangle whose base, constituted by the common frontier, was open. Its sides were closed by 2 serious obstacles, the Moselle on the west and the Saar on the east. It was separated from the main theater of operations by the Moselle, whose banks were commanded and protected for a considerable distance by the fortified region of Metz-Thionville. This greatly increased the importance of the river as an obstacle, strengthened the barrier which already divided Lorraine from the northern theater of operations, and provided an excellent base for a counterattack by the strong reserves which the enemy could at any moment detach from his other armies. These reserves could be easily and rapidly brought up by the numerous railways converging on Metz and Thionville. Under the protection of the artillery of these fortresses, they could be concentrated in a well-sheltered area, and from there, if it became advantageous, they could easily be thrown into a battle engaged in Lorraine. On the east and north, the Saar likewise formed a strong line of resistance, supported in rear and to the south by the fortress of Strasbourg, the line of the Bruch, and the defenses of Malsheim. Reserves from almost any region of Germany could be assembled here in perfect safety. The Saar, therefore, constituted yet another base of maneuver for launching counterattacks. Towards the center of the triangle, between the two rivers, the line of the Rautalb, prolonging that of the German Nide, had been organized for several years past, and its defenses joined up to Thionville. This constituted a strong transversal position between the line of resistance and the maneuver base, and could be easily used in combination with them. The only ground favorable to a French offensive extended for 30 miles from the Delmy Hill, which marked the limit of the advanced fortifications of Metz, to the Saar at Sarreburg. A large portion of this ground, Sarreburg-Dius, 10 miles, was extensively wooded and much cut up by canals and large ponds. Its defense, therefore, presented little difficulty to the enemy. On another portion, which was comparatively open, Dius-Delmy, about 15 miles, numerous artificial aiming points had been erected in the last few years. These extended many miles back from the frontier, showing that this ground had been specially prepared for the action of artillery. The Lorraine theater, as can be seen, was not only a mass of natural obstacles, but its already limited breadth had been further contracted by fortification. With its flank positions and lateral lines of defense resting on the great fortresses of Strasbourg and Metz-Thionville, and provided as it was with a complete network of railways, it furnished the Germans with a field of battle admirably suited for stopping the adversary with small numbers, and then, as occasion arose, inflicting upon him a severe defeat by containing him in front and counter-attacking from the flanks. At the same time, it provided a strong pivotal position for an extensive maneuver of German armies seeking to bring on a great battle in the comparatively open plains of northern France. But it did not seem indicated as the starting point of an important offensive, for it would have to be undertaken over extremely difficult ground with no prospect of attaining a decisive objective. Therefore, a French advance in Lorraine with the purpose of bringing the enemy to battle was an idea to be approached with the utmost reserve. About the only ground favorable for it was that lying between Delmy and Dius, about 12 miles in extent, and there the mysterious aiming points would have to be taken into account. The country to the east of Dius, as far as the Saar, was wooded and intersected by ponds and canals. Consequently, the right flank would be threatened by the possibility of the enemy debouching from the upper Saar and the Bruch. A further advance of a French offensive in Lorraine would bring its left flank into contact with the enemy forces of the Metz and Moselle regions. Having only a very narrow front at its disposal, many obstacles would be certain to delay its progress. Such a movement, with both flanks constantly threatened, would present small prospects of success, especially as the farther it advanced, the more serious would become the danger. Then again, there would be no means of estimating beforehand at what moment or at what place this growing danger might be definitely conjured by a tactical victory, for the position of the Germans was strategically sound and well organized in depth, and they were capable of nullifying at any moment such initial tactical successes as we might have obtained. Indeed, with this German snare spread before us, as it was in August 1914, how could we hope that even the most vigorous thrust would succeed in penetrating an organized defensive 40 miles in depth, and obtain decisive results before the enemy had time to react? It was more than hazardous to count upon such a possibility. On the other hand, by making repeated demonstrations in force against the trap, we could keep it set, maintain in front of us the hostile forces which constituted it, and thus bring our help to the great battle which was to be fought elsewhere. On August 12th, the general commanding the Second Army issued his orders for the operations to be effected on the 14th. These prescribed that the Second Army, while covering itself on the north, was to extend its line eastward in the direction of Avricourt. Then, after effecting a junction with the First Army, it was to attack in a northeasterly direction on the left of that army. The operation was to be carried out by the Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps and the main body of the Roman 20 Corps, the whole disposed in echelon from the right. The remainder of the army was to support the attack. The special task of the Roman 20 Corps was to advance against the ridge Donelais Juvelis. On its right, the Roman 15 Corps was to move in the direction of Avricourt, while on its left, the Roman 9 Corps would cover the attack from Montsil up to the Moselle. In rear, the elements of the second group of reserve divisions, 59th and 68th, 10, then detraining, were to occupy, as they arrived, the positions prepared east of Nancy. To comply with these instructions, I issued orders to my corps to move at 7 a.m. The 11th Division on the right, the 39th on the left. A detachment under the command of General Wirbel was to cover the advance, operating on both sides of the Montsil Road and keeping in touch with the Roman 9 Corps. Information gathered by our aviators showed that the Germans were actively building defensive works in the immediate neighborhood of the frontier between Delmy and Mézières on the Metz-Strasbourg Road. As a matter of fact, the general commanding the Second Army was fully aware of the difficulties which accompanied an offensive operation in this area and which I have described above. He therefore impressed upon his corps commanders the necessity of methodically organizing their attacks by preceding and strongly supporting each advance of the infantry with artillery fire. In addition, he fixed a line beyond which the advance was not to go that day. At the outset, no serious difficulties attended the carrying out of this program for August 14th. During the morning, the divisions of the Roman 20 Corps had no trouble in occupying the heights which dominated the frontier ridge, the enemy outposts on this front falling back without resistance. But in the afternoon, the advance became as hard as in the morning it had been easy. Upon nearing the ridge, our men met with little opposition on the part of infantry, but came under intense artillery fire, including that of heavy pieces accurately ranged on the conspicuous points which stand out along the frontier. Thanks to their long range, these guns were able to select emplacements which our field artillery could not reach. However, in spite of this fire and the losses it caused, the Corps succeeded in reaching its objectives. The frontline troops, although bombarded all day long, dug in on their positions, as much to protect themselves against counterattack as to be ready to resume the advance the following morning. Headquarters of the Roman 20 Corps was established at Sèvres. The superiority of the enemy's armament had already been demonstrated. Likewise, the advantage he derived from having previously organized the terrain on his side of the frontier. In addition to being numerous, his heavy guns had a longer range than our artillery and could therefore support his troops at a distance impassable for us. Moreover, their fire, having been ranged beforehand on selected aiming points, was extremely accurate. From this moment on, it was evident that artillery was to be the dominant factor in the opening phase of any battle, and long before the infantry could take any part in it. Only small detachments could move across this shell-swept area, and however determined the infantry might be, the hostile artillery would, from the outset, hold up its advance and prevent it from approaching near enough to overwhelm the opposing line by its fire, and then take it by assault. The hostile artillery had to be silenced or neutralized by our own guns before these could be employed to support the infantry attack. This meeting of two great armies after 40 years of peace was bringing to light astonishing changes in the practice of war. As time went on, our tactics became adapted to the new conditions, but even now our general officers could not fail to be impressed by the necessity of restraining the impetuosity of their troops and of organizing their operations with the greatest care. The attack was to be resumed the next day, August 15th, at 4 a.m. The task of the Roman 20 Corps was to hold fast at all costs along its northern front and support the advance of the Roman 15 Corps toward Mézières by attacking Donelais with its remaining troops. We were not to move out until the Roman 15 Corps had come up in line with us. As a matter of fact, the Roman 15 Corps was unable to advance all day. During the morning, it reported that, by reason of its losses the day before and the necessity of relieving its frontline division, it would not be able to renew the attack before the 16th. The Roman 20 Corps, therefore, had to remain stationary for the entire day, which was all the more unpleasant as it lay exposed to a persistent and well-regulated fire from the German heavy artillery. Notwithstanding this painful experience and the losses resulting from it, the Corps was ready to renew the attack ordered for the whole of the Second Army the following day, August 16th. The first reports of the engagements of August 14th and 15th had led the commanding general of the Second Army to issue a memorandum to his Corps commanders on the methods to be adopted in the attack of defensive organizations. The advance was to be carried out methodically up to the moment when combined infantry and artillery attacks on the objectives selected for assault would be rendered possible by a solid organization of ground already won and by careful artillery preparation. In my turn, I impressed on my subordinates the vital importance of artillery action, urging special attention on this point during the operations of August 16th. However, that day was going to develop quite differently from the previous ones. The right of the Roman 20 Corps moved forward shortly before 7 a.m. Not a shot from rifle or cannon was fired at us. The inhabitants reported that the Germans had begun the previous morning to withdraw in the direction of Duz, and that this movement had continued during the whole of the night of August 15th-16th. Every one of the few prisoners we captured acknowledged the demoralizing effect of our field artillery 75s. Stranger still, in places we saw signs of a hasty retreat, and an officer's patrol of the 5th Hussars reported finding quantities of abandoned equipment and artillery shells. I accordingly ordered my troops to push forward along the whole front, gain contact with the enemy, and seize Donnelly-Juvilliers as quickly as possible. At the end of the day, the Roman 20 Corps was firmly established on this line, with its left holding the Say in the neighborhood of Schaedau-Salins. On August 17th, the Second Army started to effect a change of front toward the north with the view of attacking in that direction. The Roman 20 Corps had only to establish itself facing north, closing in on its left, its right resting on the heights south of Marshal. These movements were carried out during the 17th, although they were greatly hampered by the rain which had been falling without pause since the morning before. By nightfall, the leading troops of the Roman 20 Corps, which had closed in to the left, were established facing north on the heights south of the Say, between Marshal and Chambry. The 5th Hussars had occupied Morville-Lesvik and Schaedau-Salins during the day, after a skirmish with a body of Germans. By the evening of the 18th, the Second Army had completed its change of front and was getting ready to advance in a northerly direction. Once these preliminaries completed, the offensive was to be resumed on August 19th and vigorously pushed as prescribed for a pursuit. Instructions No. 3 from Headquarters 2nd Army, dated August 18th, read as follows. The enemy is retiring on our front and has abandoned Sarreburg and Schaedau-Salins. He must be pursued with the utmost vigor and rapidity. The general commanding the Second Army relies on the energy of all to achieve this result. He expects Corps commanders to instill into their troops the necessary dash, which differs from that required for a methodical advance against prepared positions. With the same end in view, all heavy units likely to slow down the advance will march at the rear of the columns until required for action. The following operation orders were issued on the same day. The Army will continue its advance tomorrow, August 19th, with the object of reaching the line Sarreburg-Pont-à-Mousson. Leading elements of main bodies will cross the line Say-Salines Canal at 8 a.m. and will not advance beyond the line marked by the River Albe below Lenning and continued by the line Vermingen-Morhange-Baronville. The Roman 16 Corps, covering the eastern flank of the army, will move in the general direction Lenningsent. Avoid. The Roman 15 Corps will attack in the general direction Rodal-Pont-Pierre. The Roman 20 Corps, moving to the west of Marshal, inclusive, will have as its general direction the line Schaedau-Salins-Folquemont. The group of reserve divisions will cover the left flank of the army from the direction of Metz. It will take up successive positions facing northwest in order to resist any attack from that quarter. The Roman 18 Corps, as from the 17th, has ceased to form part of the Second Army. The Roman 9 Corps has been placed at the disposal of the Commander-in-Chief. The departure of the Roman 9 and Roman 18 Corps greatly reduced the strength of the army and consequently its striking power. To protect the left flank, in particular, only the group of reserve divisions would be available, and these, as the army advanced, would become stretched out over more than 30 miles. The protection afforded would be so precarious as to be virtually negligible. On reading these instructions, my first thought was that the commanding general must have received some very reliable intelligence, which caused him to feel warranted in ordering this rapid advance, with objectives assigned as far off as the road from Pont-à-Mousson to Sarrebruck. As I saw it, the operations thus far carried out by the Second Army had not constituted an encounter with the enemy so serious in its nature as to have compelled his retreat, and much less to have created disorganization in his forces. What had taken place had been little more than artillery engagements. Nevertheless, on the very day that it had been deprived of 2 of its corps, and was therefore more weakly protected from the direction of Metz than ever before, this army was ordered to undertake an advance on distant objectives through a country whose dangers have already been described. I presumed that special information from very high sources justifying the enterprise must have been received. However that might be, following my instructions, I issued orders to the Roman 20 Corps to advance on the line Baronville-Morhange, the 11th Division on the line Morhange-Signal de Baronville, and the 39th Division on the line Baronville-Signal de Marthil. General Wirbel's detachment was to continue to cover the left flank of the corps and to maintain touch with the 68th Reserve Division. Shortly after 8 a.m., on the 19th, I established my advanced headquarters on the road from Vic to Schadau-Salins. In the course of the morning, on the right, the wooded country considerably delayed the advance of the 11th Division, but it encountered no other difficulties. On the left, the 39th Division and General Wirbel's detachment made much easier progress. Reports from the inhabitants indicated the withdrawal of the enemy from the country around Delmy and the presence of strong hostile forces in the neighborhood of Baronville. At 2 p.m., as it debouched on the far side of the Petite Say, the 11th Division came under heavy and accurate artillery and machine gun fire and suffered considerable loss. Taking advantage of the hollow ground on its left, the division pushed forward to Pevange, where at nightfall it dug itself in. It did not advance any farther that day. In the meantime, the 39th Division had directed one regiment on Baronville and another on Marthil and the Signal de Marthil. Although these regiments soon became the target for heavy artillery fire, they pushed forward, and by 4:30 p.m., the 160th had reached the ground to the south of Baronville, while the 153rd had occupied Marthil and the Signal de Marthil. General Wirbel's detachment had advanced considerably beyond the Schadau-Salins forest. I did not consider it possible for the Roman 20 Corps to reach all of its allotted objectives that day. Before launching an attack on the strong position of Morhange-Baronville, it would be necessary to reorganize the infantry, which had suffered heavily from the enemy's bombardment, and also to precede the assault by a serious artillery preparation. The remaining daylight did not give sufficient time for these operations. Moreover, the 11th Division, which would have to make the main attack, had been obliged to detach some of its troops to guard its unprotected flank, a situation which resulted from the Roman 15 Corps not having advanced nearly as far as the Roman 20 Corps. Its left, in particular, had not succeeded in debouching from Kirking and the Forest of Bride. It was necessary, therefore, for me to order the 11th Division to solidly occupy the Hout de Kirking in order to assure its right flank, which I did at 4:30 p.m. This move anticipated the special order which I received at 5:20 p.m. from the commanding general of the Second Army. The commanding general of the Second Army desires the commanding general of the Roman 20 Corps to support the troops of the 30th Division, which are trying to debouch to the north from the Forest of Bride and Kirking. The Roman 20 Corps will tonight hold the road from Canthil to Dius. It was under these conditions that the day came to an end. Before leaving my command post at Burlioncourt, I indicated the positions to be taken up during the evening and the attitude to be assumed until the following day. I then rejoined my headquarters at Château-Salins, while the troops reorganized on the captured ground. To sum up, the Corps had executed without difficulty the greater part of the prescribed advance, and had pushed forward some 12 miles from its starting point, the Say. It had come under heavy artillery and machine gun fire from the heights of Marthil, Baronville, and Morhange, but in spite of serious losses, it had, with unshaken determination, proceeded to occupy Marthil and the Signal de Marthil. At the end of the day, it still had 6 battalions in reserve and was in a position for attacking with every chance of success the heights which remained to be conquered. Strong artillery support would, of course, be necessary for this purpose. It was also essential that the right flank of the Corps be covered by a parallel advance of the Roman 15 Corps, and that its left flank be fully protected. The latter task had been entrusted to the group of reserve divisions, which did not come under my orders. The most advanced division of this group was far in rear of the left wing of the Roman 20 Corps. As I received neither orders nor information from the Second Army during the evening of August 19th-20th, I confined myself to carrying out the spirit of the instructions sent me on the 18th. Accordingly, late in the night, I issued orders from Château-Salins for my corps to renew its attack at 6 o'clock the following morning. However, when this hour arrived, the situation had so changed that the operation was not carried out. As a matter of fact, the movements of August 19th, instead of being merely the pursuit of a retiring enemy, had developed into a general battle along the whole front of the Second Army and against a well-posted enemy. The advance on the right had been less pronounced than that of the Roman 20 Corps. The Roman 16 Corps had been unable to debouch north of the Salines Canal, and the left of the Roman 15 Corps, as has been seen, had been held up in the southern part of the forest of Kirking. These 2 corps were therefore a long way short of the line, which the orders of the 18th contemplated they should reach by the evening of the 19th. The commanding general of the Second Army had, in consequence, issued fresh Orders 11 for August 20th, instructing the Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps, closely coordinating their action, to advance at 5 a.m., with the object of forcing the enemy back from the Bensdorf-Sarreburg Railway. The Roman 20 Corps was to take position on the ground one, and the group of reserve divisions was to guard against any movement coming from the direction of Metz. There could be no doubt that these divisions, weak as they were, and particularly in artillery, would find it extremely difficult to carry out such a task. The dangers attending an advance in the neighborhood of the fortified region of Metz now began to be manifest, for not only was the area thoroughly organized for defense and perfectly equipped with facilities in the matter of railways and detraining platforms, but every inch of it was familiar ground to the Germans. At 5:15 a.m. on the 20th, I informed Second Army Headquarters that the Roman 20 Corps had passed the night on its positions and would renew the attack at 6 a.m. I was continually preoccupied by my right flank and the support we were expected to give the Roman 15 Corps. I therefore, at 6 a.m., ordered the 11th Division to reinforce the detachment holding the Kirking Heights so as to ensure their possession. I added, one of the essential tasks of the Roman 20 Corps is to support the left of the Roman 15 Corps. If your detachment can make itself felt at once, as it should do, this task can be most effectively carried out by opening fire in the direction of Burgeltroff. But by this time, the action decided upon by the enemy was beginning to have its effect. All night long the movement of trains in the direction of Hans-sur-Nide had been heard, a sure sign that large enemy reinforcements were arriving. A general attack on our front and flanks was to be the outcome. Before dawn on the 20th, General Wirbel's outposts had been driven in and his position attacked by strong forces. A heavy bombardment of the front and flanks of the 39th Division was added to that already coming from the heights of Marthil and Baronville, and General Wirbel's detachment was forced to fall back to the edge of the Schadau-Salins forest. The German attack, preceded by intense artillery fire, was not long in developing along the whole front of the 39th Division. Powerful assaults launched about 5:30 a.m. drove this division from Marthal and the Signal. Two groups of its artillery were put out of action, and the division was obliged to withdraw to the line Schadau-Brahain-Brahain. This made it impossible for the 11th Division to carry out the intended attack on Morhange. Moreover, this division since daybreak had been subjected to severe attacks, in the course of which Canthil was lost. However, our troops stood their ground, and the advance of the enemy's infantry was stopped by our artillery fire. Farther to the right, the detachment on the Hout de Kerking likewise had been attacked by a force of all arms, which advanced about 5 a.m. from the east as well as from the northern edges of the forests of Bride and Kerking. Some ground was lost, but the detachment held fast. To sum up, by 7 a.m., the enemy had forced the 39th Division to fall back and take up new positions, but the 11th Division had held its ground along the whole of its front and stood ready to support the Roman 15 Corps with its right. This corps had been heavily attacked all along its front, and its position had become critical. At 7:15 a.m., I received the following order from the general commanding the Second Army. A strong enemy offensive is debouching from Kerking and the forest of Bride against the flank of the 30th Division. Attack at once in the direction of Lidresing in order to break up this offensive and extricate the Roman 15 Corps. To cope with the general situation and at the same time carry out this order, I directed my troops to hold fast to their present defensive positions. Meanwhile, I prepared a line of resistance in rear, along the front Schadau-Brahain-Dalhain-Habudange-Wood-Hout de Kerking, to which I directed my reserves. At the same time, I ordered the Hout de Kerking detachment, which I had reinforced, to attack at once in aid of the Roman 15 Corps. Meanwhile, important events were happening on my left. The enemy had outflanked General Wirbel's detachment and penetrated into the Viviers Wood. Towards 10 a.m., the 68th Reserve Division in its turn was forced to abandon Fax and Viviers and to withdraw on Lanoux-Villaine-Saulnois. The attack soon spread to the Delme-Schadau-Salins road, having Schadau-Salins as its objective. This threatened not only the flank, but the communications of the Roman 20 Corps. Events even more critical were taking place on the front of the Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps, as the result of a general attack by the enemy in that part of the field. These led the general commanding the Second Army to order, at 7:15 a.m., the rear division of the Roman 16 Corps to fall back. The left of the Roman 15 Corps, assailed by a powerful offensive debouching from the forests of Bride and Kerking, was now driven in, carrying with it the right of that corps and the left of the Roman 16, already badly cut up. Under these conditions, at 10:10 a.m., the commander of the Second Army ordered a general retreat as follows. Roman 15 Corps to establish itself on the line Marcel-Marimont. Roman 16 Corps to retire in the direction of Mézières and Retchicourt-Schadau. Roman 20 Corps to refuse its right flank so as to rest it on the Say at Marcel, and to hold the line Marcel-Hamponta-Milecourt-Fresnes-en-Saulnois-Jalicourt. This order, on reaching me, caused me the greatest surprise, as I was unaware at that time of the extent of the difficulties which the Roman 16 and Roman 15 Corps on my right had encountered, as also of the progress of the enemy attack on my left, on the Delme road. I knew that at the end of the morning, my Roman 20 Corps was firmly established on the northern edge of the forest of Schadau-Salins, that it was successfully holding its own north of the line of resistance occupied by its reserves, and that its right was preparing an attack for the purpose of extricating the Roman 15 Corps. Along the whole of its front, the increased ranges at which they were now firing had caused the enemy guns, both field and heavy, posted on the heights of Morhange, Baronville, and Marthal, to lose much of their effect. This artillery could only move down from its positions with great difficulty, and the enemy's attack was making no further progress. I felt no doubts as to the corps being able to maintain its present positions, in spite of the 10 miles of front it occupied. My intention was to firmly hold my troops in their present emplacements, then stop the enemy in front of the positions which were being methodically organized farther back, and finally renew the attack, after having assured my contact with the Roman 15 Corps on my right and provided for the security of my left flank. It was in the midst of these preparations that the order just quoted arrived. It was dated from Mézières. Another order dated from Aracourt, 11:45 a.m., soon followed. This prescribed, if the Second Army is forced to retreat, it will retire along the following lines. Roman 16 Corps in the general direction of Lunéville, resting on the Manonville fort and the forest of Paris. Corps in the general direction of Dombasle. Roman 20 Corps in the general direction of Saint-Nicolas-Lanouville. The group of reserve divisions will occupy the fortified works of the Couronne de Nancy. All transport, parks and convoys will move by the left bank of the Meuse. It was evident that a more complete knowledge of the general situation of the army than I possessed, and especially in what concerned the other corps, had inspired these two orders. Both of the other corps had been very heavily attacked and forced to fall back a considerable distance south of the lake region. At 11:45 a.m., in compliance with the order of 10:10 a.m., I directed my divisions to take up their march toward the line indicated. At the moment these instructions reached them, a new order from Army Headquarters was brought to me. It read, "The task of the Roman 20 Corps is, in general, to cover the retirement of the Second Army by holding the Château-Salins bridgehead as long as possible. The 68th Reserve Division is placed at the disposal of the Roman 20 Corps." The orders I had already issued to my corps, and which were in course of being carried out, required no change. I merely supplemented them by the dispatch of a special order to the 68th Reserve Division. 12. Thanks to the detailed measures prescribed by their commanders, the successive retirement of the 11th and 39th Divisions was carried out in good order and without difficulty, covered, as it was on the left, by General Werbel's detachment. At 4:50 p.m., the Army commander ordered the 68th Reserve Division to rejoin the group of reserve divisions in order to aid in the defense of the fortified area of Nancy. About 2 p.m., I moved my advanced headquarters to the west of the Geline Wood, where I had already posted the heavy artillery of the corps. I remained there until nightfall. Before leaving for my headquarters at Moyenvic, I issued the following orders. 1. The Roman 20 Corps by the end of the day should be established on the line Marcel-Haricourt-Circe northern edge of the Geline Wood Château-Salins-Amélie-Court, maintaining contact on its right with the Roman 15 Corps, which holds Moncy, and on its left with the 68th Reserve Division, which holds Fresnes-en-Saulnois and Jalicourt. 2. As from this evening, the above line will be strongly occupied and held against any counter-attack which may be pronounced tonight or tomorrow. These orders had hardly been written and sent out when I received the following from Army Headquarters dated Aracourt, 4 p.m. The Second Army will withdraw during the night, under cover of rearguards, established on the general line Mézières-Donelay-Juvelais-Marcel-Hampont-Fresnes-en-Saulnois, in order to reorganize the units which have suffered most. Each corps will take up the positions indicated for it in Army Orders No. 28. Preparations will be made for receiving the rearguards, when withdrawn, on the line Moussigueren-Woodhout de la Croix, Wood-Jouvray-Court Hill northern edge of the Bézenge forest left bank of the Seine. The Roman 20 Corps will blow up the bridges over the Seine as soon as its last troops have passed. Main bodies will move to the following areas. Corps Manonville, Fort Crillon-Sionville. Roman 15 Corps, Haricourt. Roman 20 Corps, Circuil-Pulnoy. The Roman 20 Corps anticipated no difficulty in maintaining its rearguards and outposts in their existing positions. The ease with which the withdrawal had been carried out and the feebleness of the pursuit proved that it was possible to hold on that night, and if necessary, the following day. The troops proceeded to take up positions for the night, which would conform to the mission assigned to the corps, namely, to hold the Château-Salins bridgehead as long as possible and cover the retreat of the Second Army. However, at 9:45 p.m., I received from Army headquarters, which had been established at Nancy, the following message. It appears that the Roman 15 Corps, which has suffered very heavily, will not be able to maintain its positions on your right. I consider it advisable, therefore, that you profit by the darkness and fall back tonight. Evidently, as time passed, and information regarding the situation of certain elements reached the army commander, he was confirmed in his determination to effect a general withdrawal. Indeed, the dangers and difficulties of a French offensive in Lorraine were made only too evident to him when, on the morning of August 20th, he saw that the Second Army could not advance, and he learned that the First Army had been halted at Sarrebourg. He then realized the necessity of changing his attitude and acting on the defensive. Therefore, he abruptly broke off the action and proceeded to establish his reorganized army behind a strong defensive line. From this position, he was later on to undertake a task which the means at his disposal justified. I now made my arrangements for moving my corps to the south of the Seine. My instructions reached the troops just as they were installing themselves in the billets which had been designated for them during the afternoon of the 20th. They immediately resumed their movement. Despite a long and exhausting night march, following on 2 days of heavy fighting, the main bodies arrived south of the forest of Bézenge about 4 a.m. on the 21st, and by 5 a.m. the outposts were in position and ready to defend the front assigned to the corps. The history of these operations, since published by the Germans, shows that their attack of August 20th was carried out in the following manner. Attack on the Roman 20 Corps and group of reserve divisions by the Metz Garrison, 33rd Reserve Division, and 53rd Landwehr Brigade in the direction of Normandy. By the 10th Ersatz Division, moving from Ramilly on the Delmy Ridge. By the Roman 3 Bavarian Corps, moving from Hans-Cernide-Vatimont-les, covered by the 8th Cavalry Division and the Bavarian Cavalry Division on Harcourt-Toron-Schadau-Brehane. By the Roman 2 Bavarian Corps, moving from Baronville and Morhange on Hampontuis. Attack on the Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps. By the Roman 21 Corps, moving from Nesdorf on Dius-Roerbach. By the Bavarian I Reserve Corps on Bisping. By the Bavarian I Corps on Langet. The shock could not be other than very severe on the Second Army, which had launched its 3 corps into a very difficult and strongly defended country. Facing Metz, this army was protected only by a flank guard composed of elements from 3 reserve divisions, partly immobilized and in any case very widely extended. By the morning of August 20th, the general commanding the Second Army had correctly appreciated the situation and estimated all its dangers. There was nothing for him to do but to halt his offensive. Chapter Roman 3, the Roman 20 Corps during the retreat from the Meuse and the counter-attack. August 21-28, 1914. The retreat behind the Meuse, August 21st, 23rd. The attack of the Roman 20 Corps to the north and south of the Shannon, August 24th and 25th. The attack of the whole Second Army on the enemy's communications, August 26th. I leave the Roman 20 Corps to take over another command, August 28th. Comments on the operations in Lorraine. The excellent behavior of the Roman 20 Corps during the battle and the retreat which followed had left me quite confident of being able to carry out the mission entrusted to me. Moreover, not only did the enemy undertake no pursuit on the 20th, but our rearguards had lost all contact with him during the morning of the 21st. However, on that morning, the general commanding the Second Army decided to withdraw the main portion of his forces behind the Meuse, the Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps holding the front line, with outposts on the east bank of the river, the Roman 20 Corps in reserve in the region of St. Nicholas. The left of the army would be covered by the Grand Couronne position, held by the 59th and 70th Reserve Divisions, reinforced by a part of the Roman 9 Corps. These movements were made in perfect order, and without being interfered with in any way by the Germans. During the evening, I went to see the army commander at his headquarters at Nancy, and after having reported to him the excellent morale of my corps, I returned to St. Nicholas. On the morning of August 22nd, the Roman 20 Corps was concentrated in the vicinity of the Meuse, the 11th Division at St. Nicolas-Varennes-Gavel, and the 39th Division at Arts-sur-Meuse-Lenoncourt. No move was anticipated for the 22nd, but as we constituted the reserve of the army, arrangements had to be made to carry out any order which might be received. As it happened, the Roman 15 Corps reported at 5:30 a.m. that its troops were so exhausted that they could not be counted upon to resist an attack which the enemy might make on the right bank of the Meuse. The commanding general of the Second Army therefore instructed me to send outposts from the Roman 20 Corps to Flainville and Anthalupte to replace those of the Roman 15 Corps. I accordingly ordered the 11th Division to detach immediately one infantry brigade and a group of artillery for that purpose. This brigade took up its position shortly before midday. In the evening, it was attacked from the direction of Kravik by a Bavarian brigade, which 4 times attempted to seize the Flainville heights, but our brigade stood firm and enabled the Roman 15 Corps to withdraw its troops. At 11 p.m., his task having been completed, orders were given to the Brigade Commander 13 to withdraw and blow up the bridges over the Meuse. This action was taken as a result of the decision of the general commanding the Second Army to retire all his troops to the left bank of the Meuse and prolong to that region the line of resistance of the Grand Couronne of Nancy. By 3 a.m., August 23rd, all the elements of the Roman 20 Corps had crossed to the west bank of the river. Corps headquarters was established at Manon-Courtenvernois. The retreat of the Second Army stopped at the Meuse and the position of the Grand Couronne of Nancy. Behind this exceedingly strong line, the troops were able to rest and reorganize. At the same time, the army was reinforced by 2 new reserve divisions. As a consequence of our abruptly breaking off the fight on the morning of the 20th, and of the adversary's failure to push the pursuit on that or the following day, no decisive result had been achieved by the enemy, and we had suffered no disorganization. Our check had therefore not entailed anything irreparable, and we could look forward to renewing, under more favorable conditions, our interrupted operations. The moment for undertaking these, as well as their nature, would be mainly determined by the movements of the enemy. Opposite the Roman 20 Corps, he had reached the high ground on the right bank of the Meuse. He spent the 30th in establishing his batteries and digging himself in. The only activity he showed on that day was to launch 2 small attacks, which crumpled up under the fire of the Roman 20 Corps artillery. The 23rd of August had not been a wasted day for the Second Army. All its units had been able to reorganize and establish themselves on their new positions. General de Castelnau now had at his disposal a mass of maneuver whose employment was soon to be determined by events. On the evening of the 23rd, he issued orders for the left of his army to be ready to attack if necessary. Around noon on the 24th, he learnt that a hostile force, estimated at not less than 2 army corps, was passing from north to south toward Lunéville, thus exposing its right flank in the direction of Nancy. He therefore ordered the Roman 20 Corps and the group of reserve divisions to attack this flank. The movement of the Roman 20 Corps was well supported by artillery, and by 6 p.m., progressing without difficulty, it had reached the heights of Flainville and the Kravik Wood, where I stopped it. These movements during August 24th clearly indicated the enemy's intention. His main body having been directed on Lunéville, he was now evidently pushing towards the gap at Charmes. In order to frustrate this plan, the general commanding the Second Army decided that on the 25th he would vigorously attack with his left while maintaining his actual front, the object being to seize the Aracourt-Tinville-Lunéville road, which seemed to be the enemy's line of communication. The right of the army was to act in conjunction with the First Army. The attack on the left was to be carried out by the Roman 20 Corps and the group of reserve divisions. Early in the morning, the 39th Division in liaison with the 70th Reserve Division attacked to the north of the Sanon and forced the enemy back from the high ground west of the Ainville Wood. Towards midday, I ordered the 11th Division in its turn to attack to the south of the Sanon, as the Roman 15 Corps had by then made considerable progress. The 4 regiments of the 11th Division, after a violent action, gained possession of the Anthelupt and Vitremont heights. During this time, the enemy stiffened his resistance to the north of the Sanon, where his communications were directly threatened, by concentrating strong forces in this vicinity. To the west of the Ainville Wood, the 39th Division was heavily engaged. Its right was forced back on the Kravic Wood, which, after a succession of desperate fights, was captured by the enemy about 5 p.m. Its left found itself in a still more critical situation owing to the losses suffered by the 70th Reserve Division. With its right flank exposed by the loss of the Kravic Wood, and its left by the forcing back of the 70th Reserve Division at 6 p.m. It retired, though slightly and in good order. August 25th had been a very hard day for the Roman 20 Corps. With varying fortunes, it had fought a long and serious battle, but it had given a body blow to the enemy's projects. Although it had not accomplished any great advance on the whole of its front, it had drawn against itself a large part of the enemy's forces and had held them in check. Their absence may have prevented his succeeding in his main design, which was to break through on the road to Charmes. Although my corps had obtained no decisive result, its action must lead to important consequences for the operations of the Second Army, provided its troops hold the enemy under the threat of a fresh attack and stand constantly ready to take up the pursuit now begun by the right of the army and the cavalry corps. It was in these terms that I expressed my ideas on the evening of August 25th, after I learned what had been accomplished along the whole front of the Second Army, whose right wing had effected so important an advance. The orders to the army for the 26th were drawn up with a view to exploiting the success gained by the right wing the day before. General de Castelnau prescribed that the pursuit be pushed to the extreme limit of endurance. The general line of direction for the Roman 20 Corps was Valhy-Bézange-la-Petite. In spite of the violent effort already furnished and the losses suffered, the general commanding counts upon his men to strike a final blow which will ensure victory. At 5:30 a.m. on the 26th, I issued orders from my advanced headquarters for the 2 infantry divisions to move forward as soon as the enemy makes it possible, the 11th Division toward Ainville and the 39th Division on the Kravic Wood Valhy. At 7 a.m., the division commanders gave the order to attack. The 11th Division was to operate between the Nancy Road and the River Sanon, directing its principal effort on the Frascati Heights which command Lunéville. Owing to delay in the artillery preparation, the attack could not be launched until 12:15 p.m. It made good progress at first and passed Vitremont. The 69th Regiment advanced steadily towards the Signal de Frascati and obtained a footing on its slopes. But at this moment, 1:45 p.m., when the regiment tried to gain ground beyond the signal, it was met by heavy infantry and artillery fire, which the guns of the 11th Division could not silence. For 3 hours, the troops of the division were subjected to a bombardment by the German heavy batteries, and no progress was possible. The situation of the 69th Regiment on the Signal de Frascati became, in consequence, critical, but it succeeded in holding on. While the 11th Division was fighting these actions to the south of the Sanon, the 39th Division, whose troops had been greatly fatigued by the work of the previous days, advanced only very slowly. By nightfall, it had not been able to do more than establish itself to the east of the Kravic Wood, its right resting on the Sanon. The Roman 15 and Roman 16 Corps also, owing to fatigue and previous losses, were not in a condition to take up a vigorous pursuit. Indeed, the effects of incessant effort and loss of sleep were being seriously felt. In spite of this fatigue, the morale of the Roman 20 Corps remained high, and its conduct under fire during the whole of the 26th of August had been exemplary from every point of view. The battle had now lasted several days along the whole front of the Second Army, and the culminating point of the German advance from Charmes to the Moselle had been reached. The enemy's thrust toward the southeast had been stopped, and he had been forced to fight a serious action to protect his communications, and particularly those formed by the Lunéville-Ainville road, from the attacks of the Roman 20 Corps. This turn of fortune must be seized, notwithstanding the fatigue of our troops. That was to be the work of the following days. The Second Army had now advanced beyond the left of the First Army, and this enabled General de Castelnau to make a halt of 24 hours and give his troops some rest. He therefore issued orders for the 27th to be spent in consolidating the ground won and in reorganizing the units, with a view to making a fresh effort during the following days. The Second Army was to resume its offensive in a northerly direction on August 28th. The task of the Roman 20 Corps was to support the attack of the Roman 15 Corps on Lunéville and to ensure its being able to debouch to the north of that town. Accordingly, the right of the 11th Division was ordered to advance at 8 a.m. on the Frascati Heights and throw the enemy back to the north. Some delay occurred at the crossing of the Meurthe, so that it was only at noon that the attack could be started. Before the day closed, the signal de Frascati was captured, but when that happened, I had already left the Roman 20 Corps, as orders had come from the Commander-in-Chief directing me to report at General Headquarters in order to receive a new command. At midday, I left my advanced post at Heudeville, turning over the command of the Corps to General Balfourier, who was at the head of the 11th Division. I took with me Lieutenant Colonel Weygand, 5th Hussars. During the whole of the war, in the various commands which I was called upon to fill, he was to serve as my chief of staff. It was not without considerable emotion that I left the gallant regiments of the Roman 20 Corps. In my farewell order, I recalled to them the glorious achievements of the preceding days, during which they had never once given ground, except in obedience to formal instructions from higher authority. I arrived at Vitry-le-François at 6 p.m. Here I found General Jaffa. The impressions left upon me by this first month of fighting in Lorraine were quite definite. The flood of invasion had been checked and even forced back, in spite of an undeniable superiority in numbers and material, especially heavy artillery, possessed by the enemy. The impetus of the German offensive had been broken. It was solely due to the high moral qualities of our men and our officers that we had everywhere met the enemy with calm resolution and handled him severely. If our efforts had not been crowned with a Saalfeld or a Jena, we had at least escaped a Wissembourg or a Froschwiller, and we were beginning to forge ahead. Although we had not defeated the left wing of the German armies, we had broken its force and obliged it to retire. Our adversary was dangerously superior to us in the modern war material which he had been preparing for many years and was now using with great effect. In spite of that, and of the exceptional nature of the terrain here in Lorraine, his first dash had been checked, and he had failed to obtain a decisive result. He had not been able to bring about that rapid and victorious march of events which his undoubted superiority in men and armament had led him to expect. He had seen his undertakings fail and a retreat imposed upon him. He realized that the victory he had counted upon must be postponed to another day. The question which arose in my mind was this: could we, by judiciously exploiting the undoubted qualities possessed by our army, now undertake, first to halt the enemy along the whole of our front, and then prevent his achieving immediate victory through his temporary superiority in weapons and men, by ourselves assuming a rapid and vigorous offensive? Was it possible for us even now to anticipate the day when fortune would turn definitely in our favor, through the accessions of strength which not only our own reserves and our industries, but also our powerful allies would bring us? For the German commander had shown an undoubted hesitancy in the conduct of the war in Lorraine. If he had let us penetrate deeply into the country and had then counter-attacked us with all his forces united, he might have engaged a defensive battle having decisive results. He did not attempt this, notwithstanding his thorough preparation of this whole theater of operations and his superior numbers. A rapid break-off on August 20th was followed by only a feeble pursuit. When he did decide to undertake a vigorous offensive, it was confined to the sole idea of forcing the Gap of Charms, and this operation was pursued in total disregard of our forces on the Meurthe and the Grand Couronne. Our flank attacks made it impossible for him to continue his advance, much less to penetrate. He retired. What had happened to us at Morhange had fallen upon him in double measure at the Couronne. Generally speaking, it seemed proved that the new means of action furnished by automatic weapons and long-range guns enabled the defense to hold up any attempt at breaking through long enough for a counter-attack to be launched with saving effect. The pockets, which resulted from partial attacks that were successful and seemingly even decisive, could not be maintained, in spite of very costly dispositions, long enough to ensure a definite rupture of the adversary's line. They could be too quickly rendered uninhabitable and useless for the assailant. When a defensive front has been forced by superior numbers to fall back, it has not thereby been broken. Counterattacks on the assailant's flank have often consumed the latter's reserves and threatened his communications, to the extent of eventually stopping his partial advance and causing him to retire. Many new subjects for reflection are offered when we examine the limitations and the weaknesses of an offensive which, while tactically successful at first, is continued in violation of the principles which modern weapons have now imposed. We see that it is more than ever necessary to study the situation created by the circumstances of the moment and to make sure of the possibilities to which they may give rise. Because he had checked us at Morhange without having defeated us or even disorganized our forces, the German commander, discounting a success which was purely negative, launched his army southward toward the Moselle, heedless of the resistance which Nancy could offer on the west and the Vosges on the east. He was obliged to retire without having reached the Moselle at Charmes. His superior strength had inspired him with contempt for his adversary and given him a confidence which could not be long enough sustained for victory to crown it. This debut was a fit harbinger of the Battle of the Marne. Part 2 in command of the 9th Army, August 29–October 4, 1914. Chapter I. The Retreat. Arrival at General Headquarters. The situation from the Somme to the Vosges. The Commander-in-Chief assigns me to my new post, August 28–29th. I take command of the Army Detachment, August 29th–30th, retreat and regrouping of forces on the return on the Suip, and as far as Reims, August 31st–September 2nd, the troops of the regular and reserve divisions. The retreat continues. The reinforced Army Detachment becomes the 9th Army, September 3rd, the about face, orders and plans for the Battle of the Marne, September 5th, the field of battle. When I gave up command of the Roman 20 Corps, I took Lieutenant Colonel Weygand with me, and on my way through 2nd Army Headquarters at Neuves-Masons, I picked up Lieutenant Colonel de Vaux. A special countersign being in use in the entrenched camp of Toul, we had some difficulty in passing certain of the posts. This caused considerable delay. That matters were progressing favorably in Lorraine, we, of course, knew, but our journey to General Headquarters was made in entire ignorance of what had happened to the other armies. When we arrived at Vitry, however, and read the morning communiqué, we had a rude awakening. This said, the front of the invasion now reaches from the Somme to the Vosges, which meant that Belgium and all the north of France up to the river Somme were in the hands of the enemy. He was advancing on Paris, the heart of the country, at furious speed. Our general offensive on the frontier had been thrown back, and our armies in the center and on the left wing, the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and the British were in full retreat, closely pursued and constantly threatened by envelopment on the west. Moreover, the liaison between these armies had been compromised. The country on our line of retreat did not lend itself to defense. The river valleys, such as the Oise and the Aisne on the west and the Meuse on the east, led straight to the region of Paris. In consequence, it was difficult to see where there could be found a continuous line of defense facing north, behind which our vast front might be re-established, and affording us at least a few days in which to reunite our forces and put them in order. Where could the retreat be definitely halted and the offensive resumed with a fair chance of success? Fortunately, during this time of danger and uncertainty, the Commander-in-Chief never for a moment lost his wonderful calm. The magnitude and impetuosity of the German sweep through Belgium had impelled his decision to withdraw his forces behind the following line. 3rd Army, Verdun. 4th Army, the Aisne, from Vouziers to Gignacourt. 5th Army, Crayon-Léon-la-Fère. British Army, behind the Somme from Ham to Bray. At the same time, he had ordered the formation of the 6th Army in the neighborhood of Amiens for the purpose of checking the enemy's advance by operating well out beyond the western flank of the French formation. Once our front had been reformed behind the above-described general line, the offensive was to be resumed. The attack was to be executed by the Fifth Army concentrated behind the Oise in the area Moy-Saint-Quentin-Vermand, by the British Army assembled behind the Somme between Ham and Bray, and by the Sixth Army, which was to be formed in the Amiens area not later than September 2nd. The Commander-in-Chief counted on gaining the time necessary to put this plan into operation by the action of rearguards. These, taking advantage of every obstacle on the enemy's march, would deliver short and violent counterattacks, using whenever possible artillery fire for this purpose. I arrived at General Headquarters on August 28th, just after these instructions had been sent out. The rapid pursuit of our forces by the enemy, however, was making it difficult to put the plan into execution. On August 25th, the Fifth Army had begun to retire from the general line Rocroi-Chimay-Avesnes towards the upper waters of the Oise, where it arrived on August 28th. In spite of a brilliant success at Guise on the morning of the 29th, in the course of which the exhausted British Army on its left was extricated, the Fifth Army was not able completely to restore the situation. The British Army had already fallen back from the Somme, and its retreat behind the Oise, between Noyon and La Fère, had caused a gap in the Allied front. Farther to the west, the enemy had already crossed the Somme, so that it remained to be seen whether it would be possible to form the Sixth Army as planned. Some of its units were still detraining near Amiens, while others had already been severely engaged between Amiens and Péronne. Towards the right, the Third and Fourth Armies had retired on August 26th to the left bank of the Meuse. On the 27th and 28th, the Third Army continued its retirement unmolested, and on the morning of the 29th, the main body of the Fourth Army also fell back, pursuant to the general plan, to the high ground southwest of the Meuse, although its brilliant counterattacks on the 27th and 28th had effectively held the enemy to the line of that river. From the outset, an essentially offensive role had been assigned to the Fourth Army, for the fulfillment of which it had been given unusual strength. For the operations that were now in view, its size and the wide extent of its front made it too unwieldy to be maneuvered efficiently by one man. Moreover, the chief danger at present threatening this army lay on its left, where contact with the Fifth Army had been lost. The formation of some of its units into a separate command, therefore, would have the double advantage of reducing its size and of providing a strong detachment whose mission would be to cover it on the west and regain contact with the Fifth Army. By the evening of the 28th, the Commander-in-Chief had not yet defined my future task, but since my arrival, I had been gathering full information as to the general situation, and I had formed the beginnings of a staff by adding to the 2 lieutenant colonels and the aide-de-camp I had brought from Lorraine, Major Norlin, and Interpreter Officer Tardieu. In spite of the bad news that continued to reach General Headquarters, especially since August 20th, no signs of agitation or confusion, much less of panic, were to be observed there. The new Minister of War, Monsieur Millerand, who arrived on the 27th, was struck by this atmosphere of calm, order, and decision, and upon taking his departure the following morning, he announced his approval of the attitude and line of conduct adopted by the Commander-in-Chief. When I arrived that night, August 28th, I was assigned the quarters which he had just vacated. The Commander-in-Chief departed the next morning to visit the Fifth Army, which was about to engage the Battle of Guise. Before leaving, he directed me to take command of an army detachment, which he had constituted on the left of the Fourth Army. He called my attention especially to movements of the enemy that might start from the direction Rocroi-Philippeville. For the execution of my task, I was to come to an understanding with General de Langle de Carey, then commanding the Fourth Army, with headquarters at Matschault. My command consisted of the following troops: the Roman 9 Corps 14, Moroccan and 17th Infantry Divisions, the Roman 11 Corps 15, 21st and 22nd Infantry Divisions, the 52nd and 60th Reserve Divisions, and the 9th Cavalry Division, 16 from the 4th Army, the 42nd Infantry Division, 17 taken from the 3rd Army, and at that moment detraining near Gignacourt. I was to act under the orders of the commanding general, 4th Army. My mission was to protect the operations of that army against hostile movements from the direction of Rocroi. I was assigned Saint-Gignacourt as my general direction in case of retreat. Being clear as to my mission and the extent of my powers, and with full information touching past events, as well as regarding the plan of operations for the Allied armies, I left the headquarters of the 4th Army at Machault in order to supervise the formation of my command. The Chief of Staff was to be Lieutenant Colonel Weygand, the Assistant Chief Lieutenant Colonel de Vaux, while Major Norlin and Interpreter Officer Tardieu were to form the nucleus of a staff that would gradually be completed. When I arrived at Machault, about 2 p.m., General de Langle was in the midst of an interview with the prefect of the Department of the Ardennes, who was explaining the needs of the crowd of refugees whom the enemy's advance had driven down from that department and from Belgium. The general's greeting to me was, "You have been sent by Providence." I found that communication between the 4th Army's headquarters and the units that were to come under my command were not good, so that nothing definite as to their situation was known. I learned, however, that they had been greatly tried during the preceding days. Order was lacking, and if they were to be counted upon for effective action, it was essential that they be taken closely in hand and a new spirit infused into them. Furthermore, the commanding general of the 4th Army informed me that on the next day, August 30th, he purposed to interrupt his retreat so as to be in a position to support the 3rd Army in an attack that it intended to carry out on his right. A delaying action of this description agreed entirely with the general plan laid down for the center armies. The rearguards of the 4th Army, therefore, were to maintain their positions during the day of the 30th, and I was instructed to cover that army's left. During the 29th, however, the enemy had forced back the Roman 9 Corps, forming the left of my army detachment, to the southwest of the Mézières-Rethel road. Its retreat uncovered the bridges at Rethel and left them at the enemy's mercy. Worse still, the 42nd Infantry Division was not yet capable of intervening in this direction. If the situation was not quickly re-established, the safety of the whole 4th Army would be imperiled. I accordingly gave orders at once for my detachment to retake the heights north of the Aisne between Attigny and Rethel, and to hold them so as to deny to the enemy during the day of the 30th the Mézières-Rethel and the Mézières-Attigny roads. On the morning of the 30th, news reached my advanced headquarters, established at the Mairie of Attigny, that these orders had not been carried out, owing either to delay in their transmission or to the closeness of the enemy's pursuit. In any case, two things were evident, namely, that there was confusion in our channels of command, and that the enemy was making a vigorous pursuit. Moreover, violent enveloping attacks on both my flanks forced me, at 4:30 p.m., to withdraw all my troops south of the Aisne between Rehel and Attigny. In spite of the men's exhaustion, the retreat was carried out with comparative ease. The French 4th Army, during its passage through the Ardennes, had been opposed by the German 4th Army and forced to retreat to the Meuse, where it halted in an effort to dispute the crossing of that river. Now it found itself outflanked by another German army, the 3rd, that had crossed the Meuse at Dinant, and on August 28th had delivered an attack against the French left at Signy-el-Abbé. Moreover, during the past few days, the space between the French 4th Army and the 5th Army, which was maneuvering on its left as it fell back on the Oise, had become greater and greater. By August 29th, it amounted to about 25 miles. In consequence of this gap, the German 3rd Army had encountered no opposition during its march forward, and it was beginning seriously to outflank our 4th Army's left. This was the danger which my detachment was called upon to guard against. But the right of the German 4th Army was pressing us from the direction of Mézières, where it had debouched, while at the same time strong bodies of the German 3rd Army had outdistanced us at Novian Portion. We were thus in danger of being cut off from the Aisne at Rethel. It was in the midst of these difficulties that I took command of the army detachment, which had been formed on August 30th under the very guns of the enemy. That evening, very tired but in good order, it crossed the Aisne and was now well placed to cover the left of the Fourth Army. As the Fifth Army had reached the Oise many miles away, there still existed, however, the danger of being outflanked and turned on our left. I now had to see about re-establishing order and cohesion in my force. The regiments had lost a large number of their officers, and a reassignment of those remaining, especially of the company commanders, was most urgent. Some of the bravest of these troops, such as the Bretons of the Roman 11 Corps, were wandering about, incapable of accomplishing any useful result from lack of proper direction. The reserve divisions had shown a lack of steadiness, owing no doubt to their having been but recently formed and thrown so abruptly into action. I decided, therefore, to withdraw them from the front line and to place them in reserve. They could there be taken in hand and shaken down into organizations capable of looking after themselves. With discipline and order restored and material wants regularly supplied, cohesion and confidence would return to the men, and the habit of authority to the officers. At the same time, I took steps to regulate the movements of supply trains and convoys for all the troops. On the 30th, I instructed commanders of army corps and reserve divisions to send out detachments of gendarmes, cavalry, or other reliable troops to round up stragglers and return them to their units. The commanding general of the Fourth Army intended to resume his offensive toward the north on August 31st, with the object of assailing the hostile forces that had crossed the Meuse above Stenay. He was to be supported on his right by the Third Army. For my part, informed by the events of the previous day, I decided to withdraw my detachment south of the Return. By so doing, I would still be in a position to cover the left flank of the Fourth Army. I would avoid being too closely pressed by the enemy, and I would escape the danger of having him outflank me. My left would be extended by the early entrance into line of the 42nd Infantry Division, which, in its turn, would be covered in the direction of the Aisne by the 9th Cavalry Division. On the morning of the 31st, my advanced headquarters was established at Bethenville. Here I learned that during the night, a considerable amount of disorder had been caused in the 52nd and 60th Reserve Divisions by returning stragglers. I at once decided, therefore, to withdraw these divisions behind the Suip in order to get them firmly in hand. The enemy showed little activity during the morning, and I counted upon this respite and the imminent concentration of my detachment in the valley of the Return for organizing a line of resistance along that river. In the afternoon, 3 German divisions crossed to the south bank of the Aisne, but they did not trouble our line of defense. In spite of this calm on our front, the detachment remained continually threatened by envelopment on its left flank, as contact with the Fifth Army had not yet been established. It also risked being separated from the Fourth Army on its right if that army should delay too long on the east bank of the Aisne. The commander-in-chief appreciated the dangerous situation to which this might give rise, and at 6:15 p.m., he telephoned as follows to the commanding general, Fourth Army. I wish to have General Foch's personal estimate of the situation arising from the enemy's dispositions on his front. Can he hold on and hope for a successful issue? Forward this message to him and request him to reply at once. I received this note about 7:30 p.m. and immediately proceeded to Fourth Army headquarters at Monthroy so that my answer might be forwarded to the commander-in-chief. It was given in the following terms. The army detachment will have trouble in holding on for 2, let alone 3 days, in the face of hostile forces already identified as 2 corps and which may be increased. I base my reasons upon 1. The nature of the terrain in the Champagne area which facilitates the enemy's advance. There are no strong supporting positions for the defense, the woods are easily penetrated, and no important streams afford us lines of resistance. 2. The weakness of the Roman 9 Corps in artillery. 3. The fatigue of the men. The only way the detachment could hold out would be by maneuvering in retreat, and this over a depth which, without doubt, would endanger the Fourth Army. The commander-in-chief agreed with my view and ordered the Fourth Army to fall back, covered by the detachment. He added, all must be made to understand that this retirement is being effected with a view to future operations, and that it is not being forced upon us by the enemy. In order to carry out my task of covering the withdrawal of the Fourth Army, I decided to hold on firmly to the line of the return during September 1st, and at the same time to have the reserve divisions prepare a second position on the line Arns-Suib. The morning of September 1st was comparatively quiet. The enemy had not yet made any serious attack when I received information from the Fourth Army that, in conformity with instructions from General Headquarters, it would continue its retirement after passing to the south of the Aisne. Accordingly, I issued orders for all my forces to find themselves, by evening, on the south bank of the rivers Arns and Suib, with the reserve divisions south of the line Bain-Morinvilliers. The 9th Cavalry Division was to continue to cover my left, and to delay as much as possible any hostile forces that might cross the Aisne in the neighborhood of Neufchâtel. When the frontline units received this order, they were fighting on the return. Nevertheless, the withdrawal from action was effected under the cover of strong rearguards without too much difficulty, and the detachment reached its new positions during the night. The hostile forces on my front were identified from captured prisoners as being the Prussian Roman 11 and Roman 8 Corps, and the Saxon Roman 19 and Roman 12 Reserve Corps, the whole forming the German Third Army under General von Horsen. I now fixed my headquarters at Sillery. The Fourth Army spent September 2nd in establishing its troops in good order behind the line Seytschau-Sampai, while my force executed only the slight movements necessary to bring the main body south of the line Morinvilliers-Reims. Contact was regained on the left with the Fifth Army and Fort Saint-Thierry. It was also in communication with the commandants of the forts north of Reims, Berry, Fresnes, and Brimont. We would consequently be able to make use of these forts for our infantry and field artillery if occasion arose. The 9th Cavalry Division being no longer required on the west, I moved it over to the east to assure our liaison with the Fourth Army. As the days went by, I got to know my troops better. I had not been with them during the battles they had fought in Belgium, but I now began to comprehend the impression this severe experience had left on the men. The Moroccan Division 18 of the Roman 9 Corps had been engaged in violent combats for several days and had suffered heavily. It remained full of spirit, but needed reinforcements. The 17th Division 19 of that corps had been less tried. The severe ordeals experienced by the Roman 11 Corps, especially at Meissen, had left their mark on the men. Many officers had been killed, and in the regiments from Brittany, especially, the soldiers were constantly asking for officers to be sent to lead them against the enemy once more. The 42nd Division was in excellent shape. It had only recently arrived, was very well commanded, and had not been through any costly experiences. The reserve divisions, immediately upon their arrival, had been plunged into a battle lasting several days, and this had considerably shaken them. Many of their officers were inexperienced or too old. The consequence was that the men of these divisions needed encouragement, and their officers new blood. Our methodical retreat of the last few days had enabled us not only to elude the enemy's grasp, but also to tighten up discipline and reinfuse order in the ranks. The arrival of reinforcements had also made it possible to regroup and reorganize the reserve divisions, keeping them during this process removed from the excitement of the forward line. Our front was now firmly and continuously established, and contact with the 5th and 4th Armies on the left and right had been regained. The result was a considerable improvement in the tactical situation, and this, in its turn, engendered a feeling of confidence. The severity of the fighting, sleepless nights, and exhausting marches intensified the inevitable depression that accompanies a retreat, and all ranks were in a state of serious fatigue. But it was already possible to predict that, with a few more days of rest and reorganization, the troops would be ready to face about and attack again with fair chances of success. The hope, however, at one time entertained, of being able to resume a general offensive on or about September 2nd had now to be definitely abandoned. Such was the situation when September opened. The Commander-in-Chief, on September 1st, issued the following instructions to army commanders. In spite of the tactical victories gained by the 3rd, 4th, and 5th Armies on the Meuse, and at Guise, the enemy's attempt to envelop the left flank of the Fifth Army, having been insufficiently blocked by the British and the Sixth Armies, makes it necessary for the Allied forces to effect a change of front, pivoting on their right. The whole of the Third, Fourth, and Fifth Armies will renew the offensive as soon as the Fifth Army is freed from the danger of being outflanked. This movement may oblige the armies to continue falling back in a general north-south direction during some little time. The Fifth Army on the marching wing must, at any cost, prevent the enemy from outflanking it on its left. The other armies, not faced by a similar danger and less pressed in their movements, must seize every favorable occasion to halt, attack, and delay the enemy. The instructions then proceeded to define the limit that the retirement might attain, without in any way presupposing that such a limit would be reached. The limit indicated for the Fourth Army was the rivers Ornain and Orbe, in the region of Arcis-sur-Orbe. As can be seen, the Commander-in-Chief still thought it advisable on September 1st to continue the retreat. We, of course, had only to comply with his views, profiting, meanwhile, by the breathing spell allowed us to further prepare our troops for the coming battle. During the next few days, the retreat south continued without any interference on the part of the enemy. By the evening of September 3rd, the forces of the army detachment were in echelon between the Marne and the Vesle, with headquarters at Tours-sur-Marne. On the 4th, the main body was on the general line of the Chalons-Bergerages highway, with headquarters at Fir-Champenois. That morning, crowds of refugees, which were being continually augmented by the inhabitants of the abandoned districts, had greatly impeded the movements of troops and supply trains. On passing through Verdus, about noon, I gave orders that, except between the hours of 3 p.m. and midnight, the refugees on our line of march were to be kept clear of the roads, so as to prevent any recurrence of this trouble and to ensure the movement of our trains. On September 5th, the normal services of supply, etc., appropriate to an army, were assigned to my detachment, thus enabling it to function independently of the Fourth Army. My force was then formally constituted into the Ninth Army. It was reinforced by the 18th Infantry Division 20, Roman 9 Corps, which, after August 20th, had been temporarily left in Lorraine. The movements prescribed for the day of September 5th anticipated that the advance guards of the Ninth Army would reach the line Semessis-Fir-Champenois, Cézanne. But early in the morning of that day, new instructions arrived from General Headquarters, which were to bring our retreat to an end. These were as follows: the time has come to take advantage of the hazardous situation in which the German First Army now finds itself, and bring to bear upon it the concentrated efforts of the Allied armies on our extreme left. The necessary dispositions will be taken during September 5th for launching an attack on the 6th. By the evening of the 5th, the following movements must have been effected. Asterisk. See, the Fifth Army, closing slightly on its left, will be established on the general front Corps-Hafenesterne-Cézanne, ready to attack in a general south-north direction. D. The Ninth Army, General Foch, will cover the right of the Fifth Army, holding the southern exits of the Saint-Gond marshes and moving a portion of its forces onto the plateau north of Cézanne. The various armies will take the offensive on the morning of September 6th. This order I received during the night of the 4th-5th, to prevent my troops from advancing too far south and thus finding themselves distant from the field of battle now prescribed for them. It was urgent to stop their retirement. I therefore issued, at 5 a.m., on September 5th, the following orders. The main body of the Roman 11 Corps will halt south of the Somme. Contact will be maintained on its left with the Roman 9 Corps, whose advance guards will be established on the line Aulnay-aux-Planches-Moraines-le-Petit-Écurie. No combat element of the Roman 9 Corps will move south of the line Cananter-Uvie. Its rearguards will be established on the line Aulnay-aux-Planches-Moraines-le-Petit-Écurie. The 42nd Infantry Division will hold the exits of the Saint-Gond marshes between Bannes and Oise. No combat element of this division must move south of the line Alemant-Fir-Champenois. The 52nd and 60th Reserve Divisions, attached respectively to the Roman 9 and Roman 11 Corps, will be disposed in rear. The 9th Cavalry Division will cover the right of the army, the front of which will extend along the general line marked by the St. Gond marshes and the river Somme, between Écurie and Semessus. If the continuation of the retreat originally planned for September 5th had been carried out, the 9th Army would have found itself, on the 6th, in an unfavorable position for engaging in the battle, since it would have had at Semessus, Fir-Champenois, and Cézanne only its advance guards, and it would have lost the advantages offered by the infrequent obstacles presented by the terrain in Champagne, namely the Somme, the St. Gond marshes, and the woods that prolong them. It was of prime importance for the 9th Army, even at the risk of finding itself in advance of the 4th and 5th Armies on its right and left, to be in a position to use these obstacles during the coming battle, and it was with this object in view that I issued the above orders. They were at once conveyed by liaison officers to the corps and division commanders. My next task was to complete preparations for the following day's battle, keeping particularly in view the Commander-in-Chief's prescription for support of the 5th Army's attack. To this end, it was important to seize the heights north of the St. Gond marshes in order to deny them to the enemy's artillery. For that artillery, once in possession of these heights, would be in a position to prevent the 5th Army's advance north of Cézanne. Accordingly, at 9:30 a.m., I gave the following order. The 5th Army, Ex-Corps, is to attack tomorrow in the general direction Cézanne-Montmirail and to the west. To cover the right of this attack, the 42nd Division will establish a strong advance guard this evening on the line Villeneuve-les-Charleville-Soisiaux-Bois. The division will take up positions that will enable it to operate tomorrow in the general direction Villeneuve-les-Charleville-Vauxchamps. The Ex-Corps advance guards will be this evening at Essarts-les-Cézanne. The Roman 9 Corps will similarly occupy Canjaille and Toulon-la-Montagne, being ready to operate tomorrow in the direction of Bay and Étoges. After giving these orders in the morning at Fir-Champenois, where I also saw the general commanding the Roman 9 Corps, I moved my headquarters to Plancy. My army was to cover the right of the 5th Army in its attack the next day. To do this, I was to hold the southern exits of the St. Gond marshes and establish a part of my forces on the Cézanne plateau. These being my instructions, I now proceeded to see how best I could carry them out. The terrain on which the 9th Army was about to fight presents special features. The most noteworthy are the St. Gond marshes, running from east to west, some 10 miles long, and varying from half a mile to 3 or 4 in width. These marshes, except for the 4 roads which traverse them from north to south, are practically impassable. On the north bank, the ground rises sharply to Canjaille, altitude 500 feet, and Toulon-la-Montagne, altitude 330 feet, which places dominate the marshes. On the southern bank it slopes up much more gradually, except for the isolated hill of Montéaut, and to the west, in the vicinity of Mondement and Alemant. Here rise the cliffs of Cézanne, 250 feet high, dominating the plain and closing the western extremity of the marshes. The only stream flowing from the marshes in this direction is the Petit Morin. The country is rugged, densely wooded, and with very limited fields of view, except at Mondement, which constitutes a strong point for defense and an excellent observation station. The country to the east of the marshes, on the other hand, possesses all the well-known characteristics of the Champagne-Pouilly region. That is to say, vast chalky plains, slightly undulating and covered with thin crops of oats or scattered copses of pine trees, streams almost dry, and wooden villages, the houses of which were destined soon to be set ablaze by artillery fire. A country of easy passage, without obstacles, having no shelter or points for offering resistance. In short, one totally unsuited to defense. The line of the Somme-Soude, on which our defensive operations were in the first place to be based, offers no variation from the weaknesses above described, while the town of Fir-Champenois, though superior in extent and solidity of construction to the other localities of the region, is of easy approach for an enemy. In the absence of anything better, we had to content ourselves with the little help that such a terrain afforded. In the center of the 9th Army's front, however, The St. Gond marshes provided ground favorable for defense. Here I assigned as small a portion of my forces as possible, namely a fraction only of the Roman 9 Corps, for a line 9 miles long between Oise and Bands. Since my left was expected to vigorously support the attack of the Fifth Army, I assigned to this task the 42nd Infantry Division, the advance guards of the Roman 9 Corps, which at 9:30 a.m. I directed to be pushed as rapidly as possible to the high ground north of the marshes, and the reserves which this corps was to prepare with a view to operating along the Champaubat road. To the eastern portion of my front, on the other hand, where, as has been seen, the terrain has no defensive value, I was obliged to detail a large number of troops. I therefore assigned the whole of the Roman 11 Corps to the line from Moraines-le-Petit to Lenheret, with instructions to take up at the beginning a defensive position along the Somme. Such were the general arrangements for my army. Its front covered something more than 22 miles. After they had been decided upon, I was still a prey to grave anxiety concerning my right, which extended only to Lenheret, leaving, between it and the left of the Fourth Army at Vitry-le-François, a gap of easily traversed country 23 miles wide. To fill this, I had available only the 9th Cavalry Division. Evidently, this force could do nothing more than keep watch over such a wide stretch of country, possibly delaying any strong hostile bodies that might present themselves, but incapable of stopping them. This comparatively unprotected space exposed my right to being outflanked and enveloped. That same evening, moreover, the Fourth Army informed me that it would be unable to support the right of the Ninth Army against enemy attacks coming from Chalons in the direction of Arcis, as it had to coordinate its action with that of the Third Army. A yawning breach would therefore remain between the Ninth and the Fourth Armies. Under these circumstances, it was impossible to shut my eyes to the gravity of the conditions under which we were about to engage a battle upon the outcome of which depended the fate of our country. If in the end we emerged victorious, it was due to the extraordinary individual skill of all, soldiers and officers alike, working in perfect harmony and rising in every emergency to a plane of magnificent heroism. Chapter Roman II, the Battle of the Marne. September 6th. The battle develops along the whole front of the Ninth Army, which maintains its positions. September 7th. Continuation of the enemy attacks. The left and center stand firm. The Roman 11 Corps gives way on the right. September 8th. The attacks become more violent. Serious repulse of the Roman 11 Corps. The remainder of the line holds fast. The left gains some ground. September 9th. The 42nd Division is relieved by the Fifth Army. Repeated and violent German attacks. The Moroccan Division loses and retakes Mondement. Movements of the 42nd Division. The battle ends in our victory. After having spent the night at Plancy, I established my advanced headquarters on the morning of the 6th at Pleurs. My orders of the previous forenoon for placing posts at Toulon-la-Montagne and Vert-la-Gravelle, north of the St. Gond marshes, had been satisfactorily carried out by the 17th Division. The Moroccan Division, however, which should have occupied Canjai, was not able to do so, as that place was already in the enemy's possession. When at 3 a.m., General Blondlat's brigade delivered an attack on the village, it found the enemy strongly entrenched and could make no headway. As a matter of fact, troops of another German army, in addition to the one that had been following me directly, had appeared on the scene. This was the Second Army, which, following closely on the heels of our Fifth Army, had reached, by noon on the previous day, the line Montmirail-Verdus. In this forward movement, the enemy in passing had seized certain points, in particular Canjai, which I had ordered to be occupied. Moreover, this German Second Army, on the morning of the 6th, took the offensive and, supported by powerful artillery fire, launched a violent attack against the Ninth Army. After its repulse at Canjai, General Blondlat's brigade tried to hold on to the north shore of the marshes, but was soon forced to fall back and finally withdrew to the south bank. The 135th Infantry Regiment of the 17th Division, more fortunate, succeeded in occupying Toulon-la-Montagne. Its left flank, however, was soon exposed by the retirement of General Blondlat's brigade, and being violently attacked, it was in its turn forced back south of the marshes. A counter-attack launched by the 77th Regiment on Toulon had no success, being first met by a powerful artillery barrage and then assailed by its adversary from strongly held positions. Its situation soon became critical, and it was forced to retire on bands. By the end of the morning, it was quite clear that the Roman 9 Corps would not be able to gain a footing north of the marshes. At midday, therefore, I issued the following instructions, recalling to that corps the essential part of its task. It is imperative that the Roman 9 Corps take up by evening defensive positions of such indisputable strength as to prevent the enemy on its front from advancing farther south. It must also maintain close and certain contact with the 42nd Division and the Roman 11 Corps. The location and distribution of troops of the Roman 9 Corps must be such as to obtain the above result without possibility of failure. This corps is also reminded that a bombardment from the high ground near Toulon and Canjaï is to be anticipated this evening. Measures must be taken to hold on, in spite of this fire, to the south bank of the Saint-Gond marshes. In execution of these instructions, the Roman 9 Corps established itself south of the marshes, but being subjected the whole afternoon to violent and repeated attacks, it was unable to prevent the enemy from reaching bands. The Germans pushed considerable forces, including the Guard, through the marshes, but the artillery of the 17th Division prevented them from debouching. For several days, in fact up to the end of the battle, all enemy attacks in this direction were broken up by the well-directed fire of our 75. Nightfall found the Germans on the south bank of the marshes, with the 17th Division and the Moroccan Division entrenched in front of them. The French 52nd Reserve Division 21 in second line on the front Montaut-Fir-Champenois kept the southern exits of the marshes under its fire. While these events were transpiring in the center, the left and right of the 9th Army were no less seriously engaged. On the left, the 42nd Division, on the afternoon of the 5th, had taken up its position around Montmont. Its advance guards pushed out to La Villeneuve-les-Charles-Soisiaux-Saint-Prix, which line was occupied only after heavy fighting. Early on the 6th, reconnaissances showed that Bay, Saint-Prix, and Courfeylix were being held in strength by the enemy, who shortly after opened artillery fire on the Villeneuve Plateau and the Bois des Grands Guérennes, occupied since about 8 a.m. by the 162nd. The Germans then launched a general attack along the entire front of the 42nd Division. Throughout the whole day, desperate combats took place around the Bois de la Branle and the village of Villeneuve, which was 3 times taken and retaken. In the evening, however, the X-Corps, operating on the right of the 5th Army, took Charleville, disengaged the left of the 42nd Division, and ensured its possession of Villeneuve. The struggle on the right of this division went on with equal violence. After repulsing several German attacks on the Bois des Grands Guérennes, the 162nd, about 11 a.m., was forced back, having suffered heavily. It withdrew to the northern edge of the Saint-Gond woods, which it set about to defend. In order to restore the situation in this direction, General Dubois, commanding the Roman 9 Corps, ordered the Moroccan Division to deliver at once an attack on Saint-Prix. 2 battalions of Moroccans, in conjunction with the 162nd, executed this order. In the face of heavy artillery fire, they captured Montalard Farm, but could advance no farther. Towards 6:30 p.m., the fighting in the front of the 42nd Division came to an end. The division had suffered heavy loss, but by its stubborn resistance, it had repulsed the repeated and violent attacks of the enemy and at nightfall was still holding its line. On the right of the army, the Roman 11 Corps had also been heavily engaged. Posted on the Somme, between Morains-le-Petit and Lenheret, later on as far as Haussement, it had the important task of covering the army's right flank, particularly against any German advance from the region of Chalons. The 21st 22 and 22nd 23 divisions had taken up positions on the river, the former between Morains-le-Petit and Normay, the latter above Normay. The 60th Reserve Division 24 was held in the region of Montprou, Semoine, and Herbis, in support. Early in the morning, the enemy made contact with our line of defense along the Somme and was evidently preparing to attack. At 10 a.m., the bombardment had become particularly violent in the direction of Moraines and Écurie, and it gradually spread south until, at 11 a.m., it embraced the whole front of the Roman 11 Corps. About midday, the Germans launched their infantry to the attack. They succeeded in capturing Normay and Écurie, and our troops who were defending Moraines, finding themselves isolated and in danger of being surrounded, were forced to retreat from that village. On the right, the Germans captured Vassemont and Haussement, so that at 5 p.m., with the exception of L'Enheré, which still held, the whole line of the Somme was lost to us. The commander of the Roman 11 Corps ordered a general offensive to recapture it. Vassemont and Haussement were retaken, but on the left, the 21st Division was so exhausted that it could not resume the attack. Normay, Écurie, and Moraines remained in the hands of the enemy, and all efforts were then directed to prevent his debouching from these villages. We may sum up the events of the first day of the battle as follows. The Ninth Army had been violently attacked on the whole of its front, the open ground to the east having favored the enemy's advance. In spite of this, contact with the Fifth Army on the left had been fully maintained, and the 42nd Division had held the enemy for the most part in check. In the center, the Roman 9 Corps had been forced back from its forward positions north of the marshes, but south of them it had established a strong line of resistance. On the right, while the Roman 11 Corps had given way only slightly, its situation was disquieting, since the ground here did not lend itself to defense, and the right flank of the corps was entirely in the air. To relieve this situation, the 18th Division, which upon detraining had been concentrated in the area Semoin-Villers-Herbis, was placed at the disposition of the commanding general Roman 11 Corps. This was an important reinforcement, and might enable this corps not only to restore the situation, but also to fulfill an offensive mission which I contemplated assigning to it the following day. As for the 9th Cavalry Division, it had been obliged during the evening to fall back towards Meilly. The day's fighting had been very severe, but the 9th Army had fulfilled its mission. It had withstood violent attacks from the greater portion of the German Second Army, in particular those of the German X-Corps in the region of Saint-Prix and of the Garde Corps at Bannes, Moraines-le-Petit, and Normay. In addition, the German Third Army had brought the whole weight of its right wing against the line of the Somme from Normay to Lenhart and Semessus, while threatening with its left our junction with the French Fourth Army. To offset this, the news from other parts of the front was fortunately reassuring. At 1:30 p.m., the X-Corps Fifth Army reported that the front of this army was clear of the enemy, who was retiring on Montmirail. In the evening, we learned that the other corps of the Fifth Army were continuing with success an offensive movement, and that the battle engaged by the Sixth Army west of the Ourcq was so far going in our favor. For September 7th, I had in view for the 9th Army the following tasks. On the left, to support the forward movement of the Fifth Army by an offensive west of the marshes, to cover the right flank of the attack now being made by our armies to the west, by halting at any cost on the plains of Fir-Champenois, Semessus, and Sampuis, the enemy forces operating in Champagne. On the right, to maintain contact with our armies to the east, whose nearest element, the Fourth Army, rested its left flank at Vitry-le-François. Upon returning to my headquarters at Plancy, I accordingly gave orders that the positions then held were to be maintained on the 7th at all hazard. The Roman 9 Corps was to cover the south of the Saint-Gond marshes, the Roman 11 Corps, Moraines-le-Petit, and the valley of the Somme between Écurie-le-Repos and Haussement. On the left of the army, the 42nd Division, in conjunction with the X-Corps, was to attack under the same conditions as on the previous day. On the right, the Roman 11 Corps, after seizing Claminges and the high ground south of that village, was to advance in the direction of Pierre Moraine's Coligny-Montémay. The Roman 9 Corps was to be ready to support the Roman 11 Corps in the direction of Aulnay-Sous and Vert-la-Gravelle. The 18th Division was to be held as Army Reserve in the vicinity of Uvy. The 9th Cavalry Division was to cover the right of the army, keeping watch in the direction of Vitry and Chalons, and sending a detachment to endeavor to gain touch with the left of the Fourth Army at Camp Meilly. Evidently, it was on this side that danger was most to be expected. The Fourth Army was fighting fiercely on the defensive, and a gap of 20 miles still existed between its left and the right of the Ninth Army. Moreover, General de Langle informed me that only on September 8th could this space be partially filled by a new corps, the Roman 2125, which would then come into line. We had to be ready, therefore, to meet unaided any blow coming from this direction. Under these circumstances, I felt that the positions now held by the Ninth Army, however threatening the immediate outlook might be, must be maintained at all costs. The only way this could be accomplished was by the display of exceptional energy and activity on the part of every man, and I made a pressing appeal to my army to maintain and extend the successes it had already gained over an enemy who had suffered heavy losses and whose situation was now extremely hazardous. As the battle might last several days, I gave instructions for the attacks to be carried out methodically. Infantry was to be economized, artillery freely used, and every foot of ground gained was to be at once organized for defense. The enemy, on his side, realized that his advance as a whole had been checked. His right wing being in difficulties on the Aurach and his left definitely held up in Lorraine, he resolved to strike a decisive blow in the center. This was his sole remaining chance of winning the victory on which he had counted, but whose probabilities had been so singularly diminished during the last 48 hours. For this final effort, he intended to put in every man he had left in the region. The main weight of his attack was to fall on the French Fourth and Ninth Armies. The plan was to put these armies definitely out of action, or, failing this, to force them apart and dash through the resulting breach. The execution of the plan, in what concerned the front of the Ninth Army, was to be effected by launching violent attacks east and west of the Saint-Gond marshes. That is to say, in the very directions I had fixed for the attacks of my 42nd Division and Roman 11 Corps. The fighting of September 7th, 8th, and 9th was destined to be furious on both sides, but it was to end in the defeat of the German forces. Early in the morning of the 7th, the combat was renewed along the whole line. On the left, heavy attacks were pronounced against the Moroccan Division and the 42nd, the latter as it was in the act of advancing. La Villeneuve was lost, but was retaken shortly afterwards by the 151st Regiment. By 10:15 a.m., the 162nd had been forced back from Soisy and the Saint-Gond woods as far as the Montgivroux road. The Moroccan Division, having lost Oise and Montelard Farm, fell back to the ridge north of Mondemont. The situation was serious, and I felt it necessary to repeat my warnings to the Roman 11 Corps that its essential mission in this quarter, which was to maintain contact with the 42nd Division, and at all costs prevent the enemy from debouching by Saint-Prix, remained unchanged. I also called its attention to the fact that the long ridge behind Mondemont should by this time be already occupied by the division in reserve. The commander of the Fifth Army, who had reported that the enemy was retiring on his front, ordered the X-Corps to take measures to break up any attack the Germans might make on the left of the Ninth Army. About 5 p.m., the 42nd and the Moroccan divisions, reinforced by the reserves of the Roman 9 Corps, launched a counter-attack with the object of recapturing Soisy, the Saint-Gond woods, and Saint-Prix. This attack was met by very heavy rifle fire from trenches the enemy had constructed between the Saint-Gond woods and Montgivroux. Desperate fighting ensued, particularly in the Bois de la Branle, and though the situation was not entirely restored, the enemy's advance in this direction was in any case broken up. Fighting came to an end about 6 p.m., with our troops holding the Montgivroux road and the southern portion of the Bois de la Branle. Small parties had even penetrated into the Saint-Gond woods. As against this, the enemy, towards the end of the day, had once more retaken La Villeneuve. In the center of the army, on the southern bank of the marshes, both sides had remained on the defensive, the action here having been confined to artillery fire. On the right, the morning had started with heavy fighting. At 8 a.m., the Roman 11 Corps was attacked along the whole front, notably in the direction of Les Hauts. Shortly afterwards, strong forces debouching from Moraines-le-Petit and Écurie-le-Repos fell on the 21st Division which, although well supported by the artillery of the 17th Division, only held its position with difficulty. The situation was already critical and might quickly become worse, for it was evident that the troops were on the verge of giving way. The consequences of any break at this point, at the very moment when the right wing of the German armies was yielding under the successful blows of our armies to the west, might prove disastrous. Just as the attacks of the 42nd and Moroccan divisions had neutralized the enemy's efforts in the direction of Mondamont, so it seemed that the only chance of stopping his advance on the Roman 11 Corps was by ourselves attacking him along the Somme. Convinced of this, and feeling sure that only a change of attitude on the part of the Roman 11 Corps could restore the situation, I issued the following orders. On the left wing of the army, the enemy appears to be giving way. The Roman 11 Corps will ensure the defense of the Somme at Écurie, Normay, and Les Hauts. A brigade of the 18th Division is placed at its disposal. It will use this brigade for delivering an immediate attack on Claminges from the direction of Normay. The 22nd Division will attack Pierre-Moraines and the hill southeast of Pierre-Moraines. The necessity I felt for maintaining at all costs the situation at this point, and also for blocking the enemy's advance into the gap between us and the Fourth Army, was entirely in accord with the Commander-in-Chief's views, which were telephoned to us at 5:15 p.m. It was deemed essential that we hold on until the right of the Ninth Army could be disengaged by the Fourth Army. General de Langle had been requested to ensure this as soon as a tactical success on his own front had been obtained. The Roman 11 Corps, meanwhile, had not been able to carry out the attack ordered, for the enemy, after severe fighting, had taken both Les Hauts and Vassemont. The Roman 11 Corps confined itself, therefore, to maintaining the 21st and 22nd Divisions on a line roughly following the woods south of Moraines-le-Petit and the Semesses-Champenois Railway. If the enemy had continued his advance, this failure of the Roman 11 Corps to make the prescribed attack might have had very serious results. Fortunately, he was stopped by the opportune action of the Roman 9 Corps, which arrived just in time to disengage the left of the Roman 11 Corps. This occurred about 4:30 p.m. when the 90th Regiment of the 17th Division delivered a counter-attack in the direction of Aulnay-aux-Blanches and Aulnay-Sous. It succeeded in gaining possession of the latter village, without, however, being able to hold it, for the Germans shortly afterwards recaptured it. On my extreme right, the 9th Cavalry Division, after having recaptured Semesses, which for a while had fallen into the possession of the enemy, succeeded in establishing its main body in the area Meilly-Villiers-Herbes. The 18th Division, including the brigade placed at the disposition of the Roman 11 Corps, was still available in the second line. It occupied the woods on either side of the Normay-Champenois highway. The 60th Reserve Division was established in a defensive position on the Montepreux Plateau. The work of September 7th greatly resembled that of the previous day. The left of the 9th Army, fighting with great obstinacy, had broken up the enemy's advance. The center had maintained its positions, the right had again given way and definitely lost the defensive line of the Somme. It was in this state of uncertainty that we had to resume the battle next morning, hoping that, by the advance of the Fourth Army, a decisive result would be obtained. That army's left wing, however, was still a score of miles from our right. The mission of the 9th Army for September 8th therefore remained unchanged. I merely repeated the instructions already given, but I added, at dawn reconnaissances are to be pushed out along the whole front to ascertain definitely what points are still occupied by the enemy. For intelligence reports coming in had shown that on the front of the left wing of the Allied armies, including the greater portion of the Fifth Army's front, the Germans were in full retreat. Whether this movement was spreading eastwards, it was therefore essential to find out. In point of fact, it was not, and September 8th and 9th were to mark the farthest limits of the enemy's drive against the 9th Army front. Before daybreak on the 8th, he made an extremely violent attack against the Roman 11 Corps. Advancing under cover of darkness so as to approach our lines without coming under our artillery fire, he had succeeded in massing his infantry only a few hundred yards from our positions. Suddenly at 4:30 a.m., while it was still dark and without any artillery preparation, these masses were launched to the attack south of Moraines-le-Petit and Écurie-le-Repos. The 21st Division, left element of the Roman 11 Corps, was driven back on Fir-Champenois, carrying with it, in its disordered movement, the 18th Division and a part of the 52nd Reserve Division. The 22nd Division also gave way in the neighborhood of L'Enharé. Notwithstanding all his efforts, the general commanding the Roman 11 Corps succeeded in stopping and rallying his troops only on the high ground south of Fir-Champenois. The 18th Division reformed south of Canantre. When news of these serious events reached me at my advanced headquarters at Pleurs, I ordered the Roman 11 Corps to reoccupy Fir-Champenois and to hold it at all costs. It was the only point of resistance in this region, and with the idea of making sure of it, I placed the whole of the 18th Division at the disposal of the Roman 11 Corps, on condition that the enemy be given no time to consolidate his position and methodically organize it, and provided that for the operation a body of unshaken reserves be employed, the place could be taken and used as a rallying point on which to reorganize the broken lines of the Roman 11 Corps. I also directed the Roman 9 Corps to join hands with the Roman 11 Corps in this direction, and then immediately make a common effort to drive back the enemy offensive coming from Moraines-le-Petit. In addition, I asked for assistance from the armies on my flanks. I hoped that the Fourth Army could come to the assistance of my left by putting in the Roman 21 Corps, whose arrival on the battlefield had been announced for September 8th. General de Langle replied to this suggestion by saying that this corps was already attacking in a northerly direction, and that the interval between our armies was too great for him to be able to render any assistance. I then turned to the Fifth Army, to whose commander I telephoned as follows. The right of the Ninth Army, Roman 11 Corps, is being heavily attacked by both the Guard Corps and the Saxon Roman 12 Corps 26, and I am unable to give it support, as my center, Roman 9 Corps, is also heavily engaged. It is also impossible for the Fourth Army to render any direct assistance. In order to relieve the pressure on my right, the Fifth Army is requested, if possible, to renew the attack on the plateau west of Champobert, in conjunction with the 42nd Division and the left of the Roman 9 Corps. General Despery replied at once. The primary mission of the X-Corps, as defined in operation orders, remains unchanged. This task is to support the left of the Ninth Army in driving back north of the Saint-Gond marshes any enemy forces attempting to debouch from Saint-Prix and Soisy-aux-Bois. I accordingly ordered the 42nd Division to vigorously continue its attacks, combining them closely with those of the Roman 9 and X-Corps. Having thus arranged for concerted and intensified action on the left, I turned my attention again to the right, where the situation, although appearing to be relieved, was still exceedingly serious. In addition to having sustained a heavy blow, my line here was threatened with envelopment. For the 9th Cavalry Division had been forced to abandon Semessus, and in so doing had uncovered the approaches to Montepreux. The enemy was therefore in a position to outflank the Roman 11 Corps before the latter could launch the attack on Fir-Champenois. To meet this danger, I instructed the Roman 11 Corps to cover the retirement of the 9th Cavalry Division, if this had not already been done, by occupying Semoine with several companies and thus close the gap at Montepreux. I also ordered the 9th Cavalry Division to operate along the Semessus-Meilly road, so as to furnish a support on the flank of our Montepreux attack, as well as to discover and delay the turning movement which I feared the enemy would make in that direction. In addition to this, and with the object, if need be, of gaining sufficient time for the attack on Fir-Champenois to be prepared, I ordered the 60th Reserve Division, which had withdrawn towards Semoine and Meilly, to be ready to launch counter-attacks against any hostile advance from the line of the Somme. Finally, I appealed once more to the Fourth Army for the assistance of the Roman 21 Corps. It is earnestly hoped that the Fourth Army will be able to have the Roman 21 Corps intervene today in the direction of Semessus. Unfortunately, this hope could not be realized, for contrary to arrangements made by the Fourth Army, and due to unforeseen delays, the Roman 21 Corps was not able to send any troops towards Semessus before the 9th. The enemy's success appeared to have cost him very dear, for while the Roman 11 Corps during the morning was proceeding to establish itself on the high ground south of Fir-Champenois, it met with little opposition. On its side, the Roman 9 Corps took steps to strengthen its right, which had become exposed by the retirement of the Roman 11 Corps in the early hours of the morning. This was effected by sending the 52nd Reserve Division to Cananter, where it made contact with the left of the Roman 11 Corps, and by posting the 17th Division on the line Monteut-Saint-Sophie farm, with orders to hold it at all costs. On the left of the Roman 9 Corps, the Moroccan Division, operating in liaison with the 42nd Division, had renewed its attacks early in the morning. It took the Poirier Ridge, and about 7 a.m. drove the Germans out of Oise. At the same time, the 42nd Division advanced on Saint-Prix, but was held up by the fire of heavy artillery posted on the high ground near Bay. News now came that the enemy was massing troops in the vicinity of Coizard, Courgionnet, and Villevenard. In spite of all these difficulties and the menace of an attack at the west end of the marshes, to meet which all the available troops of the Roman 9 Corps had been kept ready, I sent the commander of this corps repeated warnings to the following effect. The vital point for your corps today is its right, where you must give the Roman 11 Corps your full support. You will therefore move in this direction all your available troops, including those in the center which are not at present engaged. Thanks to the dispositions taken in compliance with these instructions, both the right and center of the 9th Army found themselves towards noon standing on the defensive and preparing in comparative quiet their concerted attack on Fir-Champenois. During this time, the 42nd Division, which at dawn had begun an attack along its whole front, had gained considerable ground. By 11 a.m., it had captured the wood of Soisiaux-Bois and the plateau north of Villeneuve. Acting in liaison with the X-Corps, which advanced on Courfeyrac and Boissy, it had captured by 11 o'clock the wood of Soisiaux-Bois and the plateau north of Villeneuve. About midday, its left, supported by the 51st Reserve Division of the X-Corps, reached Les Culottes-Courfeyrac, but its right was now able to advance only with much difficulty. At 2 p.m., the Germans opened a violent bombardment on the front Brausy-le-Petit-Mainol-Brausy-Rouve-Zoy-Saint-Prix, following it half an hour later by an infantry attack along the whole of that front. Issuing from the Saint-Gond marshes, the enemy seized Brausy-le-Petit and Mainol-Brausy, and in spite of the heavy losses inflicted by our artillery, he forced the Moroccan division to fall back to the line marked by the eastern edge of the Saint-Gond Woods Montgivroux-Montmontalement Wood and Ridge. Here, at nightfall, it dug itself in. While this was taking place on the left, I was busy getting the attack on Fir-Champenois launched as rapidly as possible. This action was essential, not only to check the envelopment with which the Roman 11 Corps was threatened, but also to bring relief to the hard-pressed Moroccan division. It was evident that the only way we could hope to frustrate the plans which, since the early hours of September 8th, the enemy had been methodically executing, was to take the offensive ourselves. Favored as he was by the wide stretches of open country, unless he was delayed by aggressive action on our part, he might very well reach our weakest spot, the gap 15 or 20 miles wide that lay between the right of the 9th Army and the left of the 4th. I therefore, at 3:30 p.m., urged the Roman 11 and Roman 9 Corps to deliver the attack on Fir-Champenois without delay. 5 Groups 27 of artillery prepared this operation. It was executed by 2 regiments of the 52nd Reserve Division, supported on the right by units of the 21st and 18th Divisions. Progress, although slow, was appreciable along the whole front. It was stopped by darkness. Some small parties only of the 52nd Reserve Division managed to get into Fir-Champenois, and that for but a short time. The attack had not reached all its objectives, but by forcing the enemy to halt and even fall back, it had fulfilled its purpose. September 8th had been a particularly severe day for the Ninth Army. From dawn until dusk, that army had been called upon to sustain repeated and heavy assaults. It had lost some ground, but its front remained unbroken, and the threat of envelopment that for many long hours had been hanging over us appeared by evening to be less menacing. This was a result of prime importance. Meanwhile, the heads of columns of the Roman 11 Corps were reported 5 miles south of Sampuis, and the 9th Cavalry Division, established near Meilly, was in contact with them. After following the progress of our attack on Fitchampenois, I returned to my headquarters at Plancy. From here, I gave orders for the Roman 11 and Roman 9 Corps to dig themselves in on the positions they had won. These preliminary arrangements made, I examined the general situation of my army, and I could not disguise from myself the fact that it was still very serious, especially as regarded my right wing. The Roman 11 Corps had been repeatedly and very heavily engaged. It was holding weak positions with worn-out troops. Liaison with the Fourth Army, due to the enemies having occupied Sampuis during the day, was most uncertain. It could only be definitely assured if the Roman 21 Corps arrived in time, and that corps was still quite distant. On our left, fortunately, the situation of the Fifth Army was more favorable. Throughout the day, it had continued to make excellent progress, and in these results my 42nd Division had had its share. Here at least we possessed some forces stimulated by victory, but above all it was the advantages afforded by the Champagne bluffs upon which we could count to ensure our resistance in this quarter. It even seemed possible that, by using this high ground as a pivot and moving in liaison with the X-Corps, we might undertake to re-establish the situation. My right wing, broken as it was by repeated attacks coming across an unsheltered plain, had to be given immediate help. Perhaps this aid could be furnished by withdrawing from the bluff reinforcements, which its great strength might make it possible to spare. Despite the 15 miles separating these forces from the region of Fitchampenois, to which place they must march in order to restore the battle there, no hesitation was possible. My left was in good posture. It must furnish succor to my right in distress. The only question was whether it could arrive in time. In any case, at 9 p.m., I telephoned to the commanding general of the Fifth Army, asking him to be good enough to have the X-Corps early on the 9th to relieve my 42nd Division, as I wished to move this division to Linz and Pleurs for employment on the right of the 9th Army. In reply, he not only agreed to do this, but he placed the 2 divisions and the corps artillery of the X-Corps at my disposal. Accordingly, on the evening of the 8th, I was able to issue the following orders for September 9th. The right of the 9th Army is heavily engaged in the direction of Semessus. The X-Corps has been placed under the orders of the 9th Army. The following operations will be carried out as early as possible on September 9th. The X-Corps will relieve the 42nd Division about 5 a.m. and will continue the attacks begun by that division against the line Bannay-Bay and especially along the road from Soisiaux-Bois to Bay. Contact will be established at Bay with the Moroccan Division, which is holding the line Saint-Gand-Woods-Montgivroux-Monmouth. The X-Corps will make sure beyond any possibility of miscarriage that the enemy does not get a footing on the plateau running from La Villeneuve-lès-Charleville to Montgivroux or on the northern approaches to this plateau. Units of the 42nd Division, as they are relieved by the X-Corps, will move via Broye-Saint-Loup to the line Linz-Pleurs, where the division will be formed in Army Reserve. The 42nd Division will keep the Moroccan Division informed of its movements. My command post will be at Plancy. Starting at daybreak on the 9th, the enemy's attacks, precisely as if he had divined my intentions, became more and more violent. First of all, advancing in force on our left, he overran the outposts of the Moroccan Division and pushed straight on to the village and the Château of Monmouth, which he captured about 6 p.m. The commander of the Roman 9 Corps at once placed his only remaining reserve, the 77th Infantry Regiment, at General Humbert's disposal. But this regiment was 5 miles away at Saint-Loup, and it would be a long while before it could make itself felt. To gain time for it to come up, General Humbert obtained from General Grossetti, whose troops had already been partly relieved by the X-Corps, 2 battalions of chasseurs, and some of the 42nd Division's artillery. The aid of these comparatively fresh troops, small in number though they were, was of great assistance to the Moroccan Division, which continued to put up a stout fight in the woods south of Mondment. The men held on under a terrific fire until the 77th Infantry was able to arrive. This regiment reached the scene about 11 a.m., and the danger was averted. At 2 p.m., aided by the remnants of a regiment of Zouaves, it delivered an attack at Mondment. This attack withered under heavy machine gun fire coming from the gate and windows of the Shadow. A 75mm gun was run up to within 500 yards of the gate, and a platoon of artillery pushed forward close to the southern end of the park. Then, at 6:30 p.m., in a dashing attack, the 77th drove out the enemy, and at 7 p.m., Colonel Lesterquoy, commanding the regiment, sent the following laconic report. I hold the village and Shadow of Mondment, and am establishing myself there for the night. The gallant resistance of the Moroccan Division during the 9th had been capital to the success of our armies. It had enabled the 42nd Division to carry out that most delicate operation, a flank march in the face of the enemy, and when every moment counted, to arrive in the nick of time. Again, if we had lost the high ground about Mondment, we could not have held the spur of a Lement. This ground in the hands of the enemy would have opened up to him that portion of the plain of Champagne to which the 9th Army had been clinging for dear life during 4 long days. And finally, this resistance on the part of the Moroccan Division was all the more precious in that the center and right of the army had continued to give way under the enemy's heavy blows. Let us return now to the Roman 11 Corps, which on the evening of September 8th was occupying the high ground south of Fir-Champenois. Early on the 9th, the Germans opened a heavy bombardment on our positions, and then, pursuing their plan of the day before, they launched infantry assaults against the center and right of this corps. The 18th and 22nd Divisions holding our line here were driven back to the south, and by 10 a.m., they had retired to the left bank of the Maurienne, where they reformed. The 21st Division, placed on the left of the Roman 11 Corps, at first withstood the heavy bombardment, but being far in advance and isolated, it too was forced back to the other side of the Maurienne. The situation on the right and center of the Roman 9 Corps was not much better. At daybreak, the 103rd Brigade, 52nd Reserve Division, which had advanced the evening before halfway between Cananter and Fir-Champenois, renewed its attack on the railway station at Fir. It could make no appreciable progress, and after a violent artillery duel, the enemy made a counter-attack and drove it back. It retreated under a murderous fire towards Cananter. General Dubois had ordered the 17th Division to maintain itself at all costs along the front, running from Monteaut to Nazet Farm and Saint-Saphi Farm, keeping contact on its right with the 52nd Reserve Division. But here also the enemy's pressure was increasing in its intensity. His artillery swept the whole plain, and unless the expected reinforcements arrived soon, the situation would become critical. With the object of encouraging our troops, I announced the imminent approach of the 42nd Division and the resumption of our offensive. The 42nd Division is coming up on the front Linspleurs. The fact that the Roman 11 Corps has been obliged to yield ground will in no way prevent us from resuming the offensive with this division, which will attack toward Cananter and Uvie. The Roman 9 Corps will cooperate by attacking the Moraine's Fir-Champenois road. The 42nd Division started at 8:30 a.m. It will be ready to attack about noon. The X-Corps has relieved the 42nd Division, and it is now at the disposal of the 9th Army. This corps has been ordered to support the Moroccan Division and at any price prevent the enemy from penetrating to the west of the Saint-Gond marshes. In their violent, repeated, and so far not very profitable attacks, the Germans must certainly have used up a large number of their troops. Was it not likely that their absence would be felt at some other point of the front? As has been seen, they had been attacking heavily ever since daybreak in the region of Saint-Prix and Mondment, and still more heavily in the direction of Fir-Champenois. Meanwhile, reports from French General Headquarters showed that our armies on the west were making notable progress. It was therefore essential for the issue of the battle that the Ninth Army hold out, at no matter what cost, until the advance made by our left wing became decisive. The task of the Ninth Army was thus perfectly clear. However hard it might prove, this army must contain the hostile forces on its front, prevent them from breaking through, and stop them where they were until victory was assured. I therefore once again called upon all ranks to put forth their best efforts, and by informing them of the enemy's situation along the rest of the battle front, I tried to communicate to them my own firm confidence in our ultimate success. Reports received at 9th Army Headquarters show that the German army, having been in movement without halt since the opening of the campaign, has reached the extreme limit of its endurance. In most of the units, officers and non-commissioned officers no longer exist. Regiments are marching mixed up together, and general officers have lost control. Convinced, as he was, that we were incapable of offering him any further resistance, our vigorous offensive has taken the enemy by surprise. It is impossible to exaggerate the importance of using advantage of this situation, and I ask each one of you to draw upon that last spark of energy which in its moments of supreme trial has never been denied our race. The disorder in the enemy's ranks is the herald of our victory. If you fight on with undiminished spirit, you will stop him today, and tomorrow we will begin to drive him out of our country. Remember that success will come to the side that holds out longest. The honor and safety of France are in the balance. One more effort, and you are certain to win. Reports from the entire front, moreover, are good. Meanwhile, the attacks against the center of the 9th Army continued with redoubled intensity, and our losses became heavier and heavier, until finally the commander of the Roman 9 Corps had only one company left in reserve. At 1130 p.m., the troops of the 52nd Reserve Division holding Monteaut fell back, causing a withdrawal of the whole of the 17th Division, which retired to a fresh position running from Hill 344, 2 miles from Linz, to St. Sophie Farm. Here it stood fast and stopped the hostile advance. On the front of the Roman 11 Corps, the enemy's attacks extended beyond the Vora, spread toward the Carroy rivulet, and ended in gaining possession of Carroy and Agnes. Part of the 18th Division was driven back into the woods south of Gergansen. Only the 22nd Division escaped assault, artillery fire alone being directed against it. On the extreme right, the 9th Cavalry Division, finding itself threatened by the continued infiltration of hostile cavalry into the valley of the Huetrel, fell back behind the Dasnon-Alibordières road. On the extreme left, fortunately, the Moroccan Division continued its gallant resistance on the high ground about Monmouth. Beyond this division, the X Corps, stoutly supported by the I Corps, constituting the right of the 5th Army, drove the enemy back and captured the Banat Bay position. This situation on the left enabled us at 9th Army Headquarters to devote our whole attention to Fir-Champenois. After withstanding the rude assaults launched by the enemy against this angle, the moment had now come for us to take decisive action. The arrival of the 42nd Division would give the signal. This division, after being relieved in the morning by the X Corps, had begun at once its march towards Linz and Linthels. Having been somewhat delayed by going to the aid of the Moroccan Division, it was only at 11:30 a.m. that it reached the main road leading to Cézanne. Then, crossing the Champagne Bluffs and descending into the plain, it marched across country, deployed in columns, in perfect order and at a good pace. At 1:45 p.m., I again informed this division what I expected of it. Starting from the general line Pleurs-Linz, you will attack the spur running from Pleurs to the north of Uvy. You will be flanked on the north by the Roman 9 Corps, which will attack against the road running from Fir to Moraines-le-Petit, and on the south by the Roman 11 Corps, which will attack the spur south of Uvy, hills 136 and 160, and along its whole front. Your attack will commence about 4 p.m. I then repeated my previous orders to the other units. These orders embraced the following, which were to be carried out under any and all circumstances. Roman 11 Corps, to attack the front Canantre-Montepru in conjunction with the 42nd Division. Roman 9 Corps, to make ready to execute the order quoted above, attacking to the north of and in liaison with the 42nd Division. 51st Reserve Division, to attack on the general line Saint-Pribe. X-Corps, to cooperate in the offensive prescribed for the 51st Reserve Division by attacking to the north of the St. Gond marshes in a west-east direction. I did not content myself with sending these orders. The action against Fierchampenois was so important and involved such a mass of detail that I sent Colonel Weygand to Linthels to give decisions on the spot. At 4 p.m., a meeting took place in this village between the Chief of Staff of the 9th Army and Generals Dubois and Grossetti, who settled between them the zones of action and the final details of the attack. The objectives assigned to all the available troops of the 17th and 52nd Divisions of the Roman 9 Corps were, in the first place, Fierchampenois, and then the line Moraines-le-Petit-Normais. The 42nd Division was to take the Canantre Ridge and Canantre, then the line Normais-Lenheret. The Roman 11 Corps was to reach the line Lenheret-Haussement. The attack was to start at 5:15 p.m. As it was of first importance that the right flank of the 42nd Division be firmly supported, and as the Roman 11 Corps seemed disposed to subordinate its action to that of this division, Colonel Weygand, at 5 o'clock, dispatched the following order direct to the 21st Division at Linthels. The 42nd Division is attacking at 5:15 p.m. from the line Linspleurs against Canantre Mill, north of Carroy. The Roman 11 Corps has been ordered to support the right of this advance by itself, attacking along its whole front. The 21st Division will move at once against the ridge, northwest of Uvie. On my side, I made a last appeal to the troops, urging them to put into this offensive all the strength they had left in them. Thus we were launching, on the evening of September 9th, from west to east, against Fierchampenois and its approaches, a vast counter-attack. It is true that the men were nearly worn out, but by now resuming a general offensive, we were showing our determination to win, and by timing it for the exact moment when the 42nd Division would bring its weight into the battle, there was an excellent chance that we would succeed against an enemy undoubtedly exhausted by his violent efforts of the previous days. Moreover, his very success had carried him southwards so rapidly that the forces opposing us now found themselves in a precarious position at the exact moment when the German system to the west of the St. Gond marshes was broken, indeed, falling apart. For in that region the X-Corps had gained ground rapidly, while farther to the north, the I-Corps had reached the road running from La Chapelle to Champaubert. It was now 6 o'clock, and the artillery bombardment was raging along our entire front. Every gun had been put into action. Night was approaching, and the moment had come when, by spending the very last drop of our energy, we might break the unstable nervous equilibrium and incline the balance in our favor. For the nerves of all were worn to their extreme limit. Germans and French alike, commanding generals as well as their men. The troops of the Roman 9 Corps moved to the attack on the left of the 42nd Division, advancing slowly and with difficulty through clumps of woods and bushes which had to be cleared with the bayonet. Large numbers of dead and wounded of the Prussian Guard testified to the efficiency of our fire, especially our 75. Night soon fell, but the advance kept on. Small parties of the enemy continued to fire as they fell back from one bunch of woods to another. The 42nd Division, starting from Linthels, advanced astride of the high road from Canantre to Fierchampenois. At midnight, the commander of the Roman 9 Corps reported that he had captured the Nazet farm and the approaches of St. Sophie farm, that his men were in marvelous spirits, and that his advance would be continued into the night. After a short halt, the troops pushed on, and by 5 o'clock on the morning of September 10th, the Roman 9 Corps was holding Moraines-le-Petit and Fierchampenois. By this time, the 42nd Division had reached the Canantre Ridge at Canantre. Farther to the south, the Roman 11 Corps had followed the movement. On the army's right, the 9th Cavalry Division had advanced towards Meilly, and the Roman 21 Corps of the 4th Army was within less than 3 miles of Sampuis. From this moment on, the whole of the Ninth Army was in march towards the Marne in the vicinity of Chalons. The region around Fierchampenois and all the roads leading to it gave manifest proof of the heavy losses inflicted on the enemy. Large numbers of prisoners were captured and quantities of material were gathered in. Signs of a precipitate retreat abounded. Chapter Roman 3, The End of the Battle and the Pursuit, September 10-12. Full information as to the results of our attacks of September 9th, hidden as they were by the darkness, did not reach my headquarters at Plancy during the evening. However, without waiting for details, I ordered that the offensive we had begun be pushed forward the next morning with the utmost vigor. The units were to move as follows: Roman 11 Corps against the front Semessis-Lenheret, 9th Cavalry Division on Melee, 42nd Division against the front Lenheret-Normay, Roman 9 Corps against the front Normay-Écurie-Morains-le-Petit, X Corps to block the issues from Montfort and attack towards Etoges and Villevenard in the general direction of Coligny and Bergers-les-Vertus. By 5 a.m. on the 10th, the hour ordered for these attacks to commence, the Roman 9 Corps had already reached most of its objectives. The Roman 11 Corps, the 42nd Division, and the X Corps had also resumed their advance. Their progress encountered few difficulties other than those presented by the mass of material the enemy had abandoned and the obstacles that at some points he had constructed. The few German cavalry patrols which we met retired without offering resistance. When at daybreak I was informed of the situation, and particularly as to the advance made in the region of Fierchampenois, I took steps to ensure that our success be exploited. To the X Corps, I repeated my orders of the previous day. The X Corps, with the 51st Reserve Division attached, is directed to carry out as rapidly and as vigorously as possible the prescribed attacks on Etoges and Coligny, in order that the Ninth Army, thus relieved of all anxiety concerning its left at the Saint-Gond marshes, may be free to take the offensive with its center and right, an operation which promises the most fruitful results. The Roman 9 Corps I ordered to connect up with the X Corps, which is attacking north of the Saint-Gond marshes in the direction of Etoges and Coligny, and as the X Corps advances, to withdraw from the southern exits of the marshes in order to employ all its available forces in the attack, which is to be pushed with the utmost violence along the whole front. The entire Ninth Army, in execution of these orders, was thus launched in a march towards the northeast, its left following along the Champagne bluffs. The unbroken plain stretched before it for 22 miles, right up to the Marne, and it was imperative to push forward without halting and reach the river as soon as possible. As I had no definite reports of the situation on the right of my army or the state of our liaison with the Fourth Army, I instructed the 9th Cavalry Division to send me immediate information as to the enemy, especially in the direction of Chalons and Sampuis. In addition, I ordered the commander of this division to unite his own unit with the 6th Cavalry Division 28, which had just arrived, and form the whole into a cavalry corps. My idea was to thereby create a more efficient instrument of pursuit. The new formation was to be effected on the Archise-Chalons road. At midday I moved my headquarters to Fierchampenois. 29. The Germans had completely sacked the town, and a characteristic sight was offered by the numberless broken bottles that littered the streets. It was difficult to pass on foot, on horseback, or even in a car. The Germans had taken care to empty all the wine cellars of this prosperous little Champagne town. Numbers of their soldiers, who had delayed too long, were captured in the houses. At the still burning railway station, where I found the general commanding the Roman 9 Corps, I issued orders for the heads of columns to push on during the day to the south. The advance continued on the whole front, but towards the end of the afternoon actions here and there against enemy rearguards slowed down our rate of progress from what it had been in the morning. For the enemy had been allotting to his rearguards a high proportion of artillery, and this began to delay our pursuit. At nightfall, the army had attained the general line Écurie-le-Repos-Lenheret-Poivres-Saint-Suzanne. On my left, the right of the Fifth Army had reached the Marne at Dormans, but had not yet gained contact with the Ninth Army. The left of the Fourth Army, Roman 21 Corps, was still in the vicinity of Sampuis. Instructions received from General Headquarters directed that on the following day the pursuit be continued, the Ninth Army being assigned the zone west of the Semessus-Chalons Road, inclusive. We had now to arrange for crossing the Marne. This meant marching to it as quickly as possible, seizing such bridges as were still intact, reconnoitering those destroyed and arranging for their repair. In other words, get over the river with the least delay, follow closely on the heels of the disorganized enemy, and give him no time to pause and recuperate. These were the ideas I had in mind when I issued my orders on the evening of the 10th. I added that time could be gained by trying to outflank and turn the enemy's rearguards, rather than by attacking them in front. This was to be accomplished by using widely deployed formations and by the cooperation of adjacent columns, close contact between which must be maintained. At 5 p.m., all the columns resumed the pursuit. The I Corps, Fifth Army, was to cross the Marne at Dormans, and the X Corps, that had been retained for the day of September 11th under the orders of the Ninth Army, was to march on Epernay, keeping in close liaison with the I Corps. The object was to explore, and by turning it, to clear up the wooded high ground which lay between the two armies, likewise to reconnoiter and seize immediately the important crossing at Epernay. I also had in view the effect on the general course of the battle which might be obtained by the action of my army against the enemy corps facing the Fourth Army. On the evening of the 10th, we again encountered the German rearguards. During the night, those holding Clampanges and Traken were driven back. On the morning of the 11th, the road was at last clear, and the Ninth Army was able to continue its advance with hardly any opposition. I urged the units under my orders to push on to the Marne as rapidly as possible and seize, before night, all points of crossing in their respective zones. The directions of march assigned were Roman 9 Corps, Aulnay-sur-Marne and downstream from that point. 42nd Division, Maraugues Corps and the Cavalry Corps, Mary-Sagny-Chalons. Meanwhile, I collected at Fierchampenois all the trucks that were available, in order to rush infantry to such bridges as might be reported as still intact. No indication reached us, however, which permitted us to profit by this precaution. In fact, the march of our columns, notwithstanding the absence of any reaction on the part of the enemy, had become rather slow. The men were worn out, and their fatigue was further augmented by an unceasing rain that rendered the Champagne country almost impassable. At the end of the day, the X-Corps on the left of the army got as far as Epernay and pushed small elements north of the Marne. The Roman 9 Corps reached the river valley at Plivat and Athis. The 42nd Division was in the wooded country north of Germanen and Velay, with advance guards at Thibby. The Roman 11 Corps was on the line Thibby-Fury-Circoul, its 18th Division having pushed small parties even as far as Chalons. These, however, fell back to the main body of the division at nightfall. The Cavalry Corps had sent detachments to the bridges over the Marne at and above Chalons. Reconnaissances showed that the bridge at Chalons was intact and barricaded. The bridges at Sagny and Sarry were also found undamaged. These were each seized and occupied by a squadron. Along the remainder of the Ninth Army's front, the bridges over the Marne had been destroyed. Not until the following day did any reports reach my headquarters, although the Cavalry Corps was in the region of Saint-Quentin-sur-Coul, while I myself, in my anxiety to have early news of the situation on the Marne, had spent the night in the town hall at Fierchampenois. I wanted to be as close as possible to all sources of information in order to make immediate decisions. But nothing came in during the night. Under these conditions, the passage of the Marne by the right of my army the next morning, September 12th, could only be effected very slowly. During the day of September 11th, the enemy had retreated along the whole front of the Fourth Army, and the Roman 21 Corps, on the left of that army, had succeeded by nightfall in moving its advance guards to the Marne near Mary. The Fifth Army had continued its advance north of the Marne. Meanwhile, fresh instructions came from the Commander-in-Chief. He had received news on September 10th from the general commanding the Fifth Army that the Germans were in full retreat, a portion of their forces moving northward in the direction of Soissons, and a portion towards Epernay and to the east of that place. The Fifth Army was therefore driving a wedge into the German front by forcing apart the two groups that seemed to be in process of formation, one to the east of Epernay and the other to the northwest of Soissons. Seizing the idea, General Headquarters proposed for September 11th a combined action by our 9th, 4th, and 3rd Armies against the eastern group of the enemy, and by the 6th and British armies against the northwestern group, while the 5th Army was to pursue its advance due north, holding itself ready to support either one or the other of our groups of armies. The operations of the 3rd, 4th, 9th, and 5th Armies were defined as follows. The 9th and 4th Armies will concentrate their efforts against the center and left wing of the enemy, seeking to force him back to the northwest. The 3rd Army, continuing its advance north, will make every effort to cut his communications. The 5th Army will maintain a detachment on the right of the British Army and another on the left of the 9th Army. It will so dispose its main body that it can act against either the enemy northwestern group or against his northeastern group, in accordance with the situation. The advance of the Allied armies will be in a general northeasterly direction. In addition, the Commander-in-Chief instructed General Despery to use the X-Corps for maintaining constant touch with the 9th Army and for assuring to that army any needed support. Consequently, the 5th Army commander on September 12th took the X-Corps under his orders. In writing me of this decision, General Despery added, "You can count upon me, as I have already proved you could, on September 8th and 9th. In accordance with these instructions, the pursuit was resumed on the 12th at 5 a.m. along the entire 9th Army front. The army reached the Marne between Sarry and Condé. With the idea of intercepting the enemy columns in retreat towards the Argonne, I had instructed the cavalry corps to march rapidly towards Auve. It was to be supported by an infantry division of the Roman 11 Corps sent toward L'Épine and Tilloy. I added to my orders. The day's program remains unchanged. Attack everywhere, push forward everywhere. At 9 a.m., my command post was established at Chaintrix-Spierges. 30 during the whole of the night, the Roman 9 Corps had worked repairing the bridges over the Marne at Condé, Tours, and Bissuil, and at 9 a.m., it began to cross the river. The 42nd Division threw an infantry footbridge across the stream at Madauges and used it to cross one of its brigades. The other brigade and all-wheeled traffic had to go to the bridge at Chalons, held by the left of the Roman 11 Corps. This delayed considerably the division's advance. The Roman 11 Corps crossed at Chalons, its 3 divisions moving in double column. The leading division, the 18th, started to cross at 5 a.m. The demolition charges that had been prepared to destroy the bridges were found intact, but the Germans evidently had been too pressed for time to detonate them. The 60th Reserve Division had to use the bridges at Sagny and Sarry, but as the Roman 21 Corps was ahead of it, this division was not able to begin crossing until 9:30 a.m., which would have made it late in bringing its support to the Cavalry Corps had such been required. The Cavalry Corps had also crossed by the bridges at Sagny and Sarry, but not until after the troops of the Roman 21 Corps, which had arrived before its turn, had passed over. The action prescribed for the cavalry was thus considerably delayed. However, it pushed forward some elements of the 9th Cavalry Division on L'Épine, Tilloy, and Auve, and of the 6th Cavalry Division towards Marsan, Moivre, and Herpont. By evening, the 6th Cavalry Division, after cannonading a hostile column in the direction of Poix, reached Herpont and Dammartin-sur-Yevre. The 9th Cavalry Division had difficulty in overcoming the resistance of an enemy rearguard at L'Épine. Owing to this and other delays, the division was not able to advance beyond Tilloy. The Cavalry Corps thus failed to fully accomplish what we had hoped and expected of it, namely to attack in flank the hostile columns moving north. But these had been able to retire in almost complete security, and the cavalry had to limit itself merely to following the rearguards which the columns left behind to cover their retreat. As the Cavalry Corps might now interfere with the advance of the 4th Army, I ordered it to assemble its divisions in the vicinity of Bussy-le-Chateau and La Chappe, prepared to continue on the 13th its mission of pursuit in liaison with the Roman 11 Corps. The fatigue of the men and the exhaustion of some of the officers following the trials of the retreat and the exigencies of a furious battle lasting several days were now more and more evident, notwithstanding the stimulation brought by their success. Nevertheless, in spite of their physical exhaustion, troops who have won a great victory perfectly understand the immense consequences which will ensue if their commanders, no longer depressed by defeat, but now elated by triumph, refuse to content themselves with enjoying the turn of fortune, but on the contrary, seek with new ardor, foresight, and decision to enlarge the results obtained. If the enemy is allowed a few days' respite, all the work must be done over again, and what might be accomplished today at the expense of exhausting, even cruel effort, will have to be purchased tomorrow at the price of the soldier's blood. When evening came, the heads of the 9th Army's columns had arrived on the line Trépay-les-Grands-Loges-Cuperley. On the left, the ex-corps of the 5th Army had reached the Yssel above Reims. On the right, the Roman 21 Corps of the 4th Army was holding Bussy-le-Chateau and Saint-Rémy-sur-Bussy. At 1:00 p.m., I entered Chalons and established my headquarters at the prefecture. All day long, there passed through the town in perfect order the numerous columns of the Roman 11 Corps, as well as the artillery and trains of the 42nd Division and the Roman 9 Corps. These, having found it dangerous to attempt to cross the Marne by the hastily repaired bridges on their front, came to Chalons, where the bridge was intact. The Germans had swept the town of everything to eat, as well as of all the accessories to cleanliness, and for several days the army had to supply such necessities to the inhabitants. Many of these had remained during the German occupation, others soon returned. The Hotel Haute-Merde, where we dined that evening, providing, by the way, our own food and cooks, had, on the previous night, served a sumptuous meal to a number of distinguished personages of the Saxon army, headed by the Crown Prince of Saxony. We were certainly on the enemy's heels. The Battle of the Marne was drawing to a close. It was undoubtedly a great victory. It was the work of the man who, as early as August 24th, had begun to plan it, and who had carried it through to the end, the Commander-in-Chief, General Joffre. Immediately after our repulses on the frontier, he had clearly perceived wherein the game had been poorly played. He therefore broke off the action with the idea of resuming it energetically as soon as he had repaired the weaknesses discovered. Clear as to the enemy's intentions, fully unveiled as they now were by his powerful maneuver across Belgium, he did not hesitate to undertake a new distribution of his forces, as well as a reassignment of general officers made necessary by several proofs of incapacity. He created an army of maneuver on the west and then continued his retreat until a favorable moment for halting his forces should present itself. When this moment arrived, he judiciously combined the offensive with the defensive after executing an energetic about-face. By a magnificently planned stroke, he dealt the invasion a mortal blow. From the Arc to Lorraine, all the armies had moved to battle in perfect cohesion and with ferocious energy, knowing full well that the country could not survive the disaster which would follow defeat in such a vast encounter. The higher commanders and their staffs had vied with one another in carrying out their tasks, giving mutual help in the finest spirit of comradeship and discipline. The men had fought until they fell exhausted in their tracks, only to rise and fight more fiercely than before. This battle proved once more that the spirit of an army in war is the reflection of the profoundest sentiments of the nation, and when these unseen forces are wisely directed by a capable commander-in-chief, a great historical event results. Such was the meaning of the Marne. Paris, the heart of the country, had been saved by a victory in which her own immediate defenders had done their share. They had been sent to the battle by her military governor, who realized that by so doing he was deciding the fate of the capital. The German plan had failed, the prestige of the German army was broken. The swift and violent invasion which was to put France out of action had not only been stopped, but it had been driven back and partly disorganized. Under these circumstances, it remained to be seen how the enemy was going to rearrange his forces and what new plan of operations he was going to adopt on the Western Front. During this time, and here were questions which concerned us deeply, would not the great Russian masses in the Eastern Theater be able to make themselves felt? Again, was the high command of the Central Powers of a caliber to conduct upon two fronts an action henceforth sure to be separated, which had already failed when concentrated upon only one? On August 28th, when I took command of the Ninth Army, the communiqué ran, "From the Somme to the Vosges, the invasion is triumphant." That of September 10th read, "The victory of the French is confirmed." I was happy that it had fallen to me to have a not unimportant part in this reversal of fortune for our arms. The German forces that had attacked the Ninth Army with the object of breaking through the center of the French front were as follows. German Second Army, X-Corps, whose attack bore also in part against the French X-Corps, X-Reserve Corps, and Guard Corps. German Third Army, Roman 13 Corps, 32nd and 23rd Divisions, and Roman 12 Reserve Corps, 23rd and 24th Reserve Divisions. While engaged at Chalons in cleaning up all sorts of matters, there arrived, at the same time as the happy confirmation of the greatness of our victory, news of the sad losses which my family had suffered at the front, beginning on August 22nd. This information was sent me by General Sarrail, commanding the Third Army. Engrossed as I was in pressing matters which concerned my country's interests, I had no time even to mourn for my dead. But I did feel that if these willing sacrifices were not to remain sterile, it was imperative to exploit with the greatest rapidity the success that had been gained. While at Chalons, also, various notabilities of the region came to see me. First was Monsieur Chapron, prefect of the Department of the Marne. I made him my apologies for having taken possession of his prefecture and led him to hope that we would only have need of it for a short time. As a matter of fact, it was destined for many long months to house an army headquarters. Monsieur Chapron was followed by Monseigneur Tissier, Bishop of Chalons, who had remained at his post during the German invasion. He was recounting the events of the brief occupation, how by his personal appeal to the Crown Prince of Saxony he had been able to save the town from certain heavy contributions, when there arrived Monsieur Bourgeois, a senator of the department, together with Monsieur Monfeuillard and Dr. Peychander, two of its deputies. We all took a moment from our preoccupations to celebrate the greatness and the strength of our beloved France, which in utter forgetfulness of all party quarrels had united all of her sons to drive back the invader. Ninth Army Corps, Chalons, 20/9/1914. My dear General, I have today, September 20th, received your letter of August 28th. It increases my remorse at not having written you sooner, but there has been so much to do. On August 29th, I took over the command of an army detachment of 2 corps, 1 division of cavalry, 2 reserve divisions, in retreat, that is to say, in route. I led it almost to the Orbe in retreat, then, from the 6th, forward to Fère-Champenoise. There, a great 5-day battle took place with troops that had as yet recovered little of their morale. What hours of agony! At last we are victorious. I am showered with compliments, but above all, my troops have recovered their morale. Nothing daunts them now. What a beautiful thing is victory from this point of view of confidence. As soon as we passed the Marne, we were stopped by a line of first-class fortifications. I have no heavy artillery, I am blocked. After tomorrow I shall have some, and then I shall strike a powerful blow. Meanwhile, I'm up to 5 army corps, 2 cavalry divisions, 2 reserve divisions. My family affairs are most distressing. Baycourt and my son killed August 22nd near Jappecourt on the Belgian frontier. I learned of it September 13th and broke the news gently to my wife, who is still at Plougian, Finisterre. They must have known nothing about it there, and now I tremble to think of the consternation in their midst, of the grief of my poor womenfolk. As for me, I am steeling myself in regard to this matter that I may not fail in my duty, but it is not easy. The cruel sacrifices that we are making must not have been made in vain. I am working toward that end with all the energy of which I am capable, absolutely confident of the outcome of the struggle, with the help of God. Farewell, my dear General. In your grief, please believe more than ever in my profound and devoted respect. F. Foch. Chapter Roman 4, The Halt. On September 13th, the Ninth Army continued the pursuit towards the line of the Pai and the Suip. The cavalry corps, leading, reached the river Suip about 9 a.m. It found Suips and Somme-Suip still occupied by the Germans. At 2 p.m., the advance guards of the 22nd Division, the right column of the Ninth Army, and the left column of the Roman 21 Corps, Fourth Army, came up and went into action. Suips and Somme-Suip were taken, and the cavalry corps resumed its advance towards Soissons. But it soon encountered fresh opposition on the edge of the woods between the Suip and the Aisne. Resistance so frequent and so close showed that there was no room for the employment of a mass of cavalry on the front of the army. I therefore broke up the cavalry corps, placing one brigade at the disposal of each corps, and holding the remainder of the 6th Cavalry Division on the east and of the 9th Cavalry Division on the west, my object being to outflank any points of resistance and maintain contact with the neighboring armies. Reconnaissances soon disclosed enemy entrenchments on the other side of the Suip, along the Roman road, which followed the high ground north of the river. After heavy fighting by the Roman 11 Corps along the Suip and the Roman 9 Corps in the region of Prosnes and Les Marquises, the Ninth Army, on the evening of the 13th, found itself halted on the line Sillery-Suips, abreast of the armies on its right and left, but without being able to determine whether the resistance encountered came from rearguards or from the main body of the enemy forces. This could be ascertained only by further operations. Accordingly, the Commander-in-Chief, in his instructions for September 13th, ordered the pursuit to be vigorously continued in a general northerly direction. He also decided to assign the Roman 21 Corps, 31 as of September 14th, to the Ninth Army, whose zone of action had been widened. In obedience to these instructions and pursuant to my own orders, the Ninth Army resumed the pursuit on the 14th, with the object of gaining, if possible, the line of the Aisne. But barrage fire from the hostile artillery in position prevented any appreciable advance. As a matter of fact, the Germans were strongly entrenched on a line marked approximately by the Roman road, Soissons-Perthes-les-Hurlus, and there was no longer any doubt that we were everywhere confronted by a powerfully organized system of defenses. The question to determine was whether this system was occupied by the main body of the German army, determined to renew the battle there, or only by strong rearguards, whose mission was to put up a protracted resistance behind which the general retreat might be safely continued or preparations made for a maneuver in some other region. In view of this uncertainty, the Commander-in-Chief issued the following orders. If the enemy continues to retire, the 4th and 9th Armies are to drive him back to the Meuse and into the difficult region of the Ardennes. If he attempts to stand fast, they are to contain him and prevent him from sending help to his right wing. The practical result may be that these two armies will find themselves effecting a movement of conversion toward the northeast, which might carry them to the line Stenay-Rocroi, the 9th Army being below Sedan. At the same time, the Commander-in-Chief emphasized the importance of not making frontal attacks on the prepared positions of the enemy rearguards. They should be turned. He also directed that the artillery of our advance guards be strengthened. This would save the troops much fatigue, as the main bodies would be able to move more rapidly and in greater security. Finally, he prescribed that ammunition be husbanded, especially high-explosive shell. Shrapnel was to be used in preference, as in many cases it was more effective than shell. In order to break through the entrenched line which had held up my troops the day before, I ordered methodical attacks to be carried out on the 15th. The enemy's strong points were to be captured one by one, and all conquered ground was to be firmly organized, while all the time maintaining a most aggressive attitude. In compliance with these orders, the Roman 21 Corps attacked the Soissons position after a long artillery preparation. By the end of the day, it had gained possession of the village and ridge to the northeast. Farther towards the east, it took the woods south of the road from Swain to Perths-les-Hurles. The remainder of the army had not been able to make any progress on the whole of our front. The same was the case with the 5th and 4th Armies. We had come up against strong positions, defended by machine guns and well-concealed artillery. In several places, they were protected by barbed wire. It was quite clear, this time, that we were confronted by an adversary who was determined to resist. In consequence, the commander-in-chief telegraphed, "The enemy seems to be disposed to accept a new battle on positions he has prepared north of the Aisne, the Vesle, and the Suip, where his rearguards appear to have been strengthened. Consequently, measures applicable to a pursuit are no longer sufficient. Methodical attacks must be organized and all ground consolidated as it is won." The pursuit had come to an end. The following days were to witness, first on one side and then on the other, attempts to break through the opposing lines. When all of these efforts had ended in failure, the front was to become stabilized for many long months. In accordance with the commander-in-chief's instructions, the 9th Army proceeded to prepare methodical attacks with the object of seizing the strong points of the enemy's line along its front. By making these without delay, there was a possibility of finding him not yet completely organized and established, and so overcome him more easily. In any case, an aggressive and sustained activity would serve to keep him continually under the threat of penetration and prevent him from moving his reserves elsewhere. In this way, the French commander-in-chief would have time to prepare an operation in some new direction. By retaining the initiative, and with it, the mastery of events, he could combine a new and powerful maneuver in some other theater. For it would be an error to suppose that a victory such as that of the Marne, however important it might be, would suffice to disorganize completely an army as powerful as was that of Germany in 1914. The only way to achieve this end would be to strike one blow after another, and that without delay. Then, taking advantage of the derangement of the enemy's plans and his resulting perturbation, surprise him by swift and unexpected movements which he was not yet ready to meet. Tactics of this description seemed no longer possible in Champagne, where the arrival of reinforcements and the time given them to organize the terrain now enabled the Germans to put up a solid resistance and stop the exploitation of our victory in that region. But it was possible for our high command to resume and pursue this exploitation by rapidly changing the point of our attacks into another and less defended region, that on the left of our armies. If in this new theater we should take a hardy initiative, the moral ascendancy which our success had brought us would give our army the driving power to push it home. The determining factor was time, and it was essential to cut this down to the utmost. In order to hold the hostile forces on its front, the 9th Army, on September 16th and 17th, concentrated its efforts in an endeavor to seize the heights of Morinvilliers. The attack was held up along our whole front by well-made trenches, the approaches to which were swept by artillery flanking fire, and by heavy batteries posted in rear and well beyond the range of our guns. Under these conditions, our progress was almost nil. As a matter of fact, the enemy, during several days, had been organizing this terrain with all the resources of modern science, and it now presented a resistance far superior, not only to the material means we had at our disposal, but to our conceptions of attack, based, as the latter were solely upon the open warfare of the past. Sheltered in trenches that grew deeper day by day, the Germans could defy our field artillery. Then, on the approach of our infantry, whose advance naturally caused this artillery to cease firing, they brought well-sheltered machine guns into action. Against these, our infantry, however gallant and well-led they might be, could make no headway with rifle fire alone. It was already evident that the defenses of the German positions, dugouts, and machine guns would have to be demolished by heavy artillery fire before they could be taken by assault. We had no heavy artillery in our army corps as yet, and not much field artillery ammunition remained on hand. On the afternoon of September 17th, the Commander-in-Chief instructed the 9th Army to extend its front to the west, relieving the X Corps, which formed the right of the 5th Army. The object of this move was to permit the eventual employment of that corps on General Despéri's left, where he seemed threatened by an enemy concentration in the direction of Laon. To compensate for this, I was given the Roman 12 Corps 32 from the 4th Army. I at once issued the necessary orders, and September 18th was taken up in carrying out the exchange. During the process, a heavy bombardment was directed upon us and strong attacks delivered on 2 of our divisions. On the 19th, while my army was getting ready to resume its attack north with the idea of capturing the massif of Moronvilliers, the enemy forestalled us. In the morning he seized Soignes, which we counterattacked and retook. On the Roman 9 Corps front, a reconnaissance pushed out by the Moroccan division north of Les Marquises, meeting only weak parties of the enemy, advanced about half a mile. Here a second position, strongly organized, was encountered, and the reconnoitering detachment retired at nightfall to its point of departure. The 52nd Reserve Division was obliged to withdraw from Bethany, which artillery fire had made untenable. The enemy continued to bombard Reims, and the cathedral was in flames. In the meantime, violent attacks had been launched north and south of the Aisne against the 5th Army. The Commander-in-Chief, having instructed me to support this army in every possible manner, I at once sent the following order to the Roman 11 Corps. While maintaining at all costs the line in front of and to the southeast of Reims, where its action must be aggressive, the Roman 11 Corps will make preparations to deliver an attack northwest of Reims in support of the right of the 5th Army. Execution will be as rapid as possible. In accordance with this order, the Roman 11 Corps organized an attack with 3 brigades, but it could not be launched, as the zone of action assigned to it had not yet been vacated by the X-Corps. The Commander-in-Chief now emphasized once more the need of strict economy in the use of ammunition. He added that neglect of this injunction might lead to very grave consequences. The retirement of the enemy in front of the Moroccan division, which had first been noticed on the 19th, induced me to clear up the situation. I therefore ordered the Roman 9 Corps to resume its attacks early on the 20th in the direction of Norroy and Bain. The Moroccan division succeeded in advancing about 300 yards north of Les Marquises, traversing the ground which the reconnaissance had covered the day before. The division established itself there and held firm in spite of a sharp counterattack, but it was unable to make any impression on the new German lines. The attempts of the 9th Army since September 16th to penetrate the enemy's front, and especially those made by the Roman 9 Corps against Moronvilliers, had demonstrated the strength of the German organizations which faced us. It was now evident that the only way to break through would be to mount an attack in force, powerfully supported by heavy artillery and directed against some vital point of the enemy's defense. A study both of the terrain and of the tactical situation indicated that the high ground between Nogent El Abbas and Beru best lent itself to this action. It was here, therefore, that I decided to make the attempt. In the meanwhile, work on our defenses would be pursued along the whole front, while the troops not employed in the first line could be rested and reorganized. This was the situation when at 11 a.m. on September 21st, a telephone message from the Commander-in-Chief reached Chalons, ordering the Roman 11 Corps to be transferred to the 6th Army. It was to march that evening to the area south of Soissons. Upon receipt of this order, I at once constituted a new body of troops composed as follows. The 23rd Division, Roman 12 Corps, which was in Army Reserve near Mermelin. 1 Brigade of the 42nd Division. The Moroccan Division. The 52nd Reserve Division. The 9th Cavalry Division. This group, which I called the Combined Corps, was placed under the orders of General Humbert, commanding the Moroccan Division. Its mission was to ensure the defense of the front between Nouvelette and Prunay. It was also to make arrangements for the attack I contemplated for a later date on the Beru Massif. The relief of the Roman 11 Corps troops then in the front line was effected without difficulty during the night of the 21st-22nd, and about 7 a.m. on the 22nd, the last elements of that corps left the Reims area. By the morning of the 23rd, the Combined Corps was entirely formed and was making preparations for the attack east of Rheims. However, a movement of German forces toward the northeast was now reported by the Fifth Army. To oppose it, that army attacked to the north and northeast on the morning of the 23rd. I therefore instructed General Humbert to support this attack with his artillery, and then, towards 3 p.m., I directed him to act with all his available forces. In execution of this last order, the Moroccan division advanced against the line La Pimpelbois du Dessert. Progress was slow, and the ground gained was soon lost as the result of a heavy counter-attack. Our object, however, had been achieved, as General Humbert had drawn against himself all the hostile forces in his zone of attack. Indeed, air reconnaissances showed that German troops reported that very morning in close formation behind the line facing the combined corps had been brought up into the line. During the 4 following days, September 24th, 25th, 26th, and 27th, the Ninth Army concentrated all its efforts with a view to capturing the entrenched heights of Cernales-Reims-Nogent El Abbas Beru. The main operation was carried out by the combined corps, supported by the other corps on its right. I established my command post on the 24th at Verzenay, and at 7 o'clock that morning, the attack started. On the left, the 52nd Reserve Division advanced for about half a mile in the direction of Cernay-les-Reims. The 42nd Division captured the fort of La Pimpelle and the Alger Farm, while the Moroccan Division gained a little ground towards the Bois du Dessert and to the north of Les Marquises. In the center, the Roman 9 Corps could make no progress. On the right, the Roman 12 Corps advanced about a quarter of a mile towards Auberive and the Vaidegrange Spur, while the Roman 21 Corps gained a footing on Hill 155, west of Swine. On the whole, fair progress had been made, and the situation seemed especially promising on the front of the combined corps. Consequently, at midday, I gave orders to accentuate the offensive, and after a careful artillery preparation, to resume the attack and continue it till nightfall. To the Roman 9 Corps, which was in an exceptionally good position to assist the combined corps, I gave the following instructions. In order to support the attack now being made by General Humbert's forces, the infantry of the Roman 9 Corps, in particular the 17th Division, will renew its attacks punctually at 4 p.m. Ground 1 during the day will be held and consolidated. Artillery will push batteries forward toward the front line. In the afternoon, however, the enemy put up a strong resistance, and our troops, finding themselves faced by trenches defended with barbed wire and flanked by artillery and machine guns, made only insignificant progress. When fighting ended at nightfall, the 42nd Division alone could claim an advance, effected north and east of the Alger Farm. On the 25th, the attack was renewed on the left of the army. The right was not to move without further orders. The combined corps progressed to the east of Rheims for about half a mile between the Linct and the Jouissance. Nothing was reported from the rest of the front. On the 26th, the Ninth Army was to continue the operations of the previous day, but its plans were upset by a serious offensive on the part of the enemy. Warning of this coming attack was received some hours before it took place through an intercepted radio dispatch. I made this known to my troops in the following terms. It appears from an intercepted wireless message that the Kaiser has ordered the German armies to attack today along the whole front. This order arrives at the very moment when the Allied armies have completed their preparations for launching an offensive with their left wing. The circumstances, therefore, are greatly in our favor, and if we act energetically, the enemy is certain to be defeated. The general commanding the Ninth Army counts upon the exertions of all to maintain their positions intact and to seize every opportunity for taking the offensive. The Germans began with an extremely violent artillery preparation and then delivered an attack along the whole front. Their efforts were first directed on Saint-Léonard, east of Rheims, where a guard division succeeded in forcing our 23rd Division back to the bridge over the canal. General Humbert at once took the necessary measures, but his reserves were soon expended. He therefore asked that, in view of the extent of the German attack, all available troops, if there are any remaining, be directed to my area. Accordingly, I ordered the Roman 9 Corps to send at once a brigade of its reserves to the combined corps. 4 battalions, the only troops it had available, were immediately dispatched from Thuisy towards the region south of Puisieux. To replace these battalions, a brigade of the Roman 21 Corps, not then in the line, was ordered to report to the Roman 9 Corps. However, the Roman 9 Corps itself soon became heavily engaged about Prasnes, being attacked by a Saxon infantry division. The left of this attack completely failed, but north of Prasnes, the enemy reached the Roman road, and fighting there continued throughout the evening and well into the night. In the direction of Saint-Hilaire and Soignes, all the German efforts were blocked by the stubborn resistance of the Roman 12 and Roman 21 Corps. To sum up, it could be said on the evening of the 26th that the great German offensive on the 9th Army's front had failed, and the little ground we had lost we recaptured the next day. On the 27th, the Roman 9 Corps entirely re-established its line. On its side, the combined corps, in conjunction with the 23rd and 42nd Divisions, carried out an attack on the enemy trenches north of the St. Leonard Bridge. This action was skillfully supported by the few heavy guns we had, and it succeeded completely. By the evening of the 27th, the situation on the whole front of the 9th Army had been restored. This powerful offensive undertaken by the Germans was definitely arrested. Such was not the case as regards the 5th Army. Reports had come to me that the Roman 3 Corps on the right of that army was heavily attacked, and I was directed to hold myself in readiness to intervene, if necessary, in order to disengage it. At this moment, however, there arrived from the Commander-in-Chief an important dispatch, which definitely prescribed the attitude we were to assume from now on. He informed his subordinates that the shortage in artillery ammunition had brought about a situation which, from being critical, might even become tragic. I learned that I would receive no more 75 mm shell for 2 or 3 weeks, and I was directed to regulate my operations accordingly. Moreover, the Commander-in-Chief's plans now contemplated a maneuver north of the Oise, which aimed at turning the German right. As a consequence, the Allied armies from the Oise to the Swiss frontier would be obliged to stand on the defensive. I immediately directed my corps commanders to organize their fronts defensively, improve their installations, and seize this opportunity to give the troops some rest. The reason for our change of attitude was to be carefully explained to the men. In addition, I gave orders to restrict the expenditures of ammunition. The period of big operations for the 9th Army thus came to an end, the more especially since, along its front, the enemy now also assumed a defensive attitude. From September 28th to October 4th, nothing of any importance affecting the general situation took place in this quarter. On October 1st, the Roman 21 Corps was relieved from the 9th Army and transported to the north. To meet the situation thus created, I drew up instructions prescribing the methods to be pursued in the defensive organization of an extended front. The basis of this organization was the establishment of a system of defense in depth, which would ensure both increased resistance and economy of force. After October 4th, the operations on the front of the 9th Army entered upon a period of stagnation that lasted some time. The enemy was established in commanding positions, armed with powerful artillery of large caliber. He had constructed continuous lines of deep trenches protected by machine guns and flanked by cannon, generally well concealed. It was not the moment to try to drive him out. On the other hand, his big offensive of September 26th had completely failed. Moreover, our own defenses were getting stronger every day and gave us greater security against any attacks he might deliver. Under these conditions, nothing decisive could be expected for a long time in the Champagne region. What was happening on the rest of the front, and more especially in our armies constituting the left wing, I knew only vaguely through the daily communiques. It was in this state of ignorance that I received, on the afternoon of October 4th, a message from the Commander-in-Chief calling me to his headquarters at Romilly-sur-Seine. I reported there about 4 p.m. General Joffre informed me that the primary object of the operations then being pursued on the western wing of the Allied armies was to envelop the German army's opposing wing. If this should prove impossible, the maneuver would serve to prevent any corresponding attempt on the part of the enemy to envelop our left. With this object in view, he had transported to the left of the 6th Army, north of the Oise and Somme, General de Castelnau's 2nd Army, headquarters at Bretuil. An army detachment under the command of General de Mordhai, headquarters at Saint-Paul, had also been constituted for the same purpose and was now moving on Arras. This detachment was being constantly reinforced and given a more and more independent role. On October 5th, it would be transformed into the 10th Army. Liaison between these two armies, the 2nd and the 10th, was maintained by a group of territorial divisions under the command of General Brugge, with headquarters at Doullens. In addition to this, the British Army had asked to be transferred from the Aisne to our left flank. This request had been acceded to, and the move would shortly take place. British headquarters was to be established at Saint-Omer. Finally, arrangements would have to be made, sooner or later, for cooperation with the Belgian army, now grouped in the vicinity of Antwerp. In the presence of certain hesitations manifested by some of our commanders in this region, and with a view to coming to satisfactory agreements with our allies, the Commander-in-Chief had decided to send me immediately to the north, where I would take charge of our affairs and coordinate our operations with those of the Allied armies. I was to have the title of assistant to the Commander-in-Chief. I returned at once to my headquarters at Chalons, arriving there at 7 p.m. I formed a staff, sent for General Humbert, then at the head of the combined corps, and handed over to him the command of the 9th Army. Ever since the outbreak of the war, this young general officer had given the highest proofs of calmness and judgment, coupled with energy and decision. I settled with him all outstanding matters, said goodbye with considerable emotion to good Monsieur Chaperon, the prefect of the Marne, and at 10 p.m. I left the town, which had witnessed our victorious entry of September 12th, and started off to face new fortunes. The remainder of my staff was to rejoin me in the course of a few days. The long night journey by motor car lay along roads torn to pieces by the operations and still encumbered with convoys, across rivers where bridges had been destroyed and only summarily repaired, through villages disfigured by battle. Our route took us at first across the battlefield of the Marne, through Montmirail and Meaux. Here we passed over the river and traversed the field of battle of the Ourcq, then through Senlis and Creil, where we crossed the Oise. Next came Clermont, Saint-Just-en-Chaussee, and finally Bretuil, which place we reached October 5th at 4:30 in the morning. I immediately sent word to General de Castelnau that I had arrived, and while waiting for him, I lay down on a bench in the schoolhouse. He came in shortly afterwards, and I took over the direction of our affairs in the north. Part 3, the Battle of Flanders. Chapter I, the movement north. What the race to the sea really was the situation of the French 2nd and 10th Armies and their operations from October 5th, 7th, first dispositions north of the Lys, fall of Antwerp, October 8th. The British Army enters the line. Its operations up to October 15th, arrival of the Belgian Army on the Ussel. The meeting at Fumes, October 16th. Forecast of the Battle of Flanders. The second period of the war which followed the Battle of the Marne was baptized the Race to the Sea. It sounds well, but it does not give a true idea of the operations, nor does it really reflect the idea on which these operations were based. The race was towards the enemy. It was his right wing that we attempted to outflank and envelop. When he outstripped us, it was his effort to outflank us that we warded off, for he was trying by increased speed to envelop us in a maneuver similar to our own. This produced on each side a race towards the northern wing of the opposing army. At the same time, we had to check the enemy's advance and immobilize him on the remainder of the front, and this front was getting longer and longer. As a result of this symmetrical maneuver, the northern wing moved at an ever-increasing speed through the Isle de France, Picardy, Artois, and Flanders, up to the North Sea. In this way, the sea marked the end of the maneuver, though it had never been its aim. All along the road traversed, the efforts of each to outflank the other had ended in combats of front against front, bringing no decisive result. When finally the sea put an end to further progress, there ensued the Battle of Ypres. Here both sides sought a decision in a supreme effort to break through hastily improvised defenses. After a race lasting a full month, the Allied forces, which had shattered the enemy's invasion at the Marne, again checked this march on the banks of the Usser, and by saving the Channel ports, strengthened the coalition and consolidated the Franco-British Union. If they failed to overthrow the German army in a decisive victory, they at least demolished all its plans by closing in its face the last door by which it could win. On arriving at Bretuil, my task was to coordinate the operations in the north, and I began with our Second Army. 33, its commanding general, proceeded to explain to me the situation of our troops in that region. They stretched from the north of Arras to Ribecourt on the Oise, where the Roman 13 Corps, 34 right element of the Second Army, had been held up in its advance on Noyon. They faced the enemy on the line Lassigny-Roit-Chaulnes-sur-la-Samcan-Talmaison-Beaucourt. Farther north, General Bruger's group of territorial divisions, falling back from the Bapaume region, were defending the approaches to the road from Amiens to Arras, and were keeping up a most precarious connection with the 10th Army, 35, in process of formation around Arras. For several days past, the Second Army had been engaged in heavy fighting, made all the more arduous by the length of front it had to defend. On the previous day, alarming news from the 10th Army had created fears of an envelopment of the Second Army. In the report which General de Castelnau made me, he had been led to consider the eventuality of having to withdraw part of his forces, especially those in action north of the Somme, in order to bring them south of that river on the left bank. Whatever might be the reasons for such a decision, it seemed to me that the results would have a most serious effect upon the whole conduct of the war, for a move would be initiated in a direction exactly contrary to our interests. In the first place, the outflanking operation which the French commander-in-chief had embarked upon would be held up. Secondly, the road would be left open for the German enveloping movement against the left of our Second Army. Finally, the 10th Army would have to be abandoned to its fate, and this might very well mean its destruction. In any case, the withdrawal of the Second Army and its establishment in a stronger position, well protected by the Somme, would compromise the fate of our northern provinces and risk the loss of the Channel ports and our communications with Great Britain and Belgium. In spite of the difficulties facing us at the present moment and the darkness of the picture as painted for me at Second Army headquarters, it seemed to me imperative to avoid any such grave possibilities. To do so, we must stiffen our resolution, contend against the march of events, and in any case make no voluntary movement in retreat, especially as the pressure of the enemy did not as yet render this imperative. Instead of preparing for such a step, it could best be prevented by vigorously maintaining the troops on their positions, and thus giving time for the development of the decisive operations then being pursued farther north. These operations, which were to be carried out by the British troops now coming up, and those being sent forward daily by the French commander-in-chief, would in the end bring relief to the Second Army itself. It was in accordance with these ideas that I decided upon the line of conduct which the Second Army was to follow, and that I demanded of it to maintain itself at all costs on the positions it was occupying. Great wars, especially those in which several allied nations are engaged, as well as the important battles they involve, cannot be considered merely from the viewpoint of each of the groups of forces participating. They constitute a whole, a combination of joint actions, which, although extending over large spaces and long periods of time, must necessarily be harmonized if a favorable result is finally to be attained. Even if one of these actions should come to a standstill or one group of these forces be particularly tried, the commander of the whole must unflinchingly stand by his general plan, at the same time stimulating or sustaining the failing action, but without ever admitting that it can be wholly renounced or that its weakness can cause the relinquishment or even any change of that plan. Losses suffered at any given moment by a group of forces, even so great as an army, cannot justify any such disturbance in the combined operations of the other armies, or in actions being pursued for the defense of the Allied interests as a whole. The moral to be drawn from this idea, and it is applicable to all degrees in the hierarchy of command, is that the more anxious and disquieting the situation of his own troops may be, and the more critical the moment then facing him appears, the more urgent it is for any commander to push forward with unshaken energy his share in the general operations. He must not let himself be influenced by the uncertainties and dangers of his own particular situation. This will always be restored by a general success. On the contrary, it is his duty to search his mind and call upon his imagination for means which will enable his troops to hold out until the crisis is over. In my opinion, the victory of the Marne had fully justified this doctrine. The moment had come to apply it once more. On the morning of October 5th, it was agreed upon between me and the commander of the Second Army that his troops would hold on to their present front, no matter what might be the difficulties encountered or the sacrifices entailed. At 7 a.m., I left for 10th Army headquarters at St. Paul, after informing General de Castelnau that I would return to Bretuil in the evening. About 10 a.m., I met General de Mordheim at his command post at Aubigny, not far from Arras, but a good 60 miles from Bretuil. On the road, we once more encountered the sad spectacle presented by dense columns of inhabitants fleeing before the enemy. At Aubigny, I found General de Mordheim in excellent spirits, the perfect type of a soldier in the full tide of battle. He had been dispatched with a strong force of cavalry in an endeavor to envelop the German northern wing, but he had been attacked by several army corps marching on Arras, and on October 5th, when I met him, his troops had been forced back to the approaches of that town. In fact, these corps had outstripped him, and their attacks forced him to unite his forces as soon as possible, for they were still spread out from the Lys, Merville, and Armentières to the south of Arras. In the meantime, and while this junction was being effected, General de Mordheim had to improvise a series of combinations for opposing the enemy, as well as put an end to the state of doubt which existed in the minds of some of his commanders as to the attitude to be assumed. I arrived in the midst of this situation, and together with him drew up the following plan of action. I check forthwith the enemy's advance on Arras. Roman 2 maintain solidly on their positions the frontline troops already engaged. Roman 3 concentrate as soon as possible the remaining troops in rear, seizing at the same time certain points of special tactical importance, such as Notre Dame de Lorette. Roman 4 continue the effort to envelop the enemy's flank by pursuing the offensive on our left wing with the Roman 21 Corps. 36, the 43rd Division of this corps, was to advance from Aubigny on Quercy, and the 13th Division from La Bassée to Luz and Lens. Of the cavalry, a part would connect up the two divisions just mentioned, while another fraction would cover them on the east. The troops available were the X-Corps, 37, the Provisional Corps 38, 70th and 77th Divisions, the Roman 21 Corps, the 45th Division, General Cano's Cavalry Corps, 1st, 3rd and 10th Cavalry Divisions, and General Dimitri's Cavalry Corps, 4th, 5th, and 6th Cavalry Divisions. Having made these decisions with General de Mordheim, I left for Amiens in the afternoon, and arrived that evening at Bretuil. Here reports I received from the Second Army indicated that the day had been devoid of any particular incident. I passed the evening with General de Castelnau and spent the night at Bretuil, not far from his headquarters. I left him the next morning, October 6th, after arranging with him that the line of action decided upon the previous day should remain unchanged. The enemy was to be vigorously opposed on the front of the Second Army and of the territorial divisions, while we pushed an outflanking offensive to the north of the 10th Army. I then proceeded to join this army. Upon arriving at Aubigny on the morning of the 6th, I learned from General de Mordheim that, in the face of the strong resistance it had encountered, the Roman 21 Corps was making but slow progress in the direction of Lens. The cavalry, however, had occupied the plateau of Notre Dame de Lorette. They were relieved there the next day by the Roman 21 Corps, whose two divisions, working in close conjunction, had pushed an advance guard to Pont-Aventin. Although the day had produced no important results, The operations of the 10th Army on the whole had been well inaugurated. This was the situation when I returned to my headquarters, which I had moved to Doullens, halfway between Aubigny and Bretuil. Immediately I arrived, the Chief of Staff of the 2nd Army telephoned me that his army was being heavily attacked, and it was greatly desired that I come to Bretuil that same evening. It appeared that in the face of attacks against the Santerre Plateau, the Roman Corps 39 had given way, losing Parvillers, Desmarais, Andechy, and Le Quesnoy. The commander of the 2nd Army had the impression that his line was on the point of breaking somewhere. This was the situation when I started off for Bretuil. Here, with General de Castelnau, I calculated the reserves remaining in his own hands, the reinforcements placed at his disposition by the 6th Army, and the help which might be provided by the 2 divisions of British cavalry which, under General Allenby's command, were then passing through Montdidier en route to Flanders. Together we decided that if necessary the reinforcements would be employed, but that there was to be no alteration in the line of action laid down for the 2nd Army. It was to oppose a strong resistance to the enemy everywhere and check his advance. For this purpose, a defensive front was to be organized as soon as possible, and the men were to dig themselves in. It so turned out that October 6th was destined to be the last day of serious trouble for the 2nd Army during some time. After having arranged matters at Bretuil, I returned at once to my headquarters at Doullens, where I arrived late in the night. Since the evening of October 4th, that is to say, in 57 hours, I had driven more than 530 miles, hurrying from Chalons to the 2 battles that had just been fought, the one of the 2nd Army on the Somme and the one of the 10th Army at Arras. Our quarters at Doullens lacked nothing in simplicity, for the town was already occupied, not to say filled to its limit, by the headquarters of General Brugger's group of territorial divisions, with its 200 comfortable motor cars and numerous persons of note. On October 7th, the fighting on the front of the 10th Army was continued under the same conditions as on the 6th. Meanwhile, other operations required my attention in a quarter where the enemy was multiplying his attempts to break through. We had pushed our cavalry, 2 divisions, up to the Lys, which it was watching. But farther north, in that portion of Flanders which stretches to the sea, it was possible that the enemy might outflank our maneuver in Artois, gain the Channel ports, and cut us off from the Belgian army, which was still concentrated about Antwerp. It was essential, then, to secure possession of this region as soon as possible. Accordingly, orders were at once given to put Dunkirk in a state of defense, start the freshwater inundations, and make ready those from the sea. Farther to the south of the Lys, there was the city of Lille, which had long since ceased to be classed as a fortified place, but which was a most important and thickly populated industrial center. The town had been abandoned by our troops when our armies retired to the Marne. I got into telephonic communication with the prefect, who confirmed the fact that no French troops were there and that the place would be an easy prey for enemy patrols. I therefore decided on the evening of the 9th to reoccupy it. This was effected by a detachment consisting of 3 territorial battalions, 1 battery, and 3 squadrons. This force was attacked on the 11th and defended itself in the citadel. My expectation was that our enveloping movement would extend to Lille and thus join hands with this detachment. 40. The British Army arriving from the Aisne front was now ready to come into the line. The idea of the French commander-in-chief was that this army should prolong the turning movement which he was carrying out on the northern wing of our armies. On the night of October 5th-6th, 2 cavalry divisions arrived by road and 2 army corps started to detrain in the neighborhood of Abbeville and Staples. The British Army was to move as rapidly as possible to the left of the French, where it would regain contact with the British and Belgian forces operating in Belgium. To cover the debarkation, I sent a territorial brigade with some artillery from Dunkirk, with orders to take up a position on the line Watten-Canal-Saint-Omer and defend the exits from the Clermarais forest. At the same time, I moved another territorial brigade from Dunkirk to Poperinx, so that portions of the British Army could also detrain at Béthune and Saint-Paul. On October 8th, After establishing his headquarters at Abbeville, Field Marshal Sir John French came to see me at Dowlands. It was the first time I had met him since the beginning of the campaign. I was especially glad to see him once more. We had known each other for a long time, and the cordial reception he had always given me in former years, both in France and in England, left no doubt in my mind as to the frankness which would mark our relations now that we were both engaged in a great war. Among other news he brought was that of the capitulation of Antwerp. To his question as to what we could do to counter an event which had made the Germans master of all Belgium, I replied that we were still far from having effected junction with the Belgian army and that our troops were a long way from the coast of the North Sea. To my mind, the question was whether we would arrive in time to achieve this twofold object. All that could be said at the present moment was that every effort must be directed to attaining it, supposing that, meantime, we did not succeed in turning the enemy's northern wing. My old friend Sir Henry Wilson, subsequently to become a field marshal himself, was with Sir John French. I told him with a certain amount of emotion the happiness I felt at seeing him again, and I added that I was convinced that the rapid and effective entry of the British Army into the war was due to the preparatory measures which he, when at the head of the British General Staff, had made for that contingency. General Wilson had already given evidence of possessing those qualities of patriotic vigilance and far-sighted intelligence which his later career was to brilliantly confirm. For my part, I did not find the general situation bad, and I was full of confidence. I had seen the enemy fail in Lorraine, and we had beaten him on the Marne. He was now attempting to restore his fortunes in the north, but we were holding our own. The lightning stroke by which he had expected to encompass France's destruction had been parried in victorious fashion, and Russia's weight could not now be long in making itself felt. Furthermore, the results already obtained by our 2nd and 10th Armies and the imminent entry of the British forces into action justified the hope that we would be able to make our maneuver to the north. Accordingly, on October 10th, I wrote to the Commander-in-Chief as follows. General, I consider our situation very satisfactory. Castelnau is not budging nor, barring some incidents, are his territorials. Mordheim is attacking around Arras. His success is slow but continued. Farther north, our cavalry has just been driven back onto the line La Bassée-Béthune, but I do not attach great importance to that because, at midday today, the British Roman II Corps will be at Béthune and Lillers, and the British Cavalry Corps at Aire and Guabec. More British are detraining today at and in the neighborhood of Saint-Thomas, which we hold. Under these conditions, there seems little to fear from a German attack. The Second Army is recovering its confidence. Duchesne's arrival will have an excellent effect. There is no more talk of a retreat, which, in any case, I have expressly forbidden. The cavalry has not yet sufficient audacity. I will return to Ramillies whenever you desire, but I think that I am needed here, inasmuch as our forces are still not lined up. The advance has not yet been resumed, and we have to consider a very extended territory, stretching as it does from Dunkirk through Lille to Noyon, and many incidents are possible. Please receive, General, the assurance of my respectful devotion. Signed, Foch. P.S. If you approve, and if Sir John French agrees, I propose to advance our left 10th Army by Lille to the Scheldt at Tournai or at Orchies, the British Army moving in the direction of Lille and to the north of that town, and forming a line from Tournai through Courtrai. In this way, all the French, British, and Belgian detachments would be united on the left banks of either the Scheldt or the Lys. After that, we can see. Since Sir John French expected to have, on October 10th, the Roman II Corps and 2 cavalry divisions ready to come into action between Béthune and Aire, and on October 12th, the Roman III Corps and 2 cavalry divisions between Béthune and Saint-Thomas, we made dispositions on the 10th for resuming the attack and clearing up the situation as soon as possible. These arrangements were set down in the following note. In the existing situation of the Allied armies, the first thing to be done is, while acting with every precaution, to effect the union of the Belgian, British, and French forces which, as a result of recent events, have become scattered. The area north and east of Lille between the Scheldt and the Lys seems to afford favorable ground for this operation. If tomorrow, the 11th, and the day after, the 12th, the left of the French 10th Army is supported by the British Army, Roman II Corps and Cavalry Corps operating on the front Bayeux-Merville, it is anticipated that the road to Lille will be cleared. On the other hand, the area north of the line Merville-Hazebrouck Castle, which we hold, appears to be occupied only by weak forces. Under these conditions, it is believed that on the morning of the 13th, the left of the French army could march towards Lille and later on towards Tournai, the right of the British army towards the area north of Lille and later on towards Templeneuve, and the center of the British army on Courtrai. With the Scheldt thus held at Tournai and the Lys held at Courtrai, the British, French, and Belgian forces could be assembled behind these rivers. If the Field Marshal Commanding-in-Chief, the British Army, is in agreement with these views, the French army would be allotted for its movements the road Osterville-Houdain-Verquinoula, Bassay-Lille-Tournai, and the roads to the south. The British Army would use all roads to the north of these. I have the honor to ask if the above is approved. Signed, Foch. Sir John undertook to support the operations of the French troops as fully and as promptly as possible. Owing, however, to delays in detraining, the 1st Division of the British Roman III Corps was not available till the afternoon of the 13th and was not ready to move as a whole before the evening of the 15th. In the meanwhile, the 2nd Army held fast to its positions, but the northern wing of the 10th Army and the leading troops of the British Army found their advance in the direction of Lille held up by repeated attacks, which the enemy was developing in ever-increasing strength south of the Lys. The arrival on the 15th of the British forces and their advance on the northern shore of the Lys marked our start in outflanking and enveloping the northern wing of the German armies operating in France. But a fresh storm was about to break. The hostile forces that had been operating in Belgium, having been freed by the surrender of Antwerp, were now moving to this same northern bank of the Lys. A new channel had been opened for the invasion we had managed to dam in Picardy, in Artois, and in French Flanders, and which we were trying to encircle on the Lys, from Armentières to Menin. A new theater of operations, Belgium, henceforth had to be considered, and steps must be immediately taken to meet a military situation which revived the menace to the Channel ports and the liaison between the Allies. It was now a question of blocking the march, Calais, and of saving at least a portion of Belgium, whose very existence was threatened. Where could we effect that junction of the scattered Allied forces which was forecast in the note of October 10th? The Lys and the Scheldt could no longer cover it. What was the real fighting value of these forces? To what extent could their cooperation be counted upon? Behind what barrier could they be united so as to form at least an obstacle to the enemy's advance? Antwerp was occupied by the German army on October 9th, and the Belgian army began its retreat in the direction of Ecloo and Bruges. The British Admiralty had dispatched the 7th Infantry and the 3rd Cavalry Divisions under General Rawlinson, France a brigade of Marines under Admiral Ronark, towards Antwerp for the purpose of succoring the Belgians. But these forces had been unable to proceed beyond Ghent and were now falling back, covering the right of the Belgian army. That army first gained the region Ostend-Thouaraut-Dixmude-Ferns. Here General Pau, attached to the Belgians as representative of the French Supreme Command, joined it on the 10th. He found the troops worn out by the siege of Antwerp and the subsequent retreat. Their retirement was continuing on Calais and Saint-Omer when General Joffre endeavored, but without success, to divert them towards Ypres and Popering, so that they might join the Allied armies in the enveloping movement then in process. When I learned of the Belgians' intentions, I asked General Pau to prevail upon them to fix Dunkirk as their base of operations rather than Calais, as this would place them nearer to Belgium at the very moment when the Allied armies were about to advance into that country. It was decided, therefore, on the 11th, at Ostend, that all the depots and untrained men would be sent to Dunkirk, and that the 6 divisions constituting the Belgian army would be assembled in the region Nieuport-Ferns-Dixmude. They would still be covered on the east by General Rawlinson's British divisions and Admiral Ronarc's brigade of French Marines. The Belgians were not to retire unless attacked. In the event of being obliged to retreat, they were to take up a final defensive position behind the Ussur and the canal from Dixmude to Ypres, keeping touch always with that last-named town. This retention of the Belgian army along the coast isolated it to such a degree as might very well prove fatal to it. Moreover, the important center of communications presented by the town of Ypres would have to be abandoned, and this might deal a mortal blow to the entire Allied plan. Accordingly, on the 12th, I instructed General Bidon, the military governor of Dunkirk, to take under his orders the 87th and 89th Territorial Divisions. Then, having established himself in position on the Popering-Ypres road, he was to endeavor to make contact in the direction of Zonnebeck and Roulers with the Allied forces to the east, Belgian, British, and the French Marines. He was to so maneuver as to keep in touch with the British forces arriving that day on his right at Lech. In addition, he was to organize a strong defensive position at Ypres, so as to check any hostile advance from the direction of Armentières, Carmines, or Menin. Out of these heterogeneous, changing, and unstable Allied elements, it was hoped and intended to create, at once, starting on October 14th, a safe place of meeting and a center of resistance upon which the Allies could base their future action. The state of the Belgian army also had to be taken into account. During 2 months, it had been subjected to a succession of the hardest blows, Liege, Namur, and Antwerp, not to mention prolonged bombardments. For such trials, this army was less prepared than any of the others. Up to 1914, it had known nothing but peace. The neutrality of Belgium, guaranteed by the great powers of Europe, had become an article of faith, which not only removed all menace of serious war from her army, but brought about a limitation of its functions. From the point of view of home affairs, the army was merely the guardian of public order. From the point of view of foreign affairs, its duty consisted in protecting the country from invasion until such time as the guaranteeing powers could come to her defense and take under the protection of their armies the maintenance of her independence. But the lofty sense of honor which animated the king and the nation caused the Belgians to throw themselves into a tremendous struggle which a formidable neighbor had carefully prepared. It was this reality, so different from anything it had ever had reason to expect, that the Belgian army now had to face. And the nervous force of its soldiers was all that remained to replace the deficiencies of their armament. The uncertainty I felt regarding the situation on the North Sea coast and the amount of resistance we could offer there to the progress of the invasion decided me on the 16th to make a rapid visit to that region, with which as yet I was unacquainted. Accompanied by Major Desticker and Lieutenant Tardieu, I proceeded on the morning of the 16th first of all to Saint-Thomas, whither Sir John French's headquarters had been moved. I asked him to ensure the cooperation of the British Navy against the German right in the direction of Ostend. Also to divert the enemy attacks from the Belgian army by advancing General Rawlinson's corps from Ypres in the direction of Roulers. I then went on to Dunkirk. A large stock of supplies had been collected there, which it was essential to protect from a sudden raid, so I ordered up a brigade of territorials and, in conjunction with General Planty, the new military governor, I assured myself that the defenses were making good progress and that everything was in readiness for effecting the inundations. The freshwater sluices had already been opened, and the water was now spreading. The saltwater inundations could be started whenever desired, as the canals had been filled up to high water level. At Dunkirk, I met Monsieur de Broqueville, the Belgian Prime Minister. After discussing with him the local military situation and the general political outlook, we decided to go together to the Belgian Army headquarters at Furnes in order to see the king. For it was now necessary to take a decision of paramount importance, namely, prevent the Belgian army from entirely abandoning Belgium. Its retreat must be stopped, and it must hold on to a portion of its native soil, however small the strip might be. Monsieur de Broqueville was an able, far-seeing statesman, full of decision. He agreed with these views and undertook to support them. Once more, on the road from Dunkirk to Ferns, we had to pass through a pitiful throng of inhabitants fleeing before the invasion. A dense mass, composed of women, children, and young girls, of nuns, priests, and old men, filled the roads, pressing onward in the confusion of a hurried flight, worn out by the fatigues of a ceaseless march and of nights passed in the open fields under a cold October rain. Ferns was crowded with Belgian troops, exhausted by the terrible bombardment of Antwerp and 8 days of retreat. The king, commander-in-chief of the Belgian army, had established his headquarters in the town hall, a building of period architecture, situated in one corner of an artistic square, now the scene of a busy movement that contrasted strangely with its habitual solitude. Accompanied by Lieutenant Colonel Bracard, the head of our mission with the Belgian army, and preceded by Monsieur de Broqueville, I made my way to headquarters. Here I found General Hannetorks, the Belgian Chief of Staff, and General Wielemans, the Deputy Chief. They were still suffering from the disturbing effects of the long and painful retreat. I explained to them the reasons which justified the halting of this retreat and the means which could be employed to oppose the enemy. The German units on the Belgian front consisted of second call troops, army corps composed of reservists. The infantry undoubtedly was not as good as that which had just been stopped and driven back in France, but there could be no doubt that it would be accompanied by a large force of artillery. By digging in, the Belgian army could parry the enemy's blows and provide a barrier which French troops would soon reinforce. Dixmude was already held by a brigade of French Marines, first-class troops. This gave us a strong point on which to anchor the defense of the line. A few moments later the king received me. He was in the Salle des Échevins, a large, finely decorated room with a huge fireplace whose heaped-up logs gave out a warmth most welcome on that cold, penetrating day. This was the first time I had met this illustrious personage, the very embodiment of honor and duty. I found a certain amount of embarrassment in approaching him, determined as I was to defend with all my might the common cause in which were bound up the safety of Belgium and the fate of the Allied battle then in progress. His response to my sentiments was not long in coming. Belgium was now but a shred of territory to which its government and its army were clinging. If they retreated another 12 miles, their country would be lost completely. The enemy would have it entirely in his power to dispose of as he wished. The country might even disappear from the map of Europe. For was it sure that it could be given a new birth in the Treaty of Peace? The king recognized that the Belgian army was much exhausted, but he believed that, at the call of their commander-in-chief, the troops would find new energy with which to defend what remained of their native soil. They could be counted upon to hang on to the Usser and thus give time to the Allied forces to come to their aid. Ample proof of the soundness of this reasoning was soon to come. Fresh decisions were taken, new dispositions made, and the reorganized Belgian army proceeded to defend the Usser from Nieuwpoort to Dixmude and Bossing. It was there that the French troops found them when they came up in support. On the day following this interview, the king visited all his divisions. He reminded them that the Belgian army was now disputing the last parcel of their country's land and that they must die rather than give way. He informed the division commanders that if any one of them retreated without a formal order, he would be relieved of his command on the spot. Thanks to these dispositions, it now seemed possible to check the invasion which was moving down the coast. To this end, we would defend the Usser from the North Sea to Dixmude with the reconstituted Belgian army, hold the position of Dixmude with the brigade of Marines, and farther south, on the Ypres and up to Ypres, we could use the French territorial troops which were already there and which I was rapidly reinforcing with divisions of cavalry. This would enable us to await the arrival of the French reinforcements which the commander-in-chief had promised. In pursuance of these ideas, before leaving Ferns on the evening of the 16th, I dispatched a hurried message to Admiral Ronarc'h defining his role at Dixmude. Under the present circumstances, any idea of maneuvering is out of the question, and your tactics must be confined purely and simply to resisting on your actual positions. With this end in view, every possible means should be used for providing shelter and defenses for your troops. As to the line of conduct to be pursued, your mission is to stop the enemy in his tracks, and above all by fire action. In view of the strength of your forces and the means at your disposal, which enable you to occupy a wide extent of front, you should find no difficulty in holding your ground. Nothing short of a formal order from your superiors or the capture of the whole of your position by the enemy will justify you in evacuating your position. Needless to say that I count upon you absolutely to fulfill this mission. Let me add here that the admiral and his sailors performed their task in a most glorious manner. Finally, in order to provide for every contingency, I caused the defenses of Dunkirk to be supplemented by inundations which stretched for 7 or 8 miles in front of the town, thus forming an obstacle along the coast, behind which fresh resistance could be organized, should the Belgian line be broken. Such was the defensive system we were able to rapidly throw together for the purpose of stopping the enemy's march, Calais, and frustrate his new plan, which no longer aimed at Paris but at the Channel ports. This outcome was due to the king's quick understanding and his determination, as he himself affirmed on the 16th of October, to consecrate his entire army to the task. The hesitations of some of his subordinates were in marked contrast to this resolute attitude of the king. For at the very moment when our decisions were being made at Ferns, Monsieur Orgegneur, then Secretary of the Navy, while en route back to Belgian headquarters, which he had left the evening before, stopped at Douwlands and asked my Chief of Staff, Colonel Weygand, to have cantonments prepared in the neighborhood of Calais, where the Belgian army might be housed and reformed. For according to its generals, there was nothing it could do but retire from the struggle. I returned in the evening to my headquarters at Douwlands, 75 miles from Ferns. Here, I wrote a report of the day's doings to the Commander-in-Chief. I have just come from Ferns, general headquarters of the Belgian army. On my way there this morning, I stopped at Saint-Thomas, headquarters of Sir John French, and I have asked him, 1. To urge his government to order a naval squadron to operate off the coast at Ostend against the German right. 2. To advance Rawlinson's corps from Ypres in the direction of Roulers, in order to divert the German attack from the Belgian army. I then proceeded to Dunkirk and saw the governor. He informed me, and I believe it, that the place is in a good state of defense. The freshwater inundations have been effected and the saltwater ones are ready. Belgian refugees of every description are now being taken care of without difficulty. The same conditions obtain at Calais. I then went to Ferns. The Belgian army is established along the line of the Usser. It has been ordered to reorganize there and to defend itself with the utmost energy. The king and the prime minister seem determined to adopt these tactics and to see that they are carried out. The British army is continuing its advance on Courtrai. Today, it has again made some progress. P.S. All the same, whenever you have some really reliable troops available to send to the left of the Belgian army, it would be well from every point of view to do so. My day's journey in Flanders had made it clear to me that although our left, resting on the sea, was comparatively secure, there was still an open space some 15 miles wide stretching from Bossing to the Lys, held only by a few regiments of territorials, some cavalry, and scattered British troops in the vicinity of Ypres. Fortunately, on my arrival at Douwlands, I heard from General Jaffa that the British I Corps would complete detraining at Hazebrouck on the 19th. It would be followed by the Lahore Division sent to the same region, then by the French 42nd Division directed on Dunkirk, and finally by the French Roman 9 Corps, which would proceed to a point not yet determined. It was my task to make the best use possible of these reinforcements, see that they arrived under the protection of troops already in the Ypres area, and then coordinate their action. As the battle in Picardy and Artois became more and more stabilized, a new era of events opened north of the Lys. Here was to be found the only ground now left where the Germans could seek to outstrip us, surprise us in the midst of our preparations, and crush us with the weight of their powerfully armed masses. It was their last chance of winning the battle on the Western Front, which so far had gone against them, and of carrying out their original plan of bringing the war to a victorious conclusion in the West, before proceeding to end it in the east. It was to be anticipated that, if left unhampered in their movements, the Germans would put forth an exceptionally powerful effort. Accordingly, we once more tried to forestall them by seizing the initiative ourselves. As it turned out, we did not succeed, but we broke their plan completely and definitely, and thereby inflicted upon them a serious repulse. On October 17th, I went to the headquarters of the 10th Army at St. Paul to settle various details and more especially to meet Mr. Lloyd George, British Chancellor of the Exchequer, who was making a tour of our front with his friend Lord Reading. This occasion was my first meeting with this statesman, destined later on to become one of the leading actors in the war. The first impression he gave was that of a man of rare vivacity and a most uncommon quickness of mind. This impression was strengthened and prolonged by the breadth of his views, the diversity of the subjects he discussed, and the fertility of the solutions he advanced. The French officer charged with accompanying him had lost sight of him that morning during a halt at Montdidier. When he found him, he was standing in front of the statue of Parmentier, and as the officer approached, he exclaimed, "There was what you would call a great man." Our talk at St. Paul naturally dealt with the situation of the Allied armies and the barrier to the invasion which we had established up to the Lys, and which we were trying to extend to the sea. I told him that I had decided to dig the troops in, and by that means hold fast against the enemy's superior armament until such time as we ourselves should become just as powerfully equipped. Then we would take the offensive, for in no other way could victory be won. On many occasions since that day, Mr. Lloyd George has reminded me of this conversation, which he dubbed the St. Paul Program, and of which he saw the fulfillment. It was under these conditions that one of the most important encounters of the war was to take place. The Allies were still seeking to profit by the initiative and the freedom of action which their victory on the Marne had given them, forestall the enemy's offensive, and attack him before he could exploit his success at Antwerp by adding the forces there liberated to powerful reserves coming from Germany, and thus prepare a gigantic offensive on the only ground where it remained possible to decide by maneuver the war on the Western Front. The question I had to ask myself was this: would we have time to assemble the scattered and heterogeneous forces of three Allied powers in sufficient numbers and well enough organized to make a combined effort to block the enemy's plan and retain that direction of events to which our victory entitled us? If we could not expect this much, could we not at least arrest the full development of his plans? This question would be answered by the terrific encounter known as the Battle of Flanders. It comprised two distinct periods. One, the attack along the coast, or the Battle of the Ussar, October 17th to November 1st. Two, the Battle of Ypres, the principal center of communications of the Flanders region, October 21st to November 12th. Chapter Roman II, the Battle of the Ussar, the theater of operations, the first German attacks on the Belgian army and the French Marines, October 18th-23rd, arrival of the 42nd Division, the crisis of October 24th, the forcing of the Ussar, reorganization along the railway, the inundations, final failure of the Germans. Since October 17th, the Belgian army has been established behind the Ussar, covering a front of some 20 miles between Nieuwpoort and the north of Boesing. It had 4 divisions in line, 2 others in reserve or in course of reorganization. A brigade of Marines was occupying Dixmude, on the right bank of the river in advance of the center. A territorial brigade, 177th, was on its right at Boesing. To the south of Dixmude, and still farther advanced, the Belgian Cavalry Division and the French Roman II Cavalry Corps were holding the northern and eastern exits of the forest of Houtholst and reconnoitering in the direction of Roulers. The theater of operations consisted of low-lying country, in large part reclaimed from the sea. Passage everywhere was easy, there being no natural obstacles or high ground of any importance. From time immemorial, the invasions from Central Europe westward had passed across this country. It was the battlefield where the destinies of the Old World, down to the time of Waterloo, had been fought out. Once more it was to serve as the arena where the fate and future of civilization would be decided. In the part that we now occupied, the Ussar had small value as an obstacle, being narrow and sluggish, with very low banks. The tides reached up to and above Dixmude. The river flowed through a country almost entirely flat, being mostly reclaimed land whose elevation was below sea level at high tide. A foot or two beneath the surface one comes to water, so that it was most difficult to construct trenches or provide any shelter for troops. Nevertheless, they had to occupy this ground under the fire of powerful artillery. On October 18th, the German advance guards delivered attacks on the Belgian outpost positions along the Usser and against the Marine Brigade at Dixmude. These efforts failed everywhere except at Kium, which fell into the enemy's hands. On the 19th, the attacks were renewed between Nieuport and Dixmude, with no greater success. The British monitors and French destroyers at my request were operating off Nieuport, and they considerably hampered the development of the hostile maneuver. On the 20th, the enemy's attacks became particularly violent. They extended south to the region of Bosing. Again, they failed everywhere. On the 21st, they met with no greater success. The Belgian army, however, in order to hold its own, had been obliged to shorten its front by closing in its right on Saint-Jacques-Capelle. It had also been obliged to employ all its reserves. Fortunately, the French 42nd Division, commanded by General Grossetti, now arrived in the vicinity of Furnes. Here were troops and a leader whose great qualities I had seen tested at the Battle of the Marne. This division helped to parry the violent blows which fell upon us during the following days. On the 22nd, the Marines and the 89th Territorial Division, at and to the south of Dixmude, were subjected to an exceptionally heavy bombardment, while the Belgians, attacked in the vicinity of Scorbeke, were forced to give up the Terviet Bend, thus providing the enemy with a place of assembly on the left bank of the river. On the 23rd, the Marines, the Belgians, and the 42nd Division, conforming to the offensive movement undertaken farther south, moved out to the attack. The 42nd Division succeeded in advancing between Lombardside and West End, but our efforts on the Usser were held up, and the enemy continued to pass troops across the river and assemble them in the Terviet Bend. On the 24th, while General Grossetti, retaining one brigade to occupy Nieuport, attempted with the other to retake the Terviet Bend, the enemy launched a violent attack along the whole line of the Usser, pushing forward at the same time by the St. George's Bridge and Road. The line of the Usser was now definitely forced and was being crossed on a front of more than 3 miles. Between Nieuport and Dixmude, the river as an obstacle no longer existed. The question was where and how the Belgian army could halt in order to organize and offer fresh resistance. It was in the midst of these tragic circumstances that I hurried again to Furnes. The violence of the assaults showed clearly the importance the Germans attached to obtaining a decisive success immediately. They employed a most powerful artillery, reinforced by the heavy guns which had been used before Antwerp and by a large number of trench mortars. The latter were easy to transport and place in position, and at short range their effect was equal to heavy guns. This bombardment was directed against troops who were precluded by the nature of the ground from finding shelter in trenches. And now, behind this line of guns, a new hostile army, the 4th, was making its appearance. It was composed of army corps of recent formation, still entirely intact, trained by 2 months of instruction, and recruited chiefly from the youth of the universities. They felt absolutely certain of victory, for the German spirit reigned supreme among them, and they were supported by a most powerful material. How could it be possible for the remnants of the Belgian army to halt these troops in their march on Calais, where the victory of Germany was to be clinched? On arriving at Furnes, I again saw the king, and then examined with the Belgian staff the extremely serious situation facing their army. The effect of the terrible experience it had been through was evinced in the announcement of its retirement. Now that the Usser had been forced, it was first of all essential to find an obstacle which could be opposed to the invasion, for the troops had come to the end of their tether. Their numbers were seriously reduced, and their armament was greatly inferior to that of the enemy. The ground offered no protection. Only one French division remained available, the 42nd. The flood of attack might at any moment roll impetuously over us. Unless we succeeded in collecting and regrouping behind some obstacle those elements of the worn-out Belgian forces which were still capable of resistance. Now, in the direction of Dunkirk, the map showed not even any high-ground woods or localities susceptible of being used as points of support, much less any line or river capable of being organized and defended. But a decision had to be made without delay if too large a retirement with decisive consequences was to be prevented, and my thoughts centered on the line of the railway between Nieuwpoort and Dixmude. This railway offered at least a continuous line actually traced on the ground, and one which the troops in their retreat would have to cross and where they might be stopped. It was therefore an easy base on which to rally and form a new line of battle. A railway often runs through cuts or on embankments. Even on level ground, the ballast alone affords some shelter to a firing line. I therefore assumed that this road would give a little protection to the troops forming up behind it. Moreover, its extremities rested firmly upon Nieuwpoort and Dixmude at either end, and therefore it might present a defensive line of considerable value. Such were the brief but vital reflections which I exchanged, without knowing much more about the matter with the Belgian staff, and by virtue of which it was decided that the Belgian army would bring its retreat to an end on this line and take up a defensive position behind it. On the north, at Nieuwpoort, it would be strongly held by a brigade of the 42nd Division, in the center, towards Pervyse, by the other brigade of this division, and at Dixmude by the brigade of Marines. It turned out that the railway trucks ran along an embankment from 3½ to 4½ feet above the level of the plain. Why should we not, then, try to flood the shores of the Usser here as had been successfully managed in the west around Dunkirk? If this were done, the strip of ground 1 or 2 miles wide, which lay between the river and the railway, would be denied to the enemy, while the water would be checked at the embankment. The latter, moreover, would afford some protection for the troops. At all events, in the confusion which always accompanies a withdrawal under heavy fire, what is essential to have is a continuous line traced on the ground. This furnishes a front upon which the troops can rally and reorganize, and the men respond willingly if the terrain is ever so little favorable. The railway rendered us this service, and the inundations completed it. And so, when I left Ferns on the evening of the 24th, it had been arranged with the Belgian staff that the retreat would be stopped and a defensive position established along the railway track. It was also agreed with the Belgian staff that, notwithstanding the serious damage which the sea water would cause to this beautifully cultivated country for a long time to come, the inundation would be effected. As for General Grossetti, he sent me from his command post at Pervyse the following unequivocal message. I don't know how much will be left tomorrow of the 42nd Division, but so long as one man remains, the Germans will not cross the railroad. Once more we were about to offer battle with exhausted troops. This time it was along the Nieuwpoort-Dixmude line. It is true that its defense was greatly strengthened at the two extremities by the presence of French detachments, as well as by General Grossetti's force in the center at Pervyse. It was also soon to be protected by flooding the approaches. The key to the inundations were the locks at Nieuwpoort, and these we firmly held. But the question was, how long would it take the water to spread, and what extent of ground would it cover? There was nothing in previous experience which could answer these questions, for the hydraulic system, which had been designed with the object of defending the country from the sea, was now about to be called upon to let that sea in, upon the very ground it was devised to protect. Uncertainty on this point continued till the very end, with a corresponding effect upon the defense. On the 25th, the Belgian army was in line along the embankment. On the 26th, the German bombardment was renewed with intense violence. It reached the railway and again spread anxiety among its defenders. However, they put much reliance upon the rising inundation. On the evening of the 25th, the Belgian staff informed Admiral Ronark at Dixmude that all arrangements had been made to flood the left bank of the Usser between the river and the line of the Dixmude-Nieuwpoort railway. Special measures had to be taken to prevent the water from reaching our troops, dam the culverts passing under the track, and make them watertight, as well as to cut the banks of certain canals so as to let the seawater in. It was only on the evening of the 27th that all this work was finished. Then, at flood tide, the Nieuport locks were opened. They were shut again at low tide, and this maneuver went on every day. On the 28th, the water had reached the railway in the vicinity of Pervyse and spread southward. This, however, did not stop the enemy's advance or make him modify his plan. Thus he delivered on the 29th a succession of violent attacks in the direction of Ramscape, but he did not succeed in entering that village. On the morning of the 30th, seeing that the water had gained his rear, he made a supreme effort, captured Ramscape, and reached solid ground. If he could hold on to this place and succeed in debouching from it, the ground behind the inundations would lie open to him, the railway embankment and our whole system of defense would be turned. It was therefore necessary at all costs to recapture Ramscape. General Grossetti saw this immediately and gave the necessary orders. The attack was carried out by Zouaves, chasseurs à pied, and Senegalese, together with some Belgian elements, and the village, before nightfall, was reoccupied. On the following day, the 31st, the line of defense was completely reconstituted along the railway. The water in front of us continued to deepen, and except at a few points, the enemy retired beyond the Usser. The system of locks which controlled the inundations was at Nieuport, and we were in firm possession of this town. At the other end of the railway, at Dixmude, our marines were putting up a stubborn resistance. From this moment on, that part of the left bank of the Usser, lying between these two places, was forbidden ground to the German army. The route along the coast toward Dunkirk and Calais was closed. The battle had lasted more than 10 days. It had been characterized on the part of the Germans by an intensity of artillery fire of all calibers hitherto unheard of. Their infantry had shown itself full of enthusiasm. Leaving out of account his powerful artillery, the enemy had used in this attack the Roman 3 Reserve Corps, Roman 22 Reserve Corps, 1 Ersatz Division, and 1 Landwehr Brigade. The Belgian army had put in its 6 divisions. We had engaged our 42nd Division and our brigade of Marines. The German efforts had ended in complete failure. Chapter Roman 3, the Battle of Ypres. Headquarters moved to Kassel. Formation of the French 8th Army. The German 4th Army makes its appearance. Genesis of the Battle of Ypres. The adversaries and the terrain. First phase of the battle, October 21st, 30th. The days of October 30th and 31st. The opening of November. The Dunkirk Conference, final German efforts against Ypres, the enemy settles down in his positions. While the invasion along the coast was thus being swamped in the mud of the Usser, a desperate struggle had already begun farther south, in the neighborhood of Ypres and the Lys. I moved my headquarters on October 24th from Douwlens to Kassel, that sentry post of Flanders. Here I was nearer the front and also closer to British General Headquarters at Saint-Omer. On the line of our 2nd Army, the German attack had been brought to a standstill, but on our 10th Army front, north of La Bassée, it had been renewed with vigor. However, on the left wing of the latter army, the British Roman 2 and Roman 3 Corps were engaged. These were later increased by the British I Corps, then in course of detraining at Hazebrouck, and by various troops which French General Headquarters was sending to Flanders by rail. As these corps arrived, they formed up under the protection of our territorial divisions, which had been pushed forward to Ypres the 14th of October and later reinforced by the Roman 2 Cavalry Corps. They were covered also by the British Roman 4 Corps, General Rawlinson, now reduced to the 7th Infantry Division and the 3rd Cavalry Division. These were returning from the Antwerp enterprise. On October 20th, General D'Urbel, who had distinguished himself in command of a corps at Arras, had been given command of the Army Detachment of Belgium, soon erected into the 8th Army. He established his headquarters at Rausbrugge, taking under his orders the French forces north of the Lys. Thus there came under my direction a new force, whose action I had to coordinate as soon as possible with that of the other Allied troops arriving from different parts of the front. The adversary confronting us had gained, by the fall of Antwerp, complete liberty of action in Belgium. He had brought up important forces which as yet had suffered little loss, and he had formed a week before at Ghent an entirely new army, the 4th. In addition to this, he had created an army detachment, Fabec at Lille. It was with a view to facing the gateway of Ypres and moving nearer to British General Headquarters that I had established myself at Kassel. Apart from affording splendid observation over the Flemish plain, Kassel was a point of junction of some most important roads. Our transports would soon be filling these to their utmost capacity, thereby transforming the peaceful little town into a scene of feverish activity. To clearly understand the sequence of events which were to culminate at Ypres, it is necessary to go back to the middle of October. At that moment, all that was known of the enemy was that his Roman 19 Corps was on the Lys between Armentières and Werwick, while his Roman 3 Reserve Corps and his 4th Ersatz Division were along the coast engaged against the Belgian army. Between the Lys and the country around Thouaraut stretched a region which was free of troops. This territory offered us conditions that were still favorable for the development of the movement then in course of evolution, namely, the envelopment of the German right wing north of the Lys. Accordingly, in the course of a meeting with Field Marshal Sir John French at Anvin, on October 17th, it was decided to push the British forces up to the Lys at Menin and advance the 4 French cavalry divisions, supported by territorial infantry divisions, from Ypres to Roulers. The British Corps made little progress. The French Roman 2 Cavalry Corps pushed forward more boldly and on the 18th reached Roulers, Hugeld and Cordemark. From these places, however, they were driven back on the 19th by very large forces. These turned out to be the Roman 22, Roman 23, Roman 26, and Roman 27 Reserve Corps, all newly formed and just entering on the scene. They were advancing between Courtrai and Bruges in the direction of Ypres. It was this important information that our cavalry gained by its reconnaissance towards Roulers. On October 20th, a total of 5.5 German corps, including the Roman 3 Reserve Corps and the Ersatz Division, which were operating on the lower Usser, were in the act of deploying between the Lys and the North Sea. Part of these forces, consisting of 2.5 Corps, Roman 3 and Roman 22 Reserve Corps and 4th Ersatz Division, attacked on the Nieuport-Dixmude front and took part up to the end of October in the Battle of the Usser, which, as has been seen, was brought to an end by the inundations. The other 3 corps were preparing an attack on Ypres. It can thus be seen that from this moment on, the German lines stretched in front of us without break up to the North Sea. Hence, there could no longer be any question of our turning their right before having pierced their front. The question was, would we have the time, and did we dispose of the means of effecting a breakthrough before the enemy could complete defensive measures against which we would be more or less impotent? This was the effort we were about to make. It was an attempt to exploit the last vestige of our victory on the Marne. The idea dominating our tactics was that, in view of our feeble armament, notably in artillery and machine guns, we were powerless to break through the front of an enemy who had had time to organize the terrain, construct trenches, and protect them with wire entanglements. Our plan, therefore, was to forestall him, assail him while he was in full maneuver, assault him with troops full of dash before he could organize his defense and bring his powerful armament into play. But our attacks, undertaken with this idea, encountered from the very start an offensive on the part of the enemy. His plan aimed at breaking through the Allied front at Ypres, the gateway to French Flanders, and the starting point of many roads that lead from this region to the Channel ports. The clash of the two forces resulted in a shock of supreme violence and brutality, as well as of amazing duration. The enemy was playing his last card and attempting his last maneuver on the Western theater of operations. In spite of a desperate struggle lasting more than a month, his efforts were destined to fail. No more success was to crown his march on Calais to crush England than attended his march on Paris to subdue France. Not without reason, this great battle has been called the Flanders Merlet. The diversity of the races, the intermingling of the various elements and units which took part in it, their arrival piecemeal upon the scene, all precluded up to the very last day any systematic direction of the combat. On their side, the Germans first sent against us intact bodies of troops, perfectly organized into new army corps and equipped with a formidable artillery. When, however, their initial efforts had been shattered, they drew on all their armies for divisions with which to feed the battle. The nature of the ground was also the source of great confusion. Ypres is the center of a rich, well-cultivated region, covered with comfortable houses, many surrounded by parks. From a military point of view, the terrain is enclosed and broken, consisting in its poorer parts of forests, while the low flat plain is cut up by fields bordered with high hedges that complete the obstruction of the view. In order to obtain an idea of the nature of the battlefield, I climbed the towers which surmount the cloth hall of Ypres. In front of me stretched a sea of green, with little white islands marking the location of the rich villages, with their fine churches and graceful steeples. To see open country in any direction was impossible. 3 undulations slightly diminish the flatness of the plain. The first, northwest of Ypres, is from 12 to 25 feet high and about 2.5 miles long. The second, from 30 to 40 feet high, lies about 6 miles east of Ypres and runs from Passchendaele to Zandvoort, a length of some 7 miles. The third and most accentuated stretches to the south for about 3 miles between Whitcheat and Messines. The Ypres Canal, which starts from the Usser and is continued by the one from Ypres to Carmines, receives through a system of drainage canals, beaks and watergans, the surface waters of the region and makes communication, especially from west to east, very difficult. As a protection from the water, the roads are paved and elevated. They are few in number and for the most part converge on Ypres. Such a combination of circumstances resulted in offering a battlefield broken up into compartments with difficult communications and where all view is impossible. This necessarily entailed a parceling out of the action and slowed it down from the very start. In order to comprehend the sequence of events, it is necessary to go back to what happened just after October 21st. On that date, we assumed the offensive. The British I Corps, supported 41 on its left by our Roman II Cavalry Corps, advanced on Roulers. The final objective assigned it by Field Marshal Sir John French was Bruges. The British Roman IV Corps advanced on Menin, while on its right the British Roman III Corps 42 and the British Cavalry Corps were facing strong German forces from the Lys to the Ypres Canal. The British I Corps reached the line Langemarck-Zonnebeck, but could get no farther in the face of the German Roman 26 Reserve Corps. The other British corps were heavily attacked by troops, among which were identified 4 Cavalry Corps, as well as the Roman 27 Reserve Corps. In this way, the attention of the British commander was drawn towards the Lys, and he requested that his I Corps might be relieved as soon as possible by French troops, so that he could move it from the direction of Roulers to a position astride the Menin road. In compliance with this request, I at once detailed the French Roman IV Corps 43 to take over as it came up from the British I Corps. The relief of the British troops under these conditions presented serious difficulties, the least of which was a slowing down of the action already begun. However, it resulted in this advantage, that in a short time each Allied army had its own separate zone of action. The British from La Bassée Canal to the Ypres road at Menin, the French from this road to Dixmude, the Belgian from Dixmude to the sea. It was impossible for us to resume the offensive until the 25th. We were fighting along an immense half-circle, 30 miles in extent, which jutted out to the east into a salient 12 miles deep. The forces we had at our disposal were unfortunately too small. All the British troops had arrived, and the French reinforcements were slowly coming up. Consequently, the flanks were protected only by troops, mainly cavalry, spread out over considerable distances. The British I Corps did not succeed in breaking the German resistance in front of Besselaire, and the French Roman IX Corps, engaged against a reinforced and active adversary, advanced only with the greatest difficulty, making small headway towards Passchendaele. Beginning with October 26th, the fighting became more and more desperate along the whole front. At several points, the enemy had already erected barbed wire defenses. During the 3 following days, the battle reached its culminating point of violence. Imbued with the same offensive spirit, the 2 adversaries, night and day, hurled themselves unceasingly against one another in a succession of attacks and counterattacks that produced no appreciable result. The German heavy artillery increased in numbers every day, and through lack of suitable guns, we were unable to counter-batter it effectively. On the other hand, the Germans were constantly held in check by the well-directed barrage fire of our 75, though here we had to husband our ammunition. We had very little. To sum up, after 5 days of continuous attacks, the Allied troops found their efforts nullified by an equal determination on the part of the enemy. The shock had been brutal but barren. The opposing forces were equally balanced. A breakthrough on our part could be effected only by bringing into play new and more powerful means of action. The inundations along the Usser, which had stopped the fighting below Dixmude, now enabled us to throw the French Roman 32 Corps 44 into the Battle of Ypres, while the French Roman 16 Corps 45, which was detraining, would soon arrive. But these reinforcements, however precious, were small in comparison with those which the Germans were concentrating on the Lys. These began to make themselves felt by the 30th on the British front, while those brought from the lower Usser, when the battle ended there, were directed against the French. This ever-increasing effort of the enemy had to be met with all our energy if we were to block his march on Ypres, Dunkirk, and Calais. Our offensive being now definitely arrested, we had to confine ourselves to contesting the positions we had won. In the low ground around Ypres, however, the nearness of the water to the surface prevented trenches from being dug. Moreover, ever since the retreat from Charleroi, a great number of our troops were without entrenching tools. The organization of a continuous line of defense, therefore, was out of the question, all the more so as its length alone would require more men than we had available. Finally, a merely passive resistance on our part would indicate to the enemy that we were abandoning the fight, and would be an acknowledgement of weakness that could only stimulate him to redouble his blows. Our only recourse, therefore, was to maintain an offensive attitude and defend ourselves by attacking. Profiting by the broken nature of the country, we could contest, with repeated counterattacks, all the enemy's gains, and by the rapid movement of reserves from the center to the circumference of our semicircular position, we could parry his efforts and minimize his advantages. Nevertheless, we could not contemplate the future with anything but grave anxiety, for the poverty of our means and the duration of the battle might end by wearing out our troops' power of resistance and triumph over all their energy. It was amidst this threatening outlook that the British made an examination into the possibility of organizing Boulogne for receiving a garrison of 100,000 men, in spite of the danger to French susceptibilities involved in such a solid installation. The day of October 30th passed without serious incident for our Roman 9 and Roman 32 Corps, and our Roman 2 Cavalry Corps holding the northern face of the Ypres salient. On the southern face, however, the Germans launched a powerful attack on the right of the British I Corps and on the left of the British Cavalry Corps, executed by their Roman 15 Corps, 48th Reserve, and 26th Infantry Division, debouching from the Lys between Menin and Warneton. Following upon an exceptionally heavy bombardment, the British Cavalry, 2nd and 3rd Divisions, greatly exhausted and without any infantry support, was thrown back from Zanwoerd and Hollebeck on Klein-Zillebeck and Saint-Eloi, 2 miles from Ypres. At the same time, the British 1st Cavalry Division lost a portion of Messines. The result was that the enemy's access to Ypres from the southeast was greatly facilitated, while at the same time, this important center of communication between the Allied armies was brought within range of the German guns. Fortunately, the general commanding the French Roman 9 Corps appreciated the seriousness of the situation thus created and came at once to the aid of his neighbor. All his available forces, 3 infantry battalions, were directed upon Zillebeck, where they arrived in time to give their support that night to the British front. Towards the end of the afternoon, a first report of these events was brought to my headquarters at Cassel by Captain Berthier de Sauvigny, liaison officer attached to Sir John French, but it was impossible for me to properly estimate their significance. Generally speaking, during a modern battle, where nothing is clearly seen, especially in an enclosed country, the results obtained are learned only through reports, which show what localities are held by the troops at the end of the day. But when the line has been pierced or even merely thrown back. These reports come in slowly and are not clear and definite, the liaison between organizations having been weakened. In fact, it is precisely when the situation is gravest that a commander gets the least information from the front and runs the greatest risk of having no time in which to make dispositions to repair the harm. I was waiting the report of one of my staff officers, Captain Requin, whom I had sent up in the morning to get information on the spot. About 10 p.m., he informed me that there was certainly a gap in the British cavalry front and they could not fill it for want of men. If this breach was not rapidly closed, the road to Ypres would be open. I at once telephoned to British General Headquarters at Saint-Omer to ask if they had any fuller information regarding the situation at the end of the day, especially in the direction of Hollebeck and Saint-Eloi. Upon receiving the reply that nothing more definite was known, I telephoned that I was leaving at once for Saint-Omer to see Sir John French. It was not far from midnight. If we waited any longer, we ran the risk of seeing the enemy push through the gap the following morning, or at all events establish himself firmly a short distance from Ypres. This would prevent any movement through the town and bring about a retreat under the fire of enemy guns of all our troops fighting east of the town, that is to say, of the greatest portion of the army. This would amount to almost a complete disaster. Arriving at Saint-Omer at 12:30 a.m., I saw my friend General Wilson and had Sir John French awakened. We studied the situation together. The British had no forces available for stopping the gap. So far as I was concerned, I would have, on the morning of the 31st, 8 battalions of the Roman 16 Corps detrained at Elverdinghe, of which some were already there. I suggested to the Field Marshal that I should send them without delay to close the breach in the British line, but there was not a moment to lose if the move was to be carried out before daylight. Sir John expressed his gratitude in the warmest terms. On my return to Castle at 2 a.m., I ordered the battalions of the 32nd Division, which were being assembled at Elverdinghe, to be dispatched by motor transport to Saint-Eloi as soon as they arrived. Here they would attack in liaison with the British troops. In this way, we repaired the effects of a surprise, which might have had most serious results. We were not, however, at the end of our troubles. At dawn on the 31st, the fighting was renewed along the whole front with the same violence as the day before. Nothing of special importance happened on the northern face of the Ypres salient held by the French Corps, but a serious situation arose on the south face, held by the British Army. The enemy had been reinforced here by a new corps, the Roman II Bavarian, and stimulated by his success of the previous day, he multiplied his attacks from Gelluwelt to Messines. The British 1st Division, in spite of a gallant resistance, was unable to hold Gelluwelt, which fell into the hands of the Germans. The British line was broken and during the middle of the afternoon flowed back to the woods between Vedhoek and Hooge. The Shadau de Hooge was heavily bombarded, and the commanders of the British 1st and 2nd Divisions, together with several officers of their staff, were killed or wounded. The situation was critical. British headquarters considered it to be of such gravity that it contemplated a retreat of the whole British I Corps. Such a decision would be the acknowledgement and the beginning of a defeat which might easily turn into a disaster on account of the fact that the troops on the northern face of the salient would be in great part cut off from their communications. A providential piece of luck enabled us to avert this disaster. At the time when the British retreat started, I was in the Vlamertinghe town hall. General d'Urbel, commanding the army, and General Dubois, commanding the Roman 9 Corps, were with me. Here I was informed by Major Jamet, French liaison officer attached to General Haig, commanding the British I Corps, of the serious events which had taken place on the British front. At that moment, between 3 p.m. and 4 p.m., Field Marshal Sir John French happened to arrive at Vlamertinghe, having just left his I Corps at the Shadau de Hooge. Learning that I was at the town hall, he came to see me there. We at once discussed the situation and the proposed decision to retreat, which was on the point of being executed. The Field Marshal painted a particularly black picture of the state of the I Corps. The troops were in full retreat on Ypres. The heavy artillery was retiring at the trot towards the west. The roads were blocked by ammunition wagons and vehicles of every description, as well as by crowds of wounded streaming back towards Ypres. It was the beginning of defeat. With troops as exhausted as these men were, and who could not be collected and reformed, the British line was definitely broken. If they were asked to continue the battle, Sir John French said, there was nothing left for him to do but go up and get killed with the British I Corps. Without in any way underestimating the gravity of the crisis which the British I Corps was traversing, I had to consider, above all else, the critical situation which its retreat would entail for the Allied armies fighting around Ypres, and indeed for the Allied cause itself. In face of the tremendous assault which all were sustaining, any voluntary withdrawal at any point would bring in its wake a great converging flood of attacks which we would be utterly unable to stop. In rear of our front line, nature offered no obstacle. For want of time, we had not been able to organize a position to which we might withdraw. Under these conditions, a retreat carried out in full daylight by our comparatively weak effectives over open stretches of ground, wide indeed, but cut up by battle, would be rapidly converted into a rout. Crippled and disorganized, we would be thrown back on the Flemish plain and rapidly swept to the coast. Moreover, it was only the British I Corps that was in retreat. Our other troops were standing firm. The French Roman IX Corps could furnish some help with its reserves, and more French reinforcements were due to arrive the following day. I therefore asked that for the moment the British I Corps be ordered to hold on at all costs, and I undertook to mount an attack as quickly as possible with the purpose of extricating it from the enemy's embrace. While I was formulating these ideas in my mind, I wrote out on a piece of paper the general principles they involved. I did this as much to aid in fixing my own ideas as to furnish them in definite and precise form to my interlocutor. I there and then handed this informal scroll to Sir John French. It read as follows: "It is absolutely essential not to retreat. Therefore the men must dig in wherever they find themselves and hold on to the ground they now occupy. This does not preclude organizing a position further in rear, which could join up at Zonnebeck with our Roman IX Corps. But any movement to the rear carried out by any considerable body of troops would lead to an assault on the part of the enemy and bring certain confusion among the troops. Such an idea must be utterly rejected. It seems particularly necessary that the British 2nd Division maintain itself in the vicinity of Zonnebeck, keeping in touch with the French Roman IX Corps. The lateness of the day makes this organization feasible. It is useless to fall back, dangerous to do so in broad daylight." The Field Marshal had the good sense and straightforwardness to take the paper I handed him. He added on the back in his own hand a few words to the effect that he concurred entirely in my views. He then sent it by Major Barry, his ADC, accompanied by his private secretary Fitzgerald, to General Haig for execution. All movements in retreat of the British I Corps were countermanded, and the battle was continued on the ground then held, without any retirement, and the valor of the British troops proved itself equal to this capital decision. By evening, the English line was once more established. The British I Corps, so seriously battered that day, was to be still more tried on the days following. But it never gave up the positions it had defended at the price of tremendous losses, and on November 15th, when the battle had been completely and happily ended, this corps had every right to feel that its heroism had ensured to Great Britain results of the first importance. On each side of the Ypres Canal, the rapid intervention of French troops during the day of the 31st re-established the situation, relieving the pressure on the right of Haig's corps and the left of Allenby's cavalry. Immediately north of the canal, General Mousy, who had made up a detachment from the French Roman IX Corps troops that had been coming up successively since the previous day to Zillebeck, launched an attack in accordance with the orders he had received on Hollebeck Park and Schadau. After advancing a few hundred yards, he ran against a powerful enemy offensive which stopped him dead. Any further advance was impossible, but he held gallantly onto his position in spite of a heavy bombardment and very serious losses. On the southern banks of the canal, the leading troops of the Roman 16 Corps, preceded by cavalry, attacked under the orders of Colonel de Voilemont in the direction of Houtham. They soon encountered the German 26th Division, which was advancing on Saint-Éloi, and like General Moussy's detachment, the most they could do was to hold their ground. This they did, beating off several assaults of the enemy. Farther to the right, General Allenby's cavalry corps, which had been driven out of Messines in the morning, reoccupied that point of support in the evening. To sum up, October 31st was characterized by a desperate and bloody struggle. The retreat of the British I Corps towards Gelluwelt marked the crisis, but in spite of all, we had succeeded in arresting every one of the enemy's efforts, but they were to be redoubled during the following days. In order to thwart these efforts and relieve the pressure on the British I Corps, I directed General d'Urbal to make 2 attacks on November 1st, one at each extremity of that corps. They were to make an effort to outflank and envelop the German troops engaged in a frontal attack against the I Corps. On my return in the evening to my headquarters at Kassel, I drew up the following instructions, which summarized this decision. These I sent to General d'Urbal and to British headquarters. The British I Corps and General Rawlinson's division should hold and consolidate the position from the right of the French Roman 9 Corps up to Klein-Zellebec. On its left, the French Roman 9 Corps will launch an attack in the general direction of Besselaire and to the east. The French troops, under the command of General d'Urbal, will attack from the line Saint-Éloi-Witcheat on Hollebec. Further French reinforcements will arrive in the course of the morning. The battalions of the Roman 9 Corps, which have been placed at the disposition of General Sir Douglas Haig, should either be launched to the attack or restored to General d'Urbal. This last paragraph emphasized once again the settled view of the French High Command that reinforcements sent to any threatened point were not to be used to feed the line of battle, but on the contrary, their arrival should always be the signal for an offensive movement, this being the only way of producing any serious effect on the enemy. The fighting was renewed at daybreak on November 1st and continued all day with the utmost violence. The crisis on our front reached its height on the Menin Road and also towards Messines. The French troops on the northern face of the Ypres salient continued their efforts to advance, but without success. The British I Corps held its position with difficulty, but repulsed all of the enemy's assaults. 2 battalions of Zouaves from the French 42nd Division were sent to reinforce it. The same failure attended the attacks of our Roman 9 Corps and of General Moussy's detachment at the 2 extremities of the British I Corps. The Germans continued to direct heavy attacks on General Allenby's cavalry corps, which for want of infantry support was forced to abandon the strong point constituted by Messines. Troops of our 32nd Division, however, came up in time to check the enemy's attack on this side and enabled the British line to be re-established. News of these events was brought to me in rapid succession during the early afternoon at Vlamertinghe. I immediately asked to see Sir John French, who was at his command post at Bailleul. He hastened to Vlamertinghe, and I once more urged upon him the necessity of maintaining the British positions at all costs, making use once more of the arguments I had employed the day before. Sir John, however, continued to manifest great anxiety, pointing out the extreme fatigue of his troops. In order to restore the situation in the direction of Messines, I ordered the French Cavalry Corps to move to the southwest of Popering, and to send with the utmost speed its nearest troops to reinforce General Allenby. November 1st had been a particularly hard day, and it was not to be the last. The Germans had done everything possible to make it decisive, using various means to stimulate the morale of their troops. The Duke of Württemberg, commanding the 4th Army, Prince Ruprecht of Bavaria, commanding the 6th, and General von Daimling, commanding the Roman 15 Corps, all issued appeals to the men, containing significant phrases such as, "The breakthrough at Ypres will have an importance which cannot be overestimated." The entrance of the Kaiser into Ypres was fixed for that day. He had arrived at Menin during the morning, coming from Thielt, and was due at Gelluwelt at 3 o'clock. His soldiers fought furiously, never pausing to count their losses, but the resistance of the Allied troops once more destroyed Germany's hopes. Meantime, at 4 o'clock, I had been summoned to Dunkirk to receive the President of the Republic and a number of political notabilities. They left Paris believing that the battle was nearly over and that our victory was assured. We were still far from that. I was delayed by the incidents of the fighting and could not reach Dunkirk until about 6:30 p.m. But my Chief of Staff, Colonel Weygand, went there at 4 o'clock and explained the reasons for my absence. With the President were Monsieur Millerand, Minister of War, General Jaffa, Monsieur Ribat, Minister of Finances, Lord Kitchener, Secretary of State for War, and Monsieur Paul Cambon, the French ambassador to Great Britain. The two latter had just crossed the Channel. The counter-effects of the hard knocks we had received during the last few days had already been felt in England. Lord Kitchener, in particular, was very anxious. He accosted me with the words, "Well, so we are beaten." I answered that we were not, and that I greatly hoped we would not be. I then related in detail the events of the last 3 days, which had brought such heavy losses to the Allied armies. In finishing, I asked him to send us reinforcements as soon as possible. On that 1st of November, 1914, when each day seemed as long as a month, Lord Kitchener replied as follows. "On July 1st, 1915, you will have 1 million trained English soldiers in France. Before that date, you will have none or practically none. We do not ask so many, but we would like to have them sooner, indeed at once." We all cried as if in preconcerted unison. "Before that date, do not count on anything," was all he vouchsafed in reply. There was nothing, then, for us to do, but to look forward to getting along through many a trying day as best we could without any further help. During my conversation with Lord Kitchener, I was struck by the accuracy of his conceptions in what concerned the war, which he already saw would last a very long time. Indeed, it was his conviction of that fact which had led this eminent organizer, as early as September, immediately after the Marne, to start raising very considerable armies throughout the British Empire. After finishing my report of events then in progress, and now feeling fully informed as to what reinforcements we could count upon, I took hasty leave of the President of the Republic and his entourage, and returned to my headquarters at Kassel. Here I could learn definitely what had happened during the day and take the necessary decisions for the morrow. After a night disturbed by bombardment and continuous rifle fire, the struggle along the whole front was renewed on November 2nd. On the northern face, nothing of importance happened, but south of the railroad from Ypres to Roulers, the Germans, now reinforced by a new division, made desperate assaults at several places. In the vicinity of the railway line, towards Zonnebeck, they were stopped by a brigade of the French 6th Cavalry Division and troops belonging to the French 18th Infantry Division. Farther south, they succeeded in driving back the British line east and south of Veldhoek to such an extent that the road to Ypres once more lay open. But this danger was averted by General Vidal, who launched all the available troops of the Roman 16 Corps on Veldhoek and thus halted the enemy's advance in that direction. During that time, the situation south of the canal had become critical. Here a detachment under Colonel Alleris, which had been subjected to severe attacks since dawn, gave way and was thrown back as far as Saint-Éloi. To extricate it, General Moussy's detachment tried in vain to debouch south of the canal, but could not succeed in developing its action. The situation remained exceedingly serious up to 5 p.m., when our artillery got the upper hand, mowed down the ranks of the enemy, and stopped him in his tracks. November 2nd was one more day of bloody and desperate fighting. The prompt action of our detachments interspersed along the front had prevented the enemy from reaping the fruits of his general assault, which in certain places had been unusually violent. The exhaustion of the troops now began to reach its limit. This was especially the case with the British I Corps. Composed of 3 divisions, it no longer could muster more than 9,000 rifles in the line. Everybody was praying for some let-up in the tension, and fortunately, there seemed good reasons for believing that this day of November 2nd would mark the end of the assaults, at least on the British front. The persistent breaking up of their attacks during the last few days and the heavy losses they had suffered could not have failed to cripple the enemy forces. During the early morning of the 2nd, the President of the Republic, accompanied by General Jaffa and Monsieur Millerand, came to see me at my headquarters at Kassel. He had just left the King of the Belgians at Ferns. The restricted hospitality, which I was able to offer these distinguished guests at the Hôtel du Sauvage, while doubtless giving evidence of the hard times through which we were passing, was nevertheless marked by the imprint of the confidence we felt and above all of our determination to vigorously oppose the invasion and definitely arrest it. The night of the 2nd-3rd passed in comparative quiet. On the 3rd, the Germans, feeling themselves reduced to impotence, opened a methodical bombardment upon Ypres, which was their habitual practice under such circumstances. For the rest, they undertook only partial attacks, with no result. On the 4th, the same proceeding. It could now be said that their converging assault upon Ypres had failed. In spite of the troops and munitions they had massed, their efforts had broken against the stone wall which the Allied soldiers, though far inferior in numbers, had everywhere reared before them. The effort could be continued no longer, and the German General Staff found itself obliged to contract the scope of its ambitions. The enemy had found it impossible by mass attacks to overthrow along its whole length the barrier presented by the Allied armies, seize the important center of Ypres, and thus open a road to the coast. He therefore now proceeded to attempt to force the salient, which was the form this barrier offered, by attacking its two pivots, the one to the north and the one to the south of Ypres. The strategic success he had sought had eluded him, but he might at least terminate his adventure in Flanders by a tactical success which would consolidate his situation on the Western Front, and thus leave him free to turn against Russia. He could even achieve this result without capturing Ypres, since a pronounced advance at the two ends of the salient would enable him to move his artillery so close to the north and south faces as to interfere with our communications converging on that place and force the withdrawal of our troops from the semicircle. It was in this way that, following the violent struggle to the east of the town, the two opponents were once more about to join battle north and south of it. Commencing on the 5th, the enemy, reinforced by a new division, launched heavy attacks south of the Wytschaete region at the same time that we were advancing towards Messines. On the north, he brought into action, and with success, the Roman III Reserve Corps against Buyckscoot and Langemarck. Everywhere else he remained inactive. These assaults were continued November 6th with the utmost violence. On the south, they were concentrated upon the two banks of the Ypres Canal and brought about a rather dangerous situation for us. To the north, on the Buyckscoot-Langemarck front, they failed, after appalling losses to the enemy. These were costly days for the youth of Germany. The battle was renewed with fury on the 7th, especially to the south, where the crisis became acute in the vicinity of the canal. We lost Kleinzillebeck, and the situation was not restored until the 8th, when we drove the enemy back to the Ypres-Comines railway. The 9th passed without anything important happening, but the struggle was resumed in all its violence the 10th, on which day the efforts of the enemy were directed mainly to the north of Ypres. Definitely immobilized from Nieuport to Dixmude by the inundations, he was free to concentrate considerable forces on the lower Usser. These he engaged on ground which was still passable, at and below Dixmude. Beginning early in the morning, he launched a vigorous offensive along the whole front of the Usser, his plan evidently being to effect a crossing of the river. The main effort was directed on Dixmude and Steenstraat. Our Marines here were forced back from Dixmude and obliged to withdraw to the left bank of the Usser, where they occupied a position which had been previously prepared. Part of our Roman 32 Corps was also driven to the other side of the river. We thus lost our points of egress to the right bank, and the neck of the Bardel which Ypres presented became that much narrower. What was more serious still, the enemy succeeded in crossing the Usser at Posel and in pushing some elements over to the left bank of the river. This constituted an extremely grave menace. We only succeeded in countering it and forcing him back to the right bank by bringing into action the newly arrived troops of the Roman 20 Corps, 46. On the 11th, however, the Germans, pursuing their plan, began to attack us heavily on the south. The bombardment of Ypres redoubled in violence during the night and was continued the following forenoon. The action now developed with fresh troops, among which was a guard division, all the way from La Capillary to Veldhoek. At the same time, on the north, they attempted to extend their gains on the left bank of the Usser. Another day of violent battle ensued, but in spite of all his efforts, the enemy was unable to record any important success. He was held along the whole front, and at certain points was even obliged to give ground. On the 12th, the struggle continued without any results being obtained. On the 13th, there was no fighting except in the direction of Zonnebeke. This last effort marked the end of the series of violent combats in front of Ypres. There was still some fairly brisk fighting to come, but it was a matter of local actions only. On the 13th, the Battle of Ypres was over. The German attempts to smash the salient by attacking its northern and southern pivots brought about two important battles which lasted several days. Neither accomplished any result. On November 18th, the situation of both armies became stabilized. As soon as the battle ceased, we took advantage of the respite offered to reform the larger units and rest the men. This was greatly facilitated by the arrival of reinforcements sent by the commander-in-chief. Most of our troops had come to the end of their tether, and their relief was absolutely necessary. I now commenced negotiations with Field Marshal Sir John French, looking to a division of the front and its distribution among the Allied forces. After several days of close discussion, for both armies were greatly exhausted, we reached an agreement as to the zones to be held by each. On November 20th, the fronts held by the Allies on the north of France were delimited as follows. 1. Behind the flooded Usser, the Belgian army, flanked on the right by the 89th Territorial Division, and on the left by the 81st Territorial Division, both of which divisions had been reinforced by some regular troops. 2. On the circumference of the Ypres salient, from Nark to Wytschaete, the French 8th Army. This army had in line from north to south the Roman 32, Roman 20, Roman 9, and Roman 16 Corps, and forces amounting to a division and a half were in reserve. In addition to these troops, I kept at my own disposition the Brigade of Marines, the 87th Territorial Division, and the I and Roman 2 Cavalry Corps. 3. From Wytschaete to Festubert, the British Army. It had in the front line, from left to right, the Roman 2, Roman 3, Roman 4, and Indian Corps. The I Corps and Cavalry Corps were in reserve. In the meantime, the organization of second-line defensive positions had been actively pushed forward in the whole Ypres sector. As we were still in doubt as to the enemy's situation, we carried out frequent air and cavalry reconnaissances in order to discover whether he was making any movement in retreat. I also asked the naval authorities at Dunkirk to determine the positions of the German batteries on the coast north of Nieuport. From these reconnaissances, it appeared that the enemy trenches were strongly held. Both rifle and gun fire were everywhere met with. The naval reconnaissances could not venture into the minefields which had been sown against submarines off the Belgian roadsteads. On the whole, the enemy appeared to be solidly establishing himself on his positions. Chapter Roman 4. The events on the remainder of the front of the armies in the north, October 17, November 20. Combats on the front of the British Roman 2 and Roman 3 Corps, October 17th, November 9th. The struggle around Arras, the attacks by the French Second Army, the Franco-Belgian offensive at Nieuport, November 7th, 12th. The fighting had not been confined to the combats in Flanders and around Ypres. It extended at the same time to the other parts of the front of the armies in the north. These actions comprised 1. Combats delivered on the front of the British Roman 2 and Roman 3 Corps from October 17th to November 9th. 2. Fighting around Arras during the same period. 3. An attack undertaken farther south by the French Second Army on October 8th and 30th. 4. A Franco-Belgian offensive in front of Nieuport from November 7th to 12th. The combats on the front of the British Roman 2 and Roman 3 Corps, October 17th, November 9th. Pursuing their offensive as originally planned, the British Roman 2 and Roman 3 Corps, in liaison with Cano's Cavalry Corps, had continued to attack between Givenchy and Messines from October 17th to 20th. The Roman 3 Corps took Armentières, but the Roman II failed at La Bassée. Beginning with the 21st, the enemy, now reinforced, passed in his turn to the offensive. As the result of several days' fighting, he slightly forced back the French cavalry corps, and then, launching a heavy attack against the British, he drove them from their lines between Givenchy and Neuve-Chapelle, capturing these villages. Everywhere else, the Allied front held firm. He made a final attempt on November 2nd in the vicinity of Neuve-Chapelle, but here the French Roman 21 Corps came to the support of the British Roman II Corps and stopped his advance. After this, he gave up all further attempts south of the Lys in order to concentrate his efforts north of that river, where he would be in closer contact with the operations going on against Ypres. This brought on heavy fighting near the eastern edge of the Ploegsteert Wood on November 7th and 8th, but without any result being obtained. Roman II combats around Arras, October 17th, November 9th. During this time, the struggle was continuing on the Arras-La Bassée front. In an effort to improve its positions, the French 10th Army tried to capture several supporting points, such as Cairnsey, Albaine-Saint-Nazaire, and Vermelles, where the enemy was solidly installed. These attacks continued during the second fortnight in October, without bringing any appreciable change in the situation. On their side, the Germans concentrated their efforts more especially against the two wings of the 10th Army, aiming on the south at the Ypres salient near Saint Laurent, and on the north endeavoring to advance along the Bassée Canal. After repeated and stubborn combats that lasted from October 22nd until the beginning of November, they finally succeeded in capturing Saint Laurent, without being able, however, to extend their success. The struggle then slowly died out on both sides, and after November 9th, the Artois front was the scene of no important event. Roman III, the attacks by the French Second Army, October 28th-30th, complying with the Commander-in-Chief's instructions, which prescribed offensives on various parts of the front with the idea of breaking through the enemy's lines. The Second Army, on October 28th, essayed attacks north and south of the Somme, but they gained very little ground. By November 3rd, these efforts had died out on the part of both the opponents. On November 4th, the Second Army, by order of the Commander-in-Chief, passed from my control. Roman IV, the Allied offensive in front of Nieuport, November 7th-12th. As has been previously explained, the flooding of the Usser Valley during the last few days of October had forced the Germans to withdraw to the right bank of the river, leaving on the left bank only some advanced posts in isolated farms. The roads being above water level, access to these farms was still possible. On the other hand, as the inundations only extended to a little way south of Nieuport, a bit of free ground remained between that town and the mouth of the Usser. The Belgians had even organized a strong bridgehead in front of Nieuport on the right bank of the river. I decided to take advantage of this situation to deliver an attack against the German extreme right. This operation, apart from conforming with the Commander-in-Chief's intentions, was calculated to have a favorable effect on the battle being fought in front of Ypres. The Germans had withdrawn their best units from the Usser front, and under these conditions, we could very well make the attempt, even with troops still incompletely reorganized. At a meeting at Kassel on November 6th, with General Willemans, Chief of Staff of the Belgian Army, I drew up the details of the operation. It comprised an attack by the 81st Territorial Division debouching from Nieuport and moving on the line Lambardside-Westend, and an action by the Belgian Army, supported by the French heavy artillery, which aimed at driving the enemy detachments from the left bank of the Usser. The operation was carried out between November 7th and 11th, but it was impossible to make any appreciable advance. The enemy brought into this fight a marine division which had recently detrained at Ostend. On the 12th, the action was broken off. It can be seen that while the struggle reached its height around Ypres, it was extended and maintained, with varying energy, it is true, on a front of more than 90 miles, reaching from Nieuport to Roye. This wide extension obliged us at first to put all our available forces into the trenches, thus leaving us without any reserves. We were constantly threatened, therefore, with finding ourselves unable to meet with anything but troops already in the line, an effort at penetration, which the enemy might make along this immense battle front. Chapter V. A general survey of the Battle of Flanders. The essence of the Allied action was based on cooperation and activity, the professional value of the troops, the opposing forces, the results obtained, the strength of the defensive, the importance of material program for the future, visit of Lord Roberts, his death, visit of King George X, exercising command in a coalition. The Allied operations in Flanders lasted a long time, covered a wide extent of territory, were carried on by a heterogeneous collection of troops, insufficient in number, always slow in arriving, and rapidly intermingled. Under conditions as complicated as these, success would have been impossible without a unity of direction that enabled this confused and difficult battle to be embraced in its general outlines, and the real situation cleared to the view. To this factor should be added the services rendered by a most efficient liaison between the Allied combatants as well as between the commanders of their units, which was only another manifestation of that spirit of cooperation and comradeship in arms, which was long to constitute a bond of friendship between the Allied nations. The Allied commanders frequently saw each other in the course of the day. Each evening, about 8 o'clock, I sent for General D'Urbel, whose headquarters were at Rausbrugg, to come to Wormhout so as to discuss our affairs and prepare the orders for the following day. Then, about 10 o'clock, Sir Henry Wilson usually arrived at my headquarters at Kassel, bringing me news from British General Headquarters at Saint-Omer and reports as to Sir John French's intentions for the following day. We also maintained a close coordination with Belgian headquarters, which remained at Ferns. Probably never before had the motto of our British allies, L'Union fait la force, found a more happy and complete application than in this wholehearted cooperation. What a union of wills, each aiding and inspiring the other, and all giving without stint, did this battle in common bring about. Here, without any doubt, is to be found the explanation of that marvelous improvised defense, which resisted to a victorious finish, a formidable attack, powerfully mounted and doggedly repeated for almost an entire month. I had, of course, remained in close touch with my commander-in-chief. Although I had not seen him since November 2nd, we had exchanged views daily. While he never failed to recognize the importance of the operations in Flanders, he was not able to immediately assign to them all the forces they demanded. His armies were greatly fatigued by 2 months of heavy fighting, and they lacked ammunition. Moreover, he was forced to provide for the security of a front which was as yet only poorly organized and whose length had rapidly increased until now it reached from the Vosges to the Lys, a distance of 375 miles. On such a line, where both sides were everywhere in close contact, a surprise was possible at nearly every point. These facts furnish the reason for the more or less piecemeal arrival of reinforcements for the Battle of Ypres. They also explain why the troops which had started the battle had to be kept in action for so long a time. The reason was simple. There were no others to take their place. But they proved themselves equal to every call made upon their gallantry during the whole of the bitter struggle. 2 examples out of many will serve as illustrations. The British I Corps had suffered heavily since October 31st, and on that day it had been started in retreat, but it halted, went back into battle with renewed ardor, sustained repeated heavy attacks, and finally left the battlefield only on November 18th, when the enemy had been definitely repulsed. The French Roman 9 Corps, the 42nd Division, and the Cavalry Corps were engaged without intermission from October 23rd to November 15th, and they were relieved only several days later. What unshakable tenacity was required for efforts such as these, and made at the price of what fatigue. The Battle of Ypres extended along a front of 28 miles from Nordscoot to the Lys at Armentières. The Germans employed the equivalent of 15 corps, 47 the Allies, 10. 48 on October 31st, the French held about 15 miles of the front, the British 12. On November 5th, the French held 18 miles and the British 9. It can be seen that the French troops, both as to length of front occupied and numbers engaged, had to sustain the major part of the battle. It would therefore be contrary to the truth to speak of the battle and victory of Ypres as exclusively British. On both sides the losses were very heavy. In order to overcome our resistance, the Germans had brought into action heavy artillery much more powerful than any possessed by the Allies, comprising as it did many very big guns, some even of 15-inch caliber. The German units composed of reservists were especially ardent, but they were surprised and bewildered by the tenacity shown by their opponents. These troops were pushed amidst noise and shouting into violent assaults in close formation, resulting in veritable hecatombs. Their morale thereby suffered greatly. This produced a profound effect in Germany, and a year later the local Annuiger wrote, "The anniversary of Langemarck. Never have the plains of Flanders been drenched with such rich blood from the veins of our best and proudest youth. Never again will Germany shed such bitter tears as those which fell that day." The Frankfurter Zeitung said, "Our regiments were hurled into the jaws of death. Enormous and irreparable sacrifices were made that day. These misty autumn mornings revive for many of us terrible memories and renew an inconsolable sorrow." By November 13th, I was able to forward to the Commander-in-Chief a general report in which I summed up the events and outlined the results of these battles. The following is the beginning and the end of this paper. The enemy's attacks are dying down. He appears to have given up the idea of capturing Ypres and consequently his plan of outflanking our left. The reinforcements you have been good enough to send me have for the most part arrived. Detraining continues without pause. A certain number are already in the front line, relieving the troops until now engaged. Others are moving up. In the meantime, engineer companies aided by all troops available are organizing and strengthening the positions. Units which had become intermingled are being reorganized. Our situation is therefore improving steadily. The same applies to the British Army. Should the enemy renew his attacks, we are better placed than ever before to repulse them. The advantage of our situation for the moment stops there, for it will take time for us to get ready to start a new advance, and the defenses in front of us seem to be very strong. But by carrying out small, well-planned actions, we may hope to recapture certain points that constitute re-entrance in our line. In a word, try to straighten out our front. I take advantage of the temporary calm to sum up what we have done and the results accomplished. Although we have succeeded in uniting all the Allied forces and assuring the safety of our maritime bases, the tactical result we have obtained is as yet purely negative. We have prevented the enemy from accomplishing his plan in spite of the sacrifices he made to that end. We shall continue to hold him. However, under the circumstances now existing, important decisions favorable to us may result from the powerlessness of the adversary. That is the point at which we have now arrived. The resistance of our troops has been equal to every demand made upon them. Our losses are serious. The enemy's must be heavier still, in view of his attacks in dense and deep formation. I shall shortly have the honor of submitting to you recommendations, looking to recognition of the services rendered by certain of our commanding officers. Headquarters at Kassel, November 13th, 1914, 10 p.m. This document, written under the influence of facts then very recent, shows that we had not gained a great victory over the enemy, but that we had prevented him from gaining one over us. In doing so, we deprived him of the very considerable results which would have followed him from his success. By a continuous development of the outflanking maneuver, which we had undertaken a few days after the victory of the Marne, we had been led to extend our front from Switzerland to the North Sea. This was a distance of 425 miles, a line of battle hitherto unheard of in history. Moreover, 6 weeks after the Marne, we had been obliged to improvise a new battle, and a decisive one, on the northern extremity of this front. The outcome of such an encounter was, naturally, subject at first to the gravest misgiving, when one took into account the enormous reserves in men and material which the enemy had prepared and organized in time of peace, and which gave him from the start a redoubtable advantage. Faced by a shortage in men, a greater shortage in material, and a still greater shortage in ammunition, obliged to create an organization for our own forces as well as one which would embrace those of our allies. Such were the conditions under which we approached this encounter. By the united efforts of all, every difficulty was surmounted, but the outcome was mostly due to the vigilance and resolution of the French commander-in-chief, who did not hesitate to man with his own troops the greater portion of the Allied front. The result was considerable. The definite repulse which the Allied armies inflicted upon the enemy on the banks of the Usser and at Ypres frustrated his plan of defeating us first and attacking Russia afterwards. Guarded from invasion and occupation the particularly rich provinces of northern France, saved the Channel ports and those of the North Sea, that is to say, the communications between France and England, protected England from German attack, preserved for Belgium a scrap of territory that maintained for her a place upon the map of Europe, and established her government beyond the reach of the enemy. The Allied armies had shared in a battle which had lasted for more than a month, and their close cooperation had brought about a victory. It was not possible that blood shed in common under such circumstances could fail to cement the friendship of the three nations. That alone constituted a big asset in the balance sheet of the coalition. The Germans had compensated themselves for their defeat by redoubling in violence the bombardment of Ypres. On November 22nd, they took St. Peter's Cathedral and the Cloth Hall as targets for their incendiary shells. These magnificent monuments soon became a mere pile of lamentable ruins. The fighting around Ypres once more proved the strength which the defense had acquired through the development of firepower, and especially that of machine guns. The offensive had not gained in any similar proportion. Out of this situation, there arose the long period of stagnation of the two opposing armies, during which a new sort of warfare came into existence, the war of position, as opposed to the so-called war of movement. It was really nothing but a temporary crisis in the business of war, an acknowledgement of helplessness which grew out of the fact that the offensive, armed with fairly satisfactory weapons, was powerless to get the better of the defensive, having at its disposal superior means of action. Some way had to be found which would enable the offensive to surmount the obstacle and break through the shield which the ground everywhere afforded the soldier. Some way of dealing at close quarters with that unreachable weapon, the machine gun, which, even when blindly directed, inexorably swept the battlefield with a rain of bullets. In other words, material had taken on a character of vital importance in war. We had failed at Ypres when we tried the offensive, chiefly because our artillery was not heavy enough. The Germans had more powerful guns than ours, but they, in their turn, failed because they did not have enough of them and did not use them advantageously. As a matter of fact, the offensive never recovered its full power until we had increased more than tenfold the number of our heavy pieces and the allowance of ammunition for all natures. We next learned to regulate methodically our artillery fire, and finally we perfected armored appliances which could seek out and destroy the hostile machine guns. Once an offensive was plentifully equipped in this fashion, it was no more restricted to a war of position than in the days of Napoleon. It could once more make full use of that power of movement of which it had been deprived by anemia, by a sense of powerlessness in the face of obstacles. Proof was thus again furnished that the aspects of war are ever a function of the engines placed at its disposal. Man alone, however gallant he may be, cannot change them, for without his machines he is powerless. And since, in war, machines change constantly and become ever more abundant, one of the first duties of the soldier at the front is to animate and serve them. These were things we had learned before the year 1914 closed. There seems no limit to what may be expected in future struggles from the progress of aviation and the development of chemical warfare. Consequently, in making preparations for the next war, we must not fail to take fully into account the varied and formidable material which will be employed in battle, provide a part of it, at least, during peacetime, and create a military organization which will ensure its proper use in time of war. And so, at the close of 1914, it was quite clear that we would not be able to carry the struggle to its destination, victory, unless we very greatly increased the number of our cannon and machine guns, along with the supply of ammunition required for them. Production in the interior of the country alone could ensure the success of the army. The first duty of the High Command, therefore, was to make this condition perfectly clear to the government. These considerations led me to send, on November 19th, a report to the Commander-in-Chief, which dealt with this subject. At the same time, I gave him my views regarding the prospects which the war seemed to open up. The situation remains unchanged. The enemy is making no further serious attacks. We are referring. A study of the situation here and on the Russian front leads me to the following conclusions. The fundamental plan of the Germans had in view the destruction of the Western adversary by turning his left flank from Ypres to the sea, before marching against the Eastern adversary, the Russian army. The first part of this program has been brought to naught. The Germans were not able either to turn our left wing or destroy us. Better still, we ourselves are in perfect condition, both materially and morally, for attacking them. On the whole, after 3 months' fighting, they have arrived at a grievous state of impotency on the west. On the east, their whole task still lies before them, and they have to undertake it with a greatly weakened army. Whatever solution they may apply to the problem, and there are many to choose from, they cannot help withdrawing troops from the Western Front, and so reducing the length of that line. The first front, on which they will make a serious resistance, will doubtless stretch from Strasbourg through Metz, the Meuse at Mézières, Namur, Brussels, and Antwerp. One characteristic of the war: before arriving in front of this line, we will doubtless have other defensive positions to carry. In any case, the attack on fortified fronts is sure to become more and more our portion. It seems to me that the organization of this war has got to be carefully studied. What are its requirements? A large number of siege guns, with plenty of ammunition, heavy enough to break down the obstacles opposed to them. Naturally, the attacks on concrete fortifications requires a different weapon from earthworks. It is also evident that the existing phase of trench warfare requires the use of bombs. Therefore, bomb throwers or other apparatus must be provided, and again ammunition in plenty. Apart from artillery of this description, provision must be made for engineers having special competence in sapping operations, mining warfare. On this subject, I am not so well informed, but I have an idea. Has not the experience gained in boring artesian wells and constructing the Paris Underground Railway, tubes Berlier, brought to light mechanical means much more rapid than the old ones, for running mine galleries and shoring them up, so that heavy charges could be exploded under certain points of the enemy's defenses? 2. In regard to the place to choose for our attacks, I say this: the fate of Europe up to the time of Waterloo has always been decided in Belgium. It seems difficult to get away from this idea. In Belgium, we can always count upon the collaboration of the British and Belgians, provided that we continue to stimulate them. Elsewhere, and without that stimulation, their collaboration may be unproductive. As far as the Meuse, there is no serious natural obstacle, and the German defensive organizations in this region, being of more recent date, may prove less strong than those in other regions. All the considerations above stated lead me to the conclusion that a strong attack should be carried out in the north, directed in the first place against the space between Antwerp and Namur, which will doubtless be supplemented by temporary fortifications around Brussels, and then against the Meuse between Namur and Liege. We would certainly encounter strong resistance there, as also along the Meuse from Namur to Mézières, Sedan, Mouzon. We could probably overcome this resistance only by a maneuver on the right bank, starting from Verdun and its approaches. A strong attack with our left to begin with, a strong attack with our right to finish. That is the sum and substance of my idea. Our center would advance by taking advantage of the results obtained on the wings. As closing in took place, this movement would be made first towards our left and subsequently towards our right. 3. It may be argued that this plan would not at once give us possession of the territory we desire and need. I remain faithful to pure theory, that which asserts that it is the destruction of the enemy's forces which will settle everything. Hence I hold that our operations should be continued in a direction purely military, that it is this direction which will gain for us the greatest amount of territory, and enable us to best support our claims, provided, of course, that we pursue our military efforts without respite or pity. 4. Reverting to the beginning of my argument, I consider the German offensive as definitely blocked on the west. With troops of inferior quality, the Germans cannot resume the attempt on Ypres with the violence they displayed on November 1st. If they begin again, they will fail. They are necessarily condemned to the defensive on the Western Front. They can no longer maneuver except on the Eastern Front, and even there, can they? To prepare for that requires considerable time and is sure to be preceded by much hesitation. After they had halted our pursuit along the line of the present front, on September 15th, it was only on November 1st, a month and a half afterwards, that they started the attack on Ypres. They would have made things very difficult for us if they had directed as great an effort by the 10th or 15th of October on Arras, when the British had not yet been moved up. The conclusion I arrive at is that we can anticipate their being very slow in turning to the east, in the withdrawal of their forces from this side, in modifying the facade they keep up in front of us. It seems to me, however, that they are withdrawing units from their rear, are sending up reinforcements to those they are keeping here, are moving good troops from places such as Metz and Strasbourg to garrison towns they now consider frontline strongholds, Antwerp, Brussels, Namur. All this convinces me once more that our offensive has got to be organized with a view to operations against fortified positions. In other words, siege warfare on a vast scale. I have written down these ideas as they came into my head during moments of comparative leisure. Please pardon any incoherence they may present and believe me to be, etc., etc. SGD Foch. On November 13th, the day following the serious events I have been relating, Field Marshal Earl Roberts came to see me at my headquarters at Kassel, accompanied by his daughter, Lady Edwina Roberts. He was a fine figure of a soldier and patriot, a great Englishman in the largest sense of the word. Notwithstanding his age, which was more than 80, he was still wonderfully active and in full possession of all his faculties. He could not help but be interested both in the war on which was staked the existence of our two countries and in the soldiers who were engaged in it. I had known him for several years, and I had always been filled with admiration for the clearness of his vision and the greatness and uprightness of his character. I realized this in 1912, when, moved by a profound anxiety, he had made those speeches in which he urged upon his countrymen, then asleep in comfortable dreams of peace, the necessity of obligatory military service. For over an hour we talked of the battle. I showed him our maps, on which were marked up daily the successive moves of our troops, the positions won or lost. These maps constituted the only possible picture of this subterranean warfare in a country which, of itself, was much enclosed. He was good enough to talk to the officers of my staff and to listen to their descriptions of the various events of the last few days. His keen way of looking at you and the vivacity of his observations made him seem younger perhaps than any of us. This was the last time I was destined to see him. At 2 o'clock he left us and went over to visit the Indian troops, for whom he had always retained an especial attachment. They had just come out of a severe battle and were being given a rest. Confident of his seemingly inexhaustible youth and braving the rigors of the season, he took off his overcoat in order to pass them in review. In this way he caught a chill which obliged him to take to his bed on returning to Saint-Omer in the evening, and on the following day he died. But he had seen his faithful Indian troops in the moment of their victory, and he had walked over the battlefield where they had given freely of their blood to defend Great Britain from her enemy. It was an end well worthy of his glorious past. Like Lord Kitchener, whose anxiety on November 1st I have described, the British people had followed with apprehension this long battle of Ypres, which threatened to carry the war into their island. Its result had been for them a real relief, and the King crossed the Channel to express his satisfaction to his army. On December 2nd, accompanied by Generals d'Urbel, de Mordheim, Cannot, Dimitri, Grossetti, and Meister, and by some of my staff, I went to meet him by appointment at Saint-Omer. Sir John French had fully explained to him the events which had taken place, and he took me apart to thank me. He expressed in the kindest way his appreciation of what I had done for his army and the powerful and continual support I had given his troops, and which had ensured for us the great results of the Battle of Ypres. In my turn, I congratulated him upon the gallantry of his army, which, subjected to most violent assaults, had stubbornly held their ground for more than 3 weeks. The king terminated my visit by bestowing upon me the Grand Cross of the Order of the Bath, which he had desired to bring me, although, as he said, this dignity was of a higher grade than what was appropriate to my present functions. He then received and decorated the French generals. He was good enough also to have the officers of my staff presented to him. These he decorated and honored with most gracious words, in particular Colonel Weygand and Major Desticker. Our relations with the British Army, which were already very frank and cordial, had grown even closer during the battle which we had fought together and gained by our entire and perfect union. The stout friendship that reigned on the battlefield of Ypres had spread to the two nations, as the king had just made evident. In proportion as the war went on, it became stronger and stronger, until at last our common victory crowned it. Its maintenance will for a long time be a guarantee of world peace. The two battles of the Ussur and Ypres had been won by the closely coordinated efforts of 3 severely tried armies. The component parts of each national force had been suddenly and unexpectedly assembled. Each was commanded by its own chief, the King of the Belgians, Field Marshal Sir John French, and myself. And yet, in spite of this situation, no more perfect unity of will and of action was ever realized than in this improvised assemblage of units, hastily brought together to save the common cause from the assaults of a powerful adversary in the act of striking a decisive blow with fresh troops and very powerful accessories. If it had been my lot to take an important part in these two battles, inspire certain decisions, and stimulate a number of acts, alongside of 2 such commanders, such as a king and a field marshal of England, both of proved capacity, my situation did not devolve from any decree giving me the right of command over Allied troops, but rather was it the result of the confidence in me manifested by these highly placed persons, and the authority accorded me in their councils. This must necessarily be the attitude between allies in any coalition. Each army has its own spirit and tradition. Each has to satisfy the requirements of its own government, and the latter, in its turn, has its own particular needs and interests to consider. Moreover, each army has its own characteristic pride, and each rates very high the weight of the burden which the war has brought to it, and shows a corresponding hesitation in the face of new efforts and new sacrifices demanded of it by the battle. It follows that common direction is created and maintained above all by the confidence which governments and allied commanders-in-chief bestow upon some chosen individual. What later on was known by the term unified command gives a false idea of the powers exercised by the individual in question. That is, if it is meant that he commanded in the military sense of the word, as he would do, for example, in the French army. His orders to Allied troops did not have the same characteristic of absolutism, for these troops were not his, especially in the sense that he could not inflict punishment in case this became necessary. But by persuasion, he could stimulate or restrain their commanders-in-chief, decide upon the line of conduct to follow, and thus bring about those concerted actions which result in victory, even when the armies concerned are utterly dissimilar. If at some appropriate moment an official mandate is drawn up, which clearly specifies for all the allies the functions of this person, nothing is more to be desired. But it must be on condition that the man thus designated can quickly justify the concession. For the greatness of a title will not long protect him from criticism, opposition, or divergence of views, and of efforts on the part of armies which, in spite of everything, remain foreign armies for him. But they will willingly recognize his authority once they have seen and favorably judged his manner of exercising it. Supreme command narrowly exercised divides the efforts of a coalition. Confidence unites and strengthens them. Neither at the Ussur nor at Ypres did I have any written authority to command. Chapter VI. first Allied attempts against the fortified German front. Regrouping of the Allied forces in Flanders, December 1914, April 1915. The reason for attacking, plan of the offensive: attack by the French 8th Army in the region of Ypres, attack by the French 10th Army north of Arras, deductions to be drawn: attack by the Roman II Cavalry Corps on Nieuport, General Joffre's motorcar accident, relief of the 8th Army by the British, general dispositions of the Allied forces in the north in April 1915, the Belgian army and its king. While the enemy offensive on the Western Front had been checked and the Allied armies given a chance to enjoy a comparative rest, if the Germans were not to run most serious risks, they would be obliged to start an offensive on the Eastern Front, where the progress of the Russian armies was very disquieting. To do this, they would have to take a considerable part of their forces from the west. This imposed upon the Allies the obligation of operating in such a way as to retain, on the Western Front, the greatest possible number of these forces. The offensive to be undertaken by the French armies for accomplishing this end must be executed in those sectors which offered the greatest advantages both as to the terrain of attack and the possibilities of exploiting a success. In order to cause the enemy to disperse his efforts, the offensive should also cover as wide a front as possible. I had in view the following operations: 1. By the 8th Army, an attack in the region southeast of Ypres, in conjunction with the British Army. 2. By the 10th Army, an important attack north of Arras, directed on La Folie Ridge, between Souchez and Givenchy-en-Gohel. By the end of November, the necessary studies had been commenced in these armies, and they were being carried on actively. On December 6th, I went to General Headquarters at Chantilly to submit this program to the Commander-in-Chief. On December 8th, General Joffre issued general instructions to the army, of which the following is a summary. The moment has arrived to resume the offensive, in order to throw the enemy back to the northeast and prepare further operations on our part against his communications. With this end in view, the following main attacks will be carried out. 1. Starting from the region of Arras, in the direction of Cambrai and Douai, to be executed by the 10th Army reinforced. 2. The other in Champagne, in the direction of Attigny, by the 4th Army. In addition, secondary operations will be carried out on various parts of the front, more particularly by the 8th Army and the left of the British Army, attacking in a converging direction on Wervik. By the 2nd Army, attacking in the direction of Comblaise, etc., etc. The attack of the 8th Army. When the right of the 8th Army was relieved by the British, General d'Urbal was enabled to withdraw a considerable number of troops from his front. These were returned to the 10th Army, from which they had been taken during the Battle of Ypres. Moreover, the Belgians had agreed to extend their line to the south, and this made it possible for General d'Urbal to relieve the whole of the Roman 32 Corps from that front and place it in reserve. This being the situation, the general commanding the 8th Army could start his preparations for executing during the first fortnight in December the prescribed offensive in conjunction with the British Army. The attacks launched on December 14th, 15th, and 16th failed as a whole or did not gain sufficient ground. Not only was the enemy discovered to be fully prepared and strongly organized, but still greater difficulties were created by the marshy state of the ground, into which the men sank up to their thighs. Wheeled vehicles could not quit the roads. Our troops then undertook to run saps and mines under the front of attack, hoping in this way to reduce the vital points of the enemy's defense. But the work was greatly hampered by the almost insurmountable difficulties of the sodden ground. On the northern part of the Ypres salient, we encountered similar obstacles and effected very little progress. The same happened to the British attempts on the south, where the results were confined to a few local advances. The difficulties of the ground proving altogether too great, on the 19th we halted our offensive. On the 24th, seeing that there was nothing further to hope from the British attacks on the Lys, we reduced the density of the front line and built up our reserves. We thus resumed our defensive attitude in the region north of the Lys. The attack of the 10th Army. As early as the end of November, the 10th Army had studied the possible advantages which attacks effected on both sides of Arras might bring. It was thought that if successful, the very least result would be to straighten the salient at Arras and thereby render the defense of the town easier and less costly. In order to concentrate our available resources, we limited our designs to the attack on the north, which alone was capable of producing important and perhaps decisive results. The long ridge which, starting from Souchez, runs by La Folie and Thalys and rejoins the plateau of the Point du Jour east of Arras, constitutes an almost perpendicular cliff dominating the villages of Givenchy-en-Gohel, Vimy, Farbus, and Bailleul, and commanding the vast plain up to Douai. By seizing this ridge and establishing artillery and observation posts there, the enemy would be prevented from maintaining any important organizations in the plain, and he would be forced to make an extensive withdrawal up to the line of the Sensee and the Upper Doul, thereby modifying the front to our advantage. The ridge was the objective of our attack. We hoped to break through the German line at and to the south of Souchez, seize the high ground which commands Givenchy and Vimy, and exploit these results. The offensive was to be carried out by the Roman 32 Corps, commanded by General Pétain, and the Roman 21 Corps, commanded by General Meister, operating concentrically on the objective. The date was fixed for between December 16th and 20th. In the intervening time, the ground from which the troops would take off was to be improved, and several preliminary operations were to be carried out, namely, by the Roman 21 Corps against Notre Dame de Lorette, by the Roman 33 Corps against Quercy and La Targette, and by the X-Corps against Saint-Laurent and Blangy. Experience had shown us the necessity of not attempting to go too fast, but rather to advance steadily from one result to another. Such a method precluded our drawing up a plan in which the final operations would be defined. For this reason, the main attack of the Roman 32 Corps could not be fixed at the start, for the time of its execution depended on the success of the secondary attacks and on a thorough artillery preparation. In pursuance of these plans, the Roman 21 Corps launched an attack on the 17th against the Lorette Plateau and succeeded in capturing the first German line between the northern slopes of the plateau and the main road leading from Béthune to Arras. However, the rain soon rendered the ground impassable, holding up the advance of the infantry and interrupting the supply services. We could not even occupy the captured terrain, for a sea of mud rendered its organization impossible. Only infantry as good as that of the Roman 21 Corps could have retained possession of the position it had captured. In the meantime, the Roman 33 Corps was encountering great difficulties. Its two attacks, to the north on Quercy and to the south on La Targette, failed in the face of the well-made defenses and sound organization of the adversary, for we had no means of destroying them. The main attack against the Vimy Ridge was therefore postponed. Thus, on December 23rd, our offensive operations in the north had either failed or yielded insignificant results. New methods of attack, aided by powerful engines of destruction, would have to be employed if formidable defenses, such as those now facing us, were to be overcome. The war of movement had already demonstrated the immense value of the machine gun to the defense, especially when combined with entrenchments. The enemy had now time to reinforce the latter with barbed wire entanglements, concrete shelters for machine guns, and flanking guns with underground or armored communications. The quarters of the men were often veritable citadels, which an opponent was obliged to destroy before launching an infantry attack. This destruction required artillery powerful enough to demolish these shelters, as well as the trenches and their fields of protecting wire. Lack of suitable material had already halted our offensive in the war of maneuver. The want of it was even more strongly felt in this war of position which so suddenly arose. Since manpower alone could not capture positions organized by modern methods, it was imperative that our factories be asked to furnish as quickly as possible machines capable of reducing them, and the commander-in-chief had to turn his attention to the question of production. Here and there only could be found the means of pushing forward the war, at all events, on the Western Front. But during the time which must ensue before it was possible to realize this development in our methods, We could not forget our allies on the Eastern Front, the Russian army, which, by its energetic intervention, had drawn upon itself a large portion of the enemy's forces and had thus enabled us to achieve the victory of the Marne. It was our duty, so far as was possible, to go to its assistance. Herein lay the reason for operations, however fruitless they may now seem, such as those we had already undertaken, and for continuing along the same lines with others. If we were not yet in a position to achieve victory, we could at least force the enemy to retain on the Western Front all the forces which he had accumulated there, and thus prevent him from moving them to the Eastern theater. A decisive offensive on the latter front might be the prelude to his complete victory. But in what concerned the correlation to be established between the operations on the two fronts, I was entirely dependent upon the instructions of the Commander-in-Chief of the French armies. It was not therefore my initiative which inspired our offensive operations in the north. My functions consisted in seeing that they were carried out in accordance with General Joffre's views and in the closest possible cooperation with our British and Belgian allies. It must be remembered that towards the close of 1914, an offensive had been started in Champagne, and its beginning, December 20th, had been quite satisfactory. My formula for the time being was this: activity in all the staffs and rest for the troops until an improvement in the weather might permit a resumption of operations with chances of success. The Commander-in-Chief approved this plan and issued instructions that all troops not absolutely needed in the trenches be rested. However, as the duration of the operations in Champagne necessitated the formation of large reserves, the armies in the north were instructed to furnish their share. As time went on, and these operations assumed still greater importance, the Commander-in-Chief, on February 27th, directed that all enterprises contemplated by the 10th Army be halted. Nevertheless, an active study of various operations was to be pursued, so that they might be set in motion without delay when the time came. In this way, the winter ended without any new moves being undertaken on our part, except at Nieuport. Many of our troops were leaving the northern theater, having been ordered to rest camps or placed at the disposal of the Commander-in-Chief. I had taken advantage of these circumstances to visit them in succession. I always assembled the officers and had a talk. I cannot say enough in praise of the splendid spirit which animated them all, officers and men alike, and that following a winter of unmitigated hardship, they fully realized the important results which they had obtained at Ypres and on the Ussur, where they once more had brought to naught the enemy's plans. They had no doubts as to being able to get the better of him in the attacks that lay ahead. The confidence which filled them all was impressive. The attacks by the Roman II Cavalry Corps east of Nieuport, the Belgian coast on the North Sea, was of special interest to the enemy on account of the establishments which he could place there to support the submarine warfare against England and interrupt the Channel communications. Ostend was nearer to us than any other port he held, and its defense must certainly immobilize important German forces. This offered good reason for any attacks which we might be led to undertake in that direction. The coast itself consisted of fairly high sand dunes which along the Ussur had escaped the inundations and thereby offered certain facilities for our action. Early in December, I had caused General Dmitri, commanding the Roman II Cavalry Corps, to make a study of an offensive starting from Nieuport. The military governor of Dunkirk had prepared the necessary means for crossing the Ussur above Nieuport, and a considerable naval equipment, including dories and motorboats, had been assembled and placed at General Dmitri's disposition. But we had no guns except field artillery. On December 15th, the attack was launched in the general direction of the line Westend-Ostend. We obtained a footing in the first houses of Lombardside and Leopolda, but were unable to make any appreciable advance along the coast itself, on account of the powerful works which the enemy had constructed in the sand dunes. We got to within 600 yards of St. George's, while the French sailors and Belgian soldiers in dories took several farms southwest of that place. The operation was continued during the following days. In vain, the enemy launched vigorous counterattacks. They were all repulsed. Indeed, on the 19th we captured and consolidated a strong bridgehead on the right bank of the Usser. We moreover constructed numerous crossings over the river. When on the 25th, we proceeded to resume the attack, all our efforts from Lombard side to the sea were broken by the enemy's defense, and especially by his barbed wire entanglements, which our poverty in artillery had made it impossible to demolish. On the 28th, we captured St. George's, while the Belgian 5th Division, after crossing the Usser south of Dixmude, established a small bridgehead on the right bank. Before making further attacks in force, we had to install ourselves firmly where we stood. That required considerable time, for to organize ground such as this was a question not of days, but of weeks, the atmospheric conditions alone constituting a most serious difficulty. Water and sand made inroads into our parallels and communication trenches. Frequent storms damaged our telephone lines, and the bridge of casks we had thrown across the mouth of the Usser was continually being broken by German artillery fire. In spite of all these difficulties, our troops displayed wonderful activity. For a whole month, from December 27th to January 27th, they worked without pause, constructing works of approach for carrying out an offensive against Lombard side and Leopolda. On January 28th, this new attack was launched and captured the first German line. At nightfall, however, after having sustained heavy losses, and on account of the water which prevented any work of consolidation in the captured trenches, the troops withdrew to their original positions. Otherwise, they would have been at the mercy of the slightest counter-stroke. While this operation was going on in front of Leopolda, a section of sharpshooters succeeded, by a sudden dash, in capturing a small fort in front of the Great Dune, but caught by enfilade fire and counter-attacked with the bayonet, the little detachment was almost wiped out. 6 men and a non-commissioned officer resisted all day and part of the night. They were all killed at their posts. These deeds showed clearly the excellent spirit and dash animating the troops of the French detachment at Nieuport. But no amount of courage and enterprise was sufficient to overcome the physical difficulties of every description which the elements piled up before them. It was not humanly possible to succeed, and it would have been madness to continue in the middle of winter an enterprise which obviously was destined to end in failure. January 28th really marked the end of this offensive. It was during the month of January, on the 17th, that General Joffre was the victim of a motor car accident which might have had serious results. We were traveling together in the same car along the road from Rausbrugg to Dunkirk, when the way was suddenly blocked by a heavy truck, the steering gear of which had broken. A collision between the two vehicles resulted, in which the commander-in-chief received such serious contusions that he was obliged to give up the round of inspections he intended to make and return by rail to his headquarters at Romilly. I emerged unhurt from the accident, but I was very anxious about my chief, and this feeling increased after I had left him at the Dunkirk station. Fortunately, after a few days, he recovered completely. A little while after this incident, I wrote a letter to the Minister of War, which I believed my functions as assistant to the Commander-in-Chief justified. In it I asked him what course I should have taken if this accident had rendered General Joffre incapable of exercising command. Also supposing such a case to occur, upon what officer at the front would devolve the duty of taking steps to meet an emergency which some action of the enemy might precipitate that very moment. In reply, I was informed that I need not concern myself about this contingency, since the government had already provided for it. As a matter of fact, during the month of August, General Gallieni had been designated to command the French armies in case of such an event. In spite of his great intelligence and undisputed ability, General Gallieni, at this date, had taken only a small part in the war, and especially in the war of trenches. Politicians are too quick in forming opinions as to soldiers. The only place where officers can be estimated is on the field of battle, and here the measure of their ability is the results they accomplish. The relief of the French 8th Army by the British. At the beginning of December, the British government had indicated to the French government its wish that the British forces in Flanders should be transferred farther north. Here they could hold a part of the Allied front nearer to the coast, and more especially, rest their left on the sea. It was thought that such a move would give great satisfaction to public opinion in England. From Ostend to Zeebrugge on the Belgian coast, Great Britain was exposed continually to an enemy threat which could best be met by having the British Army attack along the coast towards the naval base at Ostend. This idea was especially dear to the British First Lord of the Admiralty, Mr. Winston Churchill. It was much less dear, however, to the Commander-in-Chief of the British Army, Field Marshal Sir John French, and even less dear to the Commander-in-Chief of the French armies, General Joffre. Both these saw a serious disadvantage in devoting the main effort of the British Army to an object which concerned the naval struggle alone, and which diverted it from action against the most important part of the coalition, the German army, from action in a quarter which would determine the fate of the war. Under these conditions, and after much discussion, it was arranged during the latter part of December that the British Army, while maintaining its right at La Bassée, should successively relieve the corps of the French Eighth Army, availing itself for this purpose of reinforcements as they arrived from home. The French army would keep in Nieuport the troops which were there, but would evacuate progressively the Ypres salient, retaining only a detachment at Elverdinghe, intercalated between the left of the British and the right of the Belgians. As it turned out, the plan of relief thus arranged met with great delay in execution, due in the first place to the slow arrival of the British reinforcements. Lord Kitchener was anxious to dispatch to the continent only troops which had been completely organized into divisions or army corps, while Sir John French would have been glad to have them come by battalion. Penury of munitions also proved a matter of embarrassment to the Field Marshal in planning the extension of his front, and indeed, the slow progress being made for organizing their manufacture in England caused him considerable anxiety. Meanwhile, the British First Lord of the Admiralty tried to have his plan for an attack on Ostend reconsidered by offering to provide a reinforcement of 3,000 Marines for the French detachment at Nieuport. General Joffre maintained his opinion that a battle having land objectives was more important, insisting, moreover, that it was on the left of our 10th Army in the La Bassée region that the efforts of the British Army could best be directed. He endeavored, therefore, to obtain from Sir John French his agreement on 2 points: the extension of the British front and his active cooperation in the French attacks. As has been seen, the progress of the war had been checked by the Allies' lack of munitions and war material. The prolongation of this inactivity and the anxiety it produced in public opinion had led the cabinet of a certain government to intervene in the conduct of operations, push them into false channels, and thus render the task of the High Command more difficult. Once more our poverty in material was leading to serious consequences. Troop equipment and munition supply have become a question of capital importance in modern war, and they are bound to take a prominent place in the preoccupations of the High Command, not only in what concerns the prosecution of operations against the enemy, but in order that the continuance of these operations may be ensured at times when public opinion or the government is agitated. As a result of these various complications, the British Army, by the end of January, had relieved only the French Roman 16 Corps, which was less progress than had been jointly agreed upon. The French Roman 9 and Roman 20 Corps had not yet been replaced. This situation continued without any appreciable change up to the middle of March. But on that date, the preparations of the British First Army for an attack in the La Bassée area were completed, and the negotiations then going on were interrupted and could not be resumed until the enterprise had produced its results. The British First Army, commanded by General Haig, was entrusted with this offensive. The troops were sent forward on March 10th. At the beginning they made some gains, but they could not be extended or even wholly maintained during the following days. On the night of March 12th-13th, General Haig issued orders for the offensive to be stopped, but the troops were directed to establish themselves firmly in the positions they had captured on the 10th. The decision of the commander of the British First Army is explained by his fear of running short of ammunition, as well as by the losses his forces had suffered. It was now possible to return to the plan of relieving the French Army Corps around Ypres. At a conference held at Chantilly between Sir John French, Lord Kitchener, General Joffre, and Monsieur Millerand, it was decided that the British Second Army should relieve the French Roman 9 and Roman 20 Corps before April 20th, that 2 new British divisions should be sent to France, and that the French offensive in Artois should take place at the end of April. These operations were carried out rapidly, and by April 7th, the Roman 9 Corps had been withdrawn from the front and directed toward the zone of the 10th Army. Then, on April 19th, the Roman 20 Corps followed suit. Thus, by the end of April, a new distribution of Allied forces in the north had been effected. The British forces stretched from La Bassée Canal to the Ypres road at Pol-Capel. They were grouped into 2 armies. On the south, the first under the command of Sir Douglas Haig. On the north, the second under the command of General Smith-Dorrien. The French 8th Army, which on April 4th had been broken up, had been replaced in Flanders by the Army Detachment of Belgium, under the command of General Poots. This organization consisted of 2 groups, one at Elverdinghe, between the Belgians and the British, the other at Nieuport, on the extreme left of the Allied line. The Belgian army, which, at my request, had agreed to a fresh extension, from now on lay between Nieuport, which was held by a French force, and Steenstraat. Its morale had continued to improve ever since its arrival on the Ussur. The king was still animated by the same intention, and if operations on a large scale were out of the question for his troops, they could at least be counted upon to display a profitable activity. And this they did from the beginning of March onward. The divisions in line prepared and carried out operations of detail almost without pause during a whole month, from March 11th to April 11th. Although these attacks did not achieve any results of great importance, they at least developed in the Belgian soldier a spirit of enterprise and proved the desire he had to do his part. This activity, moreover, did not fail to provoke quite sharp reactions on the part of the enemy. We had established close and frequent relations with the Belgian generals and Belgian officers of all ranks. The consequence was that the 2 armies became one in spirit, and a comradeship in arms was created which was to have a most happy influence in the hour of need. In January, Belgian General Headquarters evacuated Ferns. As this place was frequently and heavily bombarded by the enemy, it moved to Houtham, a very unpretentious locality. The king, together with the queen and the princes, was quartered at La Panne, a town on the seacoast not far from Houtham. He went to his headquarters every day, staying at the presbytery of Houtham, where some of his offices were located. The presbytery was not at all imposing. It was a solid square building, surrounded on all sides by water and reached by a narrow bridge. In this modest corner, the heart of Belgium continued to beat. Here burned the generating fires of that energy which during 4 long years unflinchingly faced a formidable enemy, and which, in 1918, went forth to reconquer from him the native land. This little house remains for me a monument that testifies to future generations more adequately than any other the greatness of a little country, which, led by her chivalrous king and defended by her valiant children, triumphed over a most brutal and iniquitous aggression. End of Book 1. Book 2, In Command of the Allied Armies. Preface to Book 2. This preface was prepared under the direction of Marshal Foch's military associates to cover the period which the Marshal omitted from his memoirs. Marshal Foch did not have time to write all his recollections of the war and his observations on its conduct. He confined himself to reciting those events between 1914 and 1918 in which he took an active part. The events of 1914 are related in the first volume, those of 1918 in the second. In each case they comprise those acts which best illustrate the role played by the Marshal during the war, those concerning which his opinion has a special importance. Before resuming the Marshal's narrative, which now deals with the year 1918, it seems useful to give a brief account of his activities in 1915, 1916, and 1917. This recital will enable the reader to see by what successive and almost uninterrupted steps he rose to the supreme command of the Allied armies, and how he prepared himself to meet this formidable task. 1. In command of the armies of the North, January 5, 1915 December 27, 1916. On January 5, 1915, General Foch was assigned to the command of the Northern Group of Armies. The order giving him these functions merely confirmed a state of fact which had existed for 3 months. 49. Preparation of the Artois offensive. The first task which fell to this group of armies was the preparation of the offensive for the spring of 1915. The place chosen was the Vimy Ridge, north of Arras. The wide extent of ground it commands, wrote General Foch on March 24, 1915, and the practicability of the terrain it dominates, as well as the impossibility for the enemy to make any addition to his defensive organizations, would give the occupation of the ridge an immense value and lead to the piercing of the enemy's line. The preparations were pushed with the greatest activity, and by the middle of April, the movement of troops and material towards Arras was nearly completed, when suddenly a fresh alarm startled all of Flanders. First German gas attack. On April 22, 1915, at 5:30 p.m. After a perfectly calm day, the Germans suddenly launched upon the northern part of the Ypres salient a dense cloud of suffocating gas whose effects were felt for a depth of more than a mile. Surprised and partly asphyxiated, the French territorials and Algerian riflemen poured back in disorder, and a part of our artillery fell into the enemy's hands. The British left Canadian division retreated to St. Julien. The route to Ypres lay open. In the midst of this general confusion, the enemy advanced without striking a blow. Ypres was at his mercy, the few local reserves that could be thrown across his path being wholly inadequate to oppose him. Fortunately, after going 2 or 3 miles, he stopped at nightfall of his own accord. The fleeting opportunity passed. We were saved. Informed by a brief report of what had taken place, General Foch once more gave proof of that quickness of decision and marvelous activity which never failed him in hours of peril. In order to get precise information, he sent a staff officer during the night to the spot where the surprise had taken place, ordered reinforcements to be sent from Nieuport, and roused up some of the numerous French units then assembled around Arras. At 4:30 a.m., his liaison officer reported to him that the Usser had been crossed in several places by the enemy, that a breach 2.5 miles wide had been made in our lines, and that along this space the road to Ypres was wide open. The danger called for immediate and extensive measures. First of all, the enemy must be halted, and to do this, the continuity of our front must be restored. Then, by counter-attacks, he must be thrown back from the positions he had conquered. Such was the program which General Foch outlined during the night to General Poots, commanding the French troops in Belgium. He completed these arrangements during the early hours of the 23rd by bringing from Artois a division of infantry and by asking Sir John French to reinforce the British troops in the region of Arras. Thanks to these measures and to those taken on the spot by General Poots, as well as to the aid furnished by the British and Belgians, the breach made by the Germans was closed during the morning of the 23rd, and Ypres was once more saved. Nevertheless, the tactical results obtained by the Germans were not negligible. One of the most important lay in the fact that the British, now advanced too far forward in a point, were obliged to evacuate a part of the salient. The attacks in Artois, May, June, September 1915. The Artois offensive was originally fixed to begin on May 7th, but unfavorable weather caused it to be postponed until the 9th. After a preparation by heavy artillery lasting 6 days and by field artillery during 2 days, the new chief of the 10th Army, General d'Urbal, on May 9th at 10 a.m., launched it against the Vimy Ridge. In the center, the success was immediate. In less than an hour, on a front of 4 miles and for a depth of 2 or 3, the enemy's positions were captured. More than 6,000 prisoners, 20 guns, 100 machine guns remained in our hands. The crest at its culminating point, Hill 140, was reached and even passed. The German artillery ceased firing, and we had the impression we had broken through. Unfortunately, this satisfaction was of short duration. Our reserves were too far in rear to follow up our success or widen the breach while there was yet time. The very slight progress accomplished on the right and left of this rapid advance also cramped it. Important points, such as the village of Cairnsey on the left and of Neuville-Saint-Vaast on the right, remained in the hands of the enemy. On the Lorette Plateau and farther along, towards Pont-Aventin, we had gained little or no ground, while to the north of La Bassée, the British had very nearly completely failed. Profiting by the fact that these places still held firm, the enemy concentrated upon Hill 140 all the troops he could assemble. Out of breath and unsupported, our men were driven from the crest, and the German line reformed in front of them. A new attack, which we undertook on the 11th, failed under flanking fire coming from the villages of Cairnsey, Souchez, and Neuville-Saint-Vaast, and it was evident that these points of resistance must be captured before trying to advance to the ridge. By minutely prepared operations, Cairnsey was taken on May 12th, Ablain-Saint-Nazaire on the 13th, and Neuville on June 9th. Souchez alone resisted every effort, and it was decided to leave it to be cut off and enclosed in the general attack decided upon for June 16th at 12:15 p.m. That day, as on May 9th, we succeeded in pushing some units to the top of the crest, but being isolated in a narrow salient and subjected to cross-fire as well as the counter-attacks of the enemy, they could not maintain themselves there very long, and on the 21st they were driven back. The reaction of both the artillery and infantry of the enemy was most severe along the whole front. Except on the Lorette Plateau, the ground gained was insignificant, and on the 24th General Foch, in obedience to the orders of the Commander-in-Chief, suspended the operations. At this time, General Joffre was planning another maneuver having for its object the combining of the Artois attacks with a large offensive in Champagne. A new grouping of French forces was therefore carried out in July, August, and the first 3 weeks of September. During this period, army corps and divisions were rested, organizations rectified, the training of troops resumed, their armament improved. At this time, General Foch wrote a paper setting forth the conclusions he drew from the recent offensives. This he sent under date of July 19th to the Commander-in-Chief. We find in it the following observations. Under the circumstances now prevailing, and in the presence of an enemy organization long since established, it seems wise not to base all our hopes upon the possibility of breaking through, or risk all our available reserves in the attempt to effect a victorious and decisive piercing of the line by mere force of numbers. On the contrary, our plan should be directed towards the conquest of certain dominant points of the terrain. Each one of our attacks should have a distinct object, and one whose accomplishment would lead to some further result. In former times, the capture of such an objective was the necessary and sufficient condition of success. This condition remains necessary today, but while it is no longer sufficient to guarantee a complete success, it at least brings us a step nearer that end. Any other combination is likely to leave us with empty hands after a costly effort. An attack merely launched forward without a definite and precise objective is incapable of producing a result, especially the result constituted by penetration, unless surprise has been effected. The greatness of the reward which any attack can bring depends upon the importance which the objective aimed at has in the enemy's system of defense, or in his general situation. The assignment of forces to our various attacks should be based upon the following principles. First, make sure of taking this chief objective by assault. Secondly, facilitate this main action by secondary ones. In General Foch's eyes, the principal objective remained the Vimy Ridge, and he considered that the principal effort should be directed to its conquest, since its loss would be a heavy blow to the enemy's defensive system. Attacks, such as those then being prepared in Champagne, were in no sense unimportant, but they should be considered solely as accessories, an aid offered to the Artois offensive. In this opinion, he differed from that held at General Headquarters, where it continued to be maintained, long after General Foch had ceased to believe in it, that a breakthrough was possible. But since General Headquarters was founding its hopes chiefly upon the Champagne offensive, where a large and decisive rupture of the enemy's front was counted upon, the commander-in-chief, logical with himself, assigned to this attack the major part of the French forces available. On September 25th, the two attacks were launched simultaneously, one in Champagne and one in Artois. In Artois, the 10th Army had the benefit of a double extension of its field of action. On the one hand, to the south of Arras, where it put a new army corps in line. On the other, between the Lorette Plateau and the La Bassée Canal, where the British First Army sent into action a mass of 12 divisions supported by 800 pieces of artillery. After a powerful emission of gas, the British attack started at 6:30 a.m., advanced rapidly, took Loos and Hulluch, captured 400 prisoners and 6 guns. On its side, the 10th Army assaulted the Vimy Ridge at 12:25 p.m. Its progress was not uniform. On the right it was checked. In the center there was some success. On the left it gained distinctly. The enemy now concentrated his efforts against the menace presented by the British advance. He retook Hulluch and fought furiously in front of Loos, but without obtaining on this side appreciable results. He also multiplied his counterattacks in the direction of Souchez in an effort to disengage this village, on which the French were closing in. But checked everywhere, he was obliged to evacuate it on the morning of the 25th. In spite of these results, and influenced by the success of the first day's fighting in Champagne, the commander-in-chief decided to restrict the amplitude of the operations in Artois. He notably ordered a severe economy in the expenditure of ammunition. General Foch then decided to concentrate the efforts of the 10th Army upon the region where they had met success, namely, toward Givenchy. Moreover, in order to aid Sir John French, whose reserves were being rapidly used up in the face of the violent reactions of the enemy, he decided to transport towards Loos the French Army Corps, which had failed in its attack south of Arras. During the afternoon of September 28th, a French division moved up the slopes of Hill 140 and reached its crest. This was a success which had not been repeated since May 9th, and which General Foch wanted to exploit without hesitation. Early the next morning, therefore, he went to see Field Marshal Foch and obtained his consent for a joint action of British and French troops to be launched on October 2nd against the front Pont-Aventin-Givenchy. But through a variety of circumstances which brought about a succession of delays, this joint attack was put off from day to day. Finally, it was given up, for towards the middle of October, in order to succor the Serbian army in the Balkans, the Allied governments decided to send to Salonika an expeditionary force whose troops would be taken from the Western Front. Contributions to the formation of this army obliged both General Joffre and Sir John French to halt the Artois offensive. The teachings to be drawn from the 1915 attacks in Artois. The offensives in 1915, those in Champagne as well as those in Artois, clearly demonstrated the insufficiency of our means of attack, above all in heavy artillery. On November 10, 1915, General Foch set down his reflections in a report to then Commander-in-Chief. The following are some extracts from that paper. Whatever may be the direction chosen for an attack, what is more important than all else is to endow it with all the means necessary for its success. The campaign of 1915 did not accomplish any results because we did not have enough heavy artillery ammunition. Our attacks were not sufficiently prepared and supported by the fire of heavy guns. Trench artillery ought to be developed, made mobile, and given more instruction. Our incendiary and asphyxiating shells yield only feeble results. Our gas projectors only emit substances whose effects are most uncertain. Up to the present, our chemical laboratories have turned out very little that has proved useful. In what concerns gas, asphyxiating, and incendiary shells, we must see that no more than a few months are taken to get a complete solution for problems already partially solved. In our attacks across ground fortified in depth, we must above all spare our infantry, in order that it may last through the time inevitably necessary for the battle to be finished. After artillery called to our aid chemistry, it must not be allowed to take a whole year to get out its products. General Foch definitely condemned the conception of a breakthrough. He substituted for it the idea of successive efforts, made against a wide front with the purpose of breaking up and separating the enemy's system of defense. He wrote, "The succession of obstacles which an offensive encounters in its advance leads to an inevitable succession of attacks. This requires that the offensive, if it is to accomplish its purpose, must last and be continuous during a certain length of time. Instead of a short, sharp, and violent action, we must prepare for a continuous action, that is, a series of efforts following each other as closely as possible. We must give up the idea of an assault undertaken with more or less deep and dense masses, the reserves following closely on the heels of the first line, with the idea of carrying in a single bound a whole series of obstacles and thus breaking through. This method has never succeeded. It is a fact that the infantry attack always halts and fails at that point where the preparation has not been sufficient. Once more we see that the power of organization is stronger than the bravery of troops. We can launch infantry only against obstacles which we have with entire certainty prepared for this action." On December 6th, he again wrote, "The offensive draws its strength, one, from its power of destruction, artillery, gas, increasing all the time, directed against each line for the benefit of the attacking troops. Two, from its ability promptly to renew its successive action against each succeeding line. Destruction, repetition, these are its essential characteristics. The one sought for and therefore to be reinforced, the other forced upon us and therefore to be abridged. In any case, enterprises of long duration cannot at this time be avoided, and yet they threaten to exceed our resources in men. Such efforts cannot be sustained up to a conclusion or even shortened, except by a new development of our destructive power through the use of material, the only way in which our infantry can be economized. The offensive we ought to prepare is one capable, in what concerns the terrain, of penetrating deeply, in what concerns time, of lasting longer than any so far undertaken." On January 21, 1916, he added, "In short, it is a series of successive acts, each one necessitating a great deal of artillery and very little infantry. This form taken by the battle of the future opens up the possibility of wide and repeated offensives, provided we have at our disposal many guns and much ammunition." Preparations for a Franco-British offensive between Arras and the Oise in 1916. The British effectives in France had so increased that, by the beginning of 1916, they constituted 3 armies, deployed between the region around Ypres and the Somme. This increase of force made it possible for General Joffre to plan an Allied offensive on a scale hitherto never attempted. His idea was to attack along the whole front from Arras to the valley of the Oise. The operation would begin during the early days of July 1916, the British advancing north of the Somme, the French south of that river. The general arrangements for the offensive were agreed upon in the course of an inter-allied conference held at Chantilly on February 14th. The French share in the attack, extending from the Somme to the Oise, was confided to the northern group of armies composed of 14 army corps divided into 3 armies, the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 6th. On March 16th, General Foch submitted to General Headquarters his plan for the employment of these forces, at the same time issuing his directions for the material preparation of the attack. This done, he drew up for the use of his troops a note on the offensive battle, basing it upon the prescriptions of the commander-in-chief. In this note, he set down the essential rules which should govern any attack against fortified positions. During the preparation, the essential role belongs to the artillery. The completeness of the artillery preparation is the measure of the success which the infantry can obtain. The depth of ground that can be swept by the artillery determines the space which can be assigned for the infantry to conquer. The execution consists of a series of efforts which must be estimated beforehand. The capture of a succession of fortified positions echeloned in depth is an operation requiring much time. It should be methodically conducted until the enemy's power of resistance has been broken by his moral, material, and physical disorganization, while at the same time our own offensive capacity has not been exhausted. Successive actions should be undertaken against wide fronts, since these alone permit an important deployment of artillery, and General Foch concluded with these words: "When the enemy, his reserves exhausted, can no longer oppose us with organized and continuous defenses, then only can we abandon the methodical mode of action. But this mode is the only one which will enable us to first destroy an organized front, and then continue the combat by operations having the nature of a maneuver in open country." On April 13, 1916, in a letter to the Commander-in-Chief, he again outlined the physiognomy of modern battle and the conditions it exacts. "The struggle will be long. The masses of artillery demanded for its support must be abundantly supplied with ammunition. If this cannot be furnished, no military result can be attained on the Western Front." While these preparations for the Battle of the Somme were being elaborated, grave events were taking place around Verdun. These obliged the Commander-in-Chief to modify his original plans. On April 26, he informed General Foch that the quantity of ammunition which could be placed at his disposal is momentarily reduced by the consumption now going on around Verdun. The northern group of armies could only count on 9 army corps instead of 14, 30 divisions instead of 39. Its front of attack was reduced to 20 miles. "We are a long way from that wide, powerful offensive which has in view an attainable objective and which can keep going," wrote General Foch. "And yet these are the sole conditions which permit an attack to reach a strategic result and not fade away into helplessness. After a few tactical successes at the start, we are likely to see our action halted. In other words, losses and sacrifices to no profitable end." A month later, May 20th, a new reduction in his forces. Only 7 army corps, a maximum of 26 divisions, could now be counted upon for the initial attacks. Under these conditions, the French effort would have to be limited to the front between Maricourt and the Amiens-Péronne road, and would be carried out by a single army, the 6th, operating astride the Somme. Its main function would be to support and cover on the south the British offensive, now become the principal one. However, in order to be ready for some future eventuality, General Foch decided to continue all along his front the preparations already started. On June 3rd, the corps of the 6th Army which were to make the assault were installed in their sectors. The placing of the heavy guns and their ammunition was terminated the 15th. On July 1st, the Franco-British offensive started. The Somme offensive, July 1–November 15, 1916. The fortified system against which 17 Allied divisions were now launched consisted of 2 principal positions echeloned through a depth of from 2 to 3 miles. In some places, there was an intermediate position. From the start, the French 6th Army and the right and center of the British got well into the German 1st position, in numerous places going beyond the objectives assigned. The left of the British, running against more powerful points of support, alone made little progress. The advance was pursued the following days. South of the Somme, in particular, it met with scarcely any resistance on the part of the enemy, being in reality only checked by the necessity of keeping within the general limits of the maneuver. The principal action lay to the north of the Somme, where it was being pursued in liaison with the British forces. The action south of the river having for its essential object to cover and support the one on the north. Its strength and objectives had been intentionally fixed as a function of this mission. It would have been a mistake, therefore, to allow it to be pursued in a direction which would have prevented its fulfilling this duty. And in the opinion of General Foch, all the more so, since the principal offensive, north of the Somme, was making only slow progress in the face of the increasing resistance and violent reactions on the part of the enemy. However, between July 2nd and 20th, the Franco-British attacks managed to effect some progress in the sector which runs from the valley of the Somme to the Amiens-Bapaume highroad. They captured all the intermediate positions established in this region and got within assaulting distance of the enemy's second position. The British center even seized it for a length of 4 miles during their attacks of July 14th, 15th, and 16th. Unfortunately, after the successes in July, there followed a regrettable slowing up in the operations. The British commander-in-chief was anxious to increase his artillery and his ammunition, put in the line new divisions arrived from England, and augment the number of his new offensive weapons, the tanks. Therefore, during the month of August, he limited himself to attacking a few special points, from which resulted only insignificant gains or repulses. In vain, the French commander-in-chief urged upon him the necessity of not delaying the resumption of attacks over an extended front. Sir Douglas, while declaring his agreement in principle, subordinated the undertaking of any large enterprise to first obtaining local results. This decision meant that the French army would have to mark time, since its essential mission was to aid the British army. Nevertheless, our Sixth Army distinguished itself by carrying the German second position from Maurepas to the Somme. The French 10th Army, on the right of the 6th, made ready to prolong to the south of the Somme the Franco-British front of attack and to enter into action at the beginning of September. On September 3rd, the Allied attacks started up again with an amplitude and a coordination not seen during all of August. The results were corresponding. On the left, the British, for the first time making use of tanks, captured powerful points of support such as Guillemont, Ginchy, Flers, Morval, Thiepval, while in the center, the French Sixth Army, by a series of efforts, got as far as the Bapaume-Péronne road, which they reached at Bouchévesnes and Rancourt. The enemy tried to free himself by a powerful counter-attack launched against Bouchévesnes on September 20th. This failed, and 6 days later he was forced to evacuate the important center of Comblaise. South of the Somme, the 10th Army captured villages whose defenses the Germans had been improving for 2 years: Chilly, Soyecourt, Deniécourt, Vermandovilles. It was, unfortunately, limited in its efforts by the insufficiency of its offensive means. Since the consequences of the Verdun battle continued to make themselves felt, it was not yet possible for the French command to feed at one and the same time the two fronts of attack north and south of the Somme. All available means were reserved for the Sixth Army, north of the river, which was acting in support of the British forces. However that may be, the month of September was marked by undoubted success. On a front of nearly 20 miles, the Franco-British forces had, in the course of this month, taken 3 successive enemy positions, advanced on a depth of more than 3 miles, and captured an important booty, including a large number of prisoners. In order to arrive at this result, General Foch had been led to reinforce the 3 French corps, which were operating north of the Somme, by 2 new corps. The presence of 5 corps concentrated in this narrow space created an accumulation of troops whose movements and supply were effected with the greatest difficulty in the face of a numerous and watchful German artillery. It became essential to thin out this area and reduce the number of divisions in the line. Having in view the operations in progress at the Franco-British point of junction, this reduction could only be effected on the right of the Sixth Army. For this reason, General Foch decided to abandon provisionally any attack on the center between Bouchévesnes and the Amiens-Péronne road, and to pursue his attacks on the left and right with the appropriate rhythm and magnitude. On the left, the efforts of the British armies and the French Sixth Army were developed in the direction of Bapaume-Bertincourt. On the right, the French 10th Army, taking advantage of the rectangular shape of its front, continued its attacks southwards. The month of October was employed in the development of this twofold action. On the 7th, a combined Franco-British attack was launched north of the Somme on a 12-mile front. It obtained some success, but was unable to reach the objectives which had been assigned it. The enemy's means of defense had been remarkably strengthened. Nests of machine guns, often established in shell holes and other places hard to discover, checked the attacking troops, producing piecemeal attacks and slowing up any concerted advance, alone productive of useful results. To these difficulties of a tactical order, there were soon added unfavorable weather conditions. The rain, which began falling in the second half of October, soon rendered impassable the ground which had already been cut up by shells and trench work. It brought in its wake all sorts of difficulties and increased the fatigue of the troops. On the 30th, for example, an exceptionally violent storm demolished the works and put supplies and equipment temporarily out of use. In spite of this precarious situation, our Sixth Army succeeded in capturing Sailly-Salisal on October 18th, while the 10th Army extended its positions appreciably in the direction of Pressoir and Ablaincourt. The French High Command continued to stimulate the morale and encourage the ardor of the troops. It was determined to pursue its offensive plan in spite of everything, and it proceeded to prepare, for the beginning of November, a concerted attack by the 10th and 6th Armies between Chaulnes and Sailly-Salisal. On November 5th, the 6th Army and the right of the British armies advanced, but they gained no great success. November 7th, on the contrary, saw the 10th Army reach all its objectives, Pressoir, Albaincourt, Gainermont. It was then in an excellent position for preparing the more important operation, which General Foch's instructions considered should bring it to the railway line between Mazencourt and Haplincourt, and to the Somme above Péronne. Unfortunately, after several days of fine, cold weather, the rain began to fall again heavily, destroying communications and trenches. It became impossible to attack, and it was decided to postpone the opening of the proposed offensive until the month of December. On November 13th and 14th, the British Fifth Army gained another brilliant success on both sides of the Ancre Valley. This success marked the end of the battle. The French commander-in-chief had, in effect, drawn up his plan of action for 1917. He explained it on November 15th in the course of an inter-allied meeting held at Chantilly. The northern group, composed of 4 armies, was to attack between the Somme and the Oise. At the same time, the British armies were to carry out a combined operation between Bapaume and Vimy, north of Arras. The offensive was to be ready for February 1st. In order to suitably organize these forces, it was decided that, as from December 1st, the British should relieve the French up to the vicinity of Bouchavesnes. On December 16th, General Nivelle took command of the French armies and adopted a new program for the 1917 offensives. The northern group of armies was to take part in these operations under the orders of a leader other than General Foch. The latter, relieved of this command, quit the headquarters of the armies of the North at midday on December 27, 1916, and took up his station at Senlis. Roman II, in disfavor, December 27, 1916, May 17, 1917. The results obtained in the Battle of the Somme had been far from negligible. The number of prisoners and the quantity of material captured from the Germans, as also the amount of territory reconquered, exceeded by far what had been seen up to that time. On the enemy's side, to the disappointment caused by the check at Verdun, there was added the uneasiness aroused by the unexpected material strength which the Allies had just displayed, and which was certain to increase. This anxiety had already been manifested several times in the communiques issued by the German staff during the battle. Other indications were seen in the replacement of Falkenhayn at General Headquarters by Hindenburg and Ludendorff, as well as in the peace offers made at the end of 1916, and the retreat towards the Hindenburg position effected in the spring of 1917. However, these results were considered insufficient, esteeming that the war material furnished had been amply sufficient both as regards quantity and quality. The French government laid the blame of the combat methods prescribed on the generals who had devised them. There had to be victims, and General Foch was one of them. No account was taken of the warnings he had given at the time when, following on the events at Verdun, he was obliged to reduce his front of attack on the Somme to such a degree that any decisive success was rendered impossible. It was asserted that his methods of conducting a battle had seen their day and were now out of date. These methods were contrasted with the fruitful counter-offensives carried out in front of Verdun during October 1916, but no account was taken of the fact that the success of the latter was, in great measure, due to the necessity for the enemy of sending his reserves to the Somme battlefields and their retention there. The chief command of the French army and that of the armies of the North therefore passed into other hands. To measure the greatness of his soul, one must have seen him in these sad moments. To the regrets, to even the indignation he heard expressed around him, he contented himself with saying, "Let them go ahead," accompanying the words with that gesture we all knew so well, and with which he dismissed everything that he did not wish to see or know. Never during the whole of the period, when his great faculties were left almost without employment, did he let fall a single word of recrimination or discontent. 50. Senlis Meyer-Court. The new commander-in-chief, General Nivelle, having offered to retain him in the zone of the armies, General Foch established himself with a small group of officers at Senlis. He was entrusted with the task of drawing up a plan of operations to meet the possible case of the violation of Swiss neutrality by the Germans. This plan was forwarded to the commander-in-chief on January 12, 1917, and approved by him. 10 days later, General Foch was sent to Meyer-Court to assume temporary command of the 7th and 8th Armies in the absence of the titular chief, General de Castelnau, who was then in Russia. This situation lasted until March 30th. During these 2 months in the Vosges, he displayed the utmost energy in improving the defensive organizations of the armies under his command and in perfecting certain plans of attack, the preparation of which had been prescribed by General Headquarters. He also occupied himself to a considerable extent with the practical realization of his plan looking to operations in Switzerland, in case the Germans made them necessary. His chief of staff, General Weygand, was sent to Bern to concert measures with the Swiss staff for this eventuality. Shortly afterwards, he received orders to proceed to Italy. On April 8, 1917, he met General Cadorna at Vicenza, and together they examined the conditions under which British and French units might best intervene in Italy in case of a very heavy attack by the enemy. The transport, concentration, and employment of these units were the object of a prolonged study, whose excellence and usefulness were demonstrated by the events which occurred 6 months later on the Italian front. On April 15th, General Foch found himself again at Senlis in an atmosphere of almost complete calm. He suffered greatly from this heartbreaking inaction, but the period of rest was not without some value, for it enabled him to meditate upon the lessons and the future problems of the war, and thus prepare himself for the tasks awaiting him. These, growing constantly in importance, at last brought him to the chief command of the Allied armies. Roman III, Chief of the General Staff. On May 15, 1917, M. Painlevé, Minister of War, appointed General Foch Chief of the French General Staff. As technical advisor to the French government, he now entered into the councils of the Allied governments. His field of action comprised not only the Western Front, but that of the East as well. At the moment he assumed this post, the cause of the Entente was passing through a critical period. On the West, the hopes founded on the plan of campaign for 1917 had just been crushed. The French army, disappointed by the barren results of its efforts, was affected by a grave moral crisis, which, for a considerable time, condemned it to a strict defensive. Deprived of its support, the British attacks could no longer hope for decisive results. On the east, the Russian army, fallen a prey to revolutionary propaganda, still held its trenches but seemed decided upon a purely passive attitude. Romania was still in a period of convalescence after the trials of the previous autumn. Greece, which had come in with us after Constantine's abdication, had a whole army to create. America was furnishing the Entente with large supplies of men and material, but the former would not be available for battle before the spring of 1918. On the side of the Central Powers, although Austria and Turkey showed signs of weariness, Germany had regained a freedom of action of which the year 1916 had gradually deprived her. Her army, liberated to a considerable extent on the east, would soon be able to concentrate important forces on the west and take advantage of a superiority in numbers which she had not been able to realize in that theater since the beginning of the war. Plan of action for the second half of 1917. On June 8, 1917, at Abbeville, General Foch met General Robertson, Chief of the Imperial General Staff, for the purpose of coming to an agreement as to the line of action to be followed in the second half of 1917. In view of the Russian default, and the effect it would have upon the Western theater, as well as the time it would take before the American army could come into action, the two generals decided that military operations in France must be limited to a policy of attrition until such time as American aid, by re-establishing a superiority in our favor, would permit decisive results to be once more envisaged. In the meanwhile, the Italian army, reinforced by heavy guns and ammunition supplied by France and England, and helped if possible by a concerted action of the Russians, was to attack the Austrian forces with a view to putting them out of action. In this way, it was hoped that, with the aid of diplomacy, Austria might be detached from her powerful ally. But it soon became clear that no help could be expected of Russia, and that even her total defection must shortly be expected. General Foch's task, therefore, was now to study the arrangements which would enable the Entente to face the German armies in France when reinforced by the units coming from the Russian front. On July 27, 1917, he drew up a memorandum which he communicated to the representatives of the Allied governments assembled in Paris. The following were his conclusions. In case Russia's defection enables the enemy to transfer to the Western Front all the German and Austrian forces now employed on the Russian front, it would seem that the coalition ought to be able to assemble the resources necessary to resist the enemy's onslaught, until such moment as America can put into line enough troops to re-establish the situation to our advantage. But this relatively favorable military situation can only be obtained by the adoption of the following measures. A. Confine ourselves to the simple defense of secondary fronts and reduce the effectives on these fronts to a minimum consistent with this defensive attitude. B. Hasten in every possible way the creation of an American army and its transport to France. C. Prepare the tonnage necessary for moving the forces to be taken from secondary fronts. D. Obtain unity of action on the Western Front by means of a permanent inter-allied military organ, whose function would be to prepare the rapid movement of troops from one theater to another. The solid foundation on which these conclusions reposed was proved by events a few months later, but they were received with little favor by the meeting. Mr. Lloyd George, in particular, declared that Russia's defection was not very probable, that military men lacked imagination, and that what must above all be sought was to modify the situation to our advantage by detaching one of Germany's allies. Assembled anew in London on August 7th, the heads of the Allied governments requested their chiefs of staff to study the preparation of a powerful offensive in Italy for the beginning of 1918. General Foch, therefore, arranged with General Robertson and General Cadorna for the dispatch to Italy at the appropriate time of 10 divisions and 400 pieces of heavy artillery, half to be furnished by England and half by France. The Russian defection. Meantime, while making arrangements for sending future support to Italy, the Allied governments exerted themselves to hold the Russians in the line. But the moral state of their army, undermined by Bolshevist propaganda, was getting worse every day. On November 6th, Lenin's seizure of power marked the collapse of Russia and proved her desire to put an end to the war. On November 21st, Lenin ordered the commander-in-chief of the Russian army to negotiate an armistice and draw up terms of peace with the enemy. The French government protested. General Foch telegraphed to General Niel, chief of the French military mission attached to the Russian army, that France counted on the patriotism of the Russian High Command to repulse all criminal negotiations and keep the Russian army facing the common enemy. He informed General Berthelot, our representative attached to the Romanian staff, that the French government appreciated the gravity of the situation which a total defection on the part of Russia would entail for Romania, but there must be no thought of disbanding the Romanian army. If events necessitated the evacuation of Romanian territory, the struggle must be pursued in Bessarabia and in the Donuts. Thus, placing its reliance upon the Russian High Command and upon Romania's fidelity, the government in Paris endeavored to thwart the politicians of Petrograd. This attempt did not succeed. Krylenko's nomination as commander-in-chief of the Russian army, deprived the Entente of the support on which it had counted. However, nuclei of national resistance now seemed to take form in southern Russia. In agreement with the French government, General Foch endeavored to aid and encourage the movement. During the months of December and January 1918, his efforts were concentrated upon the organization of these anti-Bolshevist centers and the formation of Polish, Czechoslovak, and Ukrainian divisions. General Berthelot carried on the work in southern Russia and General Niesel in central and northern Russia. The intervention of General Foch was in no way an effort to break up the newly established government in Russia. What he sought was the continuation, under any form, of the struggle against the Central Empires and the maintenance in the East of a war front against them. Thus, having failed, in spite of all his efforts, to prevent the conclusion of the Russo-German peace, he endeavored, by every possible means, to prevent its exploitation. Accordingly, he made recommendations to the French Minister of Foreign Affairs for the immediate organization of inter-allied action in eastern Siberia, where anarchy was making rapid progress and where the Trans-Siberian Railway was threatened. He requested that this action should be entrusted to the United States and Japan, and he indicated its objects. These were to prevent the dispatch to Russia and thence to the Central Powers of munitions and raw material accumulated in Vladivostok, to enable the centers of resistance which might exist or be created in Russia to be encouraged and supplied, and in all events, to deny the enemy access to the Pacific and thus deprive him of the possibility of developing submarine warfare in these waters. The Austro-German attack in Italy. The grave events in Russia were not long in producing their effect on the Western theater of war, through the freedom of action which in a large measure they restored to the Central Empires. On October 24, 1917, an Austro-German offensive on the Italian front, taking advantage of a very thick fog and a torrential rain, which completely paralyzed the active organs of the defense, broke through the Italian lines on the upper Isonzo in the region of Caporetto. The breach opened by the enemy on the front of the Italian army forced the commander-in-chief, General Cadorna, to withdraw the whole of his forces towards the Tagliamento. On October 26th, the French government offered to send reinforcements to the Italians. The telegram crossed a message from General Cadorna, requesting the dispatch of British and French divisions in accordance with the agreements of 1916-1917. General Pétain at once made preparations to send an army of 4 divisions and a corresponding proportion of heavy artillery. The British Chief of Staff, General Robertson, at first displayed less eagerness to dispatch British troops, and it was upon the formal advice of the French Chief of Staff that he decided to put in movement an army corps of 2 divisions. "It is indisputable," wrote General Foch, "that General Cadorna has all that is necessary in the matter of material, troops, and lines of resistance for stopping the enemy, but events are more powerful than arguments. It is to the Allies' interest to prevent at any cost the Italian disaster from growing larger. They must, therefore, without any delay, support the Italian army both morally and materially." It was possible, indeed, that the danger which hung over Italy might become serious. If the enemy penetrated far into the country, it would give him the possibility of considerably disturbing the Allies' communications with northern Africa, Egypt, Palestine, and Greece. The matter was therefore of the highest importance. The French government so well appreciated this fact that it did not hesitate to dispatch its chief of the General Staff across the Alps with full powers. On the 28th, while the first French troops were in training, General Foch left Paris. He arrived at Treviso on the 30th at daybreak, saw General Cadorna immediately, and learned the exact situation. The Italian army was retiring through the Friaul region towards the Tagliamento. Would it be able to establish itself behind this river? Cadorna dared not vouch for it. The Second Army had been so badly shaken at Caporetto that its powers of resistance seemed for the moment compromised, and it appeared probable that the retirement would have to be continued to the Piave. Under this hypothesis, General Foch decided that the first French troops should detrain at Vicenza. But that very day, the 30th, information that was apparently reliable caused the Comando Supremo to apprehend a strong enemy offensive north of the Lake of Garda. General Foch, therefore, modified his original dispositions. He placed 2 French divisions north of Brescia and 2 around Verona, in which place General Duchesne, commanding the French forces, established his headquarters. On the 31st, General Robertson in his turn arrived at Treviso and consulted with General Foch. Both generals considered that the Italian armies had not been beaten, one only, indeed, had been attacked. Provided that order was re-established in them, these armies represented a force which should make it possible to dispute the line of the Tagliamento and establish a firm resistance on the Piave and in the Trentino. On November 1st, General Foch saw the Duke of Aosta, paid a visit to the king at Padua, and proceeded to Rome with the Italian Prime Minister, Signor Orlando. The latter took an intelligent and calm view of the situation. He was ready to fight to the bitter end. If it were necessary, he declared, even to retreat to Sicily. "There is no question of retreating to Sicily," replied General Foch. "It is on the Piave that we must resist." It was in similar terms that he had addressed Field Marshal French under the walls of Ypres, and 5 months later he would be found repeating them as he paced up and down in front of the town hall at Doullens. On November 2nd and 3rd, he had numerous interviews in Rome with members of the Italian government, and he emphasized to them the necessity of reorganizing the Comando Supremo with a view to making it more vigorous. On the 5th, the heads of the British, French, and Italian governments met at Rapallo. General Foch retraced for them the sequence of the recent events. The Italian Second Army was broken, the 3 others were intact. All were withdrawing from the line of the Tagliamento to the line of the Piave, which was stronger and shorter. They should be able to hold it easily with their 700,000 men, provided the Comando Supremo clearly announced its determination and supervised the execution of its orders. The conference was resumed on November 6th. The British Prime Minister, fortified by the high authority of Generals Foch and Robertson, declared that he could not entrust Allied troops to the Comando Supremo as it then existed. Orlando replied that the reorganization of the Italian High Command and the appointments to be made in it were to be submitted at once to the king for his approval. A further question was raised, that of effectives. The Italian Prime Minister requested the dispatch of 15 Allied divisions to Italy. Generals Foch and Robertson considered that this number was exaggerated. Moreover, added General Foch, one of the noticeable events of this war is the strength of the defensive. Under certain circumstances, numerical superiority may ensure victory, but under others, this may not be so. The best proof is the resistance of the Allied armies behind the Usser against a vastly superior German strength. This same truth was demonstrated at Verdun, where the enemy, although he attacked many times, was stopped by forces distinctly inferior. With the use of barbed wire and other obstacles, it is possible to establish a very effective resistance on the Piave. Behind that river, there stands an organized army well commanded and well supplied with ammunition. It can resist greatly superior forces. The events in Italy also drew attention to a point which had occupied the minds of Allied statesmen and generals for several months. In face of the numerical superiority, liberty to maneuver and ability to effect surprise, which had been acquired by the adversary through the defection of Russia, the Allies could not fight under favorable conditions except by the rapid intervention of their reserves on any point in the whole extent of the front. To effect this, it was necessary, in the first place, to have information concerning the enemy's intentions, and, in the second, to possess an organ which could immediately give the necessary orders for the movement of these reserves to the threatened spot. This pointed to the creation of an interallied organism capable of exercising a comprehensive supervision over the conduct of operations in all the various war theaters. To speak plainly, a commander-in-chief of the coalition was needed, but general opinion, especially in England, was as yet little inclined to accept this view. The solution which, in the month of November 1917, carried the day, was the creation of a Supreme War Council, composed of the Prime Minister of each of the Allied governments represented at Rapallo, assisted by one cabinet minister. This council had its seat at Versailles. It was assisted by a staff which included a military representative of each power, but this military representative was prohibited from exercising any other function. This provision was directed more particularly against France, whose selected representative, General Foch, was at the same time chief of the General Staff. It was necessary, therefore, for the general, on his return from Italy, to resign one or the other of these posts. The other members appointed to serve with General Foch were, for England, General Wilson, and for Italy, General Cadorna. The latter was replaced at the Comando Supremo by General Diaz. Later on, the United States was represented by General Tasker Bliss. As soon as they took up their work, the military representatives were requested to examine the general situation on all the fronts, and especially that existing in the Italian theater. On November 9th, Generals Foch and Wilson met General Diaz, the new Italian commander-in-chief, at Padua. They found him quite resolved to defend the line of the Piave, but at the same time, he expressed fear of being turned by an Austrian attack debouching from the Toenail Pass. In order to allay this anxiety, General Foch once more modified the dispositions of the French forces in Italy. One of the divisions was moved to the Val Camonica and the other to Brescia, where General Duchesne established his headquarters. In addition, General Foch proposed, and it was agreed to by the Comando Supremo, that General Duchesne be given command of the sector between the Lake of Garda and the Swiss frontier. Shortly afterwards, General Diaz regretted the decision which placed the French troops at such a distance. On November 11th, he expressed considerable anxiety in regard to the Montello, point of junction between the valley of the Piave and the mountain region. On this occasion, he also informed General Foch that public opinion in Italy was unfavorably impressed by the Allied armies being kept so far from danger. He therefore requested that the French divisions be directed successively to the Piave front. General Foch refused to be induced by any matter of sentiment to move French troops along encumbered roads into a region already crowded with Italian forces, where conditions made their presence of little real help, and where they ran the risk of being involved in the Italian retreat. Moreover, ever since his arrival in Italy, he had always upheld the idea that it was essential to avoid a premature and piecemeal engagement of the Allied forces. They would have melted away in local operations and would have been wanting in the event of another penetration of the Italian front. However, in order to give every possible satisfaction to the Comando Supremo, he decided to place the main body of the French forces between Valdagno and Vicenza, one division being temporarily left west of the Lake of Garda. The British army was to be concentrated on the French right, south of Vicenza. On November 15th, General Foch found it possible to telegraph to Paris that the situation on the positions now held by the Italian army appears to have appreciably improved, and morale seems to be getting generally better. On the 16th, he forwarded the report called for by the Supreme War Council as to the extent of the assistance to be furnished Italy. This report recommended that 12 divisions, 6 French and 6 British, with a proportionate amount of heavy artillery, be sent immediately. After the first contingent arrived, presumably about December 12th, events would show whether it was necessary to increase these figures. On the 18th, in spite of the fact that the situation was improving every day, the Italian General Staff sent General Foch a series of documents having to do with the organization of the retreat to the Mincio and the Adige. General Foch refused to contemplate any such eventuality. Moreover, by November 20th, the Allied forces were in position to afford serious support to the Italian army. On the 22nd and 23rd, heavy fighting took place on the Asiago Plateau, as well as in the region of Monte Grappa and Monte Tomba. The Italian soldiers put up a splendid resistance everywhere. On the 23rd, General Foch was able to leave Italy. The crisis was conjured. The first demoralization once over, the Comando Supremo rapidly recovered itself, and under its direction, the Italian army re-established, with its own forces, a continuous front in the valley of the Piave, without the British and French units having to be engaged. General Foch had aided and supported the Comando Supremo. He had helped it to take the energetic decisions which the gravity of the situation exacted. Here, as in the Battle of Flanders 3 years earlier, he was listened to by reason of the clearness of his vision, his buoyancy, his promptness to act, and his unreserved devotion to the common cause of the Allies. The events of Caporetto had justified the general's predictions, and they clearly proved the accuracy of his conclusions presented in the note of July 26, 1917. These were essentially to expedite the arrival of the American army in France so as to overcome the enemy's numerical superiority and create an inter-allied military organ to direct Entente strategy. Cooperation of the American Army. The general arrangements for the constitution of the American Army and its transport to France had been drawn up in the United States by agreement between Marshal Jaffa and the American government. When General Foch assumed the functions of Chief of the General Staff of the French Army, he, in accord with the French government and the French Commander-in-Chief, proceeded to take the necessary measures for the debarkation of the American forces in France and their installation in camps. A section of his staff occupied itself especially with these matters. He was also charged with the question of the employment of the American contingents on the French front. At the time America entered the war, everybody, in Europe as well as in the United States, was of one mind as to the utilization of the American army in large units under its own chiefs. It had been agreed that, once their period of instruction in France was terminated, the American divisions would be progressively established in an American sector astride the Moselle. But in November 1917, following on the events in Russia, and because of the delays foreseen in the matter of putting American divisions in the line, the Allies modified their point of view. Preoccupied by their numerical inferiority and the crisis in manpower which menaced them on the eve of a German offensive, whose extent and duration no one could predict, they now envisaged, as the only remedy for a very grave situation, the employment of American troops 1 month after their arrival in France, that is to say, the moment their elementary instruction was finished. The idea was to place them by regiment or even by battalion in British or French divisions. This system of amalgamation in reality satisfied neither the United States, which saw in it a serious delay in the constitution of the autonomous army they desired, nor General Foch, who considered that troops never fight so well as under their own flag. It was a momentary necessity to which both parties would resign themselves. To the propositions made in this sense, both President Wilson and General Pershing answered that, if essential and because of the interests at stake, they would consent to the amalgamation. As a proof of their willingness, they immediately placed 4 Negro regiments at General Peytain's disposal. As a matter of fact, to form, equip, instruct, and transport to France the American army demanded a great effort. The problem presented, to quote Marshal Foch, was of huge dimensions, since it was a question of putting on a war footing a country of over 100 million inhabitants. Everything had to be created. The regular army, maintained on a scale sufficient for the narrow requirements of peacetime, could only furnish a small fraction of what was necessary for the mobilization of the numerous divisions which America had decided to raise. These had to be constructed from the ground up, their staffs, their officers and non-commissioned officers, their troops, as well as the large supply of material without which nothing can be done in modern war. An entirely new instrument had to be forged, and not only was it necessary to forge on a vast scale, but to forge quickly. The war had been going on for 3 years. No one could doubt that its very amplitude and intensity rendered its continuance for any great length of time impossible. If America was to make her weight felt in the final decision, she must hurry her forces to Europe with the utmost speed. 51. But however energetic had been the efforts made to place the American army on the battlefields of Europe, the results obtained so far were rather poor. Arrivals on the average did not exceed 30,000 men a month. In March 1918, a year after America's entry into the war, and at the moment the German offensive was launched, the American effectives in France did not reach more than 300,000 men. Of divisions, there were 6 only. The forecasts made at the end of 1917 showed that no useful help from the United States could be counted upon before the summer of 1918, and no powerful help before 1919. The Allies' plan of action for 1918, the question of reserves, and the Inter-Allied High Command. These delays in getting the American forces in the field had to be added to the many difficulties confronting the Allies at the end of 1917. It was certain that the Germans would exert every effort to bring the whole weight of their armies to bear in the Western theater, so as to complete their victory before the arrival of the American armies could decisively alter the situation. During the first half of 1918, the Allies would be reduced to opposing the adversary's masses with their own unaided resources. In face of the enemy's numerical superiority and the possibilities presented for his action, what was the line of conduct to follow? On November 18, 1917, General Pétain, in a statement before the French War Committee, declared himself in favor of a waiting policy on the Western Front. Such tactics, he said, demanded a solid organization of the front and the constitution of strong reserves ready to intervene at the point of danger. But it was also necessary that a supreme chief should be appointed for preparing plans and controlling reserves. Unity of command, he added, is one of the conditions of success. On January 1, 1918, General Foch, in his turn, presented the following views on this subject to the military representatives at Versailles. We must prepare ourselves for a very serious offensive on the part of the Germans any moment after the commencement of this year. It will be combined as a function of space and of time. That is to say, it will be directed upon different portions of the Anglo-French front, perhaps of the Italian front, at various intervals of time. We will meet this attack by defensive dispositions, which at this moment are being carried out on the British and French fronts, and we have reason to hope that they will be sufficient to arrest the enemy before he can obtain decisive results. But we ought also to meet it by an attitude which, far from being passive, should be inspired by the determination of the Entente armies to seize every opportunity to impose their will upon the adversary. This can be done only through assuming the offensive the moment it is possible, for by no other means can victory be attained. With this object in view, the Allied armies should, in case of attack by the enemy, not only stop him and counter-attack on the terrain he has used in attacking us, but also pronounce powerful counter-offensives by way of diversion. These should be prepared beforehand and launched against points chosen in advance and permitting rapid execution. If the adversary does not attack, be ready to take the initiative and operate against limited objectives, with the purpose of dominating the enemy, wearing him down, and maintaining the combative spirit of our troops. In both of the above cases, be ready to develop these actions under the form of a combined offensive with decisive objectives the moment the wearing down process or any other favorable circumstance arising in the general situation offers the hope of success. This program of January 1, 1918 was the one which General Foch was to execute a few months later. In it can be seen the germ which he developed into ultimate victory: first, defensive action imposed by the situation, then partial counter-offensives, and finally, the general offensive which ended in victory. The Marshal's sagacity was once more shown in this document. However, in order to determine the conditions for undertaking a counter-offensive that would break the existing clinch, as recommended by General Foch, there must be, stated the General Staff in a note of January 6, 1918, a higher organ of command which can at all times defend the general plan adopted as against personal inclinations and individual interests, take rapid decisions, and get them carried out without any loss of time. To make this possible, it is essential, at least in what concerns the front between the North Sea and Switzerland, that some military authority be appointed which, acting on behalf of the coalition and in accordance with the views of the Supreme War Council, can exercise a directive action on the whole front, handle the common reserves, prepare the disengaging counter-attack, and launch it at the proper moment. Thus was brought up once more the question of inter-allied reserves and the Supreme Command, which General Foch had unsuccessfully pleaded before the hands of the Entente governments on July 26. But this time conditions were no longer the same. Serious events had occurred in Italy, the Rapallo Agreement had been made, and the Supreme War Council created. Nevertheless, while this last institution represented a great improvement over the past, it was as yet far from meeting the requirements of the situation. A war council is an organ of consultation and study. It is unfitted for rapid decision and execution. It has no instrument of action at its disposal. With what could such a body oppose the approaching German attacks? In what way reply to them? As soon as the action was engaged, would it not be reduced to accepting decisions already taken by others? Would these decisions respond to the interests of the coalition taken as a whole, or would they be dictated by individual interests and immediate necessities? The French and American governments both desired a single supreme command. Mr. Lloyd George personally seemed to favor it, but public opinion in England and the British High Command were frankly hostile. England had adopted as her own the instructions given by Lord Kitchener to Sir John French at the outbreak of hostilities in August 1914. I wish you to distinctly understand that your command is an entirely independent one, and that in no case will you place yourself under the orders of an Allied general. Still more serious was the fact that the formation of a general reserve and its employment also encountered opposition. This, General Weygand, the French military representative at Versailles, as well as General Foch, did his utmost to overcome. On January 21st, General Weygand submitted General Foch's plan of action for 1918 to his colleagues. Influenced by General Wilson, the British representative, they expressed the opinion that no advantage in the French theater could be obtained by either of the opponents during the year 1918. Therefore, under these conditions, the Allies would be better advised to adopt the idea recommended by Mr. Lloyd George of an action against Turkey, with a view to destroying the Turkish armies and crushing the resistance of that country. General Weygand's influence and sagacity fortunately brought his collaborators back to a more opportune examination of the situation on the West, and secured their adherence to General Foch's point of view. On the other hand, the question of a provisional unity of command, proposed by the French staff, met with uncompromising opposition, and the military representatives confined themselves to the creation of a general reserve for all the Allied forces on the Western Front, both in France and in Italy. In fact, faced by these vague aspirations, which were substituted for practical action, General Weygand was obliged to write to the Prime Minister on January 22nd. While we stand under the menace, and perhaps on the eve, of the most powerful effort which the enemy has so far attempted against us, there exists no general plan for the operations of the coalition in 1918. In fact, no preparations were made for mutual support or for common action on the part of the Allied armies. In the course of a conference held on January 24th at Campigny, at which General Robertson, coming from London, and the commanders-in-chief were present, General Foch pointed out this situation. Taking his stand against a purely defensive attitude, he preached activity. Citing as an example the Battle of the Somme, which loosened the grip on Verdun, he demonstrated that the best way to stop a persistent enemy offensive was to pronounce in your own turn a powerful attack. But he added, such an operation is only possible if it has been anticipated and prepared. And with what must it be executed? With every British and French division that can be mustered. Therefore, the whole of the Franco-British front must be kept in view, and not merely the French front on one hand or the British front on the other. We ought to have a general plan envisaging an offensive action, and we ought to be prepared to launch it at a selected moment on a common battlefield, with every available man in the Allied forces. The commanders-in-chief agreed with General Foch on the principle of a disengaging counter-offensive, but they held that the effectives they could oppose to the German masses, and which wastage must still further decrease, would not enable them to execute it. In that case, the Marshal replied, "We have prepared merely palliatives to meet the enemy's offensive. We have no ample, vigorous counterstroke ready." He again took up the question before the prime ministers of the Allied governments when they met at Versailles, January 30 February 2, 1918. Circumstances oblige us to maintain a waiting attitude during the early part of 1918. From this fact, there results the necessity of having a defensive plan for the whole line from Nieuport to Venice. But this plan must be susceptible of being transformed, according to circumstances, into an offensive plan, partial or complete. Our offensive plan should be established with the idea of meeting the various enemy attacks which may be pronounced against the different Allied armies. From this, there results the necessity for these armies of combining among themselves the means of ensuring their common defense. Each army must have its own defensive system, also its own reserves ready to throw in at any menaced point of its front. But there should be, in addition, general reserves which can be transported from one part of the entire front to any other that may be in danger. These reserves must also be susceptible of being united and used in a counteroffensive launched as a diversion to relieve one of the Allies from a concentrated assault directed against his lines. It is therefore essential that at the same time we prepare for defensive action, we also concert these offensive maneuvers. The two questions of Allied reserves and a plan of campaign were thus presented to the statesmen responsible for the general conduct of the war. General Foch's program was examined and discussed. The commanders-in-chief offered the objections we have already cited, based on their weakness in men, but defended by Monsieur Clemenceau, the plan was finally adopted. The matter of an inter-Allied reserve was then taken up. General Foch easily obtained agreement as to the necessity for it, and he proposed for its constitution, maintenance, and employment, the creation of an organ which, after consulting the commanders-in-chief, would take the necessary decisions. He suggested that this organ be composed of the British, French, and Italian chiefs of the General Staff. During the discussion, General Bliss, the United States military representative, asserted the necessity of creating an inter-Allied reserve and urged that it be placed under the command of one man. Mr. Lloyd George emphasized the uselessness of a new organism, which would be doing the same work as the Supreme War Council. However, he expressed the desire that General Foch, by reason of his experience and past record, should form part of the already existing organization. On his proposal, an executive committee was formed with General Foch as president, composed of the military representatives of America, England, and Italy. Its task was to determine the size of the general reserve and the share to be contributed by each army. It would fix the zones where the reserve was to be stationed, prepare its intervention, and when the time came, decide on its employment. The Versailles Conference thus marked a great step towards a rational organization of the Entente forces. Failing a single supreme commander, which was the logical solution, but which remained the object of uncompromising opposition, the scheme offered the possibility of considerable unity of action in the grave moments of battle. The new executive committee at once set to work. Having fixed the strength of the General Reserve at some 30 divisions, on February 6th, it asked the British Army for 9 or 10 divisions, to include the 3 then in Italy. The French Army was to furnish 13 or 14 divisions, including the 4 in Italy, the Italian Army, 7. This reserve represented 1/7 of the Allied forces. It was a minimum which could not be reduced without abandoning the conception of a general reserve really capable of influencing the issue of battle. The Executive Committee decided, furthermore, that the units of the General Reserve should, in principle, be stationed in the zones of their armies, within distance of rapid intervention, and it requested the Belgian army to relieve the British up to the outskirts of Langemarck, in order that the latter's effectives might be increased. These dispositions raised objections on the part of those called upon to execute them. The French commander-in-chief considered that the number of divisions required of him was too high, and he proposed 8 instead of 10, adding, "So far as regards the employment of the infantry divisions selected to form part of the General Reserve, I trust that our common efforts will smooth out the practical difficulties, which will be sure to arise as soon as a battle starts." General Foch accepted the proposed 8 divisions and replied to the commander-in-chief, "You may rest assured that the Executive Committee, for its part, will do its utmost to prevent all delay and remove all difficulties." Thus, thanks to a mutual understanding of matters, agreement was established between the committee and French General Headquarters. It was otherwise with the British. On March 2nd, Sir Douglas Haig wrote to General Foch that he had already assigned all his troops for meeting an enemy offensive, that he was unable to modify their disposition or his plan, and that he regretted his inability to associate himself with the proposals of the Executive Committee. The refusal of the British Commander-in-Chief made it impossible for the Executive Committee to accomplish its mission. On March 4th, 17 days before the German offensive broke, the committee placed on record the following conclusion: "The Executive Committee finds it impossible to continue its task of organizing an inter-allied general reserve in conformity with the instructions which it received on February 2nd from the Supreme War Council on this subject. The Executive Committee requests that each military representative inform his government of this decision and ask for its instructions." The matter was then brought before the Supreme War Council on March 14th and 15th in London. At the outset of the meeting, Mr. Lloyd George, although once more proclaiming the necessity for an inter-allied reserve, defended Sir Douglas Haig's point of view. The French Prime Minister ranged himself with Mr. Lloyd George. He declared that, on account of the attack now imminent, it is impossible to withdraw divisions from Sir Douglas Haig or General Pétain. Furthermore, a complete agreement, endorsed by the two governments, exists between Field Marshal Haig and General Pétain, who have made all dispositions for affording each other mutual assistance in case of need. The representatives of the United States and Italy were of a different opinion. In an effort to give them satisfaction, but without abandoning in any way the special arrangements made for the Franco-British front, it was decided that the British and French divisions then in Italy and a number of Italian divisions to be fixed by the Executive Committee should form the nucleus of the General Reserve. As time went on, this reserve would be progressively increased by new divisions coming from America. General Foch protested against these decisions, the text of which, moreover, had not been communicated to him before the session. The question before the meeting, he said, was apparently to organize an executive committee, but it looks as though the first thing done was to deprive that committee of all power to execute. To which Monsieur Clemenceau replied that, in his view, the powers of the executive committee had not been decreased by the resolution adopted, but on the contrary, they had been extended. General Foch reverted to the question the following day, March 15th. Lifting the debate above the simple matter of forming an inter-allied reserve, he took up the general conduct of operations. "You say that there exists perfect agreement between the various commanders-in-chief. Each army knows what to expect from its neighbor. Very well, but if the Supreme War Council does not know exactly the situation of each army or the magnitude of this mutual assistance, how can it take the decisions which events will doubtless demand, and how will it get them executed? If the Supreme War Council is to render any service, its powers must be extended." Mr. Lloyd George was impressed by General Foch's reasoning, but he did not touch the heart of the matter. He confined himself to having it decided that the agreement arrived at between the commanders-in-chief of the Allied armies in France, with a view to mutual support, will form the subject of an official communication to the permanent military representatives at Versailles. With this, the London conference broke up, having achieved practically nothing. The solution found for the question of a general reserve was entirely inadequate, while that of the unified command was not even touched upon. It required a disaster to to retrieve the error committed in London on March 15, 1918. After this short interlude, the Marshal himself once more continues his memoirs. Chapter I, The German Offensive of March 21, 1918, and the Doullens Agreement. The German attack of March 21st, its leaders, its methods, its aims, inadequacy of the Allied arrangements, the London Conference of March 15th, the British Fifth Army is driven in, decisions adopted by the British and French commanders-in-chief, efforts made by General Foch in Paris and by Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig in London, the conferences at Compiègne and Abbeville. March 25th, the Doullens Conference of March 26th. On March 21, 1918, at 4 a.m., the German artillery suddenly opened a violent bombardment along the whole of the front, included between the valleys of the Scarpe and the Oise. At 9 o'clock, under cover of a thick fog, the enemy's infantry reached the positions which the British armies had occupied since the spring of 1917, namely, on the north, the Third Army, General Byng, between Arras and the region of Le Catelet, and on the south, the Fifth Army, General Gau, from the region of Le Catelet to Barissy-Zorx-Bois. The Third Army, covering a front of 25 miles, had 10 divisions in the front line and 6 in reserve. The Fifth Army, on a front of 37 miles, had 11 divisions in the front line, with 3 infantry and 3 cavalry divisions in reserve. Opposing these, the German attacking forces were grouped into 3 armies. On the north, in the Arras region, was the 17th Army, Otto von Bülow, and in the center, between Cambrai and Le Catelet, the 2nd Army, von der Marwitz. Both belonged to the group of armies of the Crown Prince of Bavaria. To the south, resting on the valley of the Oise, was the 18th Army, von Heudier, forming part of the group of armies of the German Crown Prince. At the time these armies made their assault on the British positions, the Allies were unaware of their exact strength, but they had an approximate idea. A study made 3 months previously at French General Headquarters had shown that the Germans, now relieved of all menace coming from Russia, would have available on March 1, 1918, for the Western Front, some 200 divisions. These could furnish an offensive mass of 80 divisions with 1,000 heavy batteries. It was to be presumed that at least 50 of these divisions would be employed for the initial actions, thus giving the Germans, in the zone chosen for attack, a numerical superiority of 2 to 1. The ability of the generals who would direct these operations was equally well known, for it had been fully tested. General von Bülow had gained a high and well-deserved reputation in the course of the attacks made on the Italian front in October 1917. General von Heudier, at about the same period, had achieved important results at Riga, in an attack which he had prepared with perfect secrecy and carried out suddenly and with the utmost vigor. The methods which had succeeded at Caporetto and at Riga were employed without change on the French front in the spring of 1918. They may be summarized as follows. 1. Effect a surprise by secretly transferring the maneuvering mass to the scene of action, movements conducted by night, absence of lights in billets and camps, concealment from hostile aircraft, etc. And by placing the attacking units in position only at the last moment. 2. Short and violent artillery preparation throughout a depth of from 2 to 3 miles, with plentiful use of gas shell. Then the assault by infantry, which had been assembled during the artillery preparation, to within 200 or 300 yards of the first lines to be carried. 3. Rapidity of execution, obtained by a swift advance of the infantry, first preceded by a rolling barrage laid down by the artillery, and then protected by accompanying guns, trench mortars in close support, and above all light machine guns. 4. The breach having been made, seek to widen it by attacks directed against the flanks. 5. Endeavor to secure a rapid penetration of the enemy's positions by means of a resolute advance of the troops on distant objectives fixed beforehand, so as to disorganize the hostile defense by seizing the points essential to it. 6. Initiative on the part of all leaders, the role of commanding officers in every arm and unit being the decisive factor, for once the battle has begun, special orders no longer reach those to whom they are addressed, and everyone must act upon his own responsibility. 7. Employ reserves, not against centers of resistance, which entail useless losses, but at points where the attack is making progress and where its advance may be best facilitated. Such were the general principles which were drilled into the German divisions during weeks of practical exercises previous to the attack. In fact, the tool which Hindenburg and Ludendorff wielded in the spring of 1918 seemed to be, both from the viewpoint of material and of troop training, of a condition and temper that left nothing to be desired. Every German soldier was convinced that he was about to win the great campaign which would bring peace. Confident in this excellent instrument, the German Supreme Command proceeded to employ it against a strategic objective from which it hoped to obtain results not only swift but decisive. To this end, the Germans selected one of the most sensitive parts of the Allied front, namely the junction between the British and French armies. By aiming a well-prepared and vigorously executed blow in the direction of Amiens, it might be possible to separate these armies. Then, by exploiting the initial success and widening the breach, the British would be thrown back on the sea, the French on Paris. The two principal adversaries would thus be put out of action, and the coalition broken before the American army could effectively intervene. Such were the possibilities which presented themselves to the German Supreme Command. In the north of France, moreover, special facilities for this maneuver were already at hand, owing to the existence there of a dense and conveniently oriented railway system which led to Amiens, one of the vital points of the Allied communications. On the greater part of the front of attack selected, the resistance would be in all probability less firmly organized than anywhere else, for the Allies had only been in possession of these positions for a year, that is, since they had been voluntarily abandoned by the Germans. Behind them and stretching up to Amiens, the ground was like a desert, having been devastated by the systematic destruction carried out by the enemy in the spring of 1917, or else torn to pieces during the Battle of the Somme in the summer of 1916. The German Supreme Command believed, therefore, that all the trumps were in their hands. However, neither British nor French General Headquarters was unaware of the enemy's intentions. Ever since the month of February, reports had indicated that the Germans had settled upon the region between the Oise and the Scarpe, and upon the Champagne country lying on either side of Rheims as their principal zones of attack. But whereas the British judged that the enemy's main blow would fall in Champagne, General Pétain thought that it would be directed against the British front north of the Oise. In this latter case, the point of junction between the British and French forces seemed to him to be inevitably the point of least resistance, and one where it would be more difficult to fight a battle than anywhere else. The chief of the French General Staff 52 and the military representatives at Versailles had done their best during the winter to remedy this weakness, but their endeavors had been practically fruitless. On March 13th, 14th, and 15th, the Allied governments had met in conference in London in order, more particularly, to decide the question of forming the Allied General Reserve, which fell to my charge as president of the Versailles Executive Committee. At the meeting on the 14th, Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, who took part in the conference, declared that he was unable to assure to the formation of this reserve the participation requested of him and furnish the number of divisions which it would require. In spite of my protest, the British government supported him in his stand, and the French government accepted without qualification the British view. At the meeting on the 15th, since this solution on the part of the two governments was still causing me much anxiety, I asked to be heard, and I pointed out the defects existing in the organization of the Allied command at the very moment the coalition was about to engage in a defensive battle of the utmost importance, and which all were agreed could not be far off. Experience justified me in saying what I did. From the beginning of the war, we had fought numerous battles in which the various Allied armies had taken a share. In 1914, on the Marne and at Arras, French and British. On the Ussur and at Ypres, French, British and Belgians. On the Piave in 1917, Italians, French and British. None of these battles could have succeeded without a centralizing organ which made it possible to obtain concerted action among the various Allied forces. Without it, our efforts, instead of concording, would have been dispersed, and the common cause would have suffered. Under the circumstances now existing, this organ would have been the commander of the Allied General Reserve, had it been formed. In the absence, however, of this Allied instrument, it was much to be feared that the French and the British armies, on which the enemy's blows were about to fall, would each be governed by considerations of its own particular interests and dangers, and would each lose sight of the common weal, although that was more important than anything else. In a word, the Allied battle might be seriously compromised under existing conditions, because unity of view and of action would be lacking. My remarks and predictions are contained in the minutes of the London Conference of March 15th. They greatly impressed the head of one government, Mr. Lloyd George, though without causing the conference to modify the decision it had taken on the previous day. 6 days later, they were to receive ample justification on the field of battle. Be that as it may, on the eve of the great German offensive, the Allied governments had decided to depend solely upon the understanding between Sir Douglas Haig and General Pétain for meeting a situation which loomed dark with peril. As a matter of fact, the two commanders-in-chief had taken special measures to meet the threatening danger. These were on the part of General Pétain, by placing in reserve at Clermont the Third Army, General Humbert, composed of 5 infantry divisions, a cavalry corps, and 3 regiments of artillery, for action in the British zone either between the Oise and the Somme or to the north of the Somme, on the part of the British Field Marshal by engaging to send, in the event of an attack on the French front, an army of from 6 to 8 divisions with from 4 to 6 groups of field artillery and 2 groups of heavy artillery, on the understanding, however, that this force would not be forthcoming if an extensive German offensive were directed in against the British front. These arrangements, however excellent they were, nevertheless presented grave imperfections and omissions if they were to meet the threat of an offensive capable of striking at several points and of following up a success in some one direction previously fixed upon. The promises of mutual support by the two commanders-in-chief, moreover, were hedged about with reserves, avowed by Sir Douglas Haig, but equally present in the mind of General Pétain. The latter, although taking the British front into consideration, contemplated the ever-increasing possibility of a German offensive directed at one and the same time against our front Champagne and against the British front. Under these circumstances, when the thick and menacing fog of battle arose and spread across a limitless horizon, which of the two commanders would dare to part with the reserves he had promised? Of what value would be such engagements in the presence of those unforeseeable happenings which inevitably accompany, in their form or in their execution, the development of a great hostile operation, and which might exceed or modify the conditions that dictated the arrangement between the two Allied commanders? Would either of them have the temerity to look beyond the limited field of action of his own army, when each was responsible to his government for the proper interests of his own country, and regardful as he must be of the sacrifices entailed and the reinforcements he might be obliged to call for? When the time arrived to take vital decisions, would either be able to shake off this sense of responsibility in order to bring to his threatened neighbor succor that would be appropriate, rapid, and sufficient, and that might have to be sent to a considerable distance? Even if he should be willing to do all this, and it must be remembered that it was here a question of fighting a decisive battle whose violence was sure to be as great as its extent was undetermined, would he be able to bring his reinforcements into action rapidly when staffs and line officers were still strangers to each other, ignorant each of the other's needs, means, and methods, and whose intercourse was based on conventions and protocols, naturally rigid and inevitably slow? For these reasons, the agreements between the commanders-in-chief, when they were discussed in London, had seemed to me full of weaknesses and absolutely inadequate. Events were soon to prove it. The Allied governments assumed a heavy responsibility in so readily placing their trust and risking their tranquility upon this simple agreement between two chiefs, each having his own interests to guard. On March 21st, The plan of the German staff was carried out in all its amplitude. The material means brought into action, 50 divisions, and the extent of the attack, 50 miles, were far greater than anything seen since stabilization had taken place on the Western Front. In no way inferior were the results obtained. On the north, the British Third Army maintained in general its positions, but it was quite otherwise with General Gough's Fifth Army. Along almost the whole of its front, it was swept away, its right in particular being thrown back west of St. Quentin up to the edge of the Crozat Canal. On the following day, the 22nd, this army, badly shaken, retreated towards the Somme. An extraordinary incident here took place, one only to be explained by the contagion which spread from the confused and shaken troops, driven in by the heavy attack on the front line. The Somme, running several miles in rear, was captured by the enemy practically without a blow being struck. The same phenomenon occurred on the Aisne 2 months later, during the attack of May 27th. Despite the intervention of the British reserves, the general retirement of the Fifth Army proceeded at such a pace as to show that its power of resistance had been seriously weakened. Sir Douglas Haig, becoming anxious, requested General Pétain to relieve as quickly as possible by French troops the British contingents distributed between the Oise and the Somme at Péronne. But General Pétain was considerably preoccupied by his own front in Champagne, and for the moment he could do no more than adhere to the arrangements previously made, that is to say, dispatch the French Third Army to the British zone. However, in view of the time required to effect the move, the action of this army could not be fully felt before the 27th. Until then, the British would have to be left more or less to themselves. In order to lessen in part the gravity of their situation, the French commander-in-chief, in agreement with Sir Douglas, decided to entrust General Fayolle, commanding the reserve group of armies, with the conduct of the battle between Barissy-Zauxbois and Péronne. General Fayolle, therefore, had under his command the British divisions which were fighting in that area, the French Third Army on its arrival, and ultimately the French First Army, which was at that moment being withdrawn from the region of the Wavre. He was instructed to establish at all costs a solid defensive front on the line Péronne-Guiscard-Chauny-Barissy-Zauxbois, or at the very least on the line Nesle-Noyon. However, events marched with a rapidity that defied all calculations. On March 23rd, the Germans extended their front of attack to the east of Arras. The British Third Army, apart from a slight withdrawal west of Courcelles, successfully repulsed all the enemy's assaults, but in order to maintain contact with the Fifth Army, it was obliged to draw back its right in the direction of Bapaume. The British Fifth Army continued its retreat without interruption. On the 23rd, it abandoned the bridgehead at Péronne, and the next day the line of the Somme from Péronne to Ham. In vain, the French V-Corps, Third Army, hurrying into action, tried to defend Noyon and the Canal du Nord. It was outflanked, and on the 25th, Noyon fell into the hands of the Germans. What had happened was that General Gough's right, instead of retiring in the direction of Roy-Montdidier, which would have kept it in touch with the French left, retreated towards Nesle and Amiens, thus drawing away from the French and moving in the direction of the British bases. In this way, there was created between the British right and the French left a gap of some 12 miles in width. Our Roman II Cavalry Corps, in spite of all its efforts, was unable to close this breach, and through it the enemy poured. General Fayolle counted on throwing into it the units of the Third Army as they detrained. But the question was, would he have time to do so? And if the breaking up of Gough's army continued, would not these arriving units themselves be carried away by the torrent before they could re-establish the continuity of the front? The French commander-in-chief, who had seen Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig at Durry on the 23rd, and had declared himself in accord with the latter as to the necessity of maintaining a close liaison between the British and French armies, now doubted whether this contact could be re-established. In view of the developments of the 24th, he despaired of the British resisting sufficiently to enable the French divisions to come into action under favorable conditions on the right of the British Fifth Army, and he considered that fresh dispositions were now required to meet the situation. These views he communicated the same day, March 24th, to the commanders of the various groups of armies in the following instruction. It is above all essential, he wrote, that the armature of the French armies taken as a whole be solidly maintained. In particular, the reserve group of armies must not be cut from the remainder of our forces. This being assured, maintain contact with the British forces if possible. This was a grave decision, one which appeared to guard only imperfectly the interests of the Allies. Moreover, it threatened to deal a fresh blow to the morale of the British troops, already so gravely affected. The following day, March 25th, Field Marshal Haig, at Abbeville, handed General Weygand a note in which he set forth his requests and his intentions. His requests had for their object the immediate concentration, astride the Somme, west of Amiens, of at least 20 French divisions for the purpose of acting against the flank of the German attack on the British Army. This was equivalent to a decision to transfer the British resistance to the west of Amiens. His intentions were expressed in this simple sentence: the British Army will have to fight falling back slowly and covering the Channel ports. As can be seen, the moment a violent and sustained crisis suddenly broke. Each of the two commanders-in-chief found himself faced by the responsibility he owed his own country, and precisely what was to be feared happened. Each was concerned most of all with preserving and maintaining his army. He therefore oriented it towards its bases, the direction best calculated to protect his own nation's interests. For the British, this direction was the Channel ports. For the French, it was Paris and the interior of France. To each this appeared as the essential task. The result, perhaps, would be a divergent maneuver, but to help his neighbor was no longer anything but a contingent duty, to be fulfilled if possible. As opposed to a single German battle, two distinct battles were being fought by the Allies, a British battle for the ports and a French battle for Paris. These were carried on separately and farther away from one another. The Allied commanders thus tended to emphasize the separation of their armies, the primary object of the German operations, and they risked rendering the separation absolute. Unless the Allied governments, upon whom rested most of the responsibility for what was happening, intervened quickly and energetically, we were marching towards certain defeat. It was their duty to clearly indicate that the interests of the coalition came before everything else. The only way to do this was to create and place over their armies in the field an organ which would take in hand the safeguarding of the common interests and direct the united resources of both partners. On Sunday, March 24th, about 3 p.m., even before General Pétain had issued his instruction, which was to put the seal upon the divergence between his views and those of Sir Douglas Haig, I had, on my own responsibility, asked to see Monsieur Clemenceau, the Prime Minister, and had handed him a note in which I called his attention to the evolution of the battle then going on. I explained the military dispositions which should at once be taken and the necessity for an organ to direct the war, one capable of giving orders and seeing that they were executed. Otherwise, the risk remained for the coalition of going into a battle entailing the gravest consequences, inadequately prepared, inadequately equipped, and inadequately directed. His first words, when I gave him my note, were, "You are not going to desert me, I am in agreement with Haig and Pétain. What more can I do?" "No, Mr. President," I answered, "I am not going to desert you, but each one of us must shoulder his own responsibilities and without delay. That is why I have handed you this note." As Chief of Staff of the Army, I was military advisor to the French government. 53 grave events were happening, and I could not remain passive when disaster was imminently threatening. The time had come for each man to assume his responsibilities, and it was most important for the French government to comprehend that the patriotic fervor of its Prime Minister, 54 his unsurpassed activity, and his frequent conversations with General Pétain or Field Marshal Haig did not suffice to carry on an immense, long, and hard battle by the Allied armies. To solve the problem, it was essential to set up at once a directing organ, which would be wholly and solely concerned with the conduct of the Allied war, which would be selected by and be responsible to the Allied governments, possessed of the necessary experience, prestige, and ability, and aided by an appropriate staff. Failing that, the struggle would end in division of efforts, impotence, and disaster. This organ could be neither the Versailles Executive Committee, which, on March 14th, had been deprived of all its means of action and therefore of all its authority, nor the Supreme War Council of the Allied governments, for its decisions would inevitably be always too late to meet an emergency. Sir Douglas Haig that very day recognized the necessity. On March 24th, about 11 p.m., when he could no longer have any doubt as to the intentions of the French High Command, he telegraphed to the Chief of the Imperial General Staff in London to come at once to France, in order that a supreme command for the whole Western Front might be created as quickly as possible. In response to his appeal, General Wilson landed at Boulogne on the morning of the 25th. He had been preceded by Lord Milner, a member of the British War Cabinet, who had arrived at Versailles the day before, under orders from Mr. Lloyd George to send the Cabinet a personal report on the situation. Taking advantage of the presence in France of these two British officials, Monsieur Clemenceau arranged a meeting for the afternoon of the 25th at Compiègne, French General Headquarters. Unfortunately, neither General Wilson nor Sir Douglas Haig was able to attend, both being detained at Abbeville. The result was there were really two meetings on that day, one at Compiègne, at which I assisted with the President of the Republic, Monsieur Clemenceau, Monsieur Louture, Lord Milner, and General Pétain, the other at Abbeville, where General Wilson, Field Marshal Haig, and my Chief of Staff, General Weygand, assembled. At the Compiègne meeting, General Pétain described the greatly disorganized condition of the British Fifth Army and the steps he had taken to come to its help, namely, the dispatch of 15 divisions of which 6 were already heavily engaged. He asserted also that he could do no more for the present, being faced with the necessity of defending the road to Paris, now threatened from the valley of the Oise and perhaps from the direction of Champagne. Being asked to give my views, I showed, as in my note of the previous day, that the urgent danger lay in the direction of Amiens, where the German offensive had broken through the Franco-British front and produced a large gap, the first result of which was the separation of the British and French armies. It was essential, at all costs, to re-establish this front and restore the liaison between the two armies, even should that entail some risks elsewhere. Bring up the number of divisions required to close the breach, and bring them up quickly. Such, in my opinion, was the line to pursue, the direction indicated for all our efforts. To what extent were the British able to cooperate in this plan? In the absence of his military advisers, Lord Milner was unable to reply to this question put to him by Monsieur Clemenceau. He suggested, however, that another meeting be held the following day, the 26th, when the British generals could be present. We therefore separated at Compiègne about 5 p.m., having arranged the conference for 11 a.m., the following day at Dury. At the moment, this discussion at Compiègne was proceeding without any decision being taken. Sir Douglas Haig was having a conference with General Wilson at Abbeville. Fully alive to the peril to which the Entente was exposed through the separation of the British and French armies, and convinced that it must at all costs be prevented, Sir Douglas proposed to the Chief of the Imperial General Staff that General Foch be immediately named Commander-in-Chief. His advice was as yet only partly heeded. General Wilson reached Versailles that same evening, and after having a talk with Lord Milner, he came to see me in Paris about 11 o'clock. He suggested assigning to Monsieur Clemenceau, whose technical advisor I would be, the task of ensuring a closer cooperation between the armies and a better utilization of all available reserves. I had no difficulty in pointing out to him how little the realization of this plan was to be desired, since, far from simplifying matters, it was likely to make them still more difficult. The arguments I developed at this meeting are clearly summarized in Lord Milner's memorandum. Foch himself did not wish to command anything. All he wanted was to have the same sort of position which he had held once before, at the time of the Battle of Ypres, when General Joffre delegated him to try and get the British and French to work more closely together. Only he now wanted to be placed in that position with a more distinct and higher authorization, that of both the Allied governments. Lord Milner and General Wilson agreed in thinking that, in the existing circumstances, this would be the best solution. Such roughly was the situation on the morning of March 26th, as the conference at Dowlands opened. 55, when I arrived in that town, about 11:30 a.m., Field Marshal Haig, shortly joined by Lord Milner, was receiving the reports of his army commanders in the town hall. The meeting was a protracted one, so that I had time to make a visit to the little schoolhouse in which I and my staff had established ourselves on October 6, 1914, when I arrived at Dowlands to take part in the maneuver which was then carrying the opposing armies northwards. This maneuver, as we have seen, brought about the battles of the Ussur and of Ypres with the definite repulse of the enemy. As my thoughts went back to this already distant period, and I compared our numbers, organization, armament, and supplies as they were in 1914 with what existed now, I could not permit myself for a moment to admit that, powerfully reinforced as we were, we could allow ourselves to be beaten in 1918 when, with means so relatively meager, we had conquered in 1914. The wise employment of our combined resources and an inflexible determination to win, here was still the formula for success. With the means at our disposal, the question of stopping the enemy was in the first place a matter of willpower on the part of the High Command. There was no doubt in my mind as to the outcome of the enterprise, provided the Allied chiefs, with eyes wide open to each succeeding danger, should meet and dominate it in a spirit of close and energetic cooperation. That is what we had done on the Ussur and at Ypres, and under what conditions. I developed these fundamental ideas to the members of the French government while we waited in the garden of the town hall at Dowlands for the Allied conference to begin. It opened at 12:45 p.m. in the town hall. There were present on the French side the President of the Republic, Messieurs Clemenceau and Louture, and Generals Foch, Pétain, and Weygand. On the British side, Lord Milner, Field Marshal Sir Douglas Haig, and Generals Wilson, Lawrence, and Montgomery. From the outset, all were unanimous in recognizing that Amiens had to be saved at all costs, and that the fate of the war depended on it. I made some strong remarks in this sense. Our front had already been driven back to Bray-sur-Somme, behind the lines of 1916. It was essential not to retreat any further, not to yield an inch of ground without fighting, to hold on at all costs where we were, and with the utmost energy. Such was the first principle to be clearly defined and communicated to all. Then it must be put into execution without a moment's delay, especially by hurrying up reserves and using them to weld together the Allied armies. Now the British had no more troops available to send south of the Somme, unless they were taken from the Arras sector, which was being heavily attacked and which no one could think of weakening. Help, therefore, could come only from the French. On being questioned, General Pétain explained his program. He had decided to increase the number of divisions to be sent into Picardy. Instead of the 15 specified the previous day at the Campigny meeting, he now proposed to move 24 on to Montdidier. In this way, he hoped to prolong his front up to the Somme, but he could not guarantee it. This extension, however, would only be gradual and slow, because moving the divisions at the rate of 2 a day would require considerable time. At this point of the proceedings, Lord Milner had a private interview with Monsieur Clemenceau, in the course of which he proposed that I should be entrusted with the conduct of operations. The French Prime Minister concurred in this idea and at once drew up a text according to which I was charged with coordinating the operations of the Allied forces around Amiens. Sir Douglas Haig, perceiving at once the narrowness and insufficiency of this combination, declared that it did not correspond with the end he was seeking. He then asked that the arrangement should be extended to include the British and French forces operating in France and Belgium. In the end, the formula was still further expanded so as to comprise all the Allied forces operating on the Western Front. Agreement was reached on the following text, which was signed by Lord Milner and Monsieur Clemenceau. General Foch is charged by the British and French governments with coordinating the action of the Allied armies on the Western Front. To this end, he will come to an understanding with the commanders-in-chief, who are requested to furnish him with all necessary information. At 2:30 p.m., the Dowlands conference came to a close, and we went for a hurried lunch at the Hotel des Quatre-Fils Iman, which I remembered from 1914. As we sat down, Monsieur Clemenceau turned to me with these words: "Well, you've got the place you so much wanted." It was not difficult to answer him, and Monsieur Lauture joined in my reply, that to assume the direction of a battle which during 7 successive days has been largely lost, could hardly be the object of any great desire on my part, but rather constituted, by reason of its risks, an act of duty and sacrifice in the service of my country. Chapter II. The first acts of the Allied Commander-in-Chief. General Foch goes to see the Allied commanders engaged in the battle, March 26th and 27th. The fall of Montdidier, March 27th. Shortening of the German front of attack. Arrival of the French divisions. The resistance of the Allies hardens. Assembling of French reserves in the Beauvais region. The American army offers to take part in the battle, March 28th. Reconstitution of the British reserves. General Foch establishes himself at Beauvais. A general instruction is issued March 29th. Last efforts of the Germans on each side of Montdidier, March 30th, April 4th, and on the Ailette Canal, April 6th. The day of March 26th. Immediately after being invested with the mission which the 2 Allied governments had confided to me, I fixed my plan of action along the lines of what I had written to the French Prime Minister 2 days before. It can be summarized as follows. 1. The French and British troops must keep close together in order to cover Amiens. 2. With this object in view, the forces already in action must maintain their positions at all costs. 3. Covered by them, the French divisions sent as reinforcements will finish detraining and will then be used, first to consolidate the British Fifth Army, and second, to constitute a massive maneuver for employment under conditions to be fixed later on. Instead of a British battle to cover the Channel ports and a French battle to cover Paris, we would fight an Anglo-French battle to cover Amiens, the connecting link between the 2 armies. I drew up the detailed arrangements for carrying out this general plan, and as time pressed, I went myself to explain them to those principally concerned. Accordingly, by 4 p.m., I was at Dury with General Gou, commanding the British Fifth Army. I instructed him to maintain himself at any cost on the front he then occupied. He must stop his troops where they were until the French forces arrived to replace a part of his army, starting from the south. At Dury, I also met General Barthélemy, Chief of Staff to General Fayolle, commanding the reserve group of armies, and handed him similar instructions, with a view to ensuring at all costs the protection of Amiens. I requested Major Moyrand, liaison officer from French headquarters, to inform General Pétain of these orders. I then telephoned General Debeny, commanding the First Army, giving him my instructions as to what he was to do. The role of this army, which was still in course of formation facing Montdidier, was particularly important, for upon it depended, at that moment, the re-establishment of a continuous Franco-British front. I therefore followed up my telephone message by proceeding from Dury to Mainillet to see General Debeny personally and define his mission. This was to employ all the units he had available to relieve the troops of the British Roman 18 Corps on their actual positions, turning over the elements of this corps as relieved to General Gou, who would employ them as reserves. Also to hold his own line at all costs, joining up on the left with the British towards Rouvray. Before the close of this same day, the 26th, I had thus explained my intentions to all the commanders whose troops were in action. In the evening, moreover, General Pétain cancelled his instruction of March 24th and ordered General Fayolle to cover Amiens and to maintain contact with Field Marshal Haig's forces. In addition, he directed that 10 divisions and 4 regiments of artillery be withdrawn from other groups of armies and moved towards the reserve group. The day of March 27th, after spending the night in Paris, I left again on the morning of the 27th for the front, still accompanied by General Weygand and Colonel Desticker. Before leaving, however, I wrote a private letter to General Pétain, insisting upon the line of action we should follow and asking him to explain its necessity to the French army. It is superfluous to say that, on the part of General Pétain, as of all his subordinates, I found the fullest cooperation in framing our resistance along the lines I had indicated, and which still remained to be organized. I first went to Clermont, the headquarters of General Humbert, commanding the Third Army. Here I met General Fayolle. I repeated my instructions, always inspired by the same idea: hold on at all costs, organize our positions, relieve no unit until the first result is achieved. At 12:30 p.m., I left for Durry to see General Gou. The liaison between the British right and French left seemed to be insecure, owing to the too hasty retreat of certain elements belonging to the British Roman 18 Corps. I therefore prescribed new measures to General Mespel, commanding the left units of the French First Army, and I asked General Gou to personally make sure that the British Roman 18 Corps received my instructions and carried them out. From there, I went to Beauquesne to see General Byng, commanding the British Third Army. He explained to me his situation. It did not cause him any anxiety for the moment, and he signified his entire agreement with me as to resisting on our present position, employing for that purpose every means possible. In the absence of a general reserve, whose intervention might have restored the situation from the very start, the first thing to do was to weld together as rapidly as possible the various fractions of the front that had been broken by the German attack, and that had now necessarily become lengthened out. It was essential that all, whether troops in retreat or reinforcements coming up, and whatever their nationality, cooperate in this task, since all idea of relieving any of them was, for the moment, laid aside. If this were not done, there could be no hope of stopping the enemy for several days. Under these conditions, a rapid re-establishment of the front, as well as a determined and simultaneous change of attitude on the part of the two Allied armies, could only be brought about by the direct intervention of the Allied Supreme Command at the points still threatened. On my return to Clermont in the evening, I learned that the Germans had debouched from Roye and, slipping in between the French First and Third Armies, whose junction had not yet been firmly established, had seized Montdidier. Although serious, this unfortunate occurrence was offset by certain favorable events, which gave reason to hope that March 27th would mark the culminating point of the crisis, and that the danger which for a week had so seriously threatened the Allies would soon be conjured. The front of the German attack, far from extending, became lessened every day, thanks to the firm stand of the British Third Army which, on the north, clung fast to Arras, and of the French Third Army which, on the south, held the wooded heights of Ribécourt-Lassigny. Between these two dikes, the waves of the flood were steadily thinning out and getting more shallow every day. The ground over which the enemy operated was the old Somme battlefield of 1916, a desolate and churned-up wilderness whose few remaining roads had been completely destroyed by the last battle. This rendered difficult all support and supply coming from the rear. An offensive thus weakened was bound to die out the day the Allies re-established an organized system of resistance in front of it. This day was approaching. The French divisions, which had been sent up as reinforcements, were detraining without pause. The first of them were directed upon our First Army, the others were to form a massive maneuver in the region of Beauvais to be at the disposal of the Supreme Command. The British Fifth Army was about to receive a new commander, General Rawlinson, an energetic and able soldier who restored its confidence. A large number of men, 75,000, were arriving from England. 3 British divisions, already recompleted, had replaced fresh divisions in calm sectors, and the latter were about to enter the battle. A systematic organization was rapidly replacing the original confusion. The day of March 28th. On March 28th, the enemy's main effort was directed against the Santerre Plateau between the valleys of the Somme and the Aver. The terrain was easy to traverse, and the Germans succeeded in gaining ground in the direction of Amiens, forcing back the right of the British Fifth Army, which was still shaky. Moreover, General Debeny had not yet been able to bring up enough troops to support it properly. In fact, the deep drive of the enemy towards Montdidier had forced General Debeny to send his first available troops in that direction. These had thrown themselves into the action with great vigor and had even retaken several localities, Mesnil-Saint-Georges, Le Monchel, Saint-Villiers. The fighting, however, was still fierce, and the danger was not entirely past. In order to meet it, the commander of the First Army had to postpone the relief of the British forces south of the Somme. For the time being, in any case, the British Fifth Army had to remain in line and reorganize on its positions. But no matter what happened, the resistance along the whole front must be intensified, and I continued to impress upon everybody that there must be no exceptions to this inflexible principle. General Pétain, renouncing all idea of a possible separation of the British forces from the reserve group of armies, which would have brought about the loss of Amiens, instructed the latter to hold on to your present positions at any price. Drive the enemy back as soon as possible from in front of Montdidier and Amiens, and in every event maintain contact with the British Army. General Fayolle moved his headquarters from Verberie to Beauvais, so as to be nearer the danger point of the battle, the left of the French First Army, the place of junction with the British. Meanwhile, the constitution of French reserves went on in the Beauvais region. In order to provide for their organization and command, General Pétain had already withdrawn the staff of the Fifth Army from the Champagne front, and at a meeting held at Clermont on the afternoon of the 28th between General Pétain, Monsieur Clemenceau, Monsieur Louture, and myself, it was also decided to recall the staff of the 10th Army from Italy. A few hours before this meeting, General Pershing had come to see me, and with magnificent spirit, spontaneously offered to throw immediately into the battle all the trained American divisions. General Bliss, the American representative on the Versailles Committee, animated by a similar sentiment, exclaimed to me, "We have come over here to get ourselves killed. If you want to use us, what are you waiting for?" The day of March 29th. On March 29th, the German attacks grew still more restricted, embracing, as they did, only that part of the front between Montdidier and the Amiens-Péronne road. Although they failed almost entirely in the Montdidier region and only gained a little ground northwest of the town, they made a more appreciable advance between the Ava and the Amiens-Péronne road, where the British right wing and General Mespel's detachment were forced back to the line Marcelquet-Villers-sur-Orables. In spite of this retirement, the situation of the Allies continued to improve. 5 fresh divisions had reached the First Army, and the latter had already been able to relieve the whole of the British Roman 18 Corps, the right of the Fifth Army. The elements of the British Roman 3 Corps, which had been with the French Third Army, were now rejoining the British Army, except one division, the 58th, that was temporarily kept south of the Oise. Sir Douglas Haig was thus enabled to reconstitute his reserves and thereby to reorganize his Fifth Army without withdrawing it from the line. We had a conversation at Abbeville as to the vital importance of this last point. As a result, General Rawlinson was instructed to maintain his front south of the Somme at all costs, which, in view of its reduced length, should not present any difficulty. On the evening of the 29th, I established my headquarters at Beauvais, where General Fayolle's headquarters had been functioning since morning, and where General Pétain himself established a command post 4 days later. The end of the Montdidier-Amiens battle. Ever since March 26th, I had been attending to the most pressing needs, going from place to place, visiting the various headquarters, and laying down for all the immediate course of action which seemed indicated for reconstructing the broken front. But now that a systematic organization existed which could be counted upon to direct the resistance of the Allied forces, the time had come to lay down the general rules by which our battle should be conducted. With this end in view, I forwarded to the commanders-in-chief a general instruction which constituted a summary of the detailed directions I had given since March 26th. The essential object to which the combined efforts of all were to be addressed remained a close liaison between the British and French armies, to be ensured especially by keeping possession of Amiens, and then by regaining the unhampered use of that center. This object was to be pursued first, by holding and organizing a strong defensive front on our present positions. Second, by the formation, north of Amiens for the British forces, and northwest of Beauvais for the French forces, of strong reserves destined to counter an enemy attack or undertake an offensive. In order to form this mass of maneuver as rapidly and in as great strength as possible, fronts not under attack should be unhesitatingly drawn upon. But at the moment this instruction reached its destinations, the enemy had begun to redouble his efforts. On March 30th, he resumed and extended his attacks on both sides of Montdidier between the Amiens-Péronne highway and Lassigny. He was thus starting a second battle before we had become firmly established on our positions. However, in spite of his numbers and the material he put into play, the results he achieved were even less than those of the previous day. It was only in the valley of the Ave, towards Moreuil, and around Roux-la-Trois-sur-Matz, east of Montdidier, that he gained any ground. On the following day, March 31st, he renewed his attacks, but he was nailed to his place by the resistance and counter-attacks of the Allies, and he was only able to mark a slight advance in the bend of the Luce, between Moreuil and Marcelcave. This, it is true, threatened a particularly sensitive point in the direction of Amiens itself, where the Franco-British liaison was as yet by no means secure. The situation was met by sending the British Fifth Army enough reinforcements to make sure of its holding fast on the positions it occupied, and in addition, by having the French First Army extend its front up to Hangard. The Battle of Montdidier-Amiens appeared to be coming to a close. On the evening of April 1st, it was possible to write to the Prime Minister, "The enemy's initiative seems now blocked and paralyzed." But as a matter of fact, after a short respite, on April 4th, the Germans again delivered violent attacks on the British Fourth Army 56 and the French First Army between the Somme and Montdidier. The center of the British Fourth Army was forced back on Villers-Bretonneux, and the French First Army, on its part, was driven in for a considerable distance on the Rouville Plateau. This loss was partly retrieved by counterattacks carried out on the following day, April 5th. But the fact of vital importance was that the liaison between the two armies in the region of Hangard had been firmly maintained, and in order to definitely ensure it, General Rawlinson was requested to employ all available reserves and artillery to support the French left. For the purpose of emphasizing our determination not to give ground, I asked Sir Douglas Haig to suggest to General Rawlinson that he do not move his headquarters farther back, as Gough had signified his intention of doing. In the course of this day, Clemenceau, Louture, Winston Churchill, and finally the President of the Republic all came to see me at Beauvais. This gives some measure of the anxiety which reigned among the Allied governments. From this time on, the Germans could no longer expect important results from the battle. In face of the increased strength presented by the Allies, their attacks became more and more difficult and costly, and they finally found themselves forced to stop them without having been able to achieve the strategic results aimed at. The French army had not been separated from the British army. In order to finish on a note of easy success, the Germans on April 6th undertook the capture of the strip of ground occupied by the French Sixth Army to the west of the Saint-Gobain forest, between the Oise and the Ailette Canal. This action on the part of the enemy, however, had been so clearly foreseen that the Sixth Army, which was here very far advanced, had only maintained weak outposts north of the canal. The German attack encountered merely scattered elements which withdrew fighting. Nevertheless, the attack was made with great caution and took 4 days to reach the Ailette, April 6-9. Chapter III, the Beauvais Agreement. Inadequacy of the powers granted to General Foch by the Doullens Agreement. The Beauvais Agreement entrusts him with the strategical direction of the operations on the Western Front, April 3rd. Italy adheres to the Doullens Agreement, May 2nd. The King of the Belgians, fettered by the constitution of his country, remains in theory outside the agreements. July 3rd, General Foch is named Commander-in-Chief of the Allied armies, May 14th. An examination of the situation which resulted from the temporary check given the German offensive and from the reinforcement of the Allied troops south of the Somme, as well as a study of intelligence reports concerning the enemy, all led to conclusions having as their base the following. 1. The enemy, held up between the Oise and Arras, might renew his attacks, He could do so with difficulty south of the Somme, more easily north. Between this river and Arras, therefore, a particularly strong defense should be provided. This was a matter for the British G.H.Q. to undertake. It was also important that the French reserves assembled in the Beauvais region should be able to come into action north of the Somme, and that means for their transport be prepared beforehand. This was a question concerning the French G.H.Q. No matter what attitude the Germans assumed, we ought to act as soon as possible south of the Somme, in order to drive the enemy away from the Paris-Amiens Railway and the Amiens Rail Centre, both essential for our communications and supply. With this end in view, the French troops should make an offensive in the Montdidier area, having for its object to throw the enemy back on Roye, and the British troops an attack on both sides of the Somme, in order to free Amiens. This reasoning implied offensive action on the part of the Allied armies. The purely passive attitude and the work of consolidation to which events had condemned them since March 21st would come to an end and be replaced by an active initiative. Now to plan this offensive action, to inspire and direct it, to ensure its being carried on by the commanders-in-chief, and also to arrive at an equitable distribution of forces, the powers conferred upon me by the Doullens Agreement were plainly inadequate. They were insufficient to cover even the present defensive operations. They would necessarily be all the more inadequate when, in the not far distant future, it became my duty to decide upon the strategic employment of the Allied armies, renewed and strengthened by the cooperation of the Americans, determine, according to circumstances, the point against which these forces should be applied, distribute the offensive and defensive tasks, and perhaps effect exchanges between the French and Italian fronts. The simple role of coordinator was not sufficient for the larger program, which would certainly have to be shortly undertaken. It gave far too little play to the initiative of the officer who filled it, if he was to react rapidly and forcibly to contingencies brought about by a defensive battle, or organize and mount important offensive undertakings. The role should be changed into one of direction. If the inter-allied organ created at Doullens by an effort of mutual confidence was to produce all that was expected of it, its powers must at once be widened, and the strategic direction of the war on the Western Front entrusted to it. Its authority over the Allied commanders-in-chief should be affirmed, and this authority extended to include all the troops in line from the North Sea to the Adriatic. A few days' experience has been sufficient to expose the inadequacy of the Doullens Agreement. The present, as well as the future interests of the coalition, required that it be amended without delay. I placed the question before the French Prime Minister in this light, and requested that the decision touching me, taken on March 26th by the British and French governments, be supplemented. Monsieur Clemenceau discussed the matter with me on April 1st and decided to assemble a new conference. To this, he invited the American representatives